You're with me, Hannah Walmsley, and we're bringing you an emergency alert for the bushfire situation. Adam Shirley.
Yeah, Hannah, we've been keeping a close eye on both those fires in the immediate vicinity of the ACT and within the ACT. That is the Orroral Valley fire, still burning at Watch and Act, but just in the last minute or so, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service has upgraded the alert level of the clear range fire, which originated from the Orroral Valley fire, to emergency level. There are a number of spot fires burning in the area southwest of Micalago and northwest Bredbo. These are burning on the western side of the Murrumbidgee River. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires. The dangerous fire conditions that have been forecast for today are unfolding. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity is increasing in the area to the west of the angle as well. If you are in the Bredbo area, monitor the conditions and be ready to take action now. That is an elevation of the alert level of the clear range fire. In the last minute or two, it has been elevated to an emergency alert level bushfire. This location is to the northwest of the Bredbo and also of the Micalago area. If you are in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong, Colinton, Williamsdale or Micalago, follow your bushfire survival plan now. With these spot fires burning through the areas southwest of Micalago and northwest of Bredbo. They're still burning on the western side of Murrumbidgee River, with firefighters and aircraft working to slow the spread of these fires. You should monitor the conditions on ABC Radio Canberra. We'll keep bringing you continuous rolling coverage of this situation now that it has been elevated to an emergency level fire at clear range. Check in on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, and that is rfs.nsw.gov.au. If your life is at risk in these areas, call 000 immediately and enact your bushfire plan in the areas of the Angle, Bumbalong, Colinton, Williamsdale or Micalago. If you are in the areas of Annambo, Durangle or Billingira, please monitor the conditions. And for residents in the ACT nearby, follow the link to the ESA webpage. That is esa.act.gov.au. It's 2 minutes to 12. Adam Shirley and Hannah Walmsley with you on ABC Radio Canberra. And just repeating ahead of the 12 o'clock news bulletin on ABC Radio Canberra, the clear range fire, which originated from the Orroral Valley fire, has now been elevated to an emergency alert level. There are a number of spot fires burning in the area southwest of Micalago and northwest of Bredbo. These are burning on the western side of the Murrumbidgee River. Firefighters and aircraft are actively working to try and slow the spread of these fires, but under these dangerous fire and weather conditions, the fire is spreading through several areas around the Bredbo region, Micalago, and it's time to enact your bushfire plan if you're in those areas.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
ABC News. Good afternoon, I'm Susan McDonald. Authorities are warning they expect the large Orroral Valley fire south of Canberra to join up with several spot fires to the south, including the Clear Range fire, which has just been upgraded to emergency warning level. Elizabeth Byrne reports from across the New South Wales border in Bredbo.
The town of Bredbo, which is in the shadow of the Clear Range fire, is a contrast today, with blue sky on one side of the town and dense smoke and dust blocking the view on the other. Dozens of firefighters are heading out from the town as the conditions deteriorate. The blaze began from a spot fire from the Orroral Valley fire near Canberra. Other areas, including Micalago, are also hunkering down. Closer to Canberra, there's an anxious wait for people in the village of Tharwa and for residents in the city's southern suburbs.
The ACT ESA Commissioner Georgina Whelan says those in southern Tuggeranong might start to see fire close by soon.
Our residents can expect to see spot fires in the coming hours, and of course we will provide those alerts and updates and calls to action as required.
As the temperature climbs to over 40 degrees in the ACT, Chief Minister Andrew Barr is urging Canberrans to limit their electricity use.
Pressure on the national energy grid will build. It's not just hot here in Canberra, it's hot across New South Wales and Victoria. We are going to make sure that we prioritise power for Canberra's southern suburbs throughout this situation.
Meanwhile, the Rural Fire Service has warned that a fire burning at Watch and Act level in the Bega Valley is starting to cause spot fires. Fire crews are using aircraft and heavy machinery to slow the spread of the Big Jack Mountain fire. Residents in Tantawangala, Candelo, Mogilla and Mount Dara are being urged to leave early. And the ACT Fire and Rescue officers are working to contain a structural fire in Mitchell after heavy smoke was reported in the Access Canberra building. The Darling Street building has been evacuated while officers conduct air quality testing. To other news, the federal opposition is pressuring the Prime Minister to sack Bridget McKenzie from Cabinet before Parliament resumes next week. Scott Morrison is awaiting a report from his department before determining the fate of Senator McKenzie. The former Sports Minister has faced intense scrutiny for more than 2 weeks after it was revealed her office awarded grants to marginal seats and electorates the coalition wanted to win. Labor frontbencher Jason Clare says the evidence against Senator McKenzie is overwhelming.
Any Prime Minister before this Prime Minister would have sacked Bridget McKenzie by now. I can't understand what he's waiting for unless he's worried about evidence coming out that his office is involved in pulling the strings in all of this.
US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. The move ends attempts to get Mr. Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. The trial now moves forward to a vote on whether to acquit President Trump, which he is all but certain to win. After half a century, the United Kingdom is now no longer a member of the European Union. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he understood the divisions leading up to today's departure and that it was the government's job to bring the country together and take it forward.
We will rediscover muscles that we have not used for decades. The power of independent thought and action. We want this to be the beginning of a new era of friendly cooperation between the EU and an energetic Britain.
In a win for South Australia's moderate Liberals, the State Legislative Council President Andrew McLaughlin is set to fill the vacancy created by retired Senator Corey Bernardi. Bernardi defected from the Liberal Party shortly after the 2016 federal election, but announced his resignation last year. McLaughlin beat out other contenders, including lawyer Maury Bowles, in a vote in Adelaide this morning. To sport, Brumbies coach Dan McKellar has complained the earlier start to the Super Rugby season isn't good for the fans or players. The Brumbies beat the Queensland Reds in Canberra last night, 27-24, with the temperature hovering just below 40 degrees at kick-off.
It's not just a Super Rugby thing, it's a global rugby calendar these days, and I understand that, but if we're serious about player welfare and even just people going out to the game last night, being comfortable in conditions where they can watch and enjoy the game, I think is important.
To Canberra's weather, a total fire ban is in force and there's a fire weather warning, fine with possible smoke haze. Northwesterly winds up to 30 kilometres an hour, a top of 41. At the moment it's 40. A shower or two and possible storm tomorrow, 24 the low and 35 the high. ABC News, it's 12:05.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
ABC Radio Canberra with you with continuous rolling coverage in the situation we are in right now in the capital region. Adam Shirley and Hannah Walmsley on ABC Radio Canberra, and if you didn't already know, in the last 10 minutes there is an emergency warning, emergency alert fire burning through Clear Range, and this was upgraded to emergency in the last 10 minutes or so. The current situation is this: a number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire burning through the ACT, and these spot fires are quickly spreading. Fire activity is increasing in the area to the west of Colinton and Mickalego. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires. The Monaro Highway is now closed, and we'll talk further about road conditions and closures in a few minutes from now when we catch up with the New South Wales Traffic Management Centre. Just repeating, the Monaro Highway is now closed due to dangerous fire conditions. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires, and fire activity has also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for this emergency alert level bushfire in Clear Range is as follows. If you are in the area of Mickalego, there is a threat to property. Be alert to burning embers. These may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared or your plan is to leave now towards Canberra. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return, repeating that the Monaro Highway is now closed in this area around Michelego. If you are in the area of Colinton, there is a threat to property. Again, be alert to burning embers. These may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared, or your plan is to leave now towards Cooma. That is, leave towards Cooma if you are in the area of Colinton. If you're in the area of Michelego, leave now towards Canberra. If you are away from either of these areas, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. For those in the areas of Bredbo, Billingra, Durangle, Anembo, Williamsdale, Bumbalong and the Angle, please continue to monitor conditions and be ready to take action. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Repeating that the clear range fire burning just to the east of the Orroral Valley fire has been upgraded to emergency warning level. And Hannah Wormsley, the Orroral Valley fire as well, which has burnt through many tens of thousands of hectares, continues to burn at a watch and act level. You've got some more information on that.
That's right, Adam. The latest information we have for the Orroral Valley fire is at a watch and act level bushfire warning. And the current situation there is the fire is out of control and travelling in a southeasterly direction. Fire conditions today will become erratic and volatile, and heavy spotting to the east, south and west of the main fire is anticipated. And the size of the fire is currently approximately 34,000, up nearing 35,000 hectares. And the ACT Emergency Services Agency is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nass Road, south of the Beaubien Road intersection, and Corrin Road could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing and they could get worse. Now, no properties are under immediate threat at this time, but you do need to call 000 if you or your property are under threat. Keep aware of the fact that people in the area may be affected by smoke, which could also reduce visibility and air quality. And if you have left the area, really important, do not return for your safety. If you've left the area, do not return. There is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but as we've mentioned and will continue to mention, conditions can change quickly. People in Tharwa and in the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and the surrounding areas should monitor those conditions closely and be ready to act. Now, if you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave early. And I'll say that again. If you're feeling unsafe, the best option is to leave early. Make sure you are prepared. Don't wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. If you're feeling unsure and not sure what to do, best thing to do in the situation is to leave early. You can activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. And if you don't have a bushfire survival plan, identify where you're going to go if you need to leave. We'll be continuing to keep you updated throughout the day, but you can also go to the esa.act.gov.au for regular bushfire updates and continue to listen to us here on ABC Radio Canberra.
Hannah Wormsley and Adam Shirley with you on ABC Radio Canberra, 12, repeating that the clear range fire burning through the Snowy Monaro local government area has been upgraded to emergency warning. The advice for areas in Michelego is that there's a threat to property. Be alert to burning embers. They may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. And if you're in the area of Colinton, there is a threat to property. Be alert to embers, which could start spot fires. If you are away from that region currently, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. We're going to talk further about those closures around the area very soon with the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. Just reporting now a new bushfire at Baruna Road. In Michelego, it is currently burning at advice level. It is out of control and currently 0 hectares in size. That is a new bushfire in the region. That's at Baruna Road in Michelego. It's currently burning at advice warning level. It's out of control and currently 0 hectares in size. We'll continue to update that situation as it unfolds, as we will with the other fires burning in this region. With us now is Kirsten Hobden, who is at the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. Kirsten, thank you for being with us today. First of all, to the Monaro Highway. We've got word through that it is closed now around the Michelego and Colinton area. Can you give us further details about that, please?
Good afternoon, Adam. You're absolutely right. The Monero Highway is now closed between Old Cooma Road, Royalla, and Rose Valley Road near Cooma. It's closed in both directions. We are advising people to avoid the area, delay your trip. If you're already driving, please follow the direction of emergency services. There is no forecast as to when the highway will reopen, as you can appreciate with these changing conditions. So best to avoid the Monero Highway. It just closed just around 10 minutes ago, so there is no thoroughfare between Canberra and Cooma at this stage. And then if you're travelling along the far south coast or you're heading to the far south coast today or over the weekend, the Princess Highway, that remains open, but we are monitoring conditions and keeping in close contact with emergency services. And if you need any information about New South Wales road closures, just head to livetraffic.com.
Thank you for the update. Just repeating then, Kristen, who for people who've just turned on their radio, a section of the Monero Highway closed now due to dangerous fire conditions. Which section is that?
That is closed between Old Cooma Road in Royalla and Rose Valley Road near Cooma.
We appreciate your time and all the best with what's to come today. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Kristen Hobden, who is New South Wales Transport Management Centre spokesperson. The Monero Highway is closed between, effectively, the south of Canberra right through to Cooma, and that is due to dangerous fire conditions that are burning through the Clear Range area. The Clear Range fire has been upgraded to emergency warning level in the last 15 minutes or so. A number of spot fires starting as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT, which continues to burn at watch and act level. There is also a new bushfire at Baroona Road in Michelego. It's currently burning at advice. It is out of control and currently 0 hectares in size. Good to be with you on ABC Radio Canberra. Adam Shirley and Hannah Walmsley keeping you company today.
In an emergency, turn to a source you can trust. At the ABC, we're dedicated to helping you during natural disasters and extreme weather events, and to making sure the ABC is part of your safety checklist. Follow your local ABC on social media. Find and save your local ABC radio station. And for more ways to be prepared, visit abc.net.au/emergency. ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
And you're with Hannah Walmsley and Adam Shirley. Now, earlier this morning, Adrian Francis spoke with Joe Murphy, Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. Here he is.
This is the really hard one to tell people. So there's 3 key steps to being able to stay in defend. First one is your property prepared? So for a residential property on the urban interface, you've got to make sure that all the dead leaf litter and twigs and whatever removed from your yard, trees are pruned up nicely, the outside of your house is nicely secured, that you've got your whole yard and exterior of your house prepared for ember attack. For those down the rural areas, similar thing, but theirs is on a much larger scale, obviously. The next step is you've got to be physically prepared. So am I wearing the right clothing? Am I physically fit? Have I got the strength to continue? Am I feeling sick or ill? All those things like that. Am I wearing boots, long pants, long shirt, helmet, the works like that? The third and most important part about this, and this is the bit that people have to be so honest with themselves about. Am I mentally prepared to be in my house? Am I prepared to defend my house with an approaching fire? Am I mentally ready to do this? And this is the big one where people need to be really honest about it. The sky will turn black. The noise, the embers, the sound, the approach, the heat, everything like that. You've got to be mentally prepared to be able to do that. And look, my advice to everybody, and from the very get-go, every fire chief around Australia, around the world will tell you this, leaving early is the safest option. And I'm not saying right now in Tuggeranong you need to leave. What I'm saying is you need to listen to the warnings and listen to what's going on so you can make some decisions about your personal safety and your personal choices. And for those people who are thinking about staying defending, remember, you're making a personal choice for you and everybody connected to you.
Joe Murphy there, Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. Adam giving us that very necessary advice.
It's 12:15. Hannah Walmsley and Adam Shirley with you. We will stay with you throughout this afternoon as there is this fire threat in the ACT and surrounding capital region. Phil Williams is ABC correspondent based at Michelego today, where the Clear Range fire has been elevated to an emergency warning level and is threatening property around that region. Phil, good to speak with you, but obviously not in good conditions. Tell us what you're seeing at the moment.
Okay, right now I'm on the Monero Highway between 5 and 10 kilometres south of Michelego. The road is blocked and that's because the fire has spotted across from the clear range. We're not sure exactly where it is, but it's somewhere in the Collinton area, and it's likely multiple spots. But the sky has turned very, very dark. All the cars travelling from the south to the north are being allowed through. That's the safe passage. They've all got their lights on for good and obvious reason. But there is a fire unit stopping anyone else getting through. We've seen police units and ambulance and other fire units going down towards that area. So, unfortunately, what has been predicted has come to pass, and it does seem that fire is getting a run on. We don't know how that battle against those spot fires is going right now. We can't see, we can't tell. But certainly it has erupted, I'm afraid, in the Collinton area.
In the last 15 minutes, Phil, what activity or increased activity have you seen from your vantage point of fire crews on the ground and in air support?
Well, look, we haven't seen air support. I'm sure it's happening, but we just haven't seen or heard it. We've gone from the position where we were down at the fire shed in Micalago, the Rural Fire Service shed in Micalago, where people were basically waiting. Well, now I'd imagine most of those people have been deployed because they've actually got a fire to respond to that they can probably actually get to, or at least it may be close to a position where they can get to. So that has changed rather dramatically. But of course, the whole area is very tensely waiting the outcome of today, because there are many, many people live along this interface with the ACT in New South Wales, and most of the people at threat today are actually in New South Wales. Of course, there is the threat to the southern suburbs of Tuggeranong, but on this side of the ACT, there are many, many people watching, waiting, and obviously with great concern.
You mentioned how dark it's getting. Images throughout that region are suggesting a dark glow of red, reduced visibility. What about the unfolding wind conditions that might be pushing this fire front along its multiple spots further?
Well, it has got up. It's been at a higher intensity, probably in the 20 to 30 kilometre range, I'm guessing, for about the last hour or so. Right now, it's settled at about that level. It doesn't appear to have got much stronger, but this is enough in these conditions. When it's, we're getting up to 40, 41 degrees, it's going to be very difficult to actually, battle these fires when it's so dry, and it's, of course, in a lot of the fires in totally inaccessible country. But it's here, in this area here, it's obviously coming closer to a settled country, settled areas, and that's what's obviously concerning people very deeply.
And just in the few minutes we've been speaking, Phil, can you see any obvious smoke plumes or any licks of flame up on the rise or along the ridgeline?
No, we can't. It's just a general dark gloom of smoke. There's nothing specific that we can see. It's pretty well, the visibility is probably down to, I'm guessing, about 300-400 metres at this stage. And, people are obviously, in the area, very, very nervous. But it's very difficult to tell. I wouldn't hazard a guess as to exactly where the fire is, but it's obviously in the area enough that they've closed the road.
Phil Williams, please stay safe, take care along with the firefighters and others that are in that area, and thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
Phil Williams, ABC Senior Correspondent at Micalago in the region at the Monero Highway, which is now closed between the south of Canberra and Cooma due to dangerous fire conditions.
ABC Radio, bushfire information.
Yes, and fires burning in this region. An emergency warning now for the Clear Range fire. It was upgraded to emergency warning level about 20 minutes ago. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT, and Hannah Wormsley will have details on that Watch and Act fire in just a moment. But the fires across Clear Range and in that region are spreading. Fire activity is increasing in the area to the west of Collinton and Micalago. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires. The Monero Highway is now closed, with the dangerous fire conditions forecast coming to pass today. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity is also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for these areas is, in Mikalago, if you're there or in that region there is a threat to property, be alert to burning embers. These may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared or your plan is to leave now towards Canberra. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed. If you are in the area of Colinton, there is also a threat to property. Be alert to burning embers. They may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared or your plan is to leave now towards Cooma. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. For people in Bredbo, Billingra, Durangle, Anembo, Williamsdale, Bumbalong and the Angle, please monitor conditions. Be ready to take action in this situation. Make sure you follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. There is also an advice warning for a new fire at Baroona Road in Mikalago. It's currently burning at advice. The latest update we have from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is that it's out of control and 0 hectares in size. Hannah Wormsley, that Orroral Valley fire burning through Namadgi National Park continues to burn at Watchanack level, and you've got more details for us.
That's right. Fire activity is increasing as conditions deteriorate there at the Orroral Valley fire, and community members in Thawa Village, Bobian Road, Apollo Road, Top Naas Road and Naas Road need to remain vigilant. The current situation there at the Orroral Valley fire is that the fire is out of control and travelling in a southeasterly direction, and fire conditions today will again become erratic and volatile, and heavy spotting to the east, south and west of the main fire is anticipated. The ACT Emergency Services Agency is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Naas Road south of the Bobian Road intersection and Corrin Road could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing there, Adam, and they can get worse. No properties are under immediate threat there at this time, but call 000 if you or your property is under threat. People in the area just need to be aware that they may be affected by the smoke, which could also reduce visibility and air quality in the area. If you've already left the area, do not return for your safety. It's a really important message that if you have left the area, do not return. There is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT. So if you're living in the south of the ACT, at this stage there is no current threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT. But as we've said, conditions can change very quickly. People in Thawa and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor the conditions closely and be ready to act. And if you feel unsafe, the very best option for you is to leave early. So if you are unsure and you don't have a plan, the very best option is to leave early. Do make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. So what you should do in this situation is activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you don't have a bushfire survival plan, work out where you will go if you need to leave. You can go to the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au for regular bushfire updates, and we will continue to update you here on ABC Radio Canberra throughout the day. Bring your pets inside. Close your windows and doors to minimise that smoke exposure because that will continue to grow. Locate all of those important documents. So think about your emergency kit, medication that you might need to take with you, the animals, what are you going to do with those, and family members. Inform your family and friends and neighbours if your plans are to leave, and check whether your neighbours need help preparing. One thing you might want to consider is moving your car outside if you have an electric garage door. So if your car's parked inside an electric garage door at the moment and you want to have the option to leave, think about doing that now just in case the power goes out later. So move your car outside if you have an electric garage door. and taking any additional action to protect yourself, your livestock and your property. So that's with the Orroral Valley Fire is still burning at a watch and act level bushfire warning, Adam.
There are many ways to stay in touch. Keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra. Hannah Walmsley and myself and the rest of the ABC Canberra team will be with you throughout today as long as it takes to keep you informed and as safe as possible. You can also follow the ESA's webpage, that is esa.act.gov.au, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, particularly for that clear range fire, which is currently burning at emergency warning level. That webpage is rfs.nsw.gov.au. Both these agencies have online accounts, the ESA on Twitter and Facebook, likewise the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. You can also download and monitor the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Fires Near Me mobile app. Keep listening, keep yourself informed and know what you will do if fire threatens your property or your life. There are several road closures associated with the Orroral Valley Fire and the Clear Range Fire, the advice level fire as well at Baroona Road, which is small in comparison but is burning out of control. It's near Mikalago as well. It's currently 0 hectares in size. The road closures are the closure at Tharwood Drive, closed at the north side of the Tharwa Bridge. Tidbinbilla Road closed at Small Bridge at Cotter Road by the picnic area, if you know it. Point Hut Road closed at its junction with Jim Pike Avenue. Angle Crossing closed at the Monaro Highway. Bobian Road is closed at the New South Wales ACT border. Corrin Road and Tidbinbilla Road also closed, as well as Nace Road closed at the Smiths Road intersection. Smiths Road itself is closed. Tharwa Drive closed at the Noak Avenue roundabout, and the Monaro Highway is closed from the south of Canberra to Cooma. Conditions have deteriorated visibly as well. As far as driving along roads that are open in the vicinity, please headlights on and be aware of other road users in this situation. Very soon we'll be hearing the latest news headlines with Andrew Messenger in the ABC Canberra newsroom.
You're listening to ABC Radio. There's a bushfire in your area.
There are 3 levels of messages that are issued during a bushfire. Advice: a fire has started, stay up to date in case the situation changes. Watch and act: there is a heightened level of threat and you need to start to take action now to protect you and your family. Emergency warning: this is the highest level of bushfire alert. You may be in danger and need to take immediate action. If you hear a siren on your radio or receive an emergency alert text message or phone call, follow the advice provided.
You're listening to ABC Radio, and there's a bushfire in your area. We'll bring you the latest information shortly.
Follow your bushfire survival plan, and for updates on bushfire conditions in your area, keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Well, Adam Shirley and Hannah Walmsley are with you. We will provide continuous rolling coverage on the bushfire situation throughout today. But be prepared, know what you will do if fire threatens, have your bushfire plan in action and ready to go. If you don't have one, know right now and maybe have a conversation, an important one with people you love or people you're with, to know what you will do. Very soon on ABC Radio Canberra, we will hear from the Emergency Services Commissioner Georgina Whelan on the latest with the bushfire burning throughout the Orroral Valley and Namadgi National Park. Also, Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on that emergency alert level bushfire that's burning through Clear Range. It's been produced from the Orroral Valley Fire as a number of spot fires which are now threatening property around Mikalago and Colinton. Details from both those authorities very soon on ABC Radio Canberra. But as we tick on to 12:30, let's get the latest news headlines with Andrew Messenger.
Thank you, Adam. The Clear Range Fire burning about 8 kilometres west of Mikalago has been upgraded today to emergency level. The Monaro Highway has been closed from Old Cooma Road, south of the ACT, all the way through to Cooma. Elsewhere, the Emergency Services Agency is warning they expect the large Orroral Valley Fire south of Canberra to join up with several spot fires to the south. However, the fire remains at watch and act level at this stage. No properties in southern Tuggeranong are under immediate threat. The fire is more than 33,000 hectares now and expected to grow as conditions worsen. The US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end, only 2 did. The move ends attempts to get Mr. Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. The Office of the Foreign Affairs Minister says planning for the evacuation of Australians from the epicentre of the coronavirus is ongoing. Australia is expecting approval from Chinese authorities to allow a Qantas plane to land in Wuhan and take evacuees to Christmas Island for quarantine. It's not yet known how many evacuees will board the plane, which is expected to leave Australia soon. And the Australian Energy Market Operator says it has no concerns about power supplies after the collapse of transmission lines connecting Victoria and South Australia. Storms in Victoria's west yesterday knocked down 6 high-voltage transmission lines and damaged 2 others. The interconnector between the 2 states was knocked offline and power to Portland aluminium smelter was interrupted. To Canberra's weather, a total fire ban is in force for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny today with a dust haze. Tomorrow should see a shower or 2 and a top of 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30, and Tuesday, sunny and 29. At top so far, 40 degrees, at the moment 39. More ABC News at 1 o'clock.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
It's good to be with you on ABC Radio Canberra on what is going to be a tough day and is currently a tough day in the capital region. There is an emergency warning fire burning at Clear Range. Hannah Wormsley and Adam Shirley with you to give you information on this unfolding fire situation. To this Clear Range fire first, it was upgraded to an emergency alert level warning about 40 minutes ago. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. These fires are spreading and fire activity is increasing in the area to the west of Colinton and Michelego. If you're in those regions, you might well see increased smoke activity around that area. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires. Dangerous fire conditions that have been forecast are unfolding, and under these conditions, fires will spread quickly. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity is also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for people in the Michelego area is this. If you are in the area of Michelego, there is a threat to property. Be alert to burning embers. They may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared or your plan is to leave now towards Canberra. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. If you're in the area of Colinton, there is a threat to property. Be alert to burning embers. These may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. If you are not prepared or your plan is to leave now towards Cooma. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. If you are in Bredbo, in Balingra, Durangle, Anembo, Williamsdale, Bumbalong or the Angle, please monitor conditions, be ready to take action and follow your bushfire survival plan. Keep following this situation on ABC Radio Canberra and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, that is rfs.nsw.gov.au. Hannah Wormsley in a moment with an update on the situation with the Orroral Valley fire, which continues to burn at a watch and act level. But Graham is with us at Googong. Graham, what can you see in your area?
I can see the normal smoke that's coming off of the Clear Range fire, but just in the last half hour, I reckon I'm seeing pyrocumulus start to form up through the smoke. And I've got a good view of Michelego, Bredbo range, yeah.
We'll continue to keep in touch with you, Graham. I just want to get to Jenny, who is in Clear Range at the moment. Jenny, hopefully at this stage you're safe. What can you see in your area at the moment?
Right, the fire is coming towards our area, so we're going to get the fire coming off Mount Tennant with a northwesterly wind run. We're having leaves and ash drop in our area at the moment. We're fully prepared. We've got hoses laid out.
You're planning to stay, Jenny?
Our family are fed, so we've got 5 adults here, all family to defend the house and the farm. And we're looking for spot fires at the moment, and we're out. We've just had food. and water, and got our gear on, and we'll be actively firefighting, I would say, as soon as the fire gets to us.
Jenny, we'll leave you to it in a moment. That is obviously very important work to do. Just briefly, can you see any tips of flames, any other indications the fire is close by at this point?
We know the fire is close by the colour of the smoke that's coming over.
Right, okay.
We are down on the side of the hill we face the Murrumbidgee. We're directly above Ankle Crossing. So the wind is picking up, travelling in our direction. You know that a fire is travelling towards you by the direction of the wind. So the fact that leaves and ash fall isn't a pure indicator. The wind direction and the density of the smoke. So as the smoke moves over you and it gets darker, you know that fire is coming closer. It is more likely that we are going to have spot fires here, and if we don't get on top of those spot fires quickly, they will spread more. So that's our prime concern, and defending the house.
Jenny, we'll leave you to it at Clear Range Farm there. Please take care of yourselves. All arms to the pumps, and thank you for the update when you're so close to that fire front. Take care. Jenny, who's at Clear Range on a farm with the fire protection equipment ready. Hannah Wormsley, she is preparing to stay. If you're in any doubt whatsoever in these areas, enact your bushfire plan, and if you're in any doubt, please leave. Only properties that are well set up for defence, that have a variety of resources to do just that. And if you're fit and well resourced to do it, that is the only situation in which you should be staying to try and defend property. And something that you've absolutely planned for as part of your bushfire plan. But if you have not got a bushfire plan, the advice is to leave and go to a safe spot. Just an update, Adam, on the Orroral Valley fire. It is at a watch and act level bushfire warning. Fire activity is increasing as the conditions deteriorate there, but community members in Tharwa Village, Bobian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road need to remain vigilant there. And the ACT Emergency Services Agency is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road south of the Bobian Road intersection and Corrin Road could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire, and conditions are changing there, Adam, and they could get worse. No properties are under immediate threat at this time, but if that's different where you are, call 000 if you or your property are under threat. People in the area need to remember too that they may be affected by smoke, which could reduce visibility and air quality. So if you have left the area, please do not return. If you've left the area, please do not go back. It is unsafe to do so. There is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but as we've mentioned, conditions can change very quickly. People in Tharwa and the southern suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if needed. But if you feel unsafe and you're in those areas, the best option is to leave early. Just make sure you are prepared. Don't wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. Now, what you should do if you're in these areas is activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. Now, if you don't have a bushfire survival plan, work out where you will go if you need to leave. You can visit the ESA website for some regular bushfire updates, which is esa.act.gov.au, and you can continue to listen to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. We will provide rolling coverage through the rest of the day. Please bring your pets inside, close windows and doors to minimise the smoke exposure at your place. And now is the time to locate those important documents that you need to take with you. Also an emergency kit if you have one, any medications that you might need to have if you are not able to go back home for an extended period of time. Be aware of what's happening with the animals and of course be aware of what is happening with your family members. It's important too to inform your family and friends and your neighbours of what your plans are and worth checking in on them to see if they need any help in preparation. One other bit of advice is to move your car outside of the garage if you've got an electric garage door, because if the power goes out later, you want to be able to have access to your car so you can leave if you need to. And make some alternative arrangements if you don't have transport and you can't evacuate when you need to. Adam, Shirley and Hannah Wormsley with you. It's 20 minutes to 1. And we'll stay with you throughout today on ABC Radio Canberra. Part of your bushfire plan might need to be to evacuate pets, and and animals from bushfire-affected areas through the ACT and Capital Region. Jess from Redemption Road Charity is with us on ABC Radio Canberra. And Jess, thank you for your offer here in terms of evacuation for people, particularly who have horses. Tell us what you're able to do for them.
So basically, Redemption Road, in collaboration with Heavy Horse Heaven, Lyndon Lee Equine and Performance Saddle Fit, has come together over the past few weeks to create Operation Phoenix, which we've been running across the South Coast as well. Look, at the moment, unfortunately, the situation is really scary. Lots of horse owners are in a situation that they wouldn't like to be in. They're not sure what to do. People might be worried about how the smoke might be affecting their horses and things like that as well. We've had Lyndon Lee out evacuating horses that may have been hard to load. They've been out to 3 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
Heavy Heaven is taking horses just at the other side of Yass, so far away from the bushfires. We are also providing emergency relief and assistance of feed, hay, first aid supplies, etc. for horses that have been affected by bushfire across Canberra and also the South Coast. So we're basically asking everyone to come together and remember your bushfire plan. Do everything that you have set out and had planned. Remember that your horses need consistent access to water on these hot days. Take off the halters, the fly veils. Remember, if you are able to grab a marker, if you're in an area and you're not evacuating your horses, grab a cattle marker, write your phone number if you possibly can on the horse so if it does escape, then there is a way to contact the owner as well. If you haven't joined the ACT Fire and Surround Facebook group, please do so. Cherie and Bridget do an amazing job at updating people. We are able to supply some help with people that are at evacuation centres. If you are there and you do need assistance, if you need some basic hay or anything like that, or if you want someone to come and sit with your horse so you can go and have a shower or anything like that, please contact us on our page. One of us will come down and relieve for you so that you can go and do something or go and have a shower, go and have some time with family, just chill.
This is really vital information, Jess. Thank you for providing those links for people who have horses and might need to evacuate, who have already evacuated, because there are a lot of them in this capital region. You take care of yourself and obviously the people you know too.
No worries. Thanks, guys. And don't forget, if we can help anyone, we're more than welcome to. And don't forget your relocation sites at Epic. Bungajoy is not quite is confirmed now as well. Braidwood, Tarago. All of these places are open and you can contact us on our Facebook pages if you need emergency assistance or even just some general advice. We're here. We want to help you guys. Just do it. We'll do everything we can to make this less stressful for anyone that's been affected.
Really appreciate that, Jess. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Jess from Redemption Road Charity. There's help for people with horses who have evacuated and need horse equipment. And as you say, a bit of respite. As you heard from Jess there, it is significant. In terms of getting things out the way, also getting people to safety and animals that you might have to safety. Adam Shirley and Hannah Wormsley with you with continuous rolling coverage today of the bushfire situation that's unfolding through the capital region. An update on both the fires in the ACT and surrounding it very soon. In fact, there are a few of them now, but Kaylee is with us. And Kaylee, you're in Bumbalong. Tell us about what you're seeing at the moment.
It's pretty smoky at the moment. There was a spot fire that kind of lit up the hills behind our properties about an hour ago. So there's been a few small spot fires which have been able to put out by local RFS brigades and ourselves. At the moment, the local RFS brigades have had to go fight other fires, but we're well prepared and they left us to defend our property. So at the moment, the range goes to about 1,350 metres, and there's about 3 peaks on that. And so it's sort of just starting to come down the first peak, the lowest one.
You're talking about the fire front that you can see there, Kaylee, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but it's not the fire front. It started by a spot fire about an hour ago, so I think it's spreading pretty far at the moment through the region.
There seems to be a lot of erratic and variable spotting activity actually throughout here, which would account for this emergency warning level. Kaylee, is it your plan to stay and battle the fire without that New South Wales RFS support if it does not return?
Yes, that's correct. We've got a defence plan. We've got a defended area, and we had the RFS came and put in some greater lines to improve our property protection a couple of days ago. So we're going to be staying, to defend.
Kaylee, please take care of you, yourselves, your loved ones, and all the very best for what's to come today. And we appreciate the update on the ground.
Thanks.
Kaylee on 1300 681 666, who's in Bumbalong, one of the areas immediate at threat from the clear range fire that is burning at an emergency warning level, particularly impacting areas around Mickalego and Colinton. It is 14 minutes to 1. Adam Shirley and Hannah Wormsley with you on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon.
And Adam, we're joined by the ABC's Phil Williams, who is at Mickalego. And Phil, can you tell us the latest update on what you're seeing there?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we're south of Mickalego. We're at Colinton, and that is where we've seen a fire. There is a spot fire right close to the highway, probably about 200 or 300 metres. There have been a number of fire units onto it, and they do seem to have gotten that particular spot fire under control for the moment. We just watched as the flames came very close to the highway, but there's quite a few fire units here, one just near a house, and then some out in the field, and also a grader cutting in a line as well. So that particular threat seems to have receded in the last couple of minutes, but we believe there are other spot fires in this area, and that's the problem, that the wind is clearly blowing the embers this way. There are lots of embers falling around us. So far I haven't seen any that are lit, but clearly some of them have been, because that's what's caused these fires, no doubt.
Well, you mentioned earlier that the sky is quite dark there. Is that continuing to darken in the area and make visibility fairly difficult?
Yes, it is. It's not as bad as I've seen it in other fires in recent weeks, but it's certainly very much darkened the sky. People have got their lights on that are travelling. There's very little traffic on the Monero Highway because I believe it's been closed, but I can't confirm that. And there are the only people in this area are emergency service vehicles at the moment. And in the distance, you can see a very ominous glow, an orange glow, but it's impossible to tell exactly where the main fire front is, and also what other spot fires may have evolved into in the meantime.
And the message, Phil, there is for people not to go anywhere near the area if they don't have to be in the area, to stay right away.
Yes, exactly. This is not a place for tourism, and we've heard a lot about that in the recent days. Only the people that are living in the area, and of course the firefighters, and mostly the people that would have stayed here, of those that have decided to fight the fires, and that they are, of course, remaining around their houses, or so far they have. But we did see quite a few cars leaving the area when the closures first appeared to happen. Not so much traffic now. We've seen almost no public traffic. The only traffic we're seeing is emergency service vehicles.
Well, Phil Williams, thank you for joining us. We'll continue to hear from you through the afternoon. And Adam, that's our ABC correspondent at south of Mickalego there, giving us an update on conditions.
Yeah, and as you can hear, that fire front and the spot fires around it are immediately threatening areas around Mickalego. 11 minutes to 1. You're with Hannah Wormsley and Adam Shirley on ABC Radio Canberra.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And you would have heard the wind picking up through that discussion with Phil Williams and Hannah just in the last couple of minutes. There is an emergency warning level current for the clear range fire that's impacting areas around Mickalego and Colinton. And to bring us the very latest on that fire, Aaron Howard from the New South Wales RFS is with us. Aaron Howard will be with us in just a moment on ABC Radio Canberra. The key situation at this point to note is that a number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. The fire that is burning through the Mickalego and Colinton area, or is close to it, is burning at an emergency warning level. Aaron Howard is with us from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service at 10 minutes to 1. Aaron, really appreciate your time on what has become a busy afternoon and a difficult one. What is the latest information you can tell us on that clear range fire?
Good afternoon. Yeah, the clear range fire, we're seeing significant spotting activity. So that's spot fires occurring ahead of the main fire front, and they're impacting on the western sides of the communities of Mickalego, Colinton, and heading down towards Bredbow. Recent reports is that it's on the eastern side of the Murrumbidgee River and potentially impacting the Monaro Highway. At this point, that is still to be confirmed.
What is the advice for people through Michelego, through Colinton and areas such as Bredbo?
So the message is now it is too late to leave. It is shelter as the fire approaches. The Monaro Highway has been shut, and as that fire braces for that impact, shelter within place and do not enter roads or trails. It is not safe to be on those roads.
The last emergency update for people in Balingra, Durango, Anembo, Williamsdale, Bumbalong and the Angle was to monitor the conditions and be ready to take action. Can people in those areas still leave if that is the option they want to take?
That's correct. Those on the eastern side of the highway can still leave in an easterly direction or a northeast direction heading towards the Captain's Flat area.
How likely is it, depending on the fire controls in the air and on the ground with fire crews, that this fire will continue to spot well into the afternoon and threaten communities further east?
It's quite likely that will occur. The fire activity we're seeing out there is quite uncontrollable at this stage. We are heading into severe fire danger as the afternoon progresses. The winds are very strong. We're talking 30 to 50 kilometres per hour. And again, this spotting activity will continue in the areas of the fuel loads. So again, have to reaffirm those communities, particularly now on the eastern side, really need to start to consider what they're going to do and start to make some action as if they're going to stay or if they're going to go. Basically enact their bushfire survival plan.
And how many fire crews roughly and aerial support units do you have to try and battle this?
We've got numerous units in the area. We've brought units from out of area, so further up to north in Goulburn, up in the Queanbeyan area. We've also got interstate crews assisting. Fire Rescue New South Wales have been staged in the communities. There are significant units on the ground, assisted by aviation resources. But with fire activity like this, trying to control it is very, very difficult. There's lots of spot fires ahead of it. And again, mitigation methods and sort of trying to slow it down are proving frivolous at this stage.
We wish you the very best to you and your colleagues in working on that dangerous situation. And thank you for your time on a busy, difficult afternoon.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. 8 minutes to 1. Adam Shirley and Hannah Wormsley with you on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon.
And Adam, we're joined by Neil Bennett from the Bureau of Meteorology. He's the duty forecaster there this morning. Thanks for joining us, Neil. What can you tell us about the wind conditions in this clear range fire region?
Yes, well, as we've heard, conditions are very tricky. The winds basically for today are going to be coming from the west-northwest. Will be quite strong at times as well. We're looking at gustiness up around the 50 to 55 kilometre an hour mark for the next hour or so, but that they will be picking up as we go into the afternoon. So we could see some gusts up around the 60 kilometre an hour mark. The only good news, I suppose, is the fact that the wind direction itself is fairly consistent. And then the other factor that's helping a little bit is also the humidity. It's obviously been very warm overnight. That high humidity helps to inhibit fire behaviour a little bit, but the wind strength is the critical factor here today, along with the temperatures as well.
Tell us about those temperatures in the region. Have we reached our peak today?
Well, we've had some pretty high temps through the ACT itself, Canberra, up around 41 degrees. It is just a little bit down right at the moment. That 41 was at 12.29, and right now we're looking at 38.8. But it is pretty hot through much of the ACT. It looks as if it's probably around peak temperature time right now. And as I mentioned, that sort of temperature, along with those strong winds, is the real driving factor in the fire behaviour right now.
Is there any relief in temperature coming later into the afternoon and into the evening?
Well, there's always the drop down in temperatures naturally as we go into the latter part of the afternoon. We will start to see temperatures dropping off, but pretty warm overnight again tonight. Although we'll start to see a little bit of cooler air moving up, but probably not getting in really until Monday. So another warm day tomorrow, but we are expecting to see temperatures drop down from the sort of temperatures that we saw during the course of today. It has been very, very hot, but we'll think a little bit cooler tomorrow. But then tomorrow brings an additional hazard in the form of thunderstorm activity. So we have to be very careful with that. And it's not really until we get into Monday and especially into the Tuesday period that temperatures really start to drop off.
What can you tell us about the wind predictions for tomorrow?
Well, we would be expecting to see those winds shifting a little bit more out of the south during the course of the day as change moves through. But then we've got, as mentioned, this additional problem with the actual thunderstorm activity as well. That's going to produce some gusty winds, and with thunderstorms as well, there's always the risk that you're going to see a little bit of erratic fire behavior, wind behavior, should we say. But the stronger northwesterly winds are likely to have sort of pushed off a little bit, and as we move into Sunday, we'll start to see the winds becoming a little bit more from the south, and that's why the temperatures will drop off as well.
Thanks for your time, Neil. Neil Bennett there, Bureau of Meteorology Duty Forecaster. And Adam, we've just had an update on that emergency warning at the Clear Range fire.
This fire, which is burning at an emergency warning alert level, is burning through the Clear Range area, and a number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. That continues to burn at Watch and Act. Hannah will have some more information on that fire in a moment. But the Clear Range emergency warning fire is spreading quickly in southeasterly directions towards Bredbo. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Collinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. Conditions continue to deteriorate. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires where possible. The Monaro Highway continues to be closed. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front, and these embers may start new fires. If you're in Collinton, Mickalego or the Bredbo areas, you are at risk and it is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return because the Monaro Highway, as I mentioned, is closed. If you're in surrounding areas, including Anembo, Durangle and Chicola, monitor conditions. Be ready to take action and follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, ensure that you know what you're going to do if fire threatens, and continue to follow rfs.nsw.gov.au for the updates as they come to hand. We'll bring you continuous rolling coverage on this emergency fire. We're not far away from news, 2 minutes to 1. Hannah, you have some updated information on the Orroral Valley fire that continues to burn at a Watch and Act level in the ACT.
That's right, Adam. At Watch and Act level, fire activity is increasing as conditions deteriorate. So community members in Thawa Village, Bobian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road need to remain vigilant. The fire is out of control and it's travelling in a southeasterly direction. And so fire conditions today will again become erratic and volatile. There is heavy spotting to the east, south and west of the main fire that's anticipated today. The ACT Emergency Services Agency is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Bobian Road intersection, and Corrin Road, they could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing there, Adam, and they could get worse. No properties, as we've mentioned, are under immediate threat at this time, but if that's different where you are, please call 000 if you or your property are under threat. People in the area need to be aware too that they may be affected by smoke, which could reduce visibility and air quality. If you have left the area, please do not return for your safety. There is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions there can change very quickly. So we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the day on ABC Radio Canberra. You're listening to me, Hannah Walmsley, and Adam Shirley, and we'll continue to keep you informed right throughout the day.
Just about 1 o'clock, Andrew Messenger has the news at 1, and then the latest on the traffic situation, the road closures and restrictions around the capital region for the Clear Range and Orroral Valley fires. They will be significant. You need to follow the advice of people on the ground, but we'll have that detail for you amongst the other continuous coverage we will provide for you to keep you in touch with what's going on and hopefully to keep you as safe as possible. It's 38 degrees in Canberra town and the surrounding ACT, 1 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The Clear Range fire near Mickalego, south of Canberra, has been upgraded to emergency alert level today, while the large Orroral Valley fire remains at Watch and Act. Isaac Naruzi reports.
The Clear Range fire is burning about 8 kilometres northwest of Bredbo, and dozens of New South Wales firefighters are on scene. The wind is also expected to pick up, and the Monero Highway has been closed from Old Coomera Road to Coomera. The Orroral Valley fire in the Namadgi National Park is now about 33,500 hectares and expected to grow. There are concerns it could join up with several spot fires to the south. The fire is not threatening properties in southern Tuggeranong.
ABC reporter Philip Williams is close to the Clear Range fire, which is spotting between Michelego and Bredbo, forcing the closure of the Monero Highway.
Police are blocking that road right now and turning people around, telling them to go north. But for the moment, that is clearly an area considered too dangerous to drive into by the police. These are the conditions that they feared. The wind has lifted, and you can see from the sky and the intensity of the smoke that's started to increase quite dramatically in the last few minutes that this part of the fire has in fact got away.
There is continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. US senators have voted against calling witnesses at President Donald Trump's impeachment trial, a move which brings the end of the process much closer. The BBC's Chris Buckler reports.
The Democrats only managed to persuade 2 Republicans to vote with them. They needed double that number to hear testimony as part of the trial. The minority leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, called that decision a grand tragedy, but it brings the end of this impeachment trial within sight. It is now expected that a final vote will be held by the middle of next week, and it's inevitable that Donald Trump will be acquitted of the 2 charges he's facing, that he abused the power of his office and tried to obstruct Congress.
The Office of the Foreign Affairs Minister says planning for the evacuation of Australians from the epicentre of the coronavirus is ongoing. Australia is expecting approval from Chinese authorities to allow a Qantas plane to land in Wuhan and take evacuees to Christmas Island for quarantine. It's not yet known how many evacuees will board the plane, which is expected to leave Australia soon. Meantime, 24 health professionals will shortly depart Darwin for Christmas Island to establish a coronavirus quarantine zone. Cameron Gooley reports.
The Australian Medical Assistance Team, or AUSMAT, includes staff from every state and territory who've assembled in Darwin. The team is made up of infectious disease and emergency doctors, specialist nurses and paramedics and health staff. Upon arrival on Christmas Island, the team will set up a self-sufficient field hospital, which will be able to provide inpatient care. It'll also have a negative pressure isolation ward. The team in Darwin will leave on a defence plane today and stay on the island until quarantine is lifted.
The Australian Energy Market Operator says it has no concerns about power supplies after the collapse of transmission lines connecting Victoria and South Australia. Storms in Victoria's west yesterday knocked down 6 high-voltage transmission lines and damaged 2 others. AEMO spokesman Jonathan Geddes says restoring transmission lines is a major priority.
When the transmission power lines went down in Western Victoria due to the severe weather event, that did cut the power that flows through Victoria and South Australia. The interconnector has been re-energised.
In a win for South Australia's moderate Liberals, the state's Legislative Council President Andrew McLaughlin is set to fill the vacancy created by the retired Senator Corey Bernardi. Mr Bernardi defected from the Liberal Party shortly after the 2016 federal election, but announced his resignation last year. Mr McLaughlin beat out other contenders, including lawyer Maury Bales, in a vote in Adelaide this morning. To sport in cricket, on the second match in the International T20 series begins at Manuka Oval in an hour. Australia will go in as favourites to defeat England. In yesterday's game, India defeated England by 5 wickets. And in rugby, the Sydney Sevens event is underway with the women's tournament already through round 1. Australia won 33-0 against Spain, with wins also going to Fiji, Canada, England, France and New Zealand. To the weather, a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny today with dust haze. Tomorrow could see a shower or 2, a possible storm and 35. Monday, a possible shower and a top around 30. And Tuesday, sunny and 27. A top so far 41 at the moment in Canberra. It's 40 degrees.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Really good to have you along on ABC Radio Canberra. A difficult day, but be with you hand in hand with continuous information on the bushfire situation in the ACT and surrounding regions. And there is a bushfire burning out of control at emergency warning level at Clear Range. Details on that in a moment. Kate is at Mikalago in this area, which is under an emergency alert level. Kate, thank you for your time. Briefly, what can you see from your vantage point?
Okay, well, I'm actually between Colinton and Mikalago, and our property is to the west of the Monero Highway. So west of us, the sky is orange, smoky, dusty, horrible. To the north of us, however, which looks back towards Canberra, it's actually quite clear. We can see our way. So the wind seems to be taking the smoke and the fire south. That said, my husband's on the roof just watching out for ember attack and making sure that we're ready if something comes our way.
Have you had any embers, burning leaves, anything of that description so far?
No embers or burning leaves. We've had a lot of burnt leaves on our property. But no, we're feeling quite calm at the moment. But we've watered down the veranda and yes.
So your plan is to continue to stay and try and defend your property, Kate?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the highway's closed now.
Yes,
We couldn't leave anyway.
Okay.
But with the drought, there's hardly any feed in the paddocks, which is our saving grace. It's the bushland that's going to burn. And hopefully not too many embers come our way. But, plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Yes, Kate. Please take care with your family there, and thank you for the update as to what you can see from your area around Mikalago.
No problem. Thanks, Adam.
Kate on 1300 681 666. Paula Kruger is with me on ABC Radio Canberra. Paula will have an update on the Orroral Valley fire in a moment, which continues to burn at Watch and Act level. But at this stage, there is an emergency warning for the Clear Range fire burning in the Snowy Monero local government area. The current situation is as follows. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. They're spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Breadbow. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Mikalago and Breadbow. Conditions continue to deteriorate. There are firefighters and aircraft in the vicinity working to slow the spread of these fires where it is possible. As you heard Kate explain, the Monero Highway is closed now in both directions between the southern parts of Canberra and Cooma. Dangerous fire conditions are continuing to unfold. Fires will spread quickly under these conditions and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity is also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for people in Colinton, Mikalago and Breadbow is if you're in those areas, Colinton, Mikalago and Breadbow, you are at risk and it is too late to leave. Please seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway, as I mentioned, is closed. If you're in surrounding areas such as Anembo, Durangle and Chaloka, monitor the conditions, be ready to take action, follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Updates available at rfs.nsw.gov.au. You can follow them on social media such as Twitter and Facebook, and keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra, where we are providing continuous rolling coverage on this situation with myself, Adam Shirley, and Paula Kruger, who is with us with an update on the Orroral Valley fire.
Thanks, Adam. This is the latest update that we had as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. So it's from the ESA, and it says that the Orroral Valley fire is still at a Watch and Act level bushfire warning. So fire activity is increasing, and that's as the conditions deteriorate. So community members in Thawa Village, on Bobbian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road need to remain vigilant. The ACT Emergency Services advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbian Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of Bobbian Road intersection and Corrin Road could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing and they could get worse. No properties are under immediate threat at this time, but call 000 if your property is under threat. Now, the current situation there is that the fire is out of control and it's travelling in a southeasterly direction. It's currently 35,518 hectares. Now, fire conditions today are erratic and volatile. Heavy spotting is occurring out ahead of that main front line of the fire. So it's quite a volatile situation, Adam, and people do need to be wary of what they're doing if they're in that area. So that is just repeating, the Orroral Valley Fire is at a watch and act level warning, and the fire is out of control and it's travelling in a southeasterly direction.
Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you, 10 minutes past 1.
Your fire plan should consider what you will do if you and your family cannot leave your property and are forced to escape from a burning house during an intense bushfire. You need to think about when you would leave, what you would take, and what you would do with your pets. Being prepared with contingency plans for different scenarios will help to keep you calm and increase your chances of survival.
Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
And with you this afternoon on ABC Radio Canberra, Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley will be with you throughout the afternoon, giving you all the updates you need regarding bushfire warnings in our area. We're going to see what's happening on the roads now. With you now is Kristen Hoban. She's from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. Kristen, what has there been any changes to the road closures in our area? What do we need to look out for?
Good afternoon. Well, the Monaro Highway remains closed between Old Cooma Road in Royalla and Rose Valley Road near Cooma. So pretty much between Canberra and Cooma, there is no thoroughfare along the Monaro Highway, but the actual closure points are at Old Cooma Road, Royalla and Rose Valley Road near Cooma. So please avoid the area. If you already are in the area, just follow the direction of emergency services. We don't have a forecast as to when the highway will reopen, as you can appreciate with these changing conditions. There's also some other local road closures in the area as well, including Durangle Road and Burra Road. So please stay away, delay your travel, and keep informed about what's going on the roads in New South Wales at livetraffic.com.
And have those conditions changed much in the last couple of hours, Kristen?
The Monaro Highway closed around 12 o'clock, so just over an hour ago, and we've had no closures in terms of those points. Those points have been the same closures as when it was first implemented.
Thanks so much for that, Kristen. That is Kristen Hoban. She is from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. So as she mentioned there, the Monaro Highway, it's closed between Old Cooma Road, Royalla and Rose Valley Road and Bunyan due to a bushfire there. So those, she says those closures have been in place for a while now. And as she mentioned, please avoid those areas. And, you heard during our updates on the bushfire alerts of what roads you should be travelling on if you're trying to leave the area, Adam.
There's a text asking here, can I get to Queanbeyan from Canberra via the Monaro Highway? Well, the most northern point that the Monaro Highway is closed, as you heard Paula say, was Old Cooma Road. Presuming you're speaking about getting from Theodore or Chisholm or Gilmore to Queanbeyan, yes is the answer at this stage. The Monaro Highway is closed. It's open, I should say, north of Old Cooma Road. It's closed south of that road intersection all the way to Cooma. Hopefully that does address your situation. If you are able to give us an update, and it's safe to do so in these areas, and I want to emphasise we do not want to encourage you texting images close to the fire fronts. The clear priority here is preservation of property and life, but if you are in the vicinity of these fires and you're in a position to give us an update of what you're seeing, 1300 681 666 is the phone number to call. The SMS is 0467 922 666. Peter Beer is Snowy Region Council Mayor. Obviously, this area is under immediate threat in several towns and farming areas from the Clear Range fire and other fires. Peter Beer, a tough old afternoon. Thank you for your time today. Tell us about the immediate threats and how they're trying to be dealt with at the moment.
Well, we would be very handy if the wind suddenly stopped and it started to rain. Would probably be the biggest help we could have, but I don't think that's going to happen at the moment. But the crews, obviously, fire crews are out there battling the fires that we have, which is the big one we just mentioned, splitting the Monaro Highway between Breadbow and Mickalago. That's probably the most immediate one at the moment. We do have others still in our area. Up in the north, there's still the Adaminaby one, Numarella one, one out on our west. On our east, could in some time get the Numarella, and we've obviously got all the southern fires that have come across from Victoria. So we're a bit like a horseshoe.
Yeah, very much so. And there are people within this council area, several towns, including Adaminaby, Berridale, Bombala, Cooma, Jindabyne, etc., who may be considering evacuating or are doing that. What are the areas that they can go to if they've made that decision?
Well, the one that's at the moment, as I mentioned earlier, was the fire that it's crossing crossing the highway between Bredbow and Mickleago. The people in the south of that's the Bredbow area, and all the settlements there are encouraged or got available to them the showground at Cooma, the evacuation centre, where they can take their horses as the showground and the cattle if they can get them into the sale yards, and they're small animals, but they're all self-care, and that's the evacuation centre for that. Those north of the fire, crossing the highway around Mickleago, are asked to go to Canberra, and obviously that Canberra would have those details. I haven't got them.
Erindale College, for one, is an evacuation centre point set up that is available now. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you. It's 16 minutes past 1, and our guest is Peter Beer, the Snowy Region Council Mayor.
Peter Beer, can you give us any idea of what the feeling is like with people that you're talking to at the moment?
Look, it's been an up and down ever since New Year. It's been up and down. We were a little bit slow, for want of a better word, in the fire business. We were the coast and the Victoria we're having, and the up north coast were really getting a battering, and then suddenly we're sort of catching up, for want of a better word. I suppose what's really what's tests people is it's good one day, it's fine one, and then suddenly we get a heat wave and the winds start to go again, and the wind and the fire goes in a different direction, and the evacuation centres open up again, and then it quietens down again. The heat comes through, and I think one of the main disability of the problem we have is that it's always smoky. I've lived in this area for about 30 years, and it's sometimes you're lucky to see more than 80 metres, and not even near a fire zone. And I think the smoke and all that is probably depressing people as well.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for talking to us, and we wish you very well. And I know that it's been up and down, and you can sort of hear the sigh in your voice. But thank you so much for keeping us up to date here at ABC Radio Canberra.
We will get through it, and it will snow again up here, and it will rain, and it will come good, because this is a beautiful part of the world.
And we'll be there to see it, Peter. Thank you so much for reminding us of that.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye.
That's Peter Beer. He is the Snowy Region Council Mayor.
An update on the fires burning the ACT and surrounding capital region in a moment. The emergency warning fire clear range continues to burn to spot and threaten regions around Colinton, Mickleago and Bredbow immediately. A comprehensive update on the situation in a moment, but Steve Dunn is a resident around Mickleago and is with us. Steve Dunn, I appreciate your time today on ABC Radio Canberra. What is the situation that you're looking at?
So we're about 5 kilometres south of the Mickleago village, up Mickleago Road. At the moment, we've got fairly strong northwesterly winds. I'd put them probably around 25 miles an hour. There's a lot of some very, very dark smoke to the south of us. It looks as though the fires that are between Mickleago and Bredbow are pushing quite fast into the southwest. I understand that the Monaro Highway is already closed. We've had a message to say it's too late to leave, so I'm assuming that means that the Monaro is closed.
It is, in both directions.
We're fine here. We're well defended. We don't have anything near to our house or buildings that can burn. Just a little bit of grass. Got the sprinklers going all around the property, so we should be fine. The Rural Fire Service have been doing a great job. They came up this morning. They put a containment line just on the side of our boundary fence, which will certainly help if it's just running across the grass. There's a little group of us here from the local properties that have stayed. We're just sitting up on top of the hill here now, just keeping an eye on it and waiting for whatever's going to happen.
Well, we wish you the best, Steve. Please take care, given you're staying to defend. Your partner as well, or your family, have they stayed on with you? What's the situation?
No, Christina and the horses are at the Cooma Showground, enjoying hospitality of the Red Cross and all the volunteers down there. So they're very safe and probably a good idea. This is eminently defendable. It's just a sit and wait now, but it's a nervous wait, obviously.
Thanks so much for that, Steve. Take care and appreciate the update from where you are at the moment.
Thank you.
You could hear the wind, Paula Kruger, high through the handset of Steve there, emphasising those strong north-northwesters that are pushing this fire front through the Michelego and surrounding Bredbo region.
That's right, and because obviously that's what the concern is, those winds are picking up. Adam Shirley, you're on ABC Radio Canberra. With you is Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley. We're with you throughout the afternoon for covering the fires in our region.
Craig is also in Michelego. Craig, thanks for the call on 1300 681 666. Hopefully you're in a safe situation. What update can you give us?
Yeah, look, we are. Look, I thought I'd call in and just give an update from a perspective. I'm in the village of Michelego.
Righto.
My property faces the western face the highway. Look, at this stage, obviously the winds have picked up in the last couple of hours, without any doubt. We're starting to get a little bit of minor ash float around that we're noticing. Certainly a lot more smoke to the south of us, down towards Bredbo and Collington area, which have been reporting. It's getting quite dark down that way. But look, at this stage, things are, certainly from our perspective, it's looking quite okay. We're in a position here to defend ourselves. With sort of not a lot of grass and whatnot around us, but certainly things are definitely deteriorating this afternoon from what they were this morning, though.
And just in terms of what's happening around you with the people you know, family and friends, what has their plan been in this situation, Craig?
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people have chosen to stay. From my understanding from colleagues and friends I've got in the area, in my case, I'm certainly here with my son, and we're well prepared. But we've got an excellent team of firefighters here. We've got our local crew that have just been doing an amazing job over a number of weeks, and I know there's been containment lines and quite a bit of preparation, particularly in the last matter of days, certainly for the village area. And all you can do is take your hat off to these guys, and the commitment they make is just incredible. So the big hats off to them. But we're very fortunate to have a very active and passionate crew here in the village area.
Isn't that the truth, Craig? Incredible. Absolutely. Peerless, I'd say, in terms of what they're doing in these really difficult situations.
Absolutely, yeah. So look, I just thought I'd give you a quick update on how things are here at the moment.
It's good of you to do so, Craig. Look after yourself and everyone around you as well. Bye-bye.
Cheers, thanks very much. Bye then.
Craig, near the town of Michelego. His property faces the village, or is adjacent to it. Thank you as well to Steve on 0467 922 666. Steve is a resident in the southern part of Tuggeranong. Just sent through a photo of some of the increasing smoke activity that he can see near Jim Pike. Smoky spots on the hills. Steve is in place in his residence. I want to emphasise, do not travel south into the south region of Canberra if you're not from there, if you don't need to be there, because this ongoing fire situation is escalating. There are volatile patches, particularly around the Clear Range fire, but the Orroral Valley fire continues to burn at Watchnack level 2. Some details now on the fires in our midst and the threat they pose.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And within the broad capital region, there is an emergency warning for the Clear Range fire. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. These fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Collington, Michelego and Bredbo. Conditions continue to deteriorate. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires where possible. The Monaro Highway is closed in both directions, from Old Cooma Road all the way to Cooma. Do not try and use it along that section. It is closed in both directions. Dangerous fire conditions that have been forecast today continue to be volatile and unfold. Fires will spread quickly under these conditions. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front, and these embers may start new fires. Fire activity has also increased in the area to the west of the angle. If you live in the areas around Collington, Michelego and Bredbo, you are at risk. It is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. If you're in the areas of Anembo, Jernagal and Chacola, monitor the conditions. Please continue to take action if needs be. Be ready with your bushfire plan. If you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. For the latest information on the clear range fire burning at emergency warning level, your primary online source is rfs.nsw.gov.au. That is the website for the New South Wales RFS, rfs.nsw.gov.au. Keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra for ongoing updates. You can also call the New South Wales Rural Fire Service Bushfire Info Line. That is 1-800-679-737. That's 1-800-679-737. The Orroral Valley Fire, burning in the ACT through Namadgi National Park, continues to burn at a watch and act alert level. Fire activity is increasing as the weather and fire conditions deteriorate. Community members in Thawa Village, Bobbian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nace Road need to remain vigilant. The fire is burning out of control and travelling in a southeasterly direction. The size of the fire at the moment is approximately 35,500 hectares. Fire conditions today, as we've mentioned many times, are erratic and volatile. Heavy spotting is occurring ahead of the main fire front. The ACT Emergency Services Agency advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbian Road, north of Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Bobbian Road intersection, and Corrin Road could be affected by this Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing and could get worse. There are no properties under immediate threat at this time from this fire, but call 000 if you or your property are under threat. You could well be affected by smoke, which is reducing visibility and air quality in the affected regions. If you have left the area, do not return for your safety. There is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. People in Thawa and the southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. If you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave area early. Make sure you are prepared and do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. Robin is on 1300 681 666. Robin, you hail from Burra, but you've just left. Tell us about what you've experienced in these last 10-15 minutes.
Yes, well, we just went back out to Burra. We took most of our stuff yesterday, but we just went back out today to get a few more things. The Burra Road is closed to people going south now, but we managed to get through just before the road closed.
So where exactly is it closed now? Which section for locals who might be wondering?
Okay, so from Old Cooma Road, the corner of Old Cooma Road and Burra Road, that road is now closed to people travelling south, but people travelling north can leave Burra. So people are hearing that all the roads are closed. They're hearing that the Monaro Highway is closed and that Burra Road is closed. People who want to leave Burra can still leave. You can leave on Burra Road going north.
Okay.
And you can also leave by Williamsdale Road onto the Monaro Highway going north. There's no problem going north. Obviously, the police don't want people going south, and they don't want people going into areas where they might be at risk.
Presumably as well, Robin, in that area there are police and or fire crews directing people as to what they can and can't do?
Yes, they are, but they are not stopping people leaving going north.
Okay.
So there is no problem if you want to leave Burra, despite what you're hearing on the radio about the Monaro Highway is closed and Burra Road is closed. There is no problem leaving Burra, travelling north, coming into Canberra.
I see. Okay.
If you want to leave, you can leave.
Good to know that, Robin. Thank you for the update. Just briefly, in terms of the fire threat and the conditions you could see from your home, what was visible?
The conditions to the south look quite bad, much worse to the south, I think, than they are to the west from where we are in Burra. I'd be concerned about the clear range fire travelling into the Tinderies because that's very dry at the moment, and that will pose a threat to people in Urala if that does continue. The wind has whipped up quite significantly. So we were getting not burning leaves, but black leaves dropping around us,
yes,
not burning at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly there's a bit of ash and some burning leaves around. If people are in Burra, I would highly recommend that they consider leaving sometime soon if it's at all possible. And as I said, perfectly fine to leave on the Monaro Highway or on Burra Road. Travelling north, going into Canberra, don't try to travel south.
I really appreciate the update, Robin, and you stay safe. Thank you for letting us know how it's looked from your home near Burra there.
You're welcome.
You take it easy. On 1300 681 666, that was Robin. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon. And the fire threat is ongoing. And Paula has had updates throughout this hour on the Orroral Valley fire that continues to burn at watch and act advice level or at alert level. With us now is the Commissioner of the Emergency Services Agency in the ACT, Georgina Whelan, with an update on the ongoing fire threat. Commissioner Whelan, thank you for your time on a very busy day. First of all, the size of the fire through Orroral Valley and the risk it poses. How would you summarise that?
I would summarise the fire as 35,000 hectares in size, Adam, and the threat as it relates to the ACT from a personnel perspective is that it is 1.9 kilometres from the Tharwa urban interface and it is 6.9 kilometres from Banks. So the threat is not imminent, but a threat is present, which is why we need the community to remain alert.
And Commissioner, we know that the conditions have worsened. We've got increased winds. How long have they had an impact? When did those winds really kick in?
So the winds actually started to kick in very early this morning. We were already 5 degrees ahead of ourselves in terms of what was the predicted temperatures for the day. And from about 10 o'clock, we started to really see those west-northwest winds. This afternoon, we're going to start seeing an increase in speed in the north-northwest winds to about 35 kilometres an hour. And we'll see that right through to about 6 to 7 p.m. this evening.
So what impact will those increased speeds have on the fires?
So the increased speeds, the winds will have an impact potentially on the spread of the fire and the rate of spread of that fire. Obviously, fire spread is linked to both the wind speeds but also the fuel, a load on the ground and the topography, which is why we're keeping a very close eye on Mount Tennant.
Commissioner Georgina Whelan, are there any other areas that are concerning you right now other than that Mount Tennant area that you just mentioned?
So in terms of our borders, obviously down Boybian Road to the east and the southeast are areas of concern for us, for our rural and remote property and landholders. And of course, the transition of the fire from ACT into New South Wales, we want to make sure we keep our colleagues in New South Wales as up to date on that spread as possible.
Whereabouts are the crews at the moment, Commissioner?
So we've got crews all over the fire ground. Their access to the fire is what is the challenge for us. So we've had to withdraw crews throughout the day for their safety. So, for example, the fire intensity increased on the western border near the Lickhole Creek boundary. So we had to withdraw those crews for their safety. As a consequence, the fire broke the containment lines and then worked its way to Mount Franklin. And we've seen spot fires increasing and expanding in the Clear Range area. So our crews are moving in and out, subject to the fire activity and the risk to their safety.
What impact does that have on your tactics to tackle these blazes when you have to move crews out for their own safety, Commissioner?
Well, obviously we want to fight the fire on the ground of our choosing, and usually that is a tactical advantage for us. So when we have to remove fire crews from the ground, we then rely on our aerial attack, whether that be our fixed wing or our rotary wing aircraft. So obviously, we have many, many options that we need to be considering as we attack that fire. But ultimately, it challenges us. It challenges us in containment, and it challenges us in actually slowing the fire down.
Georgina Whelan, the Commissioner of the Emergency Services Agency in the ACT, is with us on ABC Radio Canberra. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you as well at 26 minutes to 2. Commissioner Whelan, as far as the risk to Tharwa and to southernmost suburbs of Tuggeranong, what is the latest advice you have for people living there?
So what we're advising people in Tharwa and Tuggeranong is that there is no direct threat to property at this time. So the community and properties are not under immediate threat, but the threat is present. And by that I mean I cannot guarantee that I can stop this fire today should wind speed pick up and should the rate of spread increase. So that means I need the community to stay alert, to understand what's going on, to be aware of their surroundings and have their bushfire plan and the response to an evacuation, if that was issued, ready to go.
Keeping in mind the intelligence that you have on wind speed, on the temperature through this afternoon, when do you expect this might be elevated to an emergency warning level fire, if that can be predicted?
So we have a number of trigger lines that will that need to be, well, not breached, but the triggers are there. So there's some containment lines in which the fire would have to breach, an increase in fire activity. So I can't say when, Adam. What I can say is we have triggers here in the Emergency Services Agency that will enable us to provide timely alerts and timely warnings.
Is it possible through this afternoon and this evening that those triggers could be met?
It is, Adam, and that's why we need people to just keep up to date. And for those members of our community that are not feeling safe and that would like to leave their homes now, should they believe that's in their best interest, that is why our evacuation centre and drop-in centre is open.
Have you seen situations on the ground through various edges of the fire where it's creating its own weather, maybe pyrocumulus cloud?
Yes, we are. So we've seen that occurring in the southeast of the fire ground. That obviously is not an immediate threat to residential areas, but of course the pyrocumulus activity, if it is realised in certainly a significant way, can then generate and increase the fire spread. But we're just keeping a very, very close eye on that at the moment. I might add, I've got 3 fire behaviour analysts and weather experts who are working on this constantly to keep me up to date.
And the strike teams that are based around the southern parts of Canberra and Tharwa, should the fire threaten and the activity increase there, where are they located and what sort of work are they doing at the moment?
So our crews are moving around the area. There's no one area in which they remain. So they work in zones and sectors, Adam. Obviously, we had them on the Lickhole Creek boundary. We've had them out near Mount Franklin. We've had them on Clear Range. We've had them working up and down Boybian Road and Top Nass Road. We've had them in and around the area. Obviously, we have significant numbers of resources pre-positioned to support Tharwa and the southern suburbs of Canberra. So the resources that are not moving, or the stationary resources, are the ones that we have pre-positioned in Tharwa and the southern suburbs of Canberra to defend. So I want to reassure the community that I don't need to relocate strike teams should the fire move towards Tharwa and South Canberra. I already have strike teams there.
I know you have a lot to do, but just in conclusion, you did speak earlier today of the risk that the Orroral Valley fire could join with the Good fire in New South Wales should the spotting and the wind speed continue. Is that still a possibility?
That is still a possibility, Adam.
We appreciate your time, Commissioner Whelan. Take care and all the best to your crews and your teams who are working on this fire.
Thank you to the ABC for helping us get our information out there, Adam and Paula.
Commissioner Georgina Whelan of the Emergency Services Agency. A busy day and a tough one for people. Paula Kruger will continue to give updates on ABC Radio Canberra as they come to hand. And we have ongoing information flowing through which we'll pass to you. Remember to monitor esa.act.gov.au for the up-to-date information on the Orroral Valley fire. The Clear Range fire that it continues to burn at an emergency warning level. You can go to the New South Wales RFS webpage, and that website is rfs.nsw.gov.au. Good to have you on board on ABC Radio Canberra. A little late given our ongoing role and coverage, but Andrew Messenger's always been there. We're just a little late getting to him on what's happening in the world today. Andrew Messenger, good to be with you.
Thanks, Adam. Just catching up myself on the latest information. But the bushfire situation in the region remains serious, with an emergency level fire near Michelego the centre of concern for the moment. The Clear Range bushfire has burned just under 200 hectares and is posing an immediate threat to Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. The fire fire has also forced the partial closure of the Monero Highway from Old Coomera Road south of Canberra to Coomera, although some northbound traffic is being allowed out of the fire zone. The Orroral Valley Fire is currently at Watch and Act alert. It's burnt over 35,000 hectares, and while there is no immediate threat to the southern Canberra suburbs, the ESA is warning people in those suburbs and the village of Tharwa to monitor conditions and be ready to act. A fourth case of coronavirus has been confirmed in Victoria. A woman in her 20s, a resident of Melbourne, is recovering at home. She returned from Wuhan on January 25 and became unwell 2 days later. Health authorities say she was not considered infectious on the flight. US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. And in tennis, Spain's Garbina Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin will go head-to-head in the women's final of the Australian Tennis Open tonight. The 21-year-old Kenin is the youngest Australian Open finalist in more than a decade, while Muguruza has won the French Open and Wimbledon. Total fire bans continue for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny with dust haze today and windy as well. Tomorrow, a shower or two expected and 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30. At top so far, 41. At the moment, 40. More ABC News at 2 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Andrew Messenger.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you on ABC Radio Canberra. We're with you right through this ongoing bushfire threat. And an emergency warning fire continues to burn in the Clear Range region. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. These fires are continuing to spread quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo as conditions continue to deteriorate. There are firefighters and aircraft working to slow the spread of these fires where possible. The Monero Highway is closed in this area. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity has also increased in the area to the west of the Angle. The advice for areas around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo is as follows. You are at risk and it is too late to leave. Please seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return as the Monero Highway in the area of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo is closed. In the surrounding areas of Anembo, Jernagle and Chikola, monitor the conditions, be prepared to take action, follow your bushfire survival plan. And if you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. You can follow the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, rfs.nsw.gov.au for updates. We've been speaking with people in this region and they are talking of burnt leaves, although not burning leaves, blowing in ahead of the fire front, of significantly reduced visibility and darkened skies. So if you are driving anywhere near the area, please, headlights on, watch out for other road users in these conditions, with an emergency alert level warning for the Clear Range fire. Paula Kruger, the Orroral Valley fire, which we just got an update from the Commissioner Georgina Whelan of, it still continues to burn at a watch and act level.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. So officially it's at a watch and act level. So fire activity is increasing as conditions deteriorate, and we heard the Commissioner talk about those winds. Now, community members in Tharwa Village, Bobbian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road, you need to remain vigilant. So the ACT Emergency Services Agency advised that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbian Road, and that's near the Glendale depot, north of the Glendale depot, Top Nace Road, south of Bobbian Road intersection, Corrin Road, could be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing there, and those conditions could get worse. No properties are under threat at this time, but you call 000 if you or your property are under threat. Now we're getting to the point where you could be affected by smoke. It can reduce visibility. It can reduce air quality. So please be careful if you're on the roads as well. Now, if you have left the area, it's very important that you do not return back to that area. It is unsafe for you to return. Now, there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but those conditions, they can change quite quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas. Now, the advice to you right now is that you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. If you are feeling unsafe, then the best option, as the best advice, is that you leave early and make sure that you are prepared. Do not wait for a firefighter to appear at your door. Now, so like I said, the Orroral Valley Fire, it's at a watch and act level. Now, the current situation is that the fire is out of control and it is travelling in a southeasterly direction. It's about 35,518 hectares in sight, and we know that heavy spotting is occurring ahead of the main fire, and that's because fire conditions today are quite erratic. So power, water, mobile phone services, they may be lost and road conditions may become dangerous. So if you don't need to be in that area, please stay away from that area. If you want other updates, you can go to the ESA website. You can also go to Twitter and their Facebook page. ABC Radio Canberra have a Facebook page as well.
Keep following the information that we bring to hand. We'll stay with you throughout this. We'll give you continuous information as it comes to hand throughout the day. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you, as is Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service with an update to that emergency warning level fire that's burning through the Clear Range area and is impacting communities in Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Aaron Howard, appreciate your time again. What's the latest information you have on the progress of the Clear Range fire?
Good afternoon, Adam. So, as per earlier today, we're seeing significant spotting activity ahead of the fire front. We have significant spots creating their own fires on the eastern side of the Monero Highway, in the Colinton area and also in the Michelego area. Crews are actively trying to respond to those spot fires and minimise their spread into larger areas, but at this stage they're still actively fighting in that area.
Now, how concerned are firefighters, given that spotting activity near Michelego, of the Tindri and those regions further east?
That's correct. We're starting to monitor it now, and we're seeing the fire spread to those lovegrass areas. And yes, those communities in the Tindri, New Nembo, then into the Durangle areas, really need to start considering, look, what our plan is, what's our trigger point, if we're going to go, and where are we going to go.
And so to emphasise there, there's still time to leave or to enact your bushfire plan, but what is your prediction of how that could change in the hours ahead?
Yeah, we want people to put in their plan now. So really knowing their trigger points. There is still time for them to leave in an easterly direction and a sort of a northerly direction towards the Captain's Flat area. But it's likely this fire will progress into that area this afternoon, and that situation could change very quickly.
As far as the access you have to some of these spot fires, what are the conditions geographically and how will that impact your ability to put out some of those spot fires?
A lot of the spot fires are in the African lovegrass there, so crews have access there through private property using assistance of aviation and aircraft to try and minimise the spread of those spots. So they'll continue moving in those areas. Again, once we see it starting to move east into the forested areas, potentially in the Tindri, access is going to be very difficult, and that's what we're quite concerned about as the afternoon progresses.
And what do you think the chances of that, and what time frame do you think you're looking at there, Aaron? Of it spreading into that bush area?
Yeah, it depends on, again, the spread to that lovegrass area. But given the exciting fire activity we're seeing there in terms of it's putting up a lot and lots of embers, swirling in areas which, despite the local winds there, are creating its own systems, and therefore the embers are going in a lot of different directions. So I think it's quite likely we are going to see spot fires in those areas. And again, we're trying to minimise them from actually starting their own fronts.
Aaron Howard, thanks for the update on ABC Radio Canberra. We'll leave you to it with your crews, and all the very best. Stay safe. Appreciate those updates for the community today.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. So active spotting, swirling conditions and quite a few embers spreading just east now of the Monero Highway, as Aaron Howard just told us, from the Clear Range bushfire. It is continuing to burn at emergency warning level. and it is impacting areas around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbow. In those areas, you are at risk. It is too late to leave. Please seek shelter as the fire approaches. The surrounding areas in Anembo, Durangle, Chocola and in the Tindri, you are being advised to monitor conditions and be ready to take action. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you don't have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. In a moment, an update on the weather conditions that are unfolding this afternoon, especially keeping in mind those hot, strong winds that continue to blow across the ACT and capital area.
Your fire plan should consider what you will do if you and your family cannot leave your property and are forced to escape from a burning house during an intense bushfire. You need to think about when you would leave, what you would take, and what you would do with your pets. Being prepared with contingency plans for different scenarios will help to keep you calm and increase your chances of survival.
Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra. Paula and myself will continue to bring you information as it comes to hand. And Paula, as we know, the winds are a key issue here about the fire spread and the activity, and they are blowing pretty strongly at this stage from the north-northwest, but it seems pretty volatile in local areas.
That's right, and whenever we get an update from the people on the ground and from the Commissioner, it's always the winds that they talk about, and all eyes are on it. Let's find out exactly what is going on. We're heading over to the Bureau of Meteorology now. Duty forecaster Neil Bennett joins us. Neil, firstly, can I ask you, what are the winds doing at the moment?
Yes, Paula. So we've got these gusty winds, as we've discussed, coming from the west-northwest. Seeing some gusts up around the 40 to 50 kilometre an hour mark. The constant speed, the average speed, is up around the 35 to 40 kilometre an hour mark in some places. So very strong winds, and obviously high temperatures as well. So the combination of those two creating some difficult firefighting conditions.
And what are we expecting them to do over the hours ahead, Neil?
So it looks as if we're going to see a continuation of this sort of strength during the course of the rest of the afternoon, possibly picking up as we go into the mid-afternoon. Basically, the air above the fire zone and above the ACT right now, we've got quite strong northwesterly winds at high levels in the atmosphere. The temperatures are then enabling us to mix that air down. As the air rises, it sort of starts to pull those stronger winds down. So we would expect to see an increase in the wind gustiness during the course of the afternoon, unfortunately. And it doesn't look as if that's going to ease until probably around about the late evening, early period tonight. So around about 10 o'clock, we'll start to see them dropping off, but still staying out of the northwest. So that's one good thing. What we don't want to see is to see a change in the wind direction, because that really does make firefighting conditions very difficult. But a constant wind direction, but the speed's increasing, hanging in there through the rest of the afternoon, and starting to slowly decrease overnight tonight.
We appreciate you finding good news wherever you can, Neil Bennett. Now, you're saying that things could level off this evening and it'll be a bit quieter. Looking ahead to tomorrow, what can we expect then?
So one of the big problems we have tomorrow, whilst the winds themselves may be a little bit lighter, still coming out of the north and northwest, we're not expecting a westerly change until probably on Monday through that region. But the problem that we face tomorrow is the impact on any thunderstorm activity. That is a real risk for tomorrow. The very humid conditions have led to what we would describe as unstable air. And that unstable air allows cloud to develop to a great vertical depth. That then leads to the possibility of thunderstorm activity. The winds that come out of the bottom of a thunderstorm can spread out in a circular pattern, and depending on where you are in relation to the actual thunderstorm cell is going to determine A, the strength, and B, the direction as well. So you get very different wind conditions around thunderstorms compared to the overall wind pattern. So the winds themselves may die down, but we're going to be adding into the mix the wind and the gustiness from thunderstorm activity, which we are expecting tomorrow. The amount of rainfall out of it, not a huge amount, but there is some possibility of some rainfall. So we would keep our fingers crossed from that. But there's always risks with thunderstorms, and they're very dangerous weather situations.
That's right. So I guess you're describing the winds there when it comes to tomorrow's thunderstorms. Are there any concerns over lightning strikes?
There's always a concern, yes. The one factor that sort of mitigates that a little bit is if in previous events where we've had very, very dry air, the lightning risk, it then is a real ignition risk. What we have tomorrow is slightly different. We have more humid air, and we're also going to see a little bit of rain. So whilst there will be lightning around, there always is with a thunderstorm, it may be that the humidity and potentially any rainfall would put a bit of a dampener on the actual ignition risk. But thunderstorms and a lightning strike, it's always dangerous, and it just adds into the very difficult conditions that firefighters are going to be facing tomorrow.
And just briefly, Neil, about what time frame are we looking at when these thunderstorms are expected to roll in?
Well, I think for that one, we're probably going to be looking at the ignition, if you like, the initiation of the thunderstorm occurring as we start to see temperatures rise. So that's typically what happens. But it is on a case-by-case scenario for the particular weather situation that we're looking at. We would expect to see some thunderstorm activity through the area from the early morning in the southeast, and then getting, as we go up towards the ACT, perhaps from the later morning, but it's definitely a risk out there tomorrow, I'm afraid.
We appreciate that update, Neil. That's Neil Bennett. He is the duty forecaster at the Bureau of Meteorology. So he was referring there to thunderstorm activity that we're expecting tomorrow. As far as the increased winds that we have today, it looks like no relief until later in the evening, Adam.
We'll continue to bring you information as we have it to hand on the weather and the unfolding conditions. And speaking with a few people today, they are certainly experiencing a variety of, dark skies, red areas of sky, as well as burnt out leaves and sticks that are burning over the clear range. Particularly, that seems to be the area of concern. If you're in a position to let us know what's going on, and it's safe to do so, 1300 681 666. Karen is from the Bredbo region. Karen, thank you very much for speaking to us at 4 minutes to 2. What can you see from your vantage point?
So far, Bredbo itself is intact. We've got half of our skies are blue and the other half all the smoke plume. The areas around us that haven't gone so well is Bumbalong and Collington, and it looks like the wind's blowing the fire over towards Durangle. So those poor people over there, good fire. There's a possibility it's going to hook up. I've just had some residents come in with their caravans saying that they've just said goodbye to their houses. So it's a bit shit.
That's absolutely the way to put it. I mean, what chance is it from where you can see and what you've already told us that we'll keep spotting in that easterly direction, maybe to the Tindri?
Well, it probably will keep doing that because that's definitely the way. Like if you've been watching my Facebook Live videos on the Bredbo Progress page, we've had some drops of retardant and it's been sort of along the Bumbalong way. But, I reckon we've got at least 25 units here that have been allocated to Bredbo. We're going to have at least 100 here for dinner if everyone comes back safely. So we've been thrown every resource we can possibly have.
We wish you the best in that challenging situation, a dangerous one. Karen, take care and thank you for the update.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Karen in the Bredbo region, she's speaking anecdotally there, Paula Kruger, of some houses being lost around the Clear Range area and where this fire at emergency warning alert level is spotting and continuing to under those strong northwesterly winds. That is sad to hear, but it would seem a likelihood given the current fire conditions.
That's right, and just the way she was describing having to see people from surrounding communities come in and saying goodbye to their homes. Hopefully they won't have to. We wish for the best, but it sounds like she's doing her best to accommodate everyone there this evening. Also sounds like there's going to be a pretty good cook-up, very big cook-up there too, Adam.
Sure is. Briefly, before the news at 2 minutes to 2, on the fires burning the ACT and surrounding region, there is an emergency warning alert level for the Clear Range fire, which continues to burn out of control and is comprised of a number of spot fires starting and burning ahead of the Orroral Valley bushfire. These fires are spreading quickly in a south southeasterly direction towards Bredbo and impacting, as you just heard, properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Anecdotally, we're getting reports of Genangle also being affected. If you are in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, you are at risk. It is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. In surrounding areas, including Chikola and Nembo, monitor the conditions, be ready to take action and put your bushfire survival plan into place. Keep following ABC Local Radio and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, rfs.nsw.gov.au. At a minute to 2, the Orroral Valley Fire, Paula, still burns at Watch and Act level.
That's right, Adam. It's the Orroral Valley Fire is still at a Watch and Act level, but fire activity is increasing, and that's as conditions deteriorate. So the ESA advises that people on Apollo Road, Bobbyan Road north of Glendale Depot, and Top Nace Road south of Bobbyan Road intersection and Corrin Road could be affected by the Orroral Valley Fire. Conditions are changing rapidly there and they could get worse. And if you have left the area, please do not return, and that is for your safety, Adam.
We'll continue to stay up with you through this difficult period, a tough day for firefighters, for locals impacted by these fires in the region. The news is coming up now at 2 o'clock with Andrew Messenger. Paula Kruger and myself will be with you straight after that with more assessments on the ground and the latest details we have on the fires through Clear Range and the Orroral Valley. Right now, 39 degrees in the capital region. It's time for the news at 2 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The bushfire situation in the Canberra region remains serious, with the Clear Range fire near Michelego burning at emergency level, while the large Orroral Valley fire has a Watch and Act alert. Michael Inman reports.
Firefighters and water bombers are battling two large fires burning out of control to Canberra's south, shutting roads and putting property at risk. The Clear Range fire is threatening properties near Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo and has partially closed the Monero Highway, which remains open to northbound traffic leaving the fire zone. The Orroral Valley fire in the Namadgi National Park has grown to about 36,000 hectares. ACT Emergency Services Commissioner Georgina Whelan says it's moving southeasterly.
The threat is not imminent, but a threat is present, which is why we need the community to remain alert.
There is currently no threat to Canberra's southern suburbs.
Firefighters are throwing all they can at the emergency level fire burning near Michelego. Elizabeth Byrne is there.
A large number of water bombing aircraft has been flying over the fire, with bright pink fire retardant sprayed over paddocks close to Bredbo. The fire began spotting around midday, closing the Monero Highway. The fire started after a spot fire from the Orroral Valley fire near Canberra. It's now being fanned by strengthening winds, with a heavy dust storm hampering efforts. Areas affected also include Michelego and Colinton.
Tharwa resident Alex Libieski says the community has spent the week fireproofing their homes.
Everyone's tired, from the fireys who are out all the time doing the hard yards to the people who are in a constant state of will it be today? And so that is a very tiring thing, but tired but resilient probably, I think, is how we are.
There's continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. 24 medical professionals are on their way to Christmas Island from Darwin to facilitate the coronavirus quarantine zone. The Australian Medical Assistance Team, or AUSMAT, will set up a self-sufficient field hospital on the island and provide patient care. The Director of the National Critical Care and Trauma Response Centre, Dr. Len Notaris, says the team will remain on the island until quarantine is lifted.
Pharmacists, logisticians who help support those teams, people with public health backgrounds and epidemiological backgrounds will be going up. They will ensure the safety of Australians.
A fourth case of coronavirus has been confirmed in Victoria. A woman in her 20s, a resident of Melbourne, is recovering at home. She returned from Wuhan on January 25th and became unwell 2 days later. Health authorities say she was not considered infectious on the flight. The White House has reversed restrictions on the use of anti-personnel landmines brought in under the former President Barack Obama. It says the move is in line with President Donald Trump's support for the US Armed Forces. The Defence Secretary Mark Esper says the devices are needed by commanders on the battlefield.
Landmines are an important tool that our forces need to have available to them in order to ensure mission success. We also want to make sure that these instruments also take into account both the safety of employment and the safety to civilians and others after a conflict.
Meanwhile, President Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. The move ends attempts to get Mr. Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. To sport, and in rugby, the Brumbies coach Dan McKellar has complained the earlier start to the Super Rugby season isn't good for fans or players. The Brumbies beat the Queensland Reds in Canberra last night 27-24, with the temperature hovering just below the 40-degree mark at kick-off.
It's not just a Super Rugby thing, it's a global rugby calendar these days, and I understand that, but if we're serious about player welfare and even just people going out to the game last night, being comfortable in conditions where they can watch and enjoy the game, I think is important.
And tens of thousands of Kobe Bryant fans have flooded the grounds around Staples Center in Los Angeles ahead of his former team's first game since the basketballer's death in a helicopter crash. Fans wearing Bryant jerseys and T-shirts laid flowers, wrote messages on temporarily erected white walls, and shared stories of the 41-year-old. To the forecast, a total fire ban continues for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny with dust haze today. Tomorrow, a shower or two with a top of 35. Our top so far, 41. At the moment, 39.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Paula and Kruger and Adam Shirley with you throughout this afternoon. I nearly made myself an amalgam of 2 people. No, it's Adam Shirley with you along with Paula Kruger on what is a tough day. No doubt about it, a tough day for you, for so many people in this capital region. And there are fires burning in our midst that are impacting property and regions in and around the ACT. First of all, to the Clear Range fire that continues to burn at an emergency warning alert level. The current situation is as follows. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. And as I mentioned, Paula will have some details updated for you on that in a moment. But the Clear Range fire, there are fires spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. The conditions continue to deteriorate. Firefighters on the ground and in the air are working to try and slow the spread of these fires where they can. The Monero Highway in this section around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo is closed. Under these conditions, fires will continue to spread quickly. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front, and these embers may start new fires. Fire activity is also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for people in Colinton, Michelego, Bredbo and surrounding areas is that you are at risk and that it is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. And if you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. In the surrounding areas, including the Dindri, Anembo, Jernagle and Chikola, be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. And we have received reports on 1300 681 666 from people living in these areas of just that. Embers, burnt out leaves and sticks being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Soon we'll get an update from the Traffic Information Centre on the road closures associated with this, aside from the Monero Highway, which is closed in that section around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. But the emergency warning alert level continues and is current for the Clear Range fire. Paula Kruger at 7.5 minutes past 2. The Orroral Valley fire continues to burn across many areas, but it's still at Watch and Act. That's the latest information we have.
That's right, Adam. The Orroral Valley fire remains at a Watch and Act level, and fire activity is increasing in this area. I'm just going to go through the latest information that we have here at the ABC when it comes to things you need to know about this particular fire. So the community members in Thawa Village, Bobbyan Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road need to remain vigilant. So ACT Emergency Services advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbyan Road, north of Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Bobbyan Road intersection, Corran Road, you could all be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. So conditions are changing and they could get worse. It's important to say no properties are under immediate threat at this time. However, call 000 if you or your property are under threat. Now, people in the area may be affected by smoke, and that will affect your visibility and, of course, your air quality. If you have left the area, do not return, and that is for your safety. I'm going to say that again. If you have left that area, please do not go back, and that is for your safety. Now, there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. Now, if you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave early. I'm just going to go through those again. So that's people in Thawa and in the southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas. You need to monitor the conditions closely. You need to be ready to act. And if you are feeling unsafe right now, then your best option may be to leave early. Just make sure you are prepared and you can't wait to see a firefighter or signs of the fire to act. And what you need to do is to activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. And if you do not have a bushfire survival plan, then identify where you need to go when you leave. And there's always more information at the esaact.gov.au website. You'll be getting regular bushfire updates there, and you can listen here on local radio on ABC Radio Canberra.
There are a variety of ways to do that via 666 on the AM dial, online at abc.net.au/Canberra. Your digital television, we're on channel 25, if that's an option for you to listen to us live as we continue to provide you this rolling coverage, and on the stream via the ABC Listen app. There are some emergency fires also burning in the far southeast of New South Wales, around Bombala and to the west of Merimbula, around Big Jack Mountain. Now, this is further afield than the immediate ACT and Capital Region, but if you need details on those fires, you can go to rfs.nsw.gov.au. Also tune into the team at ABC South East. If you know people in that region, that is a way they can get details on the emergency warning alert level fires that are burning further south around the Bombala region and to the west of Merimbula and Eden. 11 minutes past 2. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you, and Kirsten Hoban is with us from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre with an update on the road situation. Kirsten Hoban, we heard reports earlier of people being able to leave Burra via the Monaro Highway and head north. What's the status of the Monaro Highway and its closures at this point?
The Monaro Highway remains closed between Old Coomera Road, Rayala and Rose Valley Road, Bunyan. Now, if you are in the area and driving, evacuating, please follow the direction of emergency services. If you're out of the area, please avoid the area. There is no forecast as when the highway will reopen. There's also a number of other road closures in the area, including Durango Road and Burra Road. So please stay away, delay your travel, and if you need information about road closures in New South Wales, you can head to livetraffic.com.
Are there any other roads in the vicinity of the Monaro Highway that are about to be closed or are being considered at this point?
At this stage, we have the Monaro Highway closed, the Durango Road and Burra Road closures in place, and we are updating all closures as they come into us from the RFS via livetraffic.com.
That's the way to go for updates minute to minute. Thank you, Kristen Hoban, for your updates.
Thanks, Adam.
Kristen Hoban, who is from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre, Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra as we continue to provide you ongoing coverage of the bushfire situation in the ACT and surrounding New South Wales region.
You're listening to ABC Radio. There's a bushfire in your area.
There are 3 levels of messages that are issued during a bushfire. Advice. A fire has started. Stay up to date in case the situation changes. Watch and act. There is a heightened level of threat and you need to start to take action now to protect you and your family. Emergency warning. This is the highest level of bushfire alert. You may be in danger and need to take immediate action. If you hear a siren on your radio or receive an emergency alert text message or phone call, follow the advice provided.
You're listening to ABC Radio, and there's a bushfire in your area. We'll bring you the latest information shortly.
Follow your bushfire survival plan, and for updates on bushfire conditions in your area, keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
With you this afternoon, Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley keeping you company throughout the afternoon as ABC Radio Canberra will be as this fire continues. We have an emergency level fire outside our border at the Clear Range fire, and within our borders we're looking at a watch and act level fire, and that's with the Orroral Valley fire. So you're getting so much information on people who may be affected by these fires, and there's so many of us though outside of those areas who, yes, our hearts are with people who are affected and people who are probably quite frightened at this stage. But the entire of Canberra is experiencing a lot of heat at the moment. Most areas have hit 40 degrees, and it's really a time, Adam, for people to take care of themselves and, if you can, stay inside, try not to use up too much electricity, keep the pets wet if they don't mind that, keep yourself well hydrated and just really take care of yourselves. Even if you're not part of the suburbs that are affected in the south, it can be a stressful thing for you to be hearing about. So everyone needs to take care of themselves because, Adam, even when you're not impacted, you're going to, you need to be strong. You need to put your own mask on first before the next person. But, there may be people in our community who need others to lean on in the coming days.
And the Chief Minister spoke as well earlier in a press conference today about the extreme heat that still is affecting the ACT region and the impact that has on health. So fluids up, stay out of the sun if at all possible. And it should be the case today that you can find some sort of shelter, but look after yourself and those around you because conditions could change and they could become a little closer in terms of the fire threat to the ACT suburbs. It's not the case at the moment. There's no immediate threat to any Canberra suburbs at this stage. If that changes, we'll let you know. And it's good for you to be well sheltered and also out of the heat up to that point for obvious reasons.
And of course, Adam, we've got a total fire ban that is in place. Now, during a total fire ban, I'm just going to go, sometimes it's like, oh, what can't you do during a total fire ban? I've forgotten. I'm just going to go through some of the things that is considered an offence when a total fire ban is in place. So you cannot light, maintain or use a fire in the open air. Fireworks, no, out of the question. You can't use fireworks in the open air. You can't undertake high-risk activity like welding, grinding, soldering and gas cutting. Also, no using slashers and harvesting machinery in rural areas. Now, you are asked to remain vigilant during these times. There's fires popping up all over the place. We've got emergency vehicles running through our streets. So if you stick to the rules, if you do your bit to try and limit any risk of there being any other fires for authorities to deal with, then that will be a good thing. You're on ABC Radio Canberra. Paula Kruger with you, as well as Adam Shirley. We're with you throughout the afternoon, but joining you now all the way from Durangle, well, it's nice and close, Dennis, we appreciate you joining us. Can you tell us what exactly can you see where you are?
Paula, from where I am, I can see smoke.
What kind of smoke, Dennis? What's the colour?
Fairly dark. It's not yet black. The light around the place is yellow, the light that's coming through the smoke. I'm due east of Collington. and quite concerned that once the fire gets established on the eastern side of the highway, it can burn right through from here. There's absolutely nothing but hills of timber.
Right. What's your plan, Dennis?
I'll stay here. The nearest gum trees to my house are 200 metres away.
Right.
The paddocks are absolutely bare.
Yep.
And I've got a lot of open-fronted sheds, and I'm putting garbage bins full of water in them and a saucepan in each, and I'm thinking that my big problem's going to be the ember attack.
Right. Have you got anyone there helping you with the with your plan?
No, one of my boys offered to come up, but then we realised that if the fire goes through here, we'll be trapped in here for 3 or 4 days.
Right.
Because although I give my address as Durangle, I'm 10 kilometres due north, a little place out in the hills towards the Tindery.
Right.
And you got a long, narrow road through very tall, ribbony gum, and that will burn that will burn well.
Yeah.
And there'll be trees down, and that'll be closed for days.
Right, Dennis. Hey, Dennis, can you you gave us a bit of a picture of what the smoke was doing. What's the wind like where you are?
Building up and a little bit irrational. It blows from the west and then it turns around and blows from the north. I'm hoping the north wind will prevail because it might take the fire away to the south and miss me altogether. But the west wind brings it directly towards me.
Okay, and Dennis, you mentioned earlier that you've got your water, you've got your pots in there. How are you feeling? You feeling confident ahead of what you say might be a possible ember attack that you'll have to deal with?
Never been confident about anything in my whole life.
But you're going to give it a whirl anyway, Dennis.
I'm going to give it a try. When I think it's getting close, I put my PPEs on, my yellows.
Yep.
I don't get called out to fires anymore because I'm too old. But I still got my yellows.
You've seen a few though, Dennis.
Oh, I've been to a few, yes.
Yeah. Well, Dennis, we wish you best of luck. With your, it sounds like you've got a good plan in place. It sounds like you know what you're doing. We wish you the best of luck, and hopefully those beautiful tall timbers don't have you cut off.
All right. Thanks very much, Paula.
We appreciate talking to you, Dennis. That's Dennis in Durangle.
Take care if you're in these areas. And as you might have heard, Dennis has some experience previously fighting fires. He's well prepared. If you're in any of these areas that is going to be impacted or is being impacted, particularly by the clear range fire, please, for your own safety, if you have a choice, leave. You can only protect your property if you're well prepped with the right equipment, have a level of fitness which will enable you to keep fighting the fire, and have access to electricity for things like pumps and a suitable water supply. So people like Dennis are well prepped and they have that defence plan ready to go. If you do not, the advice is, if you have a choice, leave for the preservation of your own life and that of others. And Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra will continue to bring you ongoing coverage of the fires that are burning in and around the ACT. At 2:20, Tom Lowry is with us, ABC Canberra reporter, and Tom is stationed in Thawa, which has been a major staging point for bushfire fighting crews going out to various parts of the fire front, particularly in the Orroral Valley fire. Tom Lowry, good afternoon to you and thank you for being with us. What is the situation at Thawa at the moment that you can see?
Good afternoon, Adam. Look, it's not too bad in Thawa at the moment. I certainly think to the residents around here, they're pretty pleased with the wind direction, that's for sure, because if you're watching the fire just still burning away in the hills, you can see the smoke is still being pushed to the southeast, which is obviously extremely bad news for places like Thredbo and Nicolego, but for Thawa at least, it provides a bit of relief there. Those winds are starting to pick up a little bit, which is certainly concerning, because, I mean, you would assume that's going to sort of perhaps increase the fire intensity. And there are stacks of fire crews around, which I think is extremely welcome. We've seen crews from Fire and Rescue ACT, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the aviation fire crews just turned up before, there's a few Queensland firefighters getting around as well, so certainly a lot of ground assets around the place down here. But it's been a reasonably calm morning in Thawa. We chatted to a few residents before who were preparing their houses, doing things like filling up the gutters and clearing the backyard, and there's a confidence among a lot of people that they can handle this if it comes later on this afternoon.
And there's been the sentiment a few times when we've spoken with people in Thawa. We've seen this before. It's coming again. We're maybe better prepared for well, the volatility of the situation. Just on the wind further, it seems like the consistent direction of that wind in a northwesterly direction is making it a bit easier for people to understand what might happen ahead.
Yeah, certainly. Or the people I've spoken to at least aren't sort of expecting a full-on attack from the front of the fire because the front is being pushed away from the town. What they're concerned about is with increasing fire activity, you might get embers blowing into the town later on this afternoon. So that's what most people are preparing themselves for, with, buckets around the house and mops ready to go to put out those embers if they land. We haven't seen any of that sort of activity, of course, yet. The fire's still at a watch and act level. But, that is what people are preparing for. That's what they're concerned about this afternoon. There's also a hope that if the fire does sort of, burst out of the hills, it'll hit grassland and that'll reduce the intensity because there's just not a lot of fuel in the grassland around this area. It's all quite short and quite dead. So there's a hope that might be the case. But, of course, it's just a waiting game at the moment. They're just waiting to see how this plays out, and who knows how that's going to be. Fire is incredibly unpredictable, as we all well know.
There's a tension and anxiety that comes with that. With the many crews that are on the ground, we can hear the sirens from some of those trucks that are there. Are many of them being tasked out to areas, Tom, or are most of them stationed there, prepping and being ready to defend the property and the place that is the Tharwa village?
There's always a permanent presence in Tharwa, but that presence is changing because crews are always coming and going. They're sort of using the centre of the town just as a bit of a staging point, I guess. So we're sort of seeing crews coming and going all the time and being deployed out to certain areas as there's flare-ups around the area.
Tom, you take care down there. Thank you for the update about that major staging point and centre that is Tharwa, that is continuing to be at risk and monitoring the condition of the Orroral Valley fire. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Paul. I'll talk to you later this afternoon.
Tom Lowry, ABC Canberra reporter, currently in Tharwa Village. It's 24 past 2. And we've spoken with quite a few of you today that have been in the vicinity of this, have been taking action, have been putting your bushfire plan into action as well, Paula.
And with you now is Sharon. Sharon's from Cotter Road. Sharon, are you still there? Have you been moved somewhere else?
No, we're at Exhibition Park now.
Right.
We brought our horses out here yesterday morning.
And what's it like out there at Exhibition Park? Are there a lot of people in the same situation as you?
There is a lot of people, a lot of horses in exactly the same situation. But everyone is just working together. Spirits are good. The horses are being looked after because the facilities are wonderful here. And, we're doing really well.
Can you give us a rough idea of how many of you are there at Epic, Sharon?
Most of the stables are all full. There's some down one side. There'd be well in excess of over 200 horses, I would say.
And so you feel confident that you have plenty of feed, you have everything you need there?
Yes. The produce stores have been fantastic. Bringing out deliveries to us if needed. The whole community's been helping out. They've been doing regular deliveries out to anyone that needs feed. So everyone's been helping.
So Sharon, how many horses did you bring in yesterday?
We've brought 4 of our own in here. Yep.
And how long are you prepared to stay there at Epic? I guess, as long as you need to. How are you feeling about that?
Look, it's really quite good. Just knowing that the horses are now safe. Just knowing that, where we are now, we don't have a threat. We're happy to stay as long as it takes.
And so, Sharon, was that something that was concerning you, that you were living with every day before you got to Epic?
Well, we've been monitoring the fires and everything. So I think when Canberra became a state of emergency, that's when we made the decision, because should the Cotter Road get closed, we wanted to be able to at least have the horses out before that. And that's now happened. So we're confident we made the right decision.
Well, Sharon, by the sounds of it, it sounds like it's the right decision. The fact that you're confident and that you're more relaxed now that you know your horses are safe. Thank you so much for talking to us, and I'm really glad to hear it. That was Sharon. She has been evacuated to Epic, and she has 4 horses with her, and she was saying that there's many people in the same situation out there, and that they all feel very secure, well fed, well looked after, and everyone's looking out for each other, Adam.
Good to hear in these conditions where it's 40 degrees currently across the ACT and surrounding regions. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you. News headlines just a couple of minutes away.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And there is an emergency warning alert level continuing for the Clear Range fire that's burning around the capital region. This fire has occurred from a number of spot fires that have started and continue to burn as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. They are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo and are impacting areas including around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Conditions are deteriorating. The Monaro Highway around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo is closed, according to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Fires will spread quickly under these conditions. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front, and these embers may start new fires. Fire activity has also increased in the area to the west of the angle. For areas around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, it is too late to leave and you are at risk. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. Surrounding areas, including the Tinderi, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola. Be alert for embers in these areas being blown ahead of the main fire front. They may start a spot fire and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan. And if you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage has information that can assist you and is current. rfs.nsw.gov.au will keep bringing you information on ABC Radio Canberra, as well as Paula Kruger on the Orroral Valley fire.
That's right, Adam. According to the ESA, the Orroral Valley fire is at a watch and act level of bushfire warning. So fire activity is increasing as conditions deteriorate. Community members in Thawa Village, in Bobbion Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road, you need to remain vigilant. And so people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbion Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Bobbion Road intersection, Corrin Road. Now, you can all be affected by the Orroral Valley fire, and that is because of the conditions there. You could be affected by smoke, which will reduce visibility and air quality. I should say there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. Now, people in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and in surrounding areas, what you need to do is monitor the conditions closely, and you need to be ready to act. If you're feeling unsafe in your area now, if you're in one of those areas, Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas, and Thawa, if you're feeling unsafe, the best option is to leave early and make sure that you are prepared. The current situation of that fire is that it's out of control and it's travelling in a southeasterly direction.
There are also 3 fires in the Bega Valley that have been moved to emergency level. These fires are burning to the northeast of Bombala, and they are spreading in multiple directions, spotting in some cases towards Wyndham. So please be aware of that. If you know people in the vicinity of those fires, they can listen to the ABC Southeast team, which will have ongoing coverage of that impact, and also the New South Wales Rural Fire Service webpage, rfs.nsw.gov.au. 29 minutes to 3. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you, as well as Andrew Messenger, with the very latest news headlines on ABC Radio Canberra. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Thanks, Adam. 2 large bushfires are continuing to cause concern in our local area this afternoon. The Clear Range bushfire near Michelego has burnt out just under 200 hectares. It's posing an immediate threat to Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it is too late to leave. The fire has also forced the partial closure of the Monero Highway from Old Coomber Road south of Canberra through to Coomber. Some northbound traffic is getting out of the fire zone, but for most people the road is out of bounds. The Orroral Valley fire remains at watch and act alert. It's burnt out over 35,000 hectares, and while there is no immediate threat to southern Canberra, the ESA is warning people in those suburbs and the village of Tharwa to monitor conditions and be ready to act. 24 medical professionals are on their way to Christmas Island from Darwin to facilitate the coronavirus quarantine zone. The Australian Medical Assistance Team, or AUSMAT, will set up a self-sufficient field hospital on the island and provide patient care. The team will remain on the island until the quarantine is lifted. Britain has officially left the European Union, bringing to an end nearly half a century of membership. The moment of departure was marked by a countdown clock projected onto the Prime Minister's residence, number 10 Downing Street. And in cricket, Australia won the toss and sent England into bat in today's one-day women's international at Manuka Oval. England currently 2 for 33 in the 8th over. There's a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny with dust haze today and quite windy. Tomorrow a shower or two and 35. Monday mostly sunny and 30. And Tuesday sunny and 27. Top so far, 42 degrees. At the moment, 41. More ABC News at 3 o'clock.
In an emergency, turn to a source you can trust. At the ABC, we're dedicated to helping you during natural disasters and extreme weather events, and to making sure the ABC is part of your safety checklist. Follow your local ABC on social media. Find and save your local ABC radio station. And for more ways to be prepared, visit abc.net.au/emergency. ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with you, Paula Kruger, and my colleague Adam Shirley. We're with you throughout the afternoon as ABC Radio Canberra keeps you company throughout these bushfire updates. I've received some information from the ESA, and it's regarding some retardant drops that'll be taking back. And so they want residents in Canberra's south to know that they're likely to see aircraft working in areas south of Tuggeranong this afternoon. And so you'll have, they're called large air tankers, or LATs, and they'll be dropping retardant around Mount Tennet, and that's in preparation for a possible fire. So southwesterly winds are predicted this afternoon, which could cause the Orroral Valley fire to move closer to Tharwa. So if you're in those areas south of Canberra and you see those big aircraft flying around, what is happening is that they'll be doing retardant drops, and that's in the area around Mount Tennet, and it's to prepare those areas for the possible fires as the southwesterly winds kick in this afternoon. Adam,
we're with you on ABC Radio Canberra at 25 minutes to 3. You can listen to us on 666 on the AM dial, channel 25 on your digital television. You can listen to us through the online stream at abc.net.au/Canberra, or stream it via the ABC Listen app. And on the south of Canberra and the suburbs that are preparing for what could eventuate this afternoon, and I emphasise no Canberra suburbs currently at threat from the fires that are burning in and around the ACT. Erindale Evacuation Centre has been set up in Canberra South for some hours now and some days for those who do want to relocate. ABC reporter Talia Roy is on site at the evacuation centre in Erindale. Talia, I do appreciate your time. Just tell us about the activity that you're seeing at the evacuation centre there.
Yeah, hey Ads, hey Paula. Yeah, that's right. So I'm at Erindale College, which was one of the main evacuation points in Canberra. Now, that evacuation centre, there's not too many people there yet, just I'd say probably about 25 to 30 people in total. And it's those people that have decided to leave nice and early from areas around. I spoke to a couple from Gordon, and there's some people there from Banks, a young family there. So it's, not too many people there yet, but they can hold a capacity of 1,500 people, and volunteers there have told me that they are expecting an influx later today, and that they're prepared for that and ready for that. They have a number of different things when people arrive there. There's a spot for kids, there's some toys there, there's doctors, there's wellbeing counsellors, Anglicare's there, there's 50 ADF personnel there, and their role really is to just make sure that we've got all those supplies there, so lots and lots of water, there's food, there's snacks, everything like that. There's even clothes in all different kinds of sizes, because you never know what people are going to be able to bring with them. So they've got a lot of stuff there, anything that people would need. Now, it's not the evacuation centre's not designed to house people there, for days or even overnight. Really, it's kind of like a triage service. They speak to people, they sort out what their needs are, and then I've been told that a number of hotels in the area have actually just opened their doors. They're not accepting money, but they're taking people that do need to evacuate.
So we saw this, Talia, with the South Coast fires and the devastating impact that resulted, and the number of homes that were lost too. Is there that opportunity for people who might be considering coming to get some sort of referral to a accommodation or hotel even that they could stay should they be impacted?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the priorities for the Community Services Director. It is one of the main ACT government organisations that's involved in that evacuation centre, and that's primarily what their role is to do there, to link these people up with somewhere that's safe for them to go and somewhere that they can feel comfortable, because while the evacuation centre, they've got a lot of resources there and things that people need, it's in a college, it's a big basketball hall and that kind of thing. It's not the kind of place where you want to stay overnight or for a couple of days. So, even though people in the southern suburbs of Canberra certainly aren't being told to evacuate at the moment, the Emergency Services Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, she did say that if people need someone to talk to, if they're feeling anxious, if they want to get down there as soon as possible, the doors are open. The volunteers down there are really lovely, and people are welcome there at this point.
Talia, it's Paula here. I heard earlier during the week that you could also take pets to the Erindale Evacuation Centre. Is that still the case?
Yeah, absolutely. There was only one dog there when I was there today, but they've got the courtyard of the college set up for pets, and they've got domestic animal services there with, people don't even need to bring their pet food or anything like that. There's those carry cages for animals, little crates, separate areas for them. Everything's there set up so people can take their domestic animals. Obviously, we've already heard that Epic Exhibition Park, that's where people take, large animals, livestock, horses, that kind of thing. But certainly if people are in the south and they've got a couple of dogs, a couple of cats, I don't know, domestic animals, whatever that encompasses.
Maybe a turtle.
Whatever you've got at home. I'm sure they're used to all animal shapes and sizes. So, they can take those down there, and certainly bring your children as well. There's toys and nice, comfortable spots for them there as well.
Important resources, and I guess a shoulder to lean on should people be feeling they need one. Talia Roy, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you for letting us know how things are being set up for people who need those services at Erindale.
Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Adam.
Take care. Talia Roy at Erindale College, which has been set up as an evacuation centre now throughout Canberra's south. And if you are wanting to leave early, there are no evacuation orders at this stage at all for any Canberra suburbs. But if you live in Canberra's southern part of Tuggeranong, and if you are anxious, or if your plan at some point is to leave, by all means, feel you can go and get advice, referrals and support at an Erindale Evacuation Centre. It's 20 minutes to 3. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley continuing to be with you through this bushfire day of heightened risk. An emergency warning alert level fire continuing to burn through Clear Range. The fire burning through the Orroral Valley is still burning at Watch and Act, and we'll give you more details on those in a moment. Elizabeth Byrne is on the ground. She is ABC Radio Canberra, ABC Radio News Canberra reporter, and she's at Breadbow at the moment, one of the areas at immediate threat of the Clear Range fire. Elizabeth, thanks for being with us. Hopefully you're staying safe. What can you see from where you are?
Well, I can see a lot of very dark smoke on the horizon, not very far away, I might add. No flames at the place where I'm at the moment. I'm actually up next to the cemetery at Breadbow. It's on a hill, so it's a fairly good vantage point to see which direction the fire's coming from. And going overhead, we've seen two of the really big water bombers, and there's a little one just going above me at the moment. They're throwing everything they can at this fire to stop it advancing in this direction at least. It looks like the town's relatively safe for the moment, but it is a fairly not very far up the road. It's fairly hot and fierce.
No, those unpredictable embers and several of the spot fires that have already broken out are making it very challenging for firefighters on the ground and in the air. And also the wind is a key factor here, Elizabeth. It seems to be strong from the northwest and a bit fluky. What are you experiencing at the moment with the wind?
That's exactly how I would describe it, Adam. I've just been standing out in it, and it was nearly blowing me away. It's really gathered momentum over the day here, and I guess that's part of the whole fire process. But as you said about the spotting, we were in one spot on the highway, which was, we could see the fire, and it was relatively safe though. It was a long way from the fire, but we were told to move because that fire had begun spotting ahead of itself, and there were spot fires along the very side of the road, so we had to quickly come back to just outside Breadbow and then ultimately into Breadbow. Another tanker's just gone past me, heading out to, no doubt we've noticed them heading out whenever a spot fire seems to appear in the near area. So they're being very active about this, but it's certainly a pretty wild day out here.
Absolutely, Elizabeth. It's Paula here. You mentioned before that you're standing next to the cemetery there. Are there many locals there with you watching the blaze?
Yes, there are. There's quite a few. There are a couple here before having a beer watching out over where the fire was coming from. They're just keeping an eye on it, I guess. What they fear, of course, is an ember attack, and we certainly haven't seen very much of that yet. But the fire, the smoke and the really dark, dirty smoke that's sort of close to the fire, that's not really very far from here. So they are just keeping a watchful eye, and hopefully we'll be going home looking for some safety in a little while.
And Elizabeth, we'll probably catch up with you later on, so I hope you're not sharing beers with the locals there.
No, I'm not.
That's Elizabeth Byrne, the ABC Canberra's Elizabeth Byrne. She's at Breadbow, just south of the ACT.
It is 16 minutes to 2. Aaron Howard now with us on ABC Radio Canberra. He is from the New South Wales RFS and has been giving us updates on the clear range fire, which continues to burn at an emergency warning alert level. Aaron Howard, thanks again for your time. The spotting and the winds that are pushing strongly from the northwest seem to be creating really difficult conditions for firefighters around this Breadbow-Michelego region. What is the latest on the fires that they are battling?
You're spot on, Adam. The weather conditions out there are extremely difficult. It's whipping up a lot of spot fires, and that is going to likely continue into the afternoon. Firefighters on the ground continue to work in these areas. As I mentioned earlier today, it has spotted across the Monero Highway, and they're continuing to chasing into that area to try and prevent it heading easterly direction towards the Durangle and Tindri area.
Within and around Colinton, Michelego and Breadbow, is it emerging? Is there a key firefront area emerging as the priority to try and stop that further spread east?
The intel we're getting is the major of the front is coming through the Colinton area and progressing pretty strong east. We believe that's bringing significant spots. But the overall fire, as it now comes through the afternoon, is starting to have different fingers come off the fire. So it's going to push into different areas along that highway area between Michelego and, again, continue to press down towards the Breadbow area as the afternoon continues.
Well, given those different areas and the fingers emerging from the main fire front of the clear range fire, what advice is there for residents through these townships in terms of their own personal protection and the action they should be taking?
Yeah, so the message we sent out earlier on was we want people to shelter in place in those areas, particularly in the Michelego, Colinton areas and the western side of those. But that also is on the eastern side now that fire has progressed across the highway. The reason for that, we don't want people on the roads. They're much safer in their own property. But again, if people are staying on their properties, look, they need to basically stay inside, stop the smoke coming into their house. So again, use wet rags or similar around those areas that smoke's going to come in. But most importantly, keep an eye around their property for any spot fires that may begin.
And as the afternoon progresses, what's going to be the key threat as far as properties coming under risk and also livelihoods too?
Yeah, as the afternoon gets later on, we're not expecting the weather to die off too much. We're actually expecting this fire at this stage to create its own weather system. So what we call a fire-generated storm, which can basically create strong erratic winds, can create lightning strikes. So the weather's not going to ease off. So this spotting is going to continue, and again, it's going to continue moving east. And again, we're starting to communicate to those people in the Tinderies and looking in the Durango area, the Calabash. Again, start to monitor your property because we might see spots coming in those directions.
This is possibly a hard one to answer. We've received more than a couple of texts asking if the New South Wales needs anything from people who are in a position to give or donate or provide support. What's the general response to that?
Look, people have been fantastic throughout the whole fire season and donating to communities. That for those in need. At this time, again, we are in the response phase to try and minimise, again, fire spread and impact upon properties. If they are looking at donating items, again, the evacuation centre for Cooma has been set up. They're best to direct their goods or generosity to that area, but at the same time, if they're coming from anywhere the north, Canberra, etc., again, Venera Highway is shut, so won't have access. So realistically, that is probably the best point, is to donate them towards that evacuation centre.
Aaron Howard, all the best for the next hour and hours that are to come. Thanks again for the continuous updates.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on the ongoing battle against the Clear Range Fire.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And the Clear Range Fire, as we've been speaking about for the last few hours, is burning at an emergency warning alert level. Aaron Howard reflected this just then. A number of spot fires are burning and have started initially as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT, but several of these spot fires and some fingers through the Clear Range Fire are spreading quickly, generally in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. Colinton seems to be the area of most concern to New South Wales Rural Fire Service crews at the moment. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. Conditions are difficult and continue to deteriorate. Firefighters and aircraft are working to try and slow the spread of these spot fires and other fronts where they can. The dangerous fire conditions will continue throughout today, with the winds strengthening potentially and changing direction in local areas depending on the fire behaviour. Under these conditions, fire will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. Fire activity has also increased in the area to the west of the angle. The advice for people in Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo is that you are at risk and it is too late to leave. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service is asking you to seek shelter as the fire front approaches and to protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. In the surrounding areas, including Tindery, Nembo, Durango and Chocola, be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. They may start a spot fire and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan. And if you do not have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. For ongoing information about the Clear Range Fire, you can go to rfs.nsw.gov.au and keep listening on ABC Radio Canberra. And obviously for information of the Orroral Valley Fire. Paula Kruger, what's the latest?
Thanks for that, Adam. This is the latest update that we've received from the ESA. So the Orroral Valley Fire remains at a watch and act level. So fire activity is increasing and yes, those conditions are deteriorating. Community members in Thawa Village, Bobbin Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road need to remain vigilant. So the ACT Emergency Services Agency advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbin Road, north of the Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of Bobbin Road intersection, Corrin Road, you could all be affected by the Orroral Valley fire. Conditions are changing and they could get worse. Now, no properties are under immediate threat at this time. You can call 000 if you or your property are under threat. Now, people in the area may be affected by smoke. It'll affect your visibility and, of course, it'll affect your air quality. And if you have left the area, do not return. Do not return for your own safety. So there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but those conditions can change rapidly. People in Thawa and the southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. If you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave early. And we had a message from the ESA earlier that they're having retardant drops that they wanted residents in Canberra's south to know that. So if you're in those areas, you're likely to see large aircraft working the areas south of Tuggeranong this afternoon. They're called large air tankers. They'll be dropping retardant around Mount Tennant, and that is in preparation for possible fire. And as we know, the southwesterly winds are predicted this afternoon, which could cause the Orroral Valley fire to move closely to Thawa. So if you're in those areas south of Tuggeranong, you're likely to see large air tankers in the areas. They're doing retardant drops around those areas, Adam.
40 degrees in the ACT and Capital Region at the moment. Strong northwesters, very uncomfortable and relatively dry. Neil Bennett is the Bureau of Meteorology's duty forecaster, and throughout this afternoon has been giving us updates on the winds and what's to come in the hours ahead weather-wise. Neil Bennett, good to speak with you again. Looks like those winds are strengthening, 30, 35, 40 kilometres an hour from the northwest in some areas. How are they unfolding for the rest of the day?
Yeah, that's right. Pretty much as we've already discussed, with probably the peak of the wind gusts occurring from here on in for the next 3 to 4 hours, it would appear that we could be seeing some of the gusts up around the 60 kilometre an hour mark, probably from here on in, really, through to around about 5 o'clock. Then there will be a very, very slow decrease in that gustiness. Not expecting to see the winds drop significantly until around about 10 o'clock this evening. Even by 7 o'clock, we're looking at gusts of around 45 kilometres an hour, with the average speed of 25. So still difficult conditions. And what we are seeing as well is on satellite imagery, and indeed even on our radar, we're starting to pick up the smoke plumes coming in, and some thunderstorm activity is beginning to build up in some of those areas. So that adds to the complexity of the forecast scenario. Yeah, the Emergency Services Agency, in talking about the retardant drops that are occurring through Canberra's south with the large air tankers, and that is not for an immediate fire threat in Canberra, it's more around Mount Tennant in preparation for possible fire, but they are suggesting there could be some southwesterly winds as well as northwesters this afternoon. How variable or even fluky could that wind direction be? Well, some of the local effects do play a part, and this is the issue, that whilst you have an overall pattern, as we call it not in the technical terms, but just in its general terms, the synoptic pattern will give you the broader scale wind flow and speeds. You do get local effects occurring, and then when you're building on top of that even further local effects from thunderstorm activity, you can get some quite significant changes from the broad flow. So when you're looking at a weather chart and you look at the lines, you think, oh yes, it's going to come from that direction, and then you start to see the actual conditions themselves unfolding in front of you, then you do get these local effects tending to overtake. So it is a tricky one, and it's something that, you know, we're in constant contact with the fire authorities. We do have what we would call embedded meteorologists working very, very closely with the fire authorities to provide them the latest information based on output from the computers, and also looking at all the observational data that's coming in almost constantly. And briefly, at 4 minutes to 3, those who weren't listening earlier might be wondering when there'll be a reprieve from the heat and the dangerous fire winds. What's going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning? We will see, obviously, a decrease in temperatures. That's happening now, but certainly overnight tonight. But tomorrow will be cooler. we're talking a maximum temperature somewhere in the order of around 29, 30 degrees instead of the 34, 35. That's probably going to be the maximum today in that fire area. The humidity's, though, still going to be quite high, and that's going to lead to the risk of some thunderstorm activity. So whilst the fires themselves could potentially generate their own fires, the pyrocumulus type, the actual atmosphere itself tomorrow is likely to generate some thunderstorms by itself, some of which could be of a severe nature, so looking at some strong gusty winds out of those, possibly some heavy rain, and those sorts of conditions are highly likely from late morning onwards. So whilst the wind strengths generally will be less tomorrow, I think we still have to prepare ourselves for the fact that the wind conditions are going to be very difficult, and when thunderstorms are mixed in amongst that, it makes life very, very hard for both firefighters and weather forecasters.
We'll still have to well and truly stay on guard. Neil Bennett, appreciate the update. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Neil Bennett from the Bureau of Meteorology there. 3 minutes to 3. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon.
And joining us here on ABC Radio Canberra is ABC senior reporter and Canberra local, Michael Brissenden. Oh, and he's not there. Was that going to be Brisso?
We have Michael Brissenden at this stage, yes.
That's okay. But you know what I wanted to mention, Adam? I've seen a text from Sue. She's sent us a message on 0467 922 666. She says, I live right next to Gordon, so I think I should now take some of my precious teaching resources to my friend's place at Waniassa. And then Sue says, my poor friend said yes. Maybe she forgot that I have 4 garage full of stuff of primary teaching school lessons. But I tell you what, Sue, that just reminds us of the things we can do, reaching out, normal things. Not all of us are affected by these fires, but it's something that we can do to help each other, and it could be just some space in your garage, Adam.
Michael Brissenden online, available now. I think Michael Brissenden out at Royalla. Michael, thank you for being with us. What can you say?
G'day, Adam. Well, it's still, look, we were watching Mount Tennant quite closely, and now that's basically been covered in smoke and we can no longer see it. There was quite a lot of aerial action, as you've been talking about, around that. But look, at this stage, we're just south of Royalla, and we understand from talking to the local crews here that the fire's still about 4 kilometres away to the west on the other side of the Murrumbidgee River, so most people here seem to be getting well prepared, but not too worried at this stage until or unless there is a significant wind change. I mean, if the wind keeps going the way it's going at the moment, everyone should be okay. But obviously, everyone's worried about a westerly wind, and if that happens, then that fire that we've been watching will come across fairly quickly, one would think.
And Michael, given that everyone's watching the winds, what's the mood with the people where you are?
Look, some people are still around, people have stayed. I know a few of the neighbours from this property have left. But look, I think if you're, I've just been helping a friend of ours get well prepared, and they're certainly well prepared. So I think at this stage, people are sitting tight and just watching the wind and watching the weather. Obviously, if things change dramatically in the next, whenever they do, and if they do, then other considerations will be made. But at this point, at this particular place, it's okay.
Michael Brissenden, best of luck and stay in touch. That's ABC reporter and Canberra local Michael Brissenden.
It is coming up to 3 o'clock and time for another ABC News Bulletin. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you, staying with you throughout this afternoon as the fire risk continues. We'll continue to bring you rolling coverage of the bushfire threat in the ACT and Capital Region. It is 40 degrees in the ACT. Time for the news at 3 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. An emergency-level bushfire to Canberra's south in New South Wales is threatening properties near Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo, while the large Orroral Valley fire has a watch and act alert. Michael Inman reports.
The 2 large fires burning out of control to Canberra's south have shut roads and put property at risk. The Clear Range fire has partially closed the Monero Highway, but northbound traffic can leave the fire zone. The Orroral Valley fire in the Namadgi National Park is burning in a southeasterly direction, but there are concerns a wind change will push the fire to the northwest, closer to Tharwa. ACT Emergency Services Commissioner Georgina Whelan says the fire will be upgraded to an emergency alert level when it meets a number of triggers.
There's some containment lines in which the fire would have to breach, an increase in fire activity.
There is no immediate threat to Canberra's southern suburbs.
Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the Clear Range fire could be operating under its own weather system by late this afternoon.
It's what we call a fire-generated storm, which can basically create strong erratic winds, can create lightning strikes. So the weather's not going to ease off. So this spotting is going to continue, and again, it's going to continue moving east.
The Clear Range fire isn't the only fire causing concern across the border. Emergency warnings have now been issued for 5 blazes in southern New South Wales, including the powerful border fire south of Eden. Fire activity is increasing at 3 hotspots, burning out of control at Mount Darra, Tadawangalo and Bega Valley. Up to 30 people from Canberra's southern suburbs are gathering at an evacuation centre at Erindale. ABC reporter Talia Roy is there.
Volunteers there have told me that they are expecting an influx later today and that they're prepared for that and ready for that. They have a number of different things when people arrive there. There's a spot for kids, there's some toys there, there's doctors, there's wellbeing counsellors, Anglicares there, there's 50 ADF personnel there, and their role really is to just make sure that we've got all those supplies there, so lots and lots of water, food, there's snacks, there's even clothes in all different kinds of sizes, because you never know what people are going to be able to bring with them.
There's continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. And as temperatures in Canberra move into the 40s, Chief Minister Andrew Barr is urging Canberrans to limit their electricity use today.
Pressure on the national energy grid will build. It's not just hot here in Canberra, it's hot across New South Wales and Victoria. We are going to make sure that we prioritise power for Canberra's southern suburbs throughout this situation.
Qantas has announced the suspension of mainland China services from February 9 in response to the ongoing coronavirus emergency. In a statement, the airline says it will suspend its 2 direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, until March the 29th. The changes follow entry restrictions imposed by countries including Singapore and the United States, which Qantas says affects the movement of crew who work across its international network. Britain has officially left the European Union, bringing to an end nearly half a century of membership. The moment of departure was marked by a countdown clock projected onto the Prime Minister's residence, number 10 Downing Street. It triggered celebrations by Brexit supporters, the largest in Parliament Square in London. There were also muted counter-rallies by people who wanted to remain in the EU. US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. The Democrats had hoped for swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. To sport now, and in cricket, Australia won the toss and sent England into bat in today's one-day Women's International at Manuka Oval. England currently 3 for 93 in the 16th over. In the Rugby World Sevens, as the Australian men have had a big 33-7 win over Japan. Other winners in the men's division include the USA, South Africa, France, Canada and England. In the women's sevens, the Australians defeated Spain 33-0. And in tennis, Spain's Garbina Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin will go head-to-head in the women's final of the Australian Open tonight. To Canberra's weather, there's a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Forecast is for a sunny day, northwesterly winds and a dust haze. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 and 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30. And for Tuesday, a sunny day with a top of 27. Topping Canberra so far, 43 degrees. At the moment in Canberra, 41.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Yeah, good to have you along on a difficult day, a challenging day for bushfire threat and the threat that it poses to you and to many people in the capital region more broadly. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley keeping you company, and we will continue to with rolling coverage throughout this afternoon. And there is an emergency fire, an emergency warning alert level fire at Clear Range that continues to burn. A number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley fire in the ACT. They are continuing to spread and develop in various parts directing towards Bredbo but impacting areas and properties around Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo too. Conditions continue to deteriorate, as we have heard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on this station, from the Bureau of Meteorology as well. There are many firefighting crews on the ground and in the air working to slow the spread of these fires where it is possible. The Monaro Highway is closed in the areas around Bredbo, Colinton and Michelego. Under these fire conditions, the fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. And if you are in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, the New South Wales Rural Fire Service advice is that it is too late to leave, that you need to seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, do not try to return, you will not be able to. The Monaro Highway in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo is closed. Surrounding areas including Tindri, Anembo, Jernigal and Chocola. The advice for you in these areas is to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you don't have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Have your bushfire plan ready and to put into place. For more information on the fire and the areas it's impacting, rfs.nsw.gov.au is a good website to go to. Keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra, because as this fire changes, as its behaviour evolves and as areas in its path become threatened, we will bring you those details as they come to hand, along with the Orroral Valley fire, which continues to burn in various places. Paula Kruger.
That's right, Adam. So while the clear range fire you were talking about is at an emergency warning level, the Orroral Valley fire is still listed as a watch and act level bushfire warning. So the fire activity is increasing and conditions are deteriorating, but community members in Thawa Village, Bobian Road, Apollo Road, Top Nace Road and Nass Road, you need to remain vigilant. ACT Emergency Services Agency says that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, north of Glendale Depot, Top Nace Road, south of the Bobian Road intersection, Corrin Road, you can all be affected by the Orroral Valley fire, and because conditions are changing and they could get worse. Now, no properties are under immediate threat at this time. We are awaiting an update from the ESA though, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we can. But the information we have is that there is currently no threat to southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if you're feeling unsafe. If you are feeling unsafe, the best option is for you to leave. Just make sure you're prepared.
And Paula, just to update on the Orroral Valley fire, we're just getting word through from the Emergency Services Agency that it has been upgraded to an emergency warning level fire now. We're trying to get more details on the upgrading of that alert level, but there is information coming through from the Emergency Services Agency that the Orroral Valley fire that has burned well over 35,000 hectares at this point has now been upgraded to an emergency warning level fire. And Paula, you have those details there.
Yeah, the information I have is that the bushfire is, as you say, emergency level warning for this fire. So it is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. Now, the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. So people in these areas are in danger. So I'm just going to mention those areas again, Adam. I'm talking about the bushfire approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road, and so the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path, and people in these areas are in danger, and you need to seek immediate shelter to survive. Driving now is extremely dangerous and potentially deadly. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. Do not expect a firefighter at your door. And so I need to emphasise, you need to seek shelter now, and people in the area will be affected by thick smoke and embers, which will reduce visibility and air quality as the fire approaches. So I'm just going to repeat that main line again, Adam. So we're talking about the Orroral Valley Fire. It has just been elevated to an emergency level warning, and the ESA says that the fire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road, and people in those areas are in danger and they need to seek immediate shelter to survive.
Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra. Take note of this warning. The information through on that emergency level warning now for the Orroral Valley Fire is that there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but that conditions change quickly. People in Tharwa and the southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. If you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave early. Just repeating, in combination with this elevation to an emergency warning level for the Orroral Valley Fire, there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. People in Tharwa and the southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas should monitor conditions. The Chief Minister of the ACT, Andrew Barr, now talking on the latest we have on these fires.
Strong winds have pushed the Orroral Valley Fire across the ACT New South Wales border and are threatening property. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service has issued an emergency warning for the bushfire burning near Mickalego and Breadbow in New South Wales. The Monero Highway is now closed and conditions are deteriorating. The ESA is continuing to work closely with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service as this serious situation unfolds. The Orroral Valley Fire is also at an emergency warning level, and fire activity is increasing as conditions deteriorate. The ESA is continuing to prepare should the risk to Tharwa, Gordon, Conda and Banks escalate in the coming hours. I want to again thank all of those who are working and volunteering on the front lines this afternoon. We are again reminding Canberrans, especially those in southern Tuggeranong, to remain vigilant throughout this afternoon. The fire is growing and it may become unpredictable. We will of course continue to keep you updated regularly. Finally, we've been working closely with Evo Energy throughout the day, and they have advised they've taken a number of proactive measures to protect our city's electricity network. So please remember to stay safe this afternoon through this heat and keep an eye on your family and friends, and please continue to follow the situation through the ESA website, ESA social media and the local media. I'll now invite Commissioner Whelan to provide an update on the fire situation.
Thank you, Chief Minister. As at 3 p.m. this afternoon, the Orroral Valley Fire was upgraded to an emergency warning level. As an agency, we have advised that the bushfire is approaching Boybian Road, Nass Road, Top Nass Road and the Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to lives directly in its path. Our community is warned that if they are in this area, they are in danger and they need to seek shelter immediately to survive. Driving is extremely dangerous and potential deadly. The fire is now 35,800 hectares in size. It does remain 2 kilometres from Tharwa and 7 kilometres from Banks. On the Tharwa side of Mount Tennant, the fire is backing down the hill with flame heights approximately 1 to 2 metres. On the northern side of Mount Tennant, the fire intensity has increased and the fire is moving towards the Namadgi Visitor Centre. An ACT strike team has been moved to Williamsdale to protect critical infrastructure. Significant resources have also been allocated to Tharwa. Fire and rescue pumpers from ACT and New South Wales are positioned in this area. The fire is currently 400 metres from grassland on the northern side of Mount Tennant. It is expected to be up to 1 to 2 hours before it reaches the grasslands. At this active suppression will commence. And by that I mean firefighters on the ground, supported by aerial attack. Multiple containment strategies exist to the north of Mount Tennant. These include new and improved fire trails, retardant lines, and wide, clear areas to allow ground-based firefighter attack. Numerous firefighting resources are also established around Tharwa and South Tuggeranong suburbs. The fire has created its own weather system this afternoon, and this is along the southern edge of the fire. This will increase its intensity over the next few hours, so our crews have been withdrawn from this area to ensure their safety. The core of this fire activity is to the southeast of the ACT border. That does not mean it will not impact on the lower edge of the ACT. Fire intensity has increased on the western Leakhole Creek, forcing crews to withdraw from that area for safety. This fire is now burning outside our containment lines and continues to head west towards the Mount Franklin Road. Spot fires are occurring up to 10 kilometres in front of the main fire front. Spot fires in clear range area have expanded and are expected to merge with the main fire. There is potential for this fire to reach and join the Good fire to the east. We work to continue to reinforce our containment lines. Large aerial tankers have been tasked with establishing suppression lines with retardant to the south of Tharwa and at the north and east base of Mount Tennant. Our community will see those aircraft working this afternoon. Planning is also in place to lay retardant suppression lines between Tharwa and Gordon. Over the next 6 hours, we can expect to see an increase in intensity around all edges of this 35 hectare fire. This will involve increased occurrences of spot fires, increase in fire progression, increase in erratic fire behaviour associated with strong variable winds that will be created by this fire's own weather patterns. ESA continues to work closely with New South Wales RFS. These people are amazing. They are working together in response to the fire activity. They are sharing information. They are sharing resources to ensure we have consistent messaging delivered to our community to minimise confusion, to support evacuations, to support firefighting response. 3 strike teams, along with 2 Queensland strike teams, are working the Orroral Valley Fire today in support of ACT firefighters. The ADF continues its support across the board. Working very closely to support our vulnerable people across the ACT. We are working very closely with service providers to provide support to our pre-identified vulnerable personnel in the southern suburbs of Tuggeranong who may need additional assistance to leave should this be required. To our community, please speak with your service provider should you have any concerns regarding your bushfire survival plan. Please ensure you have a bushfire survival plan and share this with your family. If you don't have a plan, we can provide you support to establish one through our pop-up centre support teams located in our evacuation centre, where I know a number of our community have been directly supported by the ACT policing, the SES and the ADF in developing their plans through our door knock campaign that has been running tirelessly for the last 3 days. Road closures are available on our website. Please please, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want any unnecessary traffic around our hotspots today. Please avoid an area impacted by fire unless you are returning to do property protection. The weather. The fire danger rating is currently very high. The index is now at 46. We are now at 41 degrees and we are expected to remain at 41 degrees as a minimum until 8 p.m. this evening. The weather will drop slightly to 36 degrees later in the evening, but we're not expecting the weather to cool down any more than 26 degrees overnight. We have a long, very warm night ahead of us. There will be possible haze as a consequence of dust that will come across our region and reduce our visibility. There is the expectation that smoke may also impact on visibility and air quality. The winds are currently northwesterly, between 20 to 30 kilometres an hour, with gusts up to 50 kilometres an hour. It is expected that we will see an increase in these winds and potentially unfavourable thunderstorm weather that may approach the ACT this evening or early tomorrow morning. We have challenging conditions ahead of us this evening. We have hundreds of firefighters on the ground. We have containment strategies in place. But we can't do this alone. We ask our community to remain vigilant, remain alert, and ensure you are prepared. Happy to take any questions.
Commissioner, the clear range fire situation seems to have intensified this afternoon. Can you tell us a little bit more about that situation?
The issue we have with the fire activity is that the fire itself is generating its own weather pattern, and that combined with the wind direction is what is driving that intensity in the fire. Consequently, we've had to withdraw our firefighting efforts, direct firefighting efforts, which is why aerial attack is what we'll be undertaking alongside New South Wales this evening.
You expressed some frustration from ground crews that they weren't able to access some parts of this fire. Has that changed at all?
No, it's been very challenging today in terms of accessing the fire, which is why obviously we adapt our strategies as the fire unfolds. So we have created an environment with air attack and ground-based and shaping of the fire, that as the fire particularly comes out of Mount Tennant, we'll attack it on the grasslands. It is too dangerous to put our firefighters into those more remote areas, and so we're actually waiting for the fire to come out. Now, around the Mount Tennant area, between Mount Tennant and Tharwa at the moment, we have reasonably good conditions. When I say good, I mean good firefighting conditions, and that fire will slowly come out into the grasslands, and that's where we'll attack it.
And you mentioned that you've set up containment lines there north of Mount Tennant. How confident are you of those holding?
I'm confident that I have several containment lines, so I've actually got withdrawal and backup plans, and that combined with the resources I've got on the ground, I will be able to slow down the fire. And if I can't contain it, slow it enough, time is our friend to be able to issue evacuation orders if necessary.
You mentioned that some of these fires could merge. Do you have a rough idea of when that might happen?
No, I don't have a rough idea. Obviously, we're monitoring that, but these fires will merge. There's no two ways about it.
You mentioned Evo Energy had made some proactive measures. What might they be, Chief Minister?
Look, across the national energy grid, undoubtedly there was a lot of pressure yesterday. Today being a Saturday, there's a little bit less demand across Sydney and Melbourne in particular, we've been advised. Somewhat different weather conditions there that have helped. Evo obviously monitors our very stable energy grid constantly for us and are in constant communication with the AEMO, who are the National Energy Grid body. Importantly, what we've been focused on today is ensuring that there is no loss of power in southern Canberra. Evo have advised us, obviously, that if the bushfire cuts through any of their power lines to the south of the ACT, that there may be some outages there, but they stand ready to move in as quickly as possible, as soon as it is safe to do so, to restore electricity to the southern part of the ACT. So this is beyond the city of Canberra, but into that rural area.
Kirsten Lawson with the Canberra Times. You spoke about a containment line between Tharwa and Gordon. Can you just explain a little more about that? Is that presumably if the fire goes through Tharwa to stop it reaching Tuggeranong? Is that accepting that it's going to go through Tharwa? Or what are those containment lines about, and what form do they take? Is it sort of backburning, or what have you done there?
Our containment lines between Tharwa and Gordon is the backup to the backup plan. I've spoken on several occasions in the last couple of weeks about ensuring that we don't have just one strategy for containment. So containment lines will be everything from the engineering work that we've undertaken throughout the land space, the improvement in our fire trails, the large air tanker dropping retardant. So when we talk about containment, one is containment lines, the other one is activities we will also undertake to slow the progression of the fire and shape it into an area where we may be able to attack it, particularly in the open grasslands areas.
So that's a containment line beyond Tharwa if it goes through Tharwa?
Yes.
And then you spoke about the grasslands where you're able to attack the fire. Is that, I'm sorry about the geography, but is that before it goes towards Tharwa, in that direction, or where is that?
Look, I've asked my incident controller to join us this afternoon because I thought you may be very interested in the very tactical level of what's happening as the fire is getting closer to Canberra. So I will just ask Neil Cooper to speak to those issues. Neil?
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, the area you refer to is the northern slopes of Mount Tennant. Mount Tennant is exceptionally steep and inaccessible. That falls down onto grazing country. That is burning slowly back at the moment, and our tactic is that we've got a whole stack of units in place. As soon as that hits the grassland, we're able to actually start some active fire suppression along that line. What you referred to before, the Commissioner was referring to, was the backup to the backup. That's our first strategy, but every strategy has a fallback plan, and in this case we have about 4 or 5 of those fallback plans, right the way back to tracks around the edge of banks.
So the grasslands is before Tharwa?
Oh yes, yeah.
And you spoke about, critical infrastructure that you are protecting, and also about the Namadgi Visitors Centre. Can you say a little more about those two things, what the critical infrastructure is and how likely it is that we're going to see the Namadgi Visitors Centre under attack, and Tubinbilla?
Yeah, we have units right at this moment at the Namadgi Visitor Centre. It's across the road at the Namadgi Visitor Centre. They're undertaking active suppression as it comes across the road. So it hasn't come across in a complete fire front. They're spot fires, and they're actively suppressing those on site. The critical infrastructure where we've relocated our task force to is more Williamsdale, and the power station, which we've undertaken a lot of work around in protecting over the last week. So reinforcing lines around the edge, retardant lines, and this is just another backup. So that's what we do in fire, I guess, is backup, and backup strategies.
So on Namadgi, it's just across the road. Can you give us a distance in metres, or?
That's where it's come across right now, is across the road, across the Nace Road at the Namadgi Visitor Centre.
So within 20 metres of the centre, you mean? What do you mean?
It's at the centre. So that's where it's spotted where the visitor centre is. And the last I heard a minute ago, they were putting out fire in some of the mulch beds at the visitor centre. Sorry.
The level of tactical information you're after is, as this fire is unfolding, we're happy to provide you with a more detailed brief, but it is very, very specific in terms of the questions you're asking, and it is changing constantly.
I understand. The critical infrastructure in Williamsdale, does that include the solar farm there? And what are the specific consequences of a solar farm fire, if any?
So the solar farm fire will obviously be challenging in terms of cost and replacement, but in terms of service support to the ACT, it is limited impact.
And how likely is it that the fire will impact that solar farm? How close is it there?
I couldn't tell you exactly how close it is, Kristen. As I said, we're happy to take you inside, but this fire is unfolding as we speak, and the level of detail questions you're asking about specific areas is actually beyond the general questions we're taking today and the information that we can provide to you.
And you mentioned crews being withdrawn. Can you say a little more specifically where those crews were, and are there any crews physically firefighting? Is it all only aerial at the moment?
So there are crews firefighting all over the region. They're moving, and they are being moved to areas where they can attack the fire. What was the second part of your question?
So where were they being withdrawn from?
Do you want to talk through that one?
Certainly one of our tactics this morning was to try and do some work around that western edge up around what's called Lickhole Creek at the bottom end of Corran Dam. We transported crews in there last night. It's about a 3-hour drive because the only way in is around Mount Franklin. Those crews started burning off that road at about 2 o'clock this morning. That fire activity increased quite substantially at around about 9 or 10 o'clock this morning. And the very experienced crews, they deemed that there was some risk, so they withdrew from that site. So when we refer to withdraw, it's just that through operational or safety reasons, it is no longer a viable tactic or strategy to implement. So we withdraw back, reassess and work out where to go from there.
You've been hearing there from a press conference at Emergency Services Agency headquarters. Neil Cooper, the Incident Controller, the Emergency Services Commissioner Georgina Whelan and the Chief Minister of the ACT, Andrew Barr. This is because the Orroral Valley fire that's burnt through well over 35,000 hectares has been elevated to emergency warning level in the last 10 minutes or so. Georgina Whelan, amongst other things, spoke of that fire elevated risk to emergency warning level and the areas that it is approaching, including Bobian Road, Nass Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. There are strike teams around Williamsdale and Tharwa preparing for property protection and with a variety of assets to do just that. More information on the existing situation and how it is unfolding through Orroral Valley and the Clear Range fire in a moment. Both those fires burning at an emergency warning level right now at 28 minutes to 4. The very latest news headlines from Andrew Messenger.
Thanks, Adam. 2 large bushfires in the Canberra region are now burning at emergency level, and both are creating their own weather systems. The Orroral Valley fire was upgraded to emergency alert level shortly after 3 o'clock this afternoon as the fire starts to move down Mount Tennant. The fire is moving in a southeasterly direction towards Top Nace Road, but the threat extends to Bobian Road, Nace Road and Apollo Road. There is also concern for infrastructure at Williamsdale, including the big solar farm. The Clear Range fire near Michelego has burnt out just under 200 hectares and is posing an immediate threat to Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The fire has also forced the closure of the Monero Highway to through traffic. People escaping the fire zone are being allowed through. Australian airline Qantas has announced it's suspending its 2 direct services to mainland China amid the coronavirus outbreak. The Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai routes will be suspended from February 9 until March the 29th. There have been public celebrations and muted protests in Britain after its official exit from the European Union. Crowds waving the Union flag gathered in London as a timer projected onto the Prime Minister's official residence, Downing Street, counted down the minutes and seconds to Brexit. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has hailed a new dawn for Britain after years of political wrangling after the 2016 referendum vote to leave the EU. To sport now in cricket. Australia won the toss, sent England into bat in today's one-day international at Manuka Oval. After their 20 overs, England 4 for 156. And in Super Rugby, the Sunwolves are playing the Melbourne Rebels in Japan, and at half-time, the Sunwolves lead 22-13. In the late game tonight, the Waratahs are in Nelson, New Zealand to play the Crusaders. To the weather, total fire bans continue for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny, windy and dust haze today. Tomorrow, a shower or two and 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30. At top today, 42.7. That's a February record, and it's at the moment in Canberra, it's 41. More ABC News at 4 o'clock.
Thanks for that, Andy. We'll catch you at 4 o'clock then. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley, and this is ABC Radio Canberra. We'll be giving you the latest information we have regarding emergency warnings for fires in our areas in just a moment. But first, we're going to check in with Kristen Hoban. She's from New South Wales Transport Management Centre. Kristen, thanks for joining us again. What can you tell us about road closures in the area?
Thank you. Well, the Monero Highway, that remains closed between Old Cooma Road, Royalla and Rose Valley Road, Bunyan, near Cooma. There are other local road closures in the area as well, including Durangle Road and Burra Road from this recent bushfire. So please stay away, delay your travel. If you are in the area, please follow the directions of emergency services. And then on the Kings Highway around Monga, there is smoke affecting visibility. So if you are heading that way, just exercise caution. And if you need any updates on New South Wales road conditions, just head to livetraffic.com.
We'll check out that livetraffic.com website. Thanks, Kristen. Are there any hotspots at the moment that you've got your eye on?
We are keeping an eye on all the road closures around these bushfires and keeping in close contact with emergency services. Along the far coast as well, the Princess Highway, that's still open, but we are keeping an eye on that, a close eye on that as well.
Thanks so much, Kristen. That's Kristen Hoban. She's from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre, and she's been giving us updates on the road closures in our area throughout the afternoon.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
If you are just joining us here on ABC Radio Canberra, you'll find that there has been an emergency warning issued for the Orroral Valley fire. And so ACT ESA advises that the bushfire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, and Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to lives directly in its path. So people in these areas are in danger and they need to seek immediate shelter to survive. Driving is now extremely dangerous and potentially deadly. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. Do not expect a firefighter at your door. So I need to emphasise that you need to seek shelter now. I'm just going to read those areas again. So this is an emergency warning, and it means that the bushfire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, and Apollo Road, and the fire poses a threat to all lives directly in its path. So people will be affected by thick smoke, embers, which will reduce visibility and air quality as the fire approaches. It'll be difficult to see, hear, and breathe. You will experience intense heat and darkness and loud noise. You can call 000 if your life is under threat. I'm just going to go through what you should do as part of this emergency level warning that has been issued for the Orroral Valley fire. So switch off gas and air conditioning. Close windows and doors, sealing the gaps under the doors and screens with wet towels to keep the smoke out of the house. Fill containers such as your baths, sinks and buckets with water so that you have access to both drinking water and firefighting water. Now, identify a safe spot to shelter in, which should be a place with more than one exit that is away from windows and doors. The safest spot is the place that will keep you furthest away from the intense heat of the fire. And be aware of the location of the fire as it passes over your house. And once the fire has passed, use your water supplies. You need to use those to put out the spot fires. You can listen to Adam and myself here on ABC Radio, and we'll be bringing you the latest information as we get it. And if you are not currently in an affected area, and we really need to emphasise this, if you are not currently in an affected area, please do not return. Now, there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions, as we know, can change quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, right now you need to monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. And if you're feeling unsafe, the best option is to leave early. Now, the current situation is that fire is travelling in a southeasterly direction and it's travelling towards Top Nace Road. The fire is out of control, and under current conditions, the fire is extremely difficult to control. Make sure you are prepared, and as I mentioned before, do not wait to see a firefighter to act.
It is 21 minutes to 4. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you on ABC Radio Canberra. An emergency warning alert level is also current for the Clear Range Fire burning in the snowy Monero local government area. This is a number of spot fires that initially generated from the Orroral Valley Fire bushfire in the ACT, which Paula has been talking about. These fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbow and are also impacting properties in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbow. The conditions continue to deteriorate under strong northwesterly winds and locally generated fire conditions, which are making it a real challenge for firefighters to try and battle these fronts. The Monero Highway is closed in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbow. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly. Embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires, and fire activity has increased through this afternoon in the area to the west of the angle. The advice from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is as follows. For Colinton, Michelego and Bredbow, it is too late to leave. You are at risk. Please seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. As I've mentioned, the Monero Highway is closed in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbow. Surrounding areas including Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola. Be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front actually arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a bushfire survival plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Constantly monitor the conditions. You can do that through this radio station on ABC Radio Canberra. You can follow the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website, rfs.nsw.gov.au, to monitor the Orroral Valley fire conditions, also burning at an emergency alert level warning. Go to the ESA webpage, esa.act.gov.au. As Paula mentioned, that is a situation changing and is approaching areas around Bobbian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. You can also check on traffic conditions throughout this region via livetraffic.com. Keep listening either on 666 ABC Radio Canberra on analogue, that's 666 on your AM dial. You can go to channel 25 on your digital television. You can listen via the ABC Listen app and also the stream via abc.net.au/Canberra. And we will continue to stay with you and try and keep everyone as safe as possible through this emerging and evolving situation with 2 emergency bushfires burning through the ACT and surrounding region. ABC News reporter Tom Lowry has been stationed in Tharwa this afternoon. He's still there to bring us the latest as crews get ready and are in the middle of their work. Tom, what's the latest that you can see in the activity around Tharwa?
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. There's certainly been a real uptick in activity just in the past sort of half hour to an hour or so, particularly around the time that emergency warning was issued. We've just seen a whole lot more crews moving through, heading out down the Nass Road towards, past the Magic Visitor Centre. So, certainly it seems like there's a bit more of a response going on in this area. The conditions themselves haven't sort of changed dramatically. We have noticed the wind picking up a little more around here, but the direction of the wind doesn't seem to have changed. Of course, this is just what I'm observing. This isn't sort of taken from the Bureau or anything. But look, we've certainly seen a whole lot more smoke, and we've just been watching the area around Mount Tennant over the past little while as well. You can see a bit of an increase in fire activity over there, but it's certainly not moving with any great pace. As much as Georgina Whelan described it during that press conference, flames on that northern edge, sort of 1 or 2 metres in height, still in the hills, still there, still creeping, but thankfully still being pushed in the other direction by the wind at this point.
Yes, and if the wind changes, then that situation will also change quite distinctly. We've also been advised by the ESA, Tom, that there are aeroplanes dropping fire retardant around the Mount Tennant area. How clear is that from your vantage point?
Oh, there's certainly plenty of aircraft around. We've seen choppers dropping water on sort of spot fires around that Mount Tennant area quite consistently over the past sort of half hour or so, just doing runs, coming and going, refilling and dropping more water. There is fire retardant you can see around the area. I haven't actually seen a plane drop any fire retardant. I don't know if you have, Ian. Ian has? Okay, so there has been planes around here dropping retardant that we've seen as well. So Yeah, look, plenty of activity from aircraft, which is something we weren't seeing this morning. So there is a bit more of an increased response, I guess, around this area, perhaps in line with that emergency warning being issued.
And obviously Tharwa locals are pretty clear in their fire plans. The ones that we've seen on television, speaking to us on this station, have a definite idea about whether to stay or go. Have you seen or spoken to some that are preparing to leave at this point, Tom?
Certainly the people we've spoken to say intend on staying. I think they've had days to think about this around this area. They've known this fire is around, that it was going to... This was a huge risk, remains a huge risk, but the people we've spoken to were spending their morning preparing their homes, knowing that an Emperor attack in particular is a possibility this afternoon and being ready to handle that if it does happen.
Tom, it's Paula here. We're hearing so much that visibility is becoming a problem, with these fires. How are you where you are? Are you able to see things quite clearly?
Yeah, it's still quite clear here because we're on the northern edge of the blaze and because that smoke is being still pushed more towards the southeast. Visibility really isn't an issue around Tharwa at the moment. Of course, if the winds do change at all, that situation will change as well. But visibility conditions are pretty good around here. Certainly, you don't have to drive far down the road for that situation to change dramatically as you sort of come into that smoke. But around the Tharwa area itself, it's still quite clear.
Thanks for that, Tom. That's Tom Lowry and Ian. They're both currently in Tharwa. ABC News reporter Tom Lowry.
40 degrees in the ACT at the moment, and obviously it's been very warm. We heard earlier from Andrew Messenger at the 3:30 headlines a top of 42 today, which breaks a February record. A reminder, if you didn't already know it is a day of total fire ban. That restricts a lot of things you can do in relation to open flame. For the full details, again, esa.act.gov.au is the place to go to get that information. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley are with you. We'll continue to stay with you through today on this day of high fire risk.
Your fire plan should consider what you will do if you and your family cannot leave your property and are forced to escape from a burning house during an intense bushfire. You need to think about when you would leave, what you would take, and what you would do with your pets. Being prepared with contingency plans for different scenarios will help to keep you calm and increase your chances of survival.
Keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra. There are some road closures around the ACT and Capital Region that I want to point out, which you may not be aware of if you're travelling in this region that is affected or at risk of being affected by the fires that are burning out of control. Those road closures include at Tharwa Drive, closed at the north side of Tharwa Bridge. Tidbinbilla Road, closed at Small Bridge Cotter Road. That's by the picnic area if you know it. Point Hut Road is closed at its junction with Jim Pike Avenue. Angle Crossing is closed at the Monaro Highway. Bobian Road is closed at the New South Wales ACT border. Corrin Road and Tidbinbilla Road also are closed. Nace Road closed at the Smith Road intersection. Smith Road itself is closed. Tharwa Drive is closed at the Noak Avenue roundabout. And the Monaro Highway is closed along much of its length between, just to the south point of Canberra, Old Coomera Road to be exact, down to Coomera. And that is due to the fire risk from the Clear Range fire. Please, in those areas, visibility is poor. Drive with your lights on in smoky areas and be aware of other traffic that is using those roads in the areas where it's open, because these are hazardous driving conditions. And any information that you have, and if it's safe to pass it on, 1300 681 666 is the phone number that you can call here. The SMS is 0467 922 666. The Twitter handle at ABC Canberra. A reminder of how you can continue to listen to us in your car on your battery-powered radio. You can go to 666 on your AM station. Channel 25 on your digital television. The ABC Listen app is available on your smart device, be it your phone or your tablet. Also on our stream, abc.net.au/Canberra. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you. We'll have an update to the emergency warning alert level fires at Orroral Valley and at Clear Range in a moment. But if you did not hear, about 20 minutes ago, Georgina Whelan, along with emergency services personnel, provided an update to these fires. This is some of what she had to say. It's 11 minutes to 4.
The Orroral Valley fire was upgraded to an emergency warning level. As an agency, we have advised that the bushfire is approaching Boybian Road Nass Road, Top Nass Road and the Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to lives directly in its path. Our community is warned that if they are in this area, they are in danger and they need to seek shelter immediately to survive. Driving is extremely dangerous and potential deadly. The fire is now 35,800 hectares in size. It does remain 2 kilometres from Tharwa and 7 kilometres from Banks. On the Tharwa side of Mount Tennant, the fire is backing down the hill with flame heights approximately 1 to 2 metres. On the northern side of Mount Tennant, the fire intensity has increased and the fire is moving towards the Namadgi Visitors Centre. An ACT strike team has been moved to Williamsdale to protect critical infrastructure. Significant resources have also been allocated to Tharwa. Fire and rescue pumpers from ACT and New South Wales are positioned in this area. The fire is currently 400 metres from grassland on the northern side of Mount Tennant. It is expected to be up to 1 to 2 hours before it reaches the grasslands. At this active suppression will commence. And by that I mean firefighters on the ground, supported by aerial attack. Multiple containment strategies exist to the north of Mount Tennant. These include new and improved fire trails, retardant lines, and wide, clear areas to allow ground-based firefighter attack. Numerous firefighting resources are also established around Tharwa and South Tuggeranong suburbs. The fire has created its own weather system this afternoon, and this is along the southern edge of the fire. This will increase its intensity over the next few hours, so our crews have been withdrawn from this area to ensure their safety. The core of this fire activity is to the southeast of the ACT border. That does not mean it will not impact on the lower edge of the ACT. Fire intensity has increased on the western Lickhole Creek, forcing crews to withdraw from that area for safety. This fire is now burning outside our containment lines and continues to head west towards the Mount Franklin Road. Spot fires are occurring up to 10 kilometres in front of the main fire front. Spot fires in Clear Range area have expanded and are expected to merge with the main fire. There is potential for this fire to reach and join the Good fire to the east. We work to continue to reinforce our containment lines. Large aerial tankers have been tasked with establishing suppression lines with retardant to the south of Tharwa and at the north and east base of Mount Tennant. Our community will see those aircraft working this afternoon. Planning is also in place to lay retardant suppression lines between Tharwa and Gordon. Over the next 6 hours, we can expect to see an increase in intensity around all edges of this 35 hectare fire. This will involve increased occurrences of spot fires, increase in fire progression, increase in erratic fire behaviour associated with strong variable winds that will be created by this fire's own weather patterns. ESA continues to work closely with New South Wales RFS. These people are amazing. They are working together in response to the fire activity. They are sharing information. They are sharing resources to ensure we have consistent messaging delivered to our community to minimise confusion, to support evacuations, to support firefighting response. 3 strike teams, along with 2 Queensland strike teams, are working the Orroral Valley fire today in support of ACT firefighters. The ADF continues its support across the board.
That's Georgina Whelan, who is the Emergency Services Agency Commissioner, speaking earlier about the elevation of the Orroral Valley fire to an emergency warning alert level, 5.5 minutes to 4. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you on ABC Radio Canberra, providing continuous rolling coverage on the fire threat in the ACT and surrounding capital area. The weather, obviously hot, uncomfortable and difficult for firefighters to work in. Neil Bennett is with us again from the Bureau of Meteorology. He's the duty forecaster there. Neil, briefly, the wind and the temperature, how is it going to unfold into the rest of today?
Well, currently we've still got very high temperatures, 41 degrees in Canberra, and the maximum today looked as if it was around about 5 to 3 when we recorded 42.7, so it is incredibly hot.
And a February record, as I understand it?
Yeah, I think so. As with all of these, we have to do the confirmation, but it's certainly on the cards there. Yes. So the winds is the other thing. We had a gust of 60 kilometres an hour, 61 to be precise, at the airport at 2:05 this afternoon. So there's still some strong gusty northwesterly winds, west northwesterly winds. They're likely to continue for another couple of hours at least in that vein before we start to see the nighttime really putting a lid on the temperatures and certainly starting to see the winds easing off. Probably not until after 7 o'clock this evening will we start to see an appreciable drop in those. So some very tricky conditions. And as we've heard as well, the risk of some thunderstorm activity out of the fires themselves.
Neil Bennett, we'll speak with you again very soon. We'll have to leave it there owing to time, but thanks for the update and that really relevant information on the winds as it pertains to the fire conditions. Thank you so much, Neil Bennett, who is the duty forecaster at the Bureau of Meteorology. It's 4 minutes to 4. 40 degrees still in Canberra and the surrounding ACT region.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
Good afternoon, Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley with you here. So within the past hour, the Orroral Valley fire was upgraded to an emergency warning level. So the ESA advises that the bushfire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. So the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. People in these areas are in danger and they need to seek shelter to survive. Driving is now extremely dangerous and potentially deadly. So to emphasise, the advice is to seek shelter now. People in the area will be affected by thick smoke and embers. You'll have reduced visibility and air quality. So currently there is no threat to southern suburbs of the ACT. Those conditions can change quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, what you need to do is monitor conditions closely and be ready to act if you feel unsafe. So the current situation is that the fire is travelling in a southeasterly direction, and that is towards Top Nace Road. So the fire is out of control, and you need to make sure that you are prepared. So just repeating, the Orroral Valley fire has been elevated within the past hour by the ESA to an emergency level warning, Adam.
There's also an emergency warning level, alert level fire for clear range. A number of spot fires that are moving in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo, and there are ongoing immediate threats to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. The conditions continue to be variable and to deteriorate under strong northwesterly winds. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires where it is possible. The Monaro Highway is closed through the sections of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. It's closed from Old Cooma Road at its northernmost closure point to Cooma. So please do not try and use it this afternoon in these areas. If you are in Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo or surrounds, you are at risk. It is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. In the surrounding areas, including Tendri, Anembo, Durangle, Gicola. Be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start a spot fire and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you do not have a bushfire survival plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Information, including fire maps, are available on rfs.nsw.gov.au. You can ring the Rural Fire Service Bushfire Info line on 1800 679 737. And on ABC Radio Canberra, we will continue to keep you company with ongoing rolling coverage of the emergency fires that are burning in our midst through the ACT and the surrounding region. Stay safe, have your bushfire plan ready to roll, keep listening for the updates, for the info that you need to know. The news is on the way now at 4 o'clock. It's 40 degrees in Canberra at the moment. Andrew Messenger with the latest on the fires and other news now.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. 2 large bushfires in the Canberra region are now burning at an emergency alert level. Michael Inman reports.
The Orroral Valley fire in the Namadgi National Park was upgraded after the blaze breached containment lines this afternoon. The fire started earlier this week and has grown to almost 36,000 hectares. It is burning in a southeasterly direction and could soon join up with the Good fire in New South Wales, but there's also a threat towards Tharwa. Emergency Services Agency Commissioner Georgina Whelan says the fire's intensity will increase.
The fire has created its own weather system this afternoon, and this is along the southern edge of the fire. This will increase its intensity over the next few hours.
Canberra's southern suburbs are currently not under threat. The Clear Range fire is threatening properties at Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo and has closed the Monero Highway to all except those evacuating the fire zone.
ABC reporter Elizabeth Byrne is in Bredbo, where the firefighters are battling the Clear Range fire.
I think there's one word to describe the conditions here, and that's filthy. The sky's very dark grey, and there's also been a series of sort of dust storms around here as well. Firefighters are throwing everything they can to stop this fire spreading into places where people live, laying down fire retardant on the paddocks around Bredbo, and also lots of water bombers going in over the fire and attacking it directly, and lots of fire tankers.
Clear Range is one of 5 emergency-level fires spreading quickly in southern New South Wales. 3 fires are burning out of control in the Mount Darra-Tantawangalo area in the Bega Valley. The border fire south of Eden, which has burnt through more than 170,000 hectares, is also spreading quickly on its north flank. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service says the blazes are now creating their own weather systems and are very dangerous. There is continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. Qantas has announced flights to mainland China will be suspended from next weekend in response to the ongoing coronavirus emergency. Noor Haydar reports.
Qantas will suspend direct flights to mainland China from the 9th of February. In a statement, the airline said its 2 direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, would temporarily cease until the 29th of March. Qantas says the decision was made due to restrictions imposed by other countries, including Singapore and the United States, in response to the growing coronavirus outbreak. It says the suspension may be brought forward if passenger demand levels or other factors change. The airline says flights to Hong Kong are not affected.
24 medical professionals have been sent to Christmas Island from Darwin to facilitate the coronavirus quarantine zone. The Australian Medical Assistance Team, or AUSMAT, will set up a self-sufficient field hospital on the island and provide patient care. The team will remain on the island until quarantine is lifted. There have been public celebrations and muted protests in Britain after the official exit from the European Union. Crowds waving the Union flag gathered in London as a timer countdown to Brexit. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has hailed a new dawn for Britain after years of political wrangling after the 2016 referendum vote to leave the EU. This woman was among those celebrating the historic event.
We'll have control of our own fisheries, we'll have control of our own laws, we'll have control of who comes here. I mean, the people that really need to be in this country will be here.
To sport now, and in cricket, England has set Australia a total of 157 to win today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval. The run chaser started with Australia 1 for 40 in the sixth over. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken the first set 6-love against Britain's Andy Lapthorne in the final of the Australian Open Quad Wheelchair Final. Tonight, Spain's Gabina Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin will battle out the women's final. In Super Rugby, the Sunwolves are playing at home against the Melbourne Rebels. The Sunwolves currently lead 34-13 after 61 minutes. In the late game today, the Waratahs play the Crusaders in Nelson. And in the Rugby World Sevens in Sydney, the Australian men have had a big 33-7 win over Japan. Their next game is against Scotland. In the Women's Sevens, the Australians defeated Spain 33-0. Their next game is against Ireland. There's a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Sunny, windy and dust haze today. Tomorrow, a shower or two and 35. Monday, mostly sunny and 30, and Tuesday, sunny and 27. Today's top of 43 is a record for February. At the moment in Canberra, 42.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley, and we're going to give you the latest information we have on fire emergencies in our area.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
So it was about an hour ago that the Orroral Valley fire was lifted to an emergency warning level. So the ESA advises that a bushfire is approaching Bobbion Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. Now, people in these areas are in danger and they need to seek immediate shelter to survive. Driving now is extremely dangerous and potentially deadly. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property, so do not expect a firefighter at your door. Seek shelter now. Just so that you know where I'm speaking of, the areas that are affected by this elevated emergency warning, the areas we're talking about: Bobbion Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. So people in these areas will be affected by thick smoke and embers, which will reduce visibility and air quality. As the fire approaches, it will be difficult for you to see, hear and breathe, and you will experience intense heat, darkness and loud noise. I'm just going to go through the list of what it is that you need to do, given that the Orroral Valley fire has now been lifted to an emergency warning level. So you need to switch off the gas and air conditioning. Close windows and doors, sealing the gaps under the doors and screens with wet towels, and that's to keep the smoke out of the house. Fill containers like your bath, sinks and buckets with water, and that's so you have access to drinking and firefighting water. You also need to identify a safe spot to shelter in, and it should have more than one exit. And it needs to be away from windows and doors, and the safest spot is the place that will keep you furthest away from the intense heat of the fire. So be aware of the location of the fire as it passes over your house, and once it has passed, use water supplies to put out spot fires. I want to also add that according to the ESA, there is currently no threat to southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. The people in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs of Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor the conditions closely and be ready to act if you feel unsafe. And the best option, if you are feeling unsafe, is to leave. So that's the emergency warning regarding the Orroral Valley fire. If you need more information on this, you can go to the ESA website or to their social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley on ABC Radio Canberra. Now, Adam's going to give you an update of fires in our region, Adam.
At 8 minutes past 4, there continues to be an emergency warning alert level for the Clear Range fire. These are a combination of a number of spot fires that have started initially from the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT. They continue to spread quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Firefighters and aircraft are working to slow the spread of these fires where it is possible. But under these conditions, the fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires, and fire activity is increasing and continues to increase in the area to the west of the angle. So the advice for people in Colinton, Michelego, Bredbow and surrounding areas is that you are at risk and it is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed. For surrounding areas including Tinderi, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have one, a bushfire plan that is, know what you will do if the fire threatens. You need to constantly monitor the conditions as they are unfolding because they are variable and volatile in these weather conditions. You can do that by following rfs.nsw.gov.au. That's rfs.nsw.gov.au. On the phone, you can call the bushfire information line. That is 1800 679 737. Fires near me, if you don't have that app on your phone, and you can download it now, do so. It gives you up-to-date information as well. And keep listening on ABC Radio Canberra. Paula Kruger, myself and others are continuing to give you updated information as it does come to hand and as it does affect the region that you're in. Very soon we're going to have an update on the traffic situation from John Pearson at the Transport Management Centre because there are road closures associated with these fires. There are emergency warning alert level fires also burning in the Bega region, around the areas of Bega and in the valley. For up-to-date information on what is happening there and which areas and communities are at threat, you can listen to ABC Southeast and again go to the RFS webpage, rfs.nsw.gov.au. It is 11 minutes past 4.
Thanks for that, Adam, and thank you to Richard as well, who has sent us a text on 0467 922 666. He says, don't forget when you're telling us about how to listen to ABC Canberra, you forgot digital radio, which I have been listening to for the past 4 days. Thanks for the reminder, Richard. We'll be sure to remind people of that. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley. We'll be with you throughout the afternoon to make sure that you're up to date with the emergency warnings for fires in the ACT and in our region. But as Adam mentioned, let's find out what's happening on our roads. With you now is John Pearson. He is from New South Wales Transport Management Centre. John, thank you for your time. Can you tell me what's happening with the Monaro Highway south of Canberra?
Yes, hi Paula, hi Adam, good to be with you. As it has been for the past few hours now, since about midday, the Monaro Highway remains closed between Royalla, specifically Old Cooma Road at Royalla, and Rose Valley Road at Bunyan, just north of Cooma. Now that closure of the Monaro Highway, there's no estimate yet as to when it may reopen. Of course, safety comes first when you look at roads, whether roads are opened or not. By all means, do check livetraffic.com before you need to travel, wherever your trip may be. But the Monaro Highway remains closed between Royalla and Bunyan, just north of Cooma. Other local roads that are closed include Durangle Road and Burra Road, but the main one is the Monaro Highway there. Other than that, there's plenty of smoke currently on the Kings Highway at Monga, and the Princes Highway does remain open except for a section just to the north of the Victorian border. Southbound lanes of the Princes Highway are closed from Narrababa through to the Victorian border, so you can't get south to the Victorian border, but all northbound lanes of the Princes Highway are open at this stage.
John, between the heat and the fires, it's hard to imagine that too many people are out there, but what is the traffic like out there, especially in these areas, around the Monaro Highway that are affected by the fires?
Well, I can't say specifically how many roads or how many roads have traffic problems, but just looking briefly at our traffic maps at the moment, there's certainly no red lines which indicate traffic delays or hold-ups. So I can see that most of the roads that are open are basically moving freely. That's basically all I could say. But wherever you are this afternoon, including the Kings Highway, as I just mentioned, there may be smoke about. Obviously, south of the ACT, that smoke is drifting quite a long way. So wherever you are, do drop the speed. Allow yourself plenty of extra travel time. Drop the speed by 20 to 30 kilometres an hour, particularly where there's smoke about, because you may come up to your next corner and suddenly find a few cars in front of you because of that smoke. So don't take the risk. Do drop speed, and by all means, check livetraffic.com for the latest road closures wherever you are.
That's good advice. Thanks for passing it on, John. That's John Pearson. He is with the New South Wales Transport Management Centre.
Wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra. If you're having a staycation, you can catch us on AM or digital radio, as well as Channel 25 on your TV. If you're out and about, you can hear all your favourite ABC Radio Canberra programs on the ABC Listen app. And remember, during a bushfire event, you can always hear us on a battery-operated radio on 666 AM. So wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra.
And it's ticking on to 4:15. If you're in the vicinity of some of these fires, or I should say from a safe distance, if you have information that's valuable, that could be valuable to others to pass on, but by no means do we want you to put yourself in harm's way at all, then you can call 1300 681 666, the SMS 0467 922 666. And I want to emphasise and echo the thoughts of authorities in the ACT. Do not travel into areas that are threatened by fire. It is dangerous to you and others. One other impact potentially of the fire is limitation to power supplies through damage to areas where power is connected through, or because of the load on energy needs. Alison Davis is Group Manager for Customer Delivery at Evo Energy in the ACT. Ms Davis, we appreciate your time. What's the existing strain and maybe the predicted strain on energy resources here because of the bushfire threat and the risk?
Sure, thanks, Adam. So Evo Energy works really hard to maintain a safe and reliable supply, and that's our priority. And at the moment in particular, we're doing everything that we can to keep the power on for our customers. So we've taken a number of proactive steps to help protect the ACT electricity network and continue to work closely with both the ESA and the ACT government. So we've been doing things like clearing vegetation around our network assets. Throughout the week, where it's been safe for our crews to do so, we've sprayed about 400 poles with fire retardant. Where possible, we've also done things like change how the electricity reaches customers' homes, and that's to minimise reliance on some of the assets that may be at risk. We've also turned off some of the automatic functions on our network feeders, and they're kind of like circuit breakers in your home. So on total fire bans like today, we turn these off to prevent any risk of sparking. We also conduct additional safety patrols before we restore power if there is an unplanned outage.
Are there any areas of the ACT where the power network is being pushed to the limit, and are you considering any measures as a result?
No, so supply conditions today, Adam, are not forecast to be tight. There's cooler conditions in Melbourne and Sydney. So the ACT does form part of the national grid, and weekends do tend to have a lower demand. And we've got businesses and industrial customers that aren't operating. Look, we are having unprecedented weather conditions, and we continue to monitor the network, and we work with the Australian Energy Market Operator and the ACT government to keep on top of that. We're not expecting any impacts to the ACT community today from that. But if those conditions do change, we'll communicate that with the ACT community through our social media channels.
What possibility is there, given the more stable conditions you spoke of in Victoria, what possibility is there that there could be some sort of power reduction measures that are called upon?
It's certainly not something that we're expecting to impact the ACT today, Adam.
And tomorrow also presents a hazardous morning at the very least, with gusty winds, possible thunderstorms. What preparations do you have in place for Sunday morning?
So I suppose fire is very dynamic, and we're continuing to monitor our network across, particularly across the south of Canberra, but the whole of the ACT, and we're continuing to do that round the clock right through tomorrow morning and the rest of the weekend.
Alison, it's Paula here. I just wanted to clarify. So residents of the ACT, are they being asked in any way to reduce their power usage on a hot day like today?
Paula, at this time, we've got no request out for customers to reduce their energy usage. Supply conditions today aren't as tight as they could have been, with cooler conditions right across Victoria, New South Wales. It is very hot in the ACT, but there's no request for reductions in usage today.
And you mentioned earlier about spraying poles with fire retardant. Has that proved to be effective?
We'll need to wait to see till we get into any of the fire-affected areas, but we'd certainly hope. We've had no one lose power as yet, and we would take those proactive measures as a preventative step. So we'll wait and see after the fire passes through and it's safe for our crews to access. If the fires come close to our assets and if that work on spraying the fire retardant has had an impact.
We appreciate you explaining that to us, Alison. That's Alison Davis, and she is the Group Manager of Customer Delivery for Evo Energy. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley on ABC Radio Canberra. We are with you throughout the afternoon to bring you updated information regarding emergency bushfire warnings in our area. I want to hear from you if you're in a position to see something regarding these fires in our area, and if it's safe for you to call us, and if it's sensible for you to be where you are right now. My number here on the text line is 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call, and that's on 1300 681 666. We're just keen to hear how you're feeling and what you're seeing as well out there, because and especially if you have information that you can see that will be useful to other people. So once again, those numbers are 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call on 1300 681 666.
In an emergency, turn to a source you can trust. At the ABC, we're dedicated to helping you during natural disasters and extreme weather events, and to making sure the ABC is part of your safety checklist. Follow your local ABC on social media. Find and save your local ABC radio station. And for more ways to be prepared, visit abc.net.au/emergency. ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And this is with regards to the Orroral Valley fire. So this is the information that we have from the ESA, and it was issued after 4 o'clock today. It's regarding the emergency warning in place for the Orroral Valley fire. Now, the ESA advises that the bushfire is approaching Bobbian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. People in these areas are in danger and need to seek immediate shelter to survive. Driving is now extremely dangerous and potentially deadly. Fire crews may not be able to protect you and your property. Do not expect a firefighter at your door. Seek shelter now. Now, people in the area will be affected by thick smoke, which will reduce visibility and air quality as the fire approaches. It will be difficult for you to see, hear, and breathe, and you will experience intense heat, darkness, and loud noise. Now, there is currently no threat to southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change. People in Tharwa and southern ACT suburbs, and by that I mean Banks, Gordon and Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. Now, the current situation is that the fire is travelling in a southeasterly direction towards Top Nace Road. The fire is out of control, and under current conditions, the fire is extremely difficult to control. So please make sure that you are prepared. You can get more information on this particular emergency warning, the Orroral Valley Fire. You can get more information from the ESA website. Adam, you've got information for us regarding fires in New South Wales.
Yes, in clear range, the fire continues to burn at emergency warning alert level. And with us now is Aaron Howard. He's from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. And Aaron Howard, appreciate your time again. This fire continues to impact properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Tell us about those impacts and the anticipated spread in the next hour or so.
Good afternoon again, Adam. Yeah, so the fire at this stage continues to spread east of that Monaro Highway. We've seen a significant amount of spotting activity in the open grassland country, which crews are actively attacking with the assistance of landholders in many areas. But we're also seeing further spotting further to the east at in the base of the Tindery there. And again, we're putting additional aviation resources to try and minimise those spot fires from expanding.
The clear range fire continues to burn slightly to the south of the Orroral Valley Fire, or more in a southeast position, but is there a possibility that they might merge?
The fire itself, the clear range fire, began from spots from the Orroral fire. So realistically, they could draw themselves in over the coming days. As you've just previously gone through, there's an emergency warning for the ACT in the further north, in the Top Nace Road and Nace Road areas. It's likely this will also eventually push over into the Smith Road area later this afternoon. So again, we're monitoring up that northern section, but realistically, most of our fire threat at this stage is further south, as you mentioned, the southeast and that Colinton area.
And the surrounding areas such as Tindery, Anembo, Durango and Chocola, the advice to this point has been to be alert for embers, to follow bushfire survival plans and really closely monitor the conditions. But is there a chance that advice could elevate as far as, well, being too late to leave and having to shelter in place?
Correct. Our advice for those areas, and it is still current at the moment, is be aware of ember attack. Like I just mentioned, we are seeing significant embers at the base of those. Look, if we cannot contain those spot fires, they will largely join together, and there is quite a strong potential that they could join and then create a new front on that eastern side. So messaging may change, but at this stage, using large aircraft, so we're looking at using the LAT in that area to try and minimise that fire spread as much as possible.
Are you having to draw on additional crews to those that are already there on the ground to try and stop those spot fires from merging into that front you anticipate could happen?
Spot on. We have drawn additional crews from further north, from Goulburn and up into Sydney. They have been staged in tactical positions throughout the day in anticipation of these conditions to assist local crews. So again, further resources being pushed in there to try and aid as much as possible.
We'll let you get to it with those crews as well. Aaron Howard, take care, all the best, and thank you again for the continuous updates this afternoon.
Thanks, Adam.
The residents around this region certainly appreciate it. That is Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Paula, that fire at Clear Range continues to burn at an emergency warning alert level and continues to pose significant difficulty with the way it's spotting continuously to the east.
That's right, Adam. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley. I'd like to hear from you if there's anything around you that you think we should know about. 0467 922 666. Please only get in touch if it's safe for you to do so, and if it's sensible for you to be where you are. You can also call me on 1300 681 666. With you now is Ben. Ben is at, I'll get you to say where you are. Where exactly are you, Ben?
I'm just a bit south of Michelego.
Right, and what are things like? Are you at home there in Michelego?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm watching the other side of the burn.
Right, what can you see, Ben?
Lots of flames, lots of smoke. It's sort of heading sort of up towards the ridge, but it's here. It's just going to sort of come down towards the river and then goes to the river, which is where most of the people live along the side of the river.
Right, Ben. Ben, can you give us any idea what colour the smoke is that you're seeing?
It's pretty accurate. It's dark, it's grey. It's kind of obscuring some of the flames, but then when the wind blows, you can sort of see through it again.
Yeah, I can hear the wind blowing now. What exactly is that wind like, Ben? The wind, Ben, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Wind whips up and then it sort of calms down and you feel safe again, and then it whips up again, and it's a bit like a roller coaster ride at the moment.
Oh, Ben, I mean, you described that you're looking down and you can see the valley and you can see the trees where the homes are. What's the feeling like where you are right now?
Look, pretty much on tenterhooks at the moment. Just worried that it's going to come down and jump over the river. The west side of the river where the flames are at the moment, it's uninhabited as far as I know, as far as the eye can see. But along sort of my side of the river, which is the east side of the river, there are a lot of houses on sort of 100-acre blocks all along the river. Yeah, they're close to very dry bushland, so yeah, we're all pretty worried.
Right, Ben, what's your sign? Are you staying or leaving?
At this stage I am. I'm fortunate that I've got a friend who's a firefighter.
Right, I was just going to ask if you had a bit of support there, Ben. It's good to hear that you've got a friend.
Yeah.
And I'll let you go now, Ben, because it sounds like the line is breaking up quite a bit, probably because you've got some tough winds there. That was Ben. He's just south of Mikalago, describing seeing the fire and the flames from his balcony from the other side of the valley, Adam.
Yeah, and there's a chance that some... the mobile coverage and the towers and the infrastructure that's used to carry those mobile signals could be impacted through those areas of Mikalago, Bredbo and Colinton. So keep listening on ABC Radio Canberra if you need further information about these emergency warning level fires that are burning. We'll stay with you to bring you all the details that we get to hand, and stay safe, particularly if, like Ben, you're in the regions where these emergency warning fires are burning. It is ticking on to 4:29. Paula Kruger and myself have more information to share. We'll continue to do it on ABC Radio Canberra. And if you are in a position to give us an update, and it's safe to do so, we want to emphasise that. If it is safe to pass on some details about what you can see on conditions and information that might benefit others to know, you can call 1300 681 666, or you can text on 0467 922 666. The latest news headlines now, including on the fire situation in the ACT Capital Region. Andrew Messenger is with us again at 4:30. Good afternoon to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Adam. 2 large bushfires in the Canberra region are burning at emergency alert level this afternoon, and both are creating their own weather systems. The Orroral Valley fire was upgraded to emergency alert as the fire started moving down Mount Tennant. That fire is moving in a southeasterly direction towards Topnace Road, but the threat extends as well to Bobian Road, Nace Road and Apollo Road. The Clear Range fire near Mikalago has burnt out around 200 hectares. It's posing an immediate threat to Colinton, Mikalago and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The fire has also forced the closure of the Monero Highway to through traffic. Australian airline Qantas has announced it's suspending its 2 direct services to mainland China amid the coronavirus outbreak. The Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai routes will be suspended from February 9 until March the 29th. There have been public celebrations and muted protests in Britain after the official exit from the European Union. Crowds waving the Union Jack gathered in London as a timer projected onto the Prime Minister's official residence in Downing Street counted down the minutes and seconds to Brexit. Prime Minister Boris Johnson has hailed a new dawn for Britain after years of political wrangling after the 2016 referendum vote to leave the EU. In a busy afternoon of sport, England has set Australia a total of 157 to win today's Women's One-Day Cricket International at Manuka Oval. The run chase is well underway with Australia 3 for 82 in the 13th over. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken the first set 6-love against Britain's Andy Lapthorne in the final of the Australian Open Quad Wheelchair Final. In the second set, it's 4-all. And in Super Rugby, the Sunwolves have just won this afternoon's game against the Melbourne Rebels 36-27. In the late game, to start in about half an hour, the Waratahs play the Crusaders in Nelson. There's a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales today. The ACT ACT ban is extended into tomorrow. The forecast is for a warm and humid night with smoke, haze and dust. Then for tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds at up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25 and a top of 34. Monday should be sunny and 30. The top in Canberra so far today, 43 degrees, a record for February, and 15 degrees above average. At the moment in the city, it's 41. I'll have more ABC News at 5 o'clock.
Thanks for that, Andy. It's good to hear from Andrew Messenger, to hear a bit of sports news in there. So we all know what's happening outside of our of this smoke-filled city that we have here in the ACT. Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley are with you this afternoon, keeping you up to date regarding the emergency warnings that you need to know about in your area.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And so firstly, we will talk about the emergency warning that is in place for the Orroral Valley fire. So we're at an emergency level warning. The ESA says the bushfire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road, and the fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path. People in these areas are in danger and need to seek immediate shelter to survive. I'm just going to repeat that again. So the ESA advises that the bushfire is approaching Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road and Apollo Road. The fire may pose a threat to all lives directly in its path, and people in these areas are in danger and need to seek immediate shelter to survive. It is an extremely dangerous fire and potentially deadly. So people in that area will be affected by thick smoke, embers, reduced visibility and air quality. As the fire approaches, it will be difficult to see, hear and breathe. Now, there is currently no threat to the southern suburbs of the ACT, but conditions can change quickly. People in Thawa and southern ACT suburbs, and by that I mean Banks, Gordon, Conda and surrounding areas, you should monitor conditions closely and be ready to act. And if you feel unsafe, the best option is to leave. Now, the current situation is that this fire is travelling in a southeasterly direction, and that's towards Top Nace Road. Adam Shirley, what can you tell us about fires in the New South Wales region?
To the Clear Range and Michelego area now, and a series of spot fires that make up the Clear Range fire continue to burn out of control at an emergency warning alert level. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the area of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. There are firefighters and aircraft in the vicinity working to try and slow the spread of these fires where possible, but there are dangerous fire conditions unfolding, which are making life difficult for those fire crews trying to limit the damage of these fires. Under these conditions, fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires. If you are in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, you are at risk. And now it is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. And if you are away from these areas currently, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed through the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. In the surrounding areas including Tinderi, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, know what you are going to do if the fire threatens. This is a dynamic and volatile situation, so keep monitoring the conditions around the clear range spot fires. You can do that by following rfs.nsw.gov.au. You can call the New South Wales Bushfire Information Line on 1800 679 737. And of course, keep listening on ABC Radio Canberra. Myself, Paula Kruger, and Avita will be here later today, and our colleagues who are in contact with all the authorities will keep you up to date with all the information as it comes to hand. I should let you know as well, there are some fires burning out of control at an alert warning level, an emergency alert warning level, I should say, through the Bega Valley to the west of Merimbula. They continue to burn at that alert warning level. that emergency alert warning level and are heading in a southeasterly direction. If you need information and details on those fires, please listen to our colleagues at ABC Southeast. They have the latest detail that you need to know, and keep following rfs.nsw.gov.au. It's ticked on to 23 minutes to 5. You're listening on ABC Radio Canberra.
Adam, we've got Steve with us now. He's a Michelego resident. Steve, what can you see where you are?
We're about 5 kilometres to the south of Michelego village. Right now, we have significant smoke to the south of us. That's Collington and I think some spot fires around Ryrie Road. To the north, the Tindri ranges are pretty well obscured by smoke, but the wind on the upside, the wind has dropped quite significantly in the last half an hour. It's still in the northwest, which is actually favouring us around Michelego because that's pushing a lot of the fire further to the south. So right at this moment, we're in a pretty good place. I think areas to the south and to the east of us are in a little bit worse condition.
Are you seeing much activity around the area, Steve?
We've had a lot of support from the RFS. They were here about half an hour ago, drove up the driveway and did a bit of a health check. We're quite high, so they can get a good view around the area about what's going on. And we see the fire trucks going past on our gravel road. Our road is Michelego Road, and it links from the Monaro in a big loop back under the Tindries and back to the Monaro again near Breadbow. So they're using that as a back road to deal with some spot fires.
Steve, what's your plan for this fire? Do you plan to... I know that you're saying that it's eased a bit for you where you are, but what is your plan for this fire?
We're staying. There's a little group of us on the road, all of whom have stayed on our properties. We get together every hour or so and just see what's going on. So we'll support each other as best we can. We're sharing information. My particular property is well positioned. We're very clear all around the house and buildings, and we will be defending it.
Thanks so much, Steve. That's Steve, who's a Michelego resident, and keeping us up to date there. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley on ABC Radio Canberra.
We spoke about the Monaro High being closed earlier, Paula Kruger, through much of the Michelego region and through those other areas that are under threat, including Collington and Breadbow. There are also road closures at Tharwa Drive. It's closed at the north side of Tharwa Bridge. Tidbinbilla Road is closed at Small Bridge at Cotter Road. That's by the picnic area. Point Hut Road closed at its junction with Jim Pike Avenue. Angle Crossing is closed at the Monaro Highway. Bobian Road is closed at the New South Wales ACT border. For some time now, Corrin and Tidbinbilla roads have been closed as well. Nacer Road closed at the Smiths Road intersection, as is Smiths Road. It is also closed. Tharwa Drive is closed at the Noak Avenue roundabout. And in the areas where around these fire-impacted regions where roads are still open, there will still be a lot of smoke. It will still be very dark in some areas, as you heard Steve and others explaining to Paula. So please drive with your lights on, adhere to the road conditions and drive sensibly to them, because it is a risky, dynamic situation even in the areas that are open at the moment. Adam Shirley and Paula Kruger with you. Still 40 degrees in the ACT, Paula, after that record February top to be certified by the Bureau, but 43 degrees at its peak today, early this afternoon.
Adam Shirley, with us now is Mike Bowers, who you'll know as photographer at large at The Guardian and host of Talking Pictures. I do need to declare that Mike Bowers is also my partner, and I'm just going to pretend that this isn't weird, and if you can pretend it's not weird as well, we'll all be fine. Mike Bowers is with you now. Hi, Mike. Firstly, tell us, where exactly are you?
I'm down the end of Bumbalong Road, which is a road that goes off to the right as you're going towards Cooma from the Monaro Highway. It's about 10 minutes on the Canberra side of Breadbow. It's up against the hills there, the sort of scrubby range, I think it's called, nature reserve. So it's quite rugged country, but we're on a property called Tallabrook, and we just had the fire flash all the way under us here, and the owners, Lawrence and Claire, were staying to defend, and it got quite hairy. We all ended up, I'm here with Brett Mason from SBS and Alex Ellinghausen from the Sydney Morning Herald. We all ended up dropping cameras and actually picking up hoses because there was just no choice. We had to save ourselves, basically. So,
Mike, how quickly did that fire come through on a strong wind, perhaps, and through the crown areas of that property?
Yeah, look, it's not heavily wooded here. It's heavily wooded about half a kilometre away where the hills start. So I thought, look, if we're going to stay with anyone, this is a pretty safe place to be. It's pasture country. They've got banded Galway cows and they've got some horses and there's hardly any because of the drought feed on the ground. So it's not like there's waist-high grass to be. Boy, was I wrong. It was sort of trucking along about 1:30, and then it just blasted out of the forest. And at one point there, we were just surrounded. All sides had fire everywhere you'd look. And I thought this might get a little bit lively, and it did. And it will go across the ground even when there's no. Looks like it's just bare dirt, and it burns with such an intensity. It's just I had to shelter the stable at one point until it had passed over, and then the stable was well alight. All of us here on the media had to just drop what we were doing and pick up hoses and help defend the property. And thankfully, Lawrence and Claire's house is still standing, although the stable is not, but the horses are.
How are Lawrence and Claire doing, Mike?
Oh, they're sitting on the balcony, drinking a couple of beers, and I don't think it's sunk in properly. Claire keeps wanting to have a bit of a laugh and a cuddle, which is rather nice. But when we were down at one point, and we all helped them get all the vehicles out of the shed because it was alight. So I was driving the old utes, and Alex was spraying water all over the place trying to stop it. And we looked around, and all our cars were engulfed in flame. I'm sorry, babe, the Skoda's a bit sad.
Okay, you warned me. It's all good.
It was quite an eventful 40 minutes, I think it lasted for, the house was the main focus of attention to try and stop it from burning, and then their water supply as well, which the pump was alight at one point, and it was lively. It was a very lively 40 minutes.
Were there any animals on the property at the time?
Yes, they've got about, I think, 40 banded Galway cows. They seem all right. They've managed to stay away from the fire. They're all hummed up in one corner of a burnt out paddock, and Claire's 3 horses are all okay. One of them's frozen a limb just slightly, but all in all, the stable's gone, which they're very upset about. But there's been no loss of either their stock or their horses or people, so they're pretty happy about that.
Well, Mike, it's good to hear that everyone is safe there, and I'm not angry about the family car. You should be fine. I hope you all stay safe. I'm glad that you were there to help them out. That's Mike Bowers, who's a photographer at large of at the Guardian, and he was just reporting at a property that they were in, and things got a bit hairy, Adam.
More than a bit. It sounds like the fire front raced through, and fortunately and very pleasantly, there's no loss of life. The house itself is standing, the stable is not, but it underlines how dangerous these fire conditions can be in these conditions. An alert through from the Emergency Services Agency, and this is significant on the Orroral Valley fire. It has been downgraded in the last 2 or 3 minutes to a watch and act alert level. The ESA says that the fire activity has eased in the immediate period up until now. People in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road still need to remain vigilant. Conditions can change and could get worse. The winds are continuing to shift, and whilst they've eased somewhat on that local fire ground at Orroral Valley, they could spring back again because this fire is creating its own conditions in certain areas. But that is cautiously, and I emphasise cautiously, decent news through about the Orroral Valley fire. It was, as Paula has mentioned a couple of times, upgraded to an emergency warning level a bit over an hour ago. It's since been downgraded back to a watch and act alert level. But there are still significant things you need to do if you're in the areas of Top Nace Road, Apollo Road and Beaubien Road. You should activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you do not have a bushfire survival plan, identify where you will go if you need to leave. Keep looking at esa.act.gov.au for the information on the Orroral Valley fire, and we will bring you ongoing information on that fire as it comes to hand on ABC Radio Canberra. But just in the last 5 minutes, Paula Kruger, it looks like the Orroral Valley bushfire has been downgraded to a Watch and Act alert level. The clear range series of spot fires, I emphasise, are still burning at an emergency warning alert level. And there are still plenty of risks and threats around the area of Colinton, Michelego, Bredbo, and the immediate areas surrounding them.
You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley, and you're on ABC Radio Canberra. To the person who texted, is this the correct SMS number for ABC Radio Canberra? The answer is yes. That number is 0467 922 666 if you need to get in contact with us, because we'd like to hear from you. If you're in an area that's affected by fires and it's safe for you to contact us, and sensible if you're supposed to be in that area. So once again, that text line is 0467 922 666, or you can give me a call, and that's great too, 1300 681 666. We really appreciate that some of the phone lines are a bit scratchy at the moment because of the conditions, but we're still very keen to hear from you. 1300 681 666. Like I say, you're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley. Also with you right now is Matthew Thomas. Now, he's the owner of the historic Bredbo Inn. Matthew, are you at the inn right now?
Yes, I am, Paula and Adam. How are you?
We're going all right. More importantly, Matthew, how are you?
Oh, well, it's been pretty intense here all day today, with the fireys coming in. There's, they brought them all down from Newcastle and all around the area. The Adaminaby fires, like they've just come over from Adaminaby and Jindabyne. They've just come in, probably brought about 20 or 30 units in just to help with our fires over here. So, it's been pretty interesting this morning and this afternoon.
And so what's happened? What's as far as the weather and fire goes in your area? What's happening where you are?
Oh, so at the moment we've had that 737. They've just dumped definitely one or two loads out the back of the pub, just up over the range, just to try to stop that fire coming from the north. It's dropped two loads. There's a couple of smaller planes. The DC-10, it's been in and dropped a couple of loads as well.
So, Matthew, was that fire retardant or was that water that it dropped?
Fire retardant.
Right.
Fire retardant, yeah. They've dropped a couple of big loads there. That's just up over the north of the pub, over the top of the range there, just trying to stop that fire. I was just listening to the other gentleman talking about Claire and Lawrence. They're local people that come into the pub and often have a couple of drinks, and I've been thinking about them lately, So hopefully they get through it all right. And there's a couple of other people out there, Leanne and Neville, that own the local Christmas barn. They've got all their stock out there, that they, want to try to bring back into town, but hopefully they get through as well.
Well, from the sounds of things there, Claire and Lawrence had a bit of media help with their situation. Here's hoping Leanne and Neville are in the same spot, Matthew.
Yeah, they're just next door neighbours. So, but he's been working tirelessly over the last 4 or 5 days, just making sure he's got water and pumps, and I'm confident that hopefully he's got through. But he's it's not today's been a terrible day, but. A lot of these people in that area have been working on their places for weeks just to make sure that, when this fire did come, that they were prepared.
And Matthew, it's on again, it's off again. You've got to get your preparations up. You're the owner of Bredbo there. How do you keep the spirits up of people, in your community?
Oh, it's very difficult. It's very hard, because you're always on, and people are just tired, they've been, the fires out east of us, that sort of was very scary on the New Year's. So, everyone's been concerned about that, and this fire picked up, and then, it's very tiring, very, for everyone.
Oh, well, Matthew, we hope, we wish you all the best. We know that you're tired, and it's just great to hear that you've got so much concern for people in your area, and I hope that you get some good news from them.
It's been good. A couple of the local people have brought their own little trucks up with their tanks on, and, they're just to support the local area as well. So, the fireys are doing a great job. Local Captain Kenny Bauman and a lot of the other ones there that they've just been doing a great job, and you just try to help them as much as they can. And they know this terrain, and Will Goggin, he's the owner up in the mountains where them fires come through, and he's just been tirelessly walking mountains, with big dozers and just doing 16, 17, 18-hour days.
Oh, those dozer drivers, they really work it, don't they, Matthew?
Oh, mate, without those, they've just, they worked all night last night just pushing big fire breaks in up over the hill, the back of the pub, and they're worth every cent, I take my hat off to them as well.
Thank you so much, Matthew. It's been good hearing from you, and let's hoping that that people are in Bredbo Inn and smiling again sometime soon. You're with Paula Kruger and Adam Shirley, and this is ABC Radio Canberra.
7 minutes to 5. An update on the fires burning in and around the ACT in a moment. Phil Williams is currently just outside of Mickalego and has been on the scene of several locations around Clear Range and the emergency fire that continues to burn there. Phil, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing at the moment.
Well, look, we're on Clear Range Road, and we're overlooking the Mickalego area, and we're also overlooking the mountains. And it's very smoky at the moment, but there's no evidence of active fire that we can actually see. And we've seen no evidence today of spot fires in the Mickalego areas. That area, that's not to say there aren't any, but we haven't observed them. But we've certainly seen many spot fires further down at Collinton, that's between Mickalego and Bredbo, and on both sides of the road, those fires have really taken hold in some areas. They've created fronts of several kilometres, and in some cases, obviously, there's just not enough firefighters to cope with those spot fires, and some of them have just sort of raced away from one side of the highway to the other, and then off into the hills. So, this has been a bad day. It's been a bad day for local landholders. I think the RFS has been concentrating, if they can, on saving property, and they've certainly successfully done that in several instances. But I came across a family, a couple of brothers, who had just come out of their property, very shaken. They had They had been pretty confident they could protect their place. They'd gone then to their what they call the yabby areas. These I think ponds to shelter, and then it became too hot there. It was too dangerous there, and they decided to hot-foot it out, or drive out, of course. And they were pretty shaken by that whole event because just of the ferocity. And that's what we've heard today on repeated occasions. Just the absolute ferocity of the winds and the fire that's shaken everybody. And the spot fires, we were, for example, just a few kilometres from here, we came across a family who have a beautiful house overlooking the Murrumbidgee River, but of course that puts them right opposite Clear Range, and the range is seriously on fire just opposite them. And while just as we arrived, a spot fire emerged just a couple of 100 metres from their house, and they had to rush and put that out. So that's what people are doing right at the moment in this area. But it's not over yet.
No.
The conditions are extremely variable. It was blowing a gale down at Collinton, and of course that was pushing the flames. It's a little gentler here at Mickalego at the moment, but the wind appears to have swung around from the north to the west, and that may in the longer term not be good news for areas like Mickalego.
Underlines the impacts, the local weather that's getting generated from those fire fronts. Phil Williams, stay safe. We really appreciate those detailed updates for locals around the region too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Philip Williams, ABC senior reporter on ABC Radio Canberra, just outside of Mickalego. It's ticking on to 4 minutes to 5.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And there continues to be an emergency warning alert level for the Clear Range fire, a series of spot fires, as you heard Phil Williams explaining, that is advancing in several areas around Collinton, Mickalego, Clear Range and Bredbo. The situation is as follows. There is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego, Bredbo. These fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction. The dangerous fire conditions are continuing under variable winds and local fire conditions. Fires will spread quickly and embers may be blown ahead of the main fire front. These embers may start new fires, and fire activity has increased in the area to the west of the angle. If you are in Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, the advice continues to be from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service that you are at risk. It is too late to leave. Seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monaro Highway is closed along its length in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. In the surrounding areas, including Tindri, Nambo, Durangle and Chocola, the advice from the New South Wales RFS is that to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. Follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you don't have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. Keep following rfs.nsw.gov.au, the Fires Near Me app. The phone number is 1800 679 737, and keep listening with Paula Kruger and me, Adam Shirley, on ABC Radio Canberra. The news on the Orroral Valley fire is cautiously a little better, Paula.
Yes, thanks for that, Adam. So the ESA told us about 20 minutes ago that the Orroral Valley fire has been downgraded to a watch and act level bushfire warning. This means fire activity has eased. The ESA advises people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobbian Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant, and this is because conditions can still change and conditions can still get worse. So just repeating that. So that's regarding the Orroral Valley fire. It has been downgraded to a watch and act level bushfire warning. However, the ESA is advising people, and in these particular areas around Apollo Road, Bobbian Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant, and you'll still have issues of being affected by smoke and reduced visibility in that area. It's still the case that if you have left the area, do not return. That is for your safety. So that is still in place under the with the information that the ESA has given us. And the current situation is that the fire is still out of control. It is travelling in a southeasterly direction as well. We'll keep you up to date on that, keeping an eye on it. Adam Shirley, you've been on air for quite a while this morning. It's time for you to rest your vocal cords. Thank you so much for being with us on what has been a difficult day, Adam.
A small piece to do in the puzzle, and the incredible efforts of the firefighters to be continuously applauded, the work they're doing in this region. Anna Vito's in the chair with Paula Kruger. Keep listening for continuous coverage. They will have all the information you need to know through the course of a very difficult day that is by no means over. It's ticking on to 5 o'clock. It is time for the latest news with Andrew Messenger on ABC Radio Canberra.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. Two dangerous bushfires burning to the south of Canberra tonight are creating their own weather systems, adding to their potential danger. The Clear Range fire is burning at emergency level, but the Orroral Valley fire has now been downgraded to watch and act alert. Michael Inman reports.
The Orroral Valley fire in Namadgi National Park was upgraded to emergency alert level this afternoon and has grown to almost 36,000 hectares. The Clear Range bushfire is threatening Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. New South Wales Rural Fire Service Commissioner Shane Fitzsimon says the Clear Range fire has crossed the Monaro Highway, which has been closed to through traffic.
Places like the Tindri area, the Tindri Range, and places like Durangle, where we're expecting to see additional spotting activity and the potential for more spot fires occurring to the east of that main fire front.
Both fires to Canberra South are burning in a southeasterly direction, and there is currently no threat to Canberra's southern suburbs.
Authorities say the Watch and Act Orroral Valley fire burning at Mount Tennant is only accessible from the air under current conditions. But ACT Parks Fire Manager Neil Cooper says teams are preparing to attack the blaze.
Mount Tennant is exceptionally steep and inaccessible. Falls down onto grazing country
That is burning slowly back at the moment, and our tactic is that we've got a whole stack of units in place. As soon as that hits the grassland, we're able to actually start some active fire suppression along that line.
The ABC's Philip Williams is south of Michelego, where the emergency level clear range fire has already passed through several rural properties.
We've seen fronts several kilometres wide, and we've spoken to people who thought they were going to die, thought they were at risk of dying, and had to abandon their house just in time. So it's some really harrowing stories here. We don't know about property damage, the extent of property damage. It's just too much for the RFS to control. There are too many spot fires. We've seen numerous spot fires. We've even been at somebody's place and a spot fire has suddenly developed. So that's the level of danger, of challenge for the firefighters and, of course, for the property owners themselves.
And there is continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online at news.abc.net.au. The death toll from the coronavirus outbreak in China continues to rise, with the official number put at 259. There are now around 11,000 confirmed cases of the respiratory illness. Around 24 countries have also reported confirmed cases, but the vast majority of infections remain in China. The United States has announced that foreign citizens who've been in China in the past 14 days will be barred from entering the United States to try to control the spread of the virus. Qantas, meantime, has announced the suspension of mainland China services from February 9 in response to the ongoing emergency. In a statement, the airline says it will suspend its 2 direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, from February 9 until March 29. The changes allow entry restrictions imposed by countries including Singapore and the United States, which Qantas says affects the movement of crew who work across its international network. The US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swinging Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. The move ends attempts to get Mr. Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. To sport now. In cricket, England has set Australia a total of 157 to win today's Women's One-Day International being played at Manuka Oval. At the moment, Australia in the 20th over are 8 for 146, so 10 runs to get off 5 balls. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken out the Australian Open quad wheelchair final in straight sets, defeating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. And in Super Rugby, the Super Wolves have won this afternoon's game against the Melbourne Rebels 36-27. In tonight's late game, the Waratahs play the Crusaders in Nelson. And in the Rugby World Sevens in Sydney, the Australian men had a big 33-7 win over Japan. In the women's sevens, the Australians defeated Spain 33-0. Total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding regions. A warm, humid night tonight. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. 25 to 34 the range. 43 was the top today. At the moment, 41.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra. It's 5 minutes past 5 on Saturday afternoon. You're with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito, and we'll be bringing you the coverage of what you need to know regarding bushfires in our region. This is the latest information.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And we have an update of about 20 minutes ago on the Clear Range fire. It is still burning at emergency warning level. And the latest information we have for people in Colinton, Michelego and the Bredbow areas is still what you've been hearing. You are at risk in those areas and it is too late to leave. You need to be seeking shelter as the fire approaches and protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, not only are you being asked to stay away, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed. For surrounding areas, including Tindri, Anembo, Janangal and Chakola, You have to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. We've been seeing spot fires starting all day, and these may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan if you're in those areas. If you don't have a plan, you need to think now about what you will do if fire threatens. A number of spot fires are still burning and spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo this afternoon, and there is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Conditions are continuing to deteriorate, but there are a lot of resources being thrown at this fire, firefighters and aircraft working to slow the spread of these fires as possible. Again, the Monero Highway is closed pretty much from Royalla to Cooma this evening. And Paula, we're also now following updates on a Now Watch and Act fire in the ACT.
That's right. So for the Orroral Valley fire, about half an hour ago, the ESA informed us that they had downgraded the bushfire level warning to a Watch and Act level. So that means fire activity has eased. But the ESA is advising people in the area affected, and by this I mean Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road. When you're in those areas and it's been downgraded, but you still need to remain vigilant. And this is because conditions can still change. And not only change, by change we mean they could still get worse. So you need to remain vigilant. The advice is still that you can call 000 if you or your property are under threat. You can still be affected by smoke in the area. There'll still be reduced visibility and air quality. Now, this is important. Even though it's been downgraded to a Watch and Act level bushfire, the advice is still, if you have left the area, do not return, and that is for your safety. Make sure you are prepared and do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. And so just repeating, that is with regards to the Orroral Valley fire about half an hour ago. That was downgraded to a Watch and Act level bushfire after fire activity eased, but people in affected areas are still being told to remain vigilant. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito, keeping you up to date on everything you need to know about fire alerts in your area.
Get the latest news
anytime and anywhere,
whenever you want, wherever you are. With the ABC News app. Top stories from your state, Australia, and around the world. Plus, get the latest breaking news with live notifications.
ABC News. ABC News. ABC News. ABC News.
Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
You're on ABC Radio with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito, and if there is anything out there that you can see that you think we should know about, and if it's sensible for you to be there, and if it's safe for you to contact me, you can send a text on 0467 922 666, or you can call 1300 681 666 and have a chat to both Anna and myself. Right now we're going to catch up with Joe Murphy, and Joe Murphy is the Chief Officer of the ACT RFS. And Joe, I guess there was some welcome news with the downgrading of that alert. What's the latest that you can tell us?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So the latest is, yes, it's been downgraded to a Watch and Act. So we have seen a sort of a moderation in the weather conditions on the fire ground, which is a fantastic outcome right now. But look, to everybody out there, there is still the potential for it to go back up again. I mean, we're only halfway through the afternoon. There's still a long way to go at this stage. So for everybody out there, please just be vigilant, keep alert, stay informed in what we're doing, and just keep looking around and keep talking to your family and your friends.
Joe, are there any conditions expected that are giving you concern over the next few hours?
Look, there is a bit of a wind change that might impact the ACT. It might not, and that is the one we're watching right now. It's still a little way southwest of the ACT. It's on its way up this way, but we'll see what that looks like as it comes up. There is also some activity along the coast as well in terms of wind change, and sometimes the ACT sits in the middle of this. So we watch very carefully and as it approaches, we start planning and we'll start messaging if we need to. So to everybody out there, please just stay alert to what we're saying.
And Joe Murphy, when you say it's a wind change, if it does come through, what are we expecting it to do in the ACT?
Right, that's the bit we haven't been able to determine yet. So it is a slight southwest, but coming from the coast is an easterly. And where they meet, we don't know at this stage. They might meet in the ACT or above or below. So at this stage, we don't know what this means. So what I'm saying to everybody is be alert to what we're saying, and we will monitor and track these wind changes. We've got the technology to do that. We just can't tell exactly where they're going to join up together. So just keep an eye on what's going on.
Joe Murphy, Anna Vito here with you as well. Yesterday we were talking about the fact that it's not just the wind directions that are driving the progression of this fire. How are you seeing that fuel load and that heat affecting conditions on the fire ground?
Yeah, look, and that should be look. We had that emergency warning kick off as the fire jumped across the Baboyne Road there, the Nace Road. Look, the fuel loads are still, look, everything's still dry out there. Even though there's a bit of humidity in the air, it takes a long time for the fuels to absorb that moisture. It is still so dry. The low winds that we're seeing on the fire ground right now, and I've been talking to a few people on the fire ground, is causing the winds to be what we call terrain driven. So they're being directed now by the gullies and the valleys that are out, and the ridge tops that are out there, because it's such mountainous territory. So look, everything's up in the air a little bit right now, but we've got really good people and a lot of really good people out there on the fire ground who are keeping an eye on what's going on.
Well, I'll let you clear your throat there, Joe Murphy. A lot of talking going on at the moment. We did hear the Commissioner in the latest briefing talking about the fact that the fire had broken containment lines on its western flank and was heading, I believe, towards Mount Franklin Road. Very rough terrain there. Is there any option or capacity to actually attack or fight the fire on that western flank?
Look, so there's always options, and we're using one of those right now, so aerial attack. So we have crews out on the Correndam Road, ready, waiting, watching. But right now, this is an aerial attack in that area because it is so rugged, it is so mountainous, it is so dry, and the flame heights are so high that aerial's our only option right now. So we are looking at that. We continue to watch it. We are working with New South Wales on what that might mean in the coming days and how we can work together to make sure we keep that as suppressed as we possibly can.
Joe, I hope you don't mind me asking you a question on behalf of a texter, Alison.
Sure.
She wants to know if the Orroral campground and the historical Orroral buildings, dome and tracking site, if they've been saved, and also the Honeysuckle tracking station site.
Look, I don't have that level of detail, but I do know that a lot of preparation work was put into all those sites, plus many more around the area, to preserve them. We do understand the cultural and historic significance of all those. We're very open and mindful to the fact that actually they have there's a lot of history with them, and they're very important to many people in the ACT. So there was a lot of preparation work done with those, and where we could, we actually left crews in those areas as long as we could until the fire came through. Obviously, it was too dangerous for them to protect those sites. So at this stage, I don't have any detail, but we'll do what we can to find that out over the next few days.
Joe, I'm sure Alison will be appreciating your efforts there. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. That is Joe Murphy. He is the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. You're on ABC Radio Canberra, and with you is Anna Vito and Paula Kruger.
If you live in or around bushfire-prone areas, authorities would like to remind residents to review your bushfire plan. It's important to be prepared this bushfire season and to practice your plan in different conditions. For information on how you can prepare, go to abc.net.au/emergency and click on Get Ready and Survive. And stay listening to your local ABC radio station for updates in your area.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with you, Paula Kruger and Anna Vito. And if you would like to get in touch with us and let us know what you're seeing and even what you're feeling on a day like today, our text line is 0467 922 666, or you can give me a call on 1300 681 666. And we've had a few texts coming through, including photos from Mount Ainslie. And it's great to see that the photos are from Mount Ainslie, because because we know you're well and truly in a safe place, and that's exactly what we want here. We don't want you putting yourself in danger, doing anything that isn't. I feel like my grandmother when I'm saying this, but just be sensible. Just be if you're gonna be there, be there. If you're supposed to be there. Hey, Anna.
And you know what? It's not even just about being sensible, although it is about being sensible. It's also being a bit considerate of your fellow Canberrans and your fellow Capital Regionites who have asked as well that people stay well and truly out of the way. If you don't belong in an area where there is this kind of tension, just don't be there. If you don't live in southern Tuggeranong, don't be in southern Tuggeranong right now. Not only for those residents, but of course for emergency services too. It's a pretty simple ask, really.
Now I'm really sounding like my grandmother. Be sensible and have manners.
You and me both. If we haven't got manners, what have we got, Paula?
Absolutely.
I do have an update for you at this stage. Now, at this stage, the information it's unchanged on this emergency warning. So what I can tell you for the Clear Range fire, which is still burning at emergency warning level, is that the information we're getting is the same at the moment. A number of spot fires, as you know, have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT, and these are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There remains an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. Conditions are still deteriorating. The Monero Highway is closed, and I will also add to that a couple of other roads are closed. Durangle Road is closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Michelego. Live Traffic New South Wales website and social media feeds will give you updates on those. If you are in the Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo areas, it is still too late to leave and you are still at risk this afternoon. You need to seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. And if you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. In surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle, it's spelt incorrectly on the website. I'm sure you've noticed that too, and I'm sorry because it makes me stumble over it every time. If you're in Durangle, Tindri, Anembo and Chocola, you do need to still be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front because they may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main front, and we've seen it doing exactly that today. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you don't have one, you need to know what you'll do if the fire threatens. Stay up to date here on ABC Radio Canberra and with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on their website and their social media channels.
Thanks for that, Anna, and we'll be getting more details on what's happening on the roads very soon. We'll be checking in with John Pearson, who is the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. Just before we go there, I'll just let you know what the latest information we have on the Orroral Valley fire is. So that came through at around 20 to 5 this afternoon, and the news there is that the Orroral Valley fire is now at a watch and act level. So that means it's been downgraded to watch and act. However, people in the affected areas, and by this I mean Apollo Road, Bobbion Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant. And if you're listening to Joe Murphy, who we spoke to just a little while ago, you'll understand why. There's some unpredictable wind conditions which could still hit the ACT this afternoon. So I'll just mention those places again. So that's Apollo Road, Bobbion Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road. You still need to remain vigilant. Conditions can still change and get worse. And if you have left the area, the advice is do not return for your safety. So there's still a high level of alert there, even though it has been downgraded to a watch and act, and that's because the fire could be quite unpredictable this afternoon. You're on ABC Radio Canberra. With you right now is Paula Kruger and Anna Vido, and as I mentioned, John Pearson is with you now. He's at the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. John, can you let us know what is happening around the Monero Highway closure that Anna was just telling us about?
Yes, indeed. Anna was spot on. Monero Highway still closed between Old Cooma Road at Royalla and further south at Rose Valley Road at Bunyan, just near Cooma there. So basically between Royalla and North Cooma, the Monero Highway is closed because of the bushfires in the area. The good news, though, is further south, the Monero Highway is open to the Victorian border from Bombala. So no problems through there, open in both directions from Bombala further south. However, do exercise caution if you're in that area near the Victorian border, as crews may be working to recuperate and make sure the road is safe for all motorists in that area.
So, John, you mentioned that part of the highway that was open. Just so I can clarify, was that closed earlier, was it?
It was closed earlier, yes, from south of Bombala, but that is fully open, the Monero Highway. Also good news further to the coast, if any of your listeners are heading east today or in the or along the coast this afternoon, the Princess Highway is now fully open right through from the Victorian border, both north and southbound. Southbound lanes were closed near the Victorian border. However, the Princess Highway is now fully open both north and south throughout New South Wales.
Thank you so much for that, John. That is John Pearson. He is from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre, just bringing us up to date with what's happening as far as roads in our areas go. You're on ABC Radio Canberra, and with you right now is Anna Vido and Paula Kruger. And if you would like to tell us what you're seeing out there, and if it's safe for you to text us, safe for you to call us, those numbers once again, 0467 922 666, or you can give both Anna and I a call on 1300 681 666. And in just a moment, we're going to be catching up with Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
In an emergency, turn to a source you can trust. ABC Radio is an essential part of your emergency survival kit. Would you know how to find us if the power and the internet is down? Be prepared. Invest in a battery-operated radio. Find and save your local ABC radio station's frequency so you know it's there when you need it. For more planning tips, go to abc.net.au/emergency. ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster.
And you're on ABC Radio Canberra. With you right now is Paula Kruger and Anna Vido. And Anna, with us right now is Aaron Howard. He is from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Good afternoon, Aaron. What can you tell us?
Good afternoon. In terms of the clear range fire, what we're seeing, fire activity is still quite strong in the area of the Colinton. We've seen a fire front come through quite strong, particularly in the Baruna Road area, the downstream road west of Colinton. And we're also seeing significant spotting activity around the Povies Road area.
Aaron, Anna Vido also with you this afternoon. We know that this has been a series of very fast-moving spot fires. Is there sort of a fire front that has begun to emerge for you, or is it still spotting all over the place?
The most prominent factor we're seeing is spotting, but the main fire front itself is a finger that's come off from the primary spot, which was the Orroral fire, which developed early hours this morning into New South Wales territory. Now, basically, that's pushing through the Colinton area as we speak. But there's numerous fingers that are coming off that, again, which are likely to impact the communities along the highway and those rural isolated properties along the downstream road on the western Colinton, but also further north towards the Micalago area.
We are seeing that the advice for people in surrounding areas of that immediate area, like Tindri and Embo, Durangle, Chacola, is still that they need to be alert. Is there still capacity for those people to get out of those areas if that's what their plan is to do?
That's correct. So the messaging along the Monero and for those areas along there has been to shelter in place. But further east, as the areas you mentioned, the Durangle and Embo and up in the Tindri, there's still the opportunity to leave at this stage. We are seeing spotting activity, starting new fires at the base of the Tindri Ranges, but if they were to head in an easterly direction or a northeast direction up to the Captain's Flat area, there's an opportunity to leave still.
Just in terms of that increase of activity you've seen west of Colinton, what kind of resources or capacity to put resources on that fire have you got at the moment, Aaron?
We've got significant resources in there, a combination of Rural Fire Service and Fire Rescue New South Wales trucks in there to try and undertake property protection where it is safe to do so. And they'll continue to try and direct the fire around those properties as it impacts.
Anything else that people need to know right now?
We really still want people to continue to monitor the conditions. We've still probably got a few hours before we see any ease in the conditions out there. This fire will continue to have quite erratic behaviour, probably likely into the late evening.
Thanks very much, Aaron.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on ABC Radio Canberra.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
And it's Anna Vito and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra as we continue to bring you the latest information about 2 fires burning in our area. One at emergency warning level still, as you've just heard. The latest update just after 5:15 from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service on the Clear Range fire is that this emergency level fire is continuing to produce spot fires after a number of spot fires out of the Orroral Valley have been spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. And as you just heard, there has been an increase in fire activity west of Colinton around Baruna Road as well this evening. Conditions are still deteriorating and the advice for people in affected and adjacent areas is the same. If you're in Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo areas, it's still too late for you to leave and you are still at risk this evening. You need to seek shelter as the fire approaches and protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway north of Cooma is still closed, more or less between Cooma and Canberra, Royalla specifically. In addition to that, Durangle Road is closed between Captain's Flat and Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed between Googong and Michelego. If you're in surrounding areas, including Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chicola, you need to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front because these may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main front arrives, as you've already been seeing in that region. Follow your bushfire survival plan. If you don't have a plan, know what you will do if the fire threatens. As always, leaving early is the safest option. Paula.
Thanks for that, Anna. And just before we go to the news headlines with Andrew Messenger, I just wanted to give you the latest information we have on the Orroral Valley fire. So just under an hour ago, the ESA downgraded the level of bushfire warning for the Aurora Valley fire, and that was downgraded to watch and act. That's because fire activity in the area has eased. However, the ESA advises that people living in the area of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant. And that's because conditions can still change and they could get worse. We were talking earlier to Joe Murphy from the ACT Rural Fire Service, and he was talking about some unpredictable wind conditions that we have coming our way. That's what we mean by conditions can still change and get worse. And people in the area may be affected by smoke that can reduce your visibility and air quality. If you have left the area, do not return, and that is for your safety. So that level of warning is still in place. If you have left the area, please do not go back, and that is because the ESA is saying that everyone in these areas do need to remain vigilant, and also, as always, make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of a fire for you to make the decision to move. You need to be prepared. We'll keep you up to date throughout the afternoon. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito. And Anna, Ben's just given us quite a bit of a heads up regarding people who might be around the Epic area.
Yeah, he has indeed. And Ben makes a very good point on our text line, Paula. He says, I've just been at Epic helping my mum with her horses. To anyone driving around Epic, the 20 kilometre an hour speed limit is there for a reason. There are a lot of anxious people and horses there right now. So slow down and don't contribute to the horses' anxiety. Very good advice, Ben.
That's right. And, people and horses, everyone is a bit delicate at the moment, and that's because everyone's had to go through quite a bit. Amy from Gordon sent us a text as well, and she said that she's feeling calm regarding the fires, and she feels well informed and will leave if they have to evacuate. And she thinks her only concern is that many of us feel that limbo and struggling to prepare ourselves and our children for school returning on Monday. And Amy continues that I know my children are having highs and lows, and I guess I feel a little anxious as to their mental well-being with the pressures of rushing them off to school, hoping for some rain and relief for all.
Aren't we all?
And Amy, I think Amy's, expressed some sentiment that so many people have at the moment, Anna. I just think this time of year, what your usual anxieties are.
Do you have the right size school shoes?
Right,
if only. That's what we were grappling with right now. One day at a time, Amy, would be my advice as a non-parent. I realise that's easier said than done. I can give you a little bit of good news, though, for Alison, who texted us earlier. Alison asks if we know if the Orroral campground and historical Orroral buildings dome tracking site have been saved, and also is the old honeysuckle tracking station okay? I hope someone can advise. What I can tell you, Alison, I'm not sure about all the Orroral buildings and things. I can tell you the Orroral homestead, at least a couple of days ago, was okay. They were certainly working very hard to save it. They did manage to pretty much the honeysuckle site, because there's not much there anymore, but the honeysuckle site, the fire came right to the edges, but our colleague Craig Allen shared a video of the site itself is okay. They were able to save that. And the honeysuckle dish, of course, is at the Tidbinbilla site, which is further away from this whole situation, although, still uncomfortably close. And as you'd expect for a site which has that kind of hardware, they've got a very serious fire plan in place. So hopefully they should be okay too.
And thanks for your text, Alison. If you would like to get in touch and let us know even if it's how you're feeling,
Absolutely.
What you're seeing, 0467 922 666 is the text line, or you can call both Anna and I on 1300 681 666. And you know who's also with us? Andrew Messenger, and he's got the latest news headlines right now. Good afternoon, Andy.
Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Anna. 2 large bushfires in the Canberra region have been creating their own weather systems this afternoon. The Orroral Valley fire has been downgraded to watch and act alert after several hours at emergency level. The fires has crossed Mount Tennant, and fire crews are waiting for it to reach the grasslands. The Clear Range fire near Michelego is at emergency level and has burnt out more than 5,000 hectares. It's posing an immediate threat to Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The fire has also forced the closure of the Monero Highway to through traffic. The federal government has raised travel advice for the whole of mainland China to level 4, the highest level. The level 4 warning urges Australians not to travel to mainland China due to the threat of the coronavirus. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says as of today, all travellers arriving out of mainland China, not just Hubei province, will be required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days. The death toll from the coronavirus outbreak in China continues to rise, with the official number now put at 259. There are now more than 11,000 confirmed cases of the illness. The Weather Bureau says thunderstorms and heavy rain could lead to potential flash flooding in Melbourne this evening. A severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds and heavy rainfall is in place for Melbourne, as well as parts of the Mallee and Northern Country. Forecasters say it's still unclear exactly which areas will receive the most intense rainfall. To sport, in cricket, England has won today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval against Australia after a super over. The scores were locked at 156 before that super over, which England won 10 runs to 8. Play is underway in tonight's match between the Canberra Capitals and the Adelaide Lightning at the National Convention Centre. There are around 5 minutes to go in the second quarter, and at the moment the Lightning are up 31-26. In tennis, Australians Dylan Alcott has taken out the Australian Open quad wheelchair final in straight sets, beating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. And in Super Rugby, the Super Wolves have won this afternoon's game against the Melbourne Rebels 36-27. In the late game, the Waratahs are playing the Crusaders. To the weather, a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales, a warm, humid night with smoke, haze and dust. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25 and a top of 34. Monday, sunny and 30. Today's top was 43, a record for February, and 15 degrees above average. At the moment in Canberra, still on 40 degrees. I'll have more ABC News at 6 o'clock.
We'll catch you at 6 o'clock, Andy, and great news as far as Dylan Alcott goes at the Australian Open. You're on ABC Radio Canberra. You're pretty happy about that, Anna?
I was just say, we'll take the good news where we get it, I think.
Exactly, especially when it comes to
nice
Dylan Alcott. I've got a bit of a soft spot for him.
Who doesn't? He's so great.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito. Right now, we're going to bring you the latest information we have with regards to bushfires in our region.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And this is the latest that we have for the Clear Range fire, still burning at emergency warning level. This update is about 15 minutes old. We're expecting another one sometime this half hour. As it stands, the information is the same as you've been hearing, that a number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT and are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is still an immediate threat to properties and lives in the area of Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo, and conditions are still deteriorating. What you need to do if you're in these areas is also the same advice you've been hearing. If you're in the Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo areas, you're still at risk and it is still too late for you to leave. You need to be seeking shelter as the fire approaches and protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from that area, don't return. You won't be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed between Royalla and just north of Cooma. Durangle Road is also closed between Captain's Flat and Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed between Googong and Michelego. If you are in surrounding areas, you're still being asked to leave if you can and be alert for embers. This is for areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chacola. Follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you don't have a plan, you need to think now about what you will do in those areas if fire threatens.
Thanks for that, Anna. We're going to find out more about what's happening in Bredbo very soon when we catch up with ABC News reporter Elizabeth Byrne. But just before we get there, I just want to let you know that about an hour ago, the ESA updated the Orroral Valley fire warning, and by updating it, they downgraded it to a watch and act level bushfire warning. That's because fire activity has eased. However, the ESA advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, if you're in these areas, you do still need to remain vigilant, and that's because conditions can still change and they can still get worse. And so if you're out of that area, please do not return, even though that warning has been downgraded. Please do not return, and that is for your safety. And as I mentioned, Anna, we've got Elizabeth Byrne, ABC News reporter, is right near Bredbo, which you were just talking about. Welcome back, Elizabeth. What can you see where you are?
Well, I can see some poor farmer's blackened paddock, and a lot of his fence posts have also burnt or are now smouldering after the fire went through not all that long ago. In front of me are a couple of tankers, actually, and I have to say Elvis has flown over a couple of times. This is a spot on the highway where we are with permission of the police, but where the fire has actually jumped the road, and the fireys were right onto it. They're just in front of me. They've just put out a grass fire that was moving quite quickly along the opposite side of the road, and that's now extinguished. There was quite a bit of water bombing on that as well, and they're now looking like they're heading out to the next trouble spot, and there's quite a few areas around here that need some attention. Even from where I'm sitting, I can see up on the hillside little spot fires starting here and there. That's where there's a bit of vegetation, but right next to me there's just blackened earth and a few very damaged fences.
Elizabeth, you mentioned the fire jumping the road. What's the significance of that? Can you explain that to me?
Well, because the thing about the road is it's often works as a fire break, so fires will go on one side and not the other. Once it's jumped the road, it's less, or it's more difficult, I should say, for the fire officers to control, for fire authorities to bring under control. So effectively the road acts as a control, and today I suppose it failed in a few spots, but the New South Wales Rural Fire Service is doing its best to make sure it doesn't get away on the other side of the road and create even more fire problems.
Elizabeth, you mentioned earlier that there were a couple of people on the hill where you were having a beer. I guess that's what you do in a stressful situation. But what's the feeling now, because especially when we're hearing Anna giving the warnings about where the fire is heading, has there been any change in the feeling there at Breadbow?
It's just people are just waiting. They are a bit anxious. It just hasn't got there yet. So, and it might not get there. It looks like it's sort of going crossways to where the town is. We don't know. Things may change, but people were sort of quietly prepared. But as I said to you before, they were a bit anxious, and not the whole town. Well, there's not that many people who live there, but a few people were hanging out in the pub, just sort of waiting it out. That's as good a place as any, I would say, to do that.
You're probably not wrong about that, Elizabeth Byrne, although Paula and I were talking about how we're becoming our mothers. And as you're saying that, the first thing that comes to mind for me is don't have a drink. What if your plans to leave? You won't be able to operate a vehicle. But I'm just going to hold that one in. It's really interesting to hear you talking about people being really well prepared. That's the message we've been hearing all the last few days from people in those New South Wales communities, that the people who were planning to stay had a really solid plan to stay. But you talked there also about how quickly those spot fires moved once they actually hit the ground. Can you give us some context about what you mean by quick, what it looked like?
You'd see them in the distance, and then they just start to gradually spread. And the bigger they got, I suppose, the faster they went. And it's because of the wind that was behind them. And with the spot fires, they're not the fire. They're a long way away from the fire. So you're in an area where you think there isn't fire, and then suddenly there is. But I must say, we had set up to do a live cross-to-TV at midday, right on the dot of midday, at a place where the fire was quite a good distance away, but we had a good vantage point. And the police came and asked us to move, not because of that place being unsafe, but because of the spot fires along the highway, one of which we're sort of sitting beside now. And just to prove my point, as I've been talking to you on the hillside, and I've stressed it is quite a long way away, we can see flames now. There were no flames there, and now we can see them leaping into the trees. So, that it's unpredictable, and we just have to, be mindful of where we are and what we're doing. But at the moment, of course, the fire has been through this area where I'm currently sitting.
Yeah, you stay safe, Elizabeth Byrne, you and everyone else around there too. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thank you.
I've got every faith in Elizabeth Byrne staying safe. If there's someone who is sensible and responsible, Anna Vido, our colleague Elizabeth, definitely fits that category.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vido. Very soon we'll be catching up with the Weather Bureau to get an update on what weather conditions we can expect over the next few hours and over the next day. And as you probably have heard, it was quite a record day here in the ACT. That coming up in just a moment.
Wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra. If you're having a staycation, you can catch us on AM or digital radio, as well as Channel 25 on your TV. If you're out and about, you can hear all your favourite ABC Radio Canberra programs on the ABC Listen app. And remember, during a bushfire event, you can always hear us on a battery-operated radio on 666 AM. So wherever you are this summer, stay up to date with ABC Radio Canberra.
And you can stay up to date all afternoon today with Paula Kruger and Anna Vido. Our number here at ABC Radio Canberra is 0467 922 666. And I'm seeing on the text line there's a lot of love for honeysuckle there, Anna. As soon as you mention the
Rightly
word.
so.
Rightly so. Justice.
Justice for honeysuckle, and we're glad it's doing all right.
Absolutely. You can also give Anna and I a call, and our number is 1300 681 666. Right now, though, we're just going to catch up with Neil Bennett. He is the duty forecaster at the Bureau of Meteorology. Welcome back, Neil, and thanks again for your time. Firstly, just here in the ACT, we're looking at a day of record-breaking temperatures.
Yeah, it does look like that. We do have to wait until we can get the official confirmation tomorrow. The book sort of closes off around about 9 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll be having a look at that. But The previous record set at the airport was on the 1st of February 1968 when 42.2 degrees was recorded. So that 42.7 does look a very strong contender to have broken the record. But as I said, we do have to wait until we can officially confirm that. But provisionally, at least, it does look like it was the hottest February day on record at the airport.
Neil, I can't believe I'm feeling a bit competitive over something that I really don't want to happen, but I guess we'll wait till tomorrow to see what happens as far as official records go. Neil, can you let us, we were speaking to the ACT RFS a little earlier. They're expecting some unpredictable wind conditions. Can you give us an idea of what the ACT might have in store over the rest of the day?
Yeah, so I think the term that we would prefer to use rather than unpredictable is difficult.
Okay.
Fair enough. Being in the prediction business.
Being in the prediction business, yeah, that's right. So the issue that we face as we go into the evening is that the general wind flow is going to continue from the west-northwest, and then probably become a little bit more general northwesterly as we move into the evening. The atmosphere will tend to settle itself down a little bit, so we don't see as much gustiness within the winds, but we're still looking at gusts up around the 35, 40 kilometre an hour mark. We did get a 61 kilometre an hour gust at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So there will be a general downward easing trend in the gusts. Temperatures as well will start to ease off as well, but it's still 40 degrees out there, so it is still very, very hot. And that's going to lead to a very hot and uncomfortable night. But we're also going to see the winds really open up, the sort of what we call the pressure gradient open up for a little bit, and the winds becoming variable in direction. Any thunderstorm activity that we have due to the fires will then have an impact on that. And then tomorrow, we would be looking at some more general thunderstorm activity within the ACT itself, rather than being generated by the fires. The atmosphere itself is going to take over and is going to start to generate some thunderstorm activity. That brings with it some variability in wind speed and direction. And also the lightness of the winds, the gradient, as we call it, opens up a little bit. We start to see the winds becoming less strong, but still causing some problems. And it's not really until Monday that we can start to see a more general cooling trend, the winds becoming more westerly, and then we move into Tuesday, and then we should see temperatures dropping right off. So certainly no cause for complacency for tomorrow.
There was some hope that tomorrow might bring some relief, but that's not the case, Neil.
Well, yes and no. So the relief may come in terms of the drop in temperature. From a fire point of view, the relief comes because the winds won't be quite as strong. And with that drop-off in the temperature and the wind speed, we will see a decrease in the fire danger rating. However, it's still going to be very high, and the problems inherent with the thunderstorms adds to the mix as well. But, yeah, I think the worst of the fire weather conditions have been today. Tomorrow will still be a tricky day, though, and then we would be looking to see conditions really starting to ease off as we move into Monday and Tuesday in particular.
Neil Bennett, thank you so much for joining us again. That is Neil Bennett, and he is the duty forecaster at the Bureau of Meteorology. They work tirelessly during these events for us, Anna Vito.
They really do, and I know you listening to us, and certainly we here really appreciate that level of expertise, because the weather is so important when we are in these kind of emergency situations, to give us an idea of what's happening next, what's happening right now, and how to add that into your planning, particularly when it gets to these questions of leaving early and when do you need to enact your plan and all these things. It's hard sometimes to pull all of that information together, but it's really important to do exactly that and make sure you're well informed and you're making good decisions.
And they're just nice people too, Anna.
Also that.
You're on ABC Radio Canberra. You can get in touch with Anna and I on our text line 0467 922 666. You can also give us a call on 1300 681 666. We've been hearing so much about the Clear Range fire today. Well, Jenny is joining you now, and Jenny is actually from Clear Range Farm. Jenny, thank you so much for joining us here at ABC Radio Canberra. Can you just tell us, what can you see where you are?
Well, we are above Angle Crossing, so although the Clear Range runs parallel to the Murrumbidgee, and there is a small community in there, based in New South Wales called Smiths Road. So we are at the northern end of that community. So we have the Orroral fire, which is coming down Mount Tennant, and it's coming towards us with the northwest winds. The winds haven't been as strong as predicted for today, and so the fire hasn't reached us as yet. But now the Clear Range fire, which is the one to the south that has crossed over into in New South Wales, that is now a threat to us from the south if we get a southerly change. So although a southerly change is not predicted at the moment, with the current weather conditions that we have, you never know when one is going to pop up or when the fire is going to create its own weather and start to move itself north rather than in the general wind direction.
So right in the heart of it there for you, Jenny, what are conditions like on the ground where you are right now?
Quite reasonably calm. The wind isn't as strong as predicted. As I said, it's probably about a 12 kilometre an hour wind or thereabouts. It's not as smoky. The smoke is going up over the top of us, but the colour of the smoke is darkening the sky. So it's a waiting game, which is very tiring on everybody.
Well, Jenny, you sound so alert and together. We can't hear the tiredness in you. How is everyone in that area holding up, though, yourself included?
They're doing all right. Everybody is quite busy because we've been on alert for quite a long time now. We're in drought, so people are coping with their responsibilities of drought, like feeding stock and providing water, etc., in addition to looking at the fire threat that develops around them. A lot of people have friends or family that have come in to help them. We have 3 family members that have come here that have been here for days now while this fire comes, and other people in the same situation. They have either friends that can come and help them. You need every hand you can get when the fire does come, because you have to, it may not come to us as a fire front at this stage. It might come as spot fires. So the quicker you can get those out, the better off you are. But then if the fire front does come through, you have to pay attention to your buildings and properties, watering those down, paying attention to any fires, ember fires that start, and making sure that every adult or every child that is there, including pets, are secure and safe while the fire front comes through.
Sounds like you're well staffed but also well organised, Jenny. You've got your whole plan all mapped out by the sounds of things.
Well, we've been through this before with 2003. So we burnt out in 2003. That saved the house and the buildings. So we've been down this road before. It's just, with the drought, it's just one more round of excruciating exhaustiveness.
It's so unfair, Jenny. We're certainly thinking of you and sending you such good wishes.
Oh, there are so many people in our situation, many people. And but maybe this is the time as a nation that we readdress natural disasters and how prepared people are, and try and improve the ability of people to cope both mentally and physically. And we're in a time of change.
Yes.
No matter what the cause, we are in a time of change.
Jenny, I think that you've got a lot of people nodding in agreement as they're listening to you this afternoon. We really appreciate your time, Jenny, and hearing your calm voice. That's Jenny from Clear Range Farm. So she's just in the Smiths Road area near Williamsdale, and they're facing 2 separate fires there. You're on ABC Radio Canberra. With you right now is Paula Kruger and Anna Vito. Anna, we're gonna go jumping all over the place at the moment, travelling around, but we're going to actually drop in on the Bungendore showground. Ken Connor is there. Ken, what are things? Who's actually coming into your showground today?
We have a major event on at the moment. It's the Country Music Festival, but they had the priority of the place, but now we are an evacuation centre. Evacuees we have horses and a couple of caravans. People are staying with their stock. We have 17 llamas and some highland cattle. but we've got room for many more livestock, if you know what I mean. We have lots of horse yards that are empty, or watered yards. So if there's anybody that needs it, it's available.
Do people need to let you know beforehand, Ken? Okay.
Yeah, well, that would be ideal because there's so many people in the park at the moment, in the showgrounds at the moment. If they're coming, they just give us a call on this number, and we'll meet them at the gate or tell them what to do.
And I reckon I might have heard this number yesterday, Ken, but I'm just going to pad for a second before I ask you for it. So if people need to find a piece of paper and a pen to write it down, hopefully they're doing that right now. But if they do need to call ahead to you at the Bungendore Showground, what's the number they should call?
04 55 17 44 63.
So 0455 174 463 is the number to call ahead at the Bungendore Showground. As we give out phone numbers, by the way, on ABC Radio Canberra, if you miss them, if you don't get to write them down in time, you can always just call us on 1300 681 666 and we'll repeat them for you. I know yesterday, Ken, the question was also about the number of powered sites, because of course you've got this event on, so that those are restricted, but there is still plenty of room for non-powered sites. Is that still the case?
Powered sites are scarce. We can run leads if they bring leads, but powered sites are. We've got 2 or 3 left, but other than that, there is plenty of room. If you understand, plenty of horse yards, plenty of. We can even take 2 or 3 head of cattle. We've got plenty of room. Yeah. So, but powered sites are a bit hard at the moment, that's all.
Well, Ken, thank you so much for telling us about it and especially giving us that number so people can get organised. That's Ken Connor. He is a caretaker at the Bungendore Showground. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito, and we're just about to give you the latest information regarding bushfires in your region.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
We've had an update in the last 5 minutes on the Clear Range fire, but the information in that update is the same. It is still burning at emergency level. This is obviously as a result of a number of spot fires coming out of the Orroral Valley fire and spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Breadbow. In the last little while, there has been increased activity in the Baroona Road area west of Colinton. Conditions are still deteriorating. If you are in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Breadbow, you remain at risk. It is still too late to leave. You still need to be sheltering in place as the fire approaches. The Monero Highway is still closed from Royalla almost all the way down to Cooma. Durangle Road is closed, Captain's Flat to Breadbow, and Burra Road is closed, Googong to Michelego. If you're in surrounding areas including Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chacola, you need to remain alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front and follow your bushfire survival plan now.
And just letting you know what is happening regarding the Orroral Valley fire. So earlier this afternoon, it was downgraded to a watch and act level bushfire warning, and that was because fire activity had eased. However, the ACT ESA advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant, and that is because we're expecting some unpredictable conditions this afternoon. I think difficult was the word, Anna. Difficult winds was how...
Challenging.
Challenging
yes.
was how Neil Bennett described it to us. But if you find your property under threat, you can call 000. People in the area, you may be affected by smoke. It could reduce visibility and air quality. Now, this is important. If you have left the areas that I've mentioned, do not return, and that is because of your safety. It is not safe for you to return still, given that conditions are still unpredictable there. And the areas affected are Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road. In those areas, you still need to remain vigilant. You're on ABC Radio Canberra with Paula Kruger and Anna Vito. We'll be bringing you more information after the news with Andrew Messenger. It's 6 o'clock.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. Easing fire activity has seen the Orroral Valley fire in Canberra South downgraded, but a late wind change could change the situation. Michael Inman reports.
The fire in Namadgi National Park was downgraded to watch and act level after several hours at emergency level this afternoon. The blaze has grown to almost 45,000 hectares. The Clear Range fire near Michelego has burnt through 5,000 hectares and is still burning at emergency level. Both fires have been creating their own weather systems this afternoon, but Rural Fire Service Chief Officer Joe Murphy says emergency services are monitoring two approaching wind changes.
It is a slight southwest, but coming from the coast is an easterly, and where they meet we don't know at this stage. They might meet in the ACT or above or below, so at this stage we don't know what this means.
The fires are burning in a southeasterly direction, and there is no current threat to Canberra's southern suburbs.
ABC reporter Tom Lowry filed this report from Tharwa, where the residents who stayed are preparing for whatever the fire has to offer.
The Orroral Valley fire is continuing to burn in the hills immediately behind the small rural village just to the south of Canberra. If that fire does grow north and threaten the southern suburbs of Canberra this afternoon, it'll hit Tharwa first, and the town is acutely aware of that risk. They've spent days preparing for it. There's a real confidence that the fire does come this afternoon. They're ready to defend against it.
There's continuous rolling coverage of the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online at news.abc.net.au. The federal government is warning Australians against travelling to any part of mainland China due to the escalating threat of the coronavirus. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has announced that foreign travellers who have left or transited through China from today will be denied entry to Australia. Mr Morrison says Australian citizens, Australian residents, dependents, legal guardians or spouses will be exempt. He says the new measures are aimed at reducing the risk of human-to-human transmission.
As of today, all travellers arriving out of mainland China, not just Hubei province, has been the case up until now, being asked and required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days from the time they leave mainland China.
Qantas has announced flights to mainland China will be suspended from next weekend in response to the ongoing emergency. The details from Noor Haidar.
Qantas will suspend direct flights to mainland China from the 9th of February. In a statement, the airline said its two direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, would temporarily cease until the 29th of March. Qantas says the decision was made due to restrictions imposed by other countries, including Singapore and the United States, in response to the growing coronavirus outbreak. It says the suspension may be brought forward if passenger demand levels or other factors change. The airline says flights to Hong Kong are not affected.
Senior US Democrat Nancy Pelosi has accused Republican senators of being accomplices to a cover-up by President Donald Trump. It comes after all but two Republican senators voted against allowing witnesses to testify at Mr. Trump's impeachment trial. Ms. Pelosi says there can't be an acquittal without a proper trial, which involves witnesses, documents and evidence. Her comments were backed up by Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
America will remember this day, unfortunately, where the Senate did not live up to its responsibilities, where the Senate turned away from truth and went along with a sham trial. If the president is acquitted with no witnesses, no documents, the acquittal will have no value.
Britain has officially left the European Union, bringing to an end nearly half a century of membership. The moment of departure was marked by a countdown clock projected onto the Prime Minister's residence, number 10 Downing Street. To sport now, and in basketball, the Canberra Capitals and the Adelaide Lightning are playing at the National Convention Centre. The Caps lead at the moment 46-43 just after half-time. In cricket, England has won today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval against Australia after a Super Oval. The scores were locked at 156 before the Super Oval, which England won by 10 runs to 8. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken out the Australian Open quad wheelchair final in straight sets, defeating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. And in Super Rugby, the Sunwolves have won this afternoon's match against the Melbourne Rebels 36-27. And in the late game in Nelson, the Crusaders lead the Waratahs 24-6 just after half-time. Total fire bans for the ACT and surrounding New South Wales. Warm tonight, mostly sunny tomorrow with the chance of storms and showers. 25 to 34 the range, 43 today's top, at the moment 40.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
And it's Anna Vito and Paula Kruger still with you this evening on ABC Radio Canberra, bringing you all the updates we get as we get them on a couple of fires that we're keeping an eye on around our region this evening. The first of those is the Clear Range fire, still burning at emergency warning level. The latest advice of about 15 minutes ago is the same that you've been hearing. This fire is continuing to spread southeasterly in a direction towards Bredbo, and the immediate threat to properties and lives is in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. If you are in those areas, you remain at risk this evening. It is still too late for you to leave, and you need to be seeking shelter as the fire approaches, protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. In the last hour or so, the fireys have reported increased activity in the Baruna Road area west of Colinton. If you will not be able to return, even if you wanted to at this point, and you're certainly advised not to, the Monero Highway remains closed from Royalla to Cooma. And in addition to that, Durangle Road is closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you're in surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you still need to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which may start spot fires and threaten properties ahead of that front. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan. And if you don't have a plan, you need to think now what you're going to do if fire threatens. Of course, we're also keeping an eye on a fire within the ACT borders, and Paula Kruger's all over it.
So that is with regards to the Orroral Valley fire. So earlier this afternoon, that was downgraded from emergency to a watch and act level bushfire warning. And that's because fire activity in that area had eased. Now, the ESA advises that any people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road, you still need to remain vigilant, even though the warning has been downgraded to a watch and act. This is because they're expecting some challenging conditions this afternoon, and conditions can change and they could get worse. People in the area may be affected by smoke, which could reduce visibility and air quality. Now, if you have left the area, do not return. That is for your safety. That is still the advice. So if you've left the area, do not go back, and make sure you are prepared in case there is in case conditions change, because you do not wait to see a firefighter or signs of fire to act. So please remain vigilant if you're in that area. That is the Orroral Valley fire, which has been downgraded to a watch and act, Anna.
And speaking of those challenging conditions that people are being urged to keep an eye on, for an update on what those might be, if indeed they are developing, we're joined once again by the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service, Joe Murphy. G'day, Joe. What's the latest you can tell us about this Orroral Valley fire?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Look, not much has changed since the last update, but I can say that right now our mapping folk, they're the folks who get all the graphical images from all our different sources, are telling me that the fire has grown in size. So the last update was about an hour ago, which was about just a nudge over 44,500 hectares, and that's by the way, folks, that's a lot of land in the ACT. It has grown further, particularly down to the southeast. So the fire continues to move in a southeasterly direction. It continues to get bigger, and we still have a lot of work to do.
And what is that work at the moment, Joe Murphy?
Yeah, so look, for anybody who's living in South Tuggeranong now, would see a lot of aircraft moving through the area. So that's the very large air tankers, the tractors, the small single-engine tankers, and the helicopters are now very active on this fire. This is because the fire's coming down some grasslands, and we're preparing now to take the fight back to the fire. So right now there's some good work, some good planning coming into play, but that southeastern corner there, we're still working very hard down there to do what we can to mitigate and suppress that fire down there. But it's we still have quite a bit of an evening to get through. I was just outside. It's still 40 degrees outside, folks. It's still very hot.
We'll try and stay inside as much as possible. Joe, you mentioned that the flying activity going on in South Tuggeranong, we were told earlier that they were dropping retardant in that area. Is that still the case?
Yeah, so look, this is actually down closer to Tharwa and closer to the fire. So just saying that those who live in South Tuggeranong will see a lot of aircraft flying over them right now. They've seen it all day, but now the very large air tankers are in play and have been for about an hour and a half now. So they're doing a lot of runs, putting a lot of retardant down now, really strengthening containment lines and putting what we can ahead of the fire to see if we can start controlling this fire a bit more.
Joe Murphy, bit of a question without notice, so feel free to tell me you don't have it to hand, because I appreciate you telling us what you do know. We had heard earlier that the fire had crossed Nace Road at the Namadgi Visitors Centre. Has there been any update on whether the visitor centre is okay?
Look, I have heard nothing to say the visitor centre is not okay, sure. but I can go and check that. Look, I would suggest that the visitor centre is okay. That is exactly where it did cross over, but it didn't cross. I was talking to some of the folks in the incident management team. They said it didn't come across the road very hard, but there was a significant patch that did come across the road. But we had a lot of crews in the area, so I can get an update on that for next time.
While I'm putting a couple of questions on notice on sites, can I also ask about a couple of the Orroral sites? Someone asked earlier about particularly the old Orroral tracking station, whether that's been okay. Would you mind? Can I put that on notice for our next update with you in an hour or so?
Yeah, you can. Look, so I still haven't got any clear answer on that one at this stage. That's
totally
still that's still quite an active fire area, so the crews may not be back in the air to give us an update.
We're also hearing, Joe Murphy, about the prospect of the Orroral fire merging with the Clear Range fire at some point this afternoon. Given some of these slightly more benign winds, I guess, than possibly expected, has that happened at this point?
Look, the map seems to indicate it has. Look, I have no evidence that it hasn't. But look, I think there would be fair to say that there's every likelihood that will happen if it hasn't already happened. You've got to remember the Clear Range fire was started by spotting out of the Orroral Valley fire. It would make sense that they're going to join up. I mean, they're just so close together. We've still got our own fire driving down to the southeast, so yes, it will join up.
Anything else before we let you go, Joe Murphy, that people need to know?
No, look, just the usual messages, please, folks. You know, if you don't need to be down in South Tuggeranong, please don't be there. In terms of people who want to come and have a look and see what's going on, please respect the roadblocks that are currently in place. They're there for everybody's safety. That includes the firefighters and the community. And for those people who are out there, just stay connected, stay calm, just keep informing yourself as to what's going on, and we will get through this.
We really appreciate it, Joe Murphy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Murphy, Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service, giving us another update, and hopefully we'll get back to some of those cheeky questions on notice as well. Paula Kruger. We're also hoping to hear soon from the RFS to get an update on the Clear Range fire burning just over the border and possibly actually merging by the sounds of things. We'll see if that's any clearer from the New South Wales side of things. Paula, in the meantime, just want to draw people's attention to a text. Our texter actually says, Sorry for the text. Don't apologise for the text. This is a good one. Someone says it would be nice to remind people not to park their cars where they could potentially cause a fire hazard. And they've sent us a picture of a car parked on some sort of grassy stuff under some trees. Just a reminder, particularly in these very hot conditions on a day when, you know, there's a bit going on, maybe just be a bit extra mindful about where you're parking around town. Stay off the grass.
I'm glad that text came through. If you've got any other text that you think, information that you think we might find useful, the number is 0467 922 666, or you can give us a call on 1300 681 666. In the meantime, Anna, I think I'm going to get Joe saying there that we'll get through this. Maybe we can get that said in Latin or something, and it can be our motto.
I think it probably should be. Absolutely right. Speaking of that New South Wales fire, so this is the Clear Range fire. Joining us once again with an update and the latest information on that is Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. G'day, Aaron. What's the latest that you can tell us?
Good afternoon. Fire activity around the Clear Range fire continues as the afternoon progresses. We are seeing a slight decrease in the wind out there, which hopefully reduce the spotting activity over the next couple of hours. So we're basically saying, look, it's no time to be complacent. There's still plenty happening out there, but we'll hopefully see an ease over the coming hours.
We were just talking with the ESA, or rather the ACT Rural Fire Service, about the merging of these two fires. Is it clear to you that the fire fronts have actually merged at this point?
It's not completely clear, but the clear range fire started as a spot ahead of the rural fire, so it's quite likely the head of the rural fire will eventually catch up with the initial spot. So it's quite likely these two will merge over the coming days. This fire now, again, will continue to sort of progress into the New South Wales border and have fingers that keep popping its head across until we realistically get some substantial conditions or rainfall to minimise that.
Last we spoke, you were talking about increased activity in the Orroral Road area, sort of western of Colinton there. Is that still the focus of attention?
That's correct. We're still seeing most of the activity, probably the top end of the head of the fire that's come through in that Orroral Road area. But there's still substantial activity further south. We're seeing in the upstream and downstream road areas, but south of the just west, I should say, of the Clinton area.
Anything else we need to know right now, Aaron?
There is those substantial spots that are still east of the fire. So we're talking at the base of the ranges. We are keeping an eye on to see if they're developing into anything further. And again, at this point, those people in the Tindery area, I really want people to just keep an eye out for any spots that may occur in there as we come into the evening, because we are still seeing those winds, again, quite variable, but will hopefully ease off as we go further into the approach to darkness.
Yeah, and certainly I imagine a challenge if the fire does get into that range, that sort of bushy country around Tindery too.
Yeah, very difficult country, and we'll pose some difficult options there for containment. Again, if we can minimise that spread as much as possible over the next couple of hours, the ground crews will continue to work from there, assisted by aviation, to minimise that spread as much as possible.
Thanks very much, Aaron.
Thank you.
Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service there, where again, as he was just describing, the alert for people in those areas like Tindery, Lycanembo, Durango and Chicola is to be alert for those embers that may be and have been all day being blown ahead of the main fire front. Just, I know you are aware of them, but as he says, we're going to keep reminding you to be aware and on the lookout for that. Anna Vito and Paula Kruger with you on ABC Radio Canberra this afternoon, continuing to bring you the latest information that we have on these two fires. As we get that information, we're bringing that to you as well. All important, of course, particularly if you're trying to stay safe around these fire grounds, is what's happening on the roads. And joining us again with an update on that is John Pearson from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. G'day again, John. The Monero, let's start there, shall we? What's its status?
Yes, Paula, yes, the Monero Highway, as it's been all afternoon, does remain closed between Old Coomber Road at Royalla and Rose Valley Road at Bunyan, just near Coomber. Now, that closure is both directions. Still no indication of when that part of the Monero Highway will reopen. However, it does remain open from Bombala through to the Victorian border. So the Monero Highway open further south from Bombala through to the Victorian border. Google Maps may show otherwise, but it certainly is open south of Bombala. Otherwise, closer to the coast, Kings Highway remains open, but there is quite a bit of smoke in the Clyde Mountain area. So if you're on the Kings Highway or heading that way this evening, do beware or do exercise caution. There is quite a bit of smoke in that Monga Clyde Mountain area. And on the far south coast, the Princess Highway is now open in both directions from the border right up to Eden. It was closed southbound. However, both directions of the Princess Highway are now closed from now open, I beg your pardon. Both directions of the Princess Highway certainly open between Narrababa and the Victorian border, so you can access both directions there on the Princess Highway this evening. For all road closure information, bushfire related or otherwise, by all means, see www.livetraffic.com 24 hours a day.
Thanks so much, John.
Thanks, Paula. Thank you.
Thank you. It's John Pearson from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. It's probably worth reminding people maybe at this point, Paula, because there's a lot of road closures actually. That's sort of the big significant ones. Poor old Kings Highway's had quite the time of it, and now Monero as well. Just associated with the Monero road closure, there's a couple of local roads closed. Durangle Road from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, Burra Road from Googong to Mikalago, and a lot of local roads in the ACT also caught up in these closures. You've been hearing us talk about these. These are not particularly surprising to you at this point, but things like Tharwa Drive closed the north side of Tharwa Bridge. Tidbinbilla Road closed at the small bridge at Cotter Road by the picnic area there. Point Hut Road closed at its junction with Jim Pike Avenue. Angle Crossing is closed at Monero Highway, but then Monero Highway itself is now closed. Beaubian Road is closed at the New South Wales ACT border, and it's closed between Shannon's Flat Road and the ACT border, in fact, as well. Corrin Road and Tidbinbilla Road are closed. Nace Road is closed at the Smiths Road intersection. Smiths Road itself is closed. Tharwa Drive is closed at the Noak Avenue roundabout, and the Monero, again, just highlighting, is closed from basically Cooma, from Royalla to Cooma, due to fire. A lot of smoke around as well. Speaking of some of those road closures around Tharwa, our ABC News reporter Tom Lowry is there. G'day, Tom. What can you see?
Hello, Anna. We're just in Tharwa itself. The waiting game pretty much just continues in Tharwa. Everyone's just been watching the wind, really, all day, and watching where the smoke that's coming off Mount Tennant is heading, what sort of direction it's pushing. So really, it's been, I don't know if calm is quite the word, because it hasn't been that. It's been a bit tense, and there's been huge numbers of fire crews coming and going all day. But for the residents, it's just been a matter of watching and waiting, and they'll keep on doing that into tonight, once that wind change comes through, to see what that does in particular. There's still plenty of activity around Mount Tennant from the air in particular. I haven't seen the very large air tanker for a while, but for about an hour there, it was just doing constant runs, dropping huge amounts of retardant down around Mount Tennant in particular. And also choppers as well for a long period there, dumping heaps of water on spot fires around the area too. But it's reasonably calm in Tharwa at the moment, and everyone's just, still watching and waiting to see how this all plays out.
People had sounded pretty prepared, I guess, and pretty pleased that all of that support was there. Have people been talking to you about that, the fact that they're feeling a bit of support in Tharwa today?
Oh, look, definitely both of those things. People here are prepared. I mean, they've sort of known this was coming for days. They knew that today was the high-risk day, so people sort of spent all morning before things got... Well, actually, they were ridiculously hot, even this morning. But up on their roofs, hosing down things and sort of preparing the yard as well. Most people I've spoken to, their plans about all this has been to stay and defend their properties. Some people said once it gets really hairy, they'll sort of try and get out. And I think that, the presence of this huge number of firefighters around here has probably had a bit of an effect on the town as well. I mean, it's really just sort of a staging point for the whole sort of operation, it seems. There's a huge number of trucks here from New South Wales, from Queensland, a couple of them as well, plenty of ACT fire and rescue and RFS trucks too, so that's probably gives some confidence to the town too. But look, it's certainly, I mean, the one thing it definitely hasn't been here is panic at all. It's everyone's sort of very cool, very collected. They know what they're doing, they know what they're watching as well, and they know what to watch out for. So, it's a town a village that's really in control at the moment.
Tom, it's Paula here. I mean, it's one thing for people to be keeping their eye on the fire situation. It's also a really hot day. Are you seeing people coping with the heat reasonably well as too?
I think the best way to sort of describe that is that there's actually not sort of heaps of people around, because they're probably inside, many of them, trying to escape the heat as best they can, because it's been a long, hot day here, as it has been right across the ACT, and that certainly takes a toll on everyone. So, plenty of water around, people sort of trying to escape the heat where they can, and do what they can to stay hydrated as well, I suppose.
Tom Lowry, thank you very much.
One last thing the good residents of Tharwa did want me to pass on was I do hope that the fire situation brings attention to issues like water in Tharwa and mobile phone coverage as well. And asked that be brought up wherever possible, so I did promise.
And look, fair enough too. Mobile coverage and water being very significant issues for Tharwa before even this emergency. Julie passed on, and well done for highlighting it, Tom Lowry. Thank you very much. ABC News reporter Tom Lowry, currently with the community in Tharwa, have been having a pretty tense day, as he outlined there. And they're not the only ones either. This is the latest information we have on both of these fires.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
We're keeping an eye on two fires for you on ABC Radio Canberra this evening. The first of those, still at emergency warning level this evening, is the Clear Range Fire. This is the one that started as a spot fire out of the Orroral Valley Fire, burning in those border areas of New South Wales. Spot fires, which started this whole blaze, are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. The immediate threat remains to lives and properties in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, with conditions deteriorating. If you're in those areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, you're still at risk. It's still too late to leave. You can't leave, and you should be sheltering in place as the fire approaches in a solid structure. If you're away from that area, you're not able to return, and of course the Monero Highway remains closed. We also just heard from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service that they're particularly looking at and concerned about possible ember attack and spot fires around Tindery, also Anembo, Durangle and Chacola. Be alert for embers that are being blown ahead of the main fire front, because they may threaten properties before any fire front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan if you are in those areas. And Paula Kruger's also been looking at the Orroral Valley fire updates.
That's right. The latest information we have from the ESA on the Orroral Valley fire is that it remains at the downgraded level of a watch and act bushfire warning, and that was because earlier the fire activity had eased. However, the ESA advises that people in the area of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, if you're in those areas, you still need to remain vigilant, and that is because conditions, they can still change and they could still get worse. So if you have left the area, do not return for your safety, and if you or your property are under threat, once again you are advised to call 000. Be careful if you're in the area, because people may be affected by smoke, and that will affect visibility and air quality as well, Anna. So that's the latest information we had. Orroral Valley fire still remains at a watch and act level, according to the ESA.
At this point, I might also just remind people where you can go if you do need to evacuate. Of course, Erindale College in Canberra has been opened as an evacuation point. That's at Waniassa on McBride Crescent. But if you do have animals, particularly horses, and you need to evacuate, there are a number of options for you. Of course, Epic in North Canberra is open. You do need to be self-sufficient. Cooma Showgrounds are open, and because there's overflow to the sale yards there in Cooma, they're the one place that you do have some capacity to take cattle as well as horses. Just something to bear in mind. At neither Epic in Canberra or Cooma do you have to call ahead. You can just lob up, is still the latest information we have from them. You can also go to the Braidwood Showgrounds, but you are asked to call ahead. The number you need to call ahead on, and I'm just giving you some time to find a piece of paper or get your phone so you can put this number. This is the number if you want to call ahead for the Braidwood Showgrounds, 0428 243 630, 0428 243 630. The Bungendore Showgrounds, despite the fact that the country music muster is on, are accepting evacuations. So if that's the best one for you to go to, you can go still to Bungendore Showgrounds. But again, you do need to call ahead because obviously it's very busy there at the moment. So the number to call ahead for Bungendore is 0455 174 463. That's 0455 174 463. Unfortunately, because of another event, Queanbeyan Showground is not open as an evacuation centre, so don't lob up there if you are looking for somewhere to go. Here on ABC Radio Canberra, in the meantime, we're also really interested to hear how you're going. And you can give us a call on 1300 681 666. You can text us on 0467 922 666, as Lisa in Banks has been doing, Paula Kruger.
Yes, we've been in touch with Lisa from Banks, and she's saying that they're again sitting tight with the animals, waiting for changes. The cats, the dogs, Lisa, everyone looks like they're doing fine. So obviously you're doing a great job. Thanks for updating us on how you're going, Lisa.
The animals look very calm indeed. So you're obviously doing a great job, I think, Lisa. A couple of people just with some more PSAs as well. Denise says, good afternoon. I'm sorry to say I saw a driver driving down High Marsh Drive flicking cigarette ash out of their window.
Are you serious?
I didn't see what became of the cigarette, but I suspect it would also have been flicked out of the car window. It made me really sad that the driver was so careless, says Denise. Denise, I think Paula and I are on a unity ticket with you that is incredibly irresponsible behaviour. Please don't be doing that, really at any time in such a dry period, but certainly not on a day of total fire ban with multiple fire emergencies in our immediate region.
And Anna Vito will be going to the news with Andrew Messenger soon, and then keeping you company for the rest of the afternoon, Georgia Steins will be joining you.
And thank you very much, Paula, for keeping me company to this point as well. As Paula says, you are listening to ABC Radio Canberra. We're not going anywhere. We'll be broadcasting into the night to make sure you are still getting all of these updates and pieces of information as you need them and as we get them. So don't go anywhere. Keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra on 666 AM. But as Paula says, it's 6:30, and that means it's time to say hello again to Andy Messenger with some news. Hi, Andy.
Thanks, Anna. The two large bushfires in the Canberra region have been creating their own weather systems this afternoon. The Orroral Valley fire has been downgraded to watch and act alert after several hours at emergency level. The fire has crossed Mount Tennant and fire crews are waiting for it to reach grasslands. The Clear Range fire near Michelego is at emergency level and has burnt out more than 5,000 hectares. It's posing an immediate threat to Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The federal government has raised the travel advice for the whole of mainland China to level 4. That's the highest level possible. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says as of today, all travellers arriving out of mainland China, not just Hubei province, will be required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days. The death toll from the coronavirus outbreak in China continues to rise, with the official number now put at 259. There are now more than 11,000 confirmed cases of the illness. There have been public celebrations and muted protests in Britain after its official exit from the European Union. Crowds waved the Union Jack, gathered in London as a time projected onto the Prime Minister's official residence in Downing Street counted down the minutes and seconds to Brexit. Senior US Democrat Nancy Pelosi has accused Republican senators of being accomplices to a cover-up by President Donald Trump. It comes after all but 2 Republican senators voted against allowing witnesses to testify at Mr. Trump's impeachment trial. To sport now, and in basketball, the Canberra Capitals and Adelaide Lightning are playing at the National Convention Centre. At the moment, they are just 2 minutes away from full time, and the Caps are up by 67-66. In cricket, England has won today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval after a super over. The scores between England and Australia were locked at 156 before the super over, which England won 10 runs to 8. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken out the Australian Open quad wheelchair final in straight sets, defeating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. Australia's off to a good start in the Rugby World Sevens in Sydney. The men defeated Japan 33-7 and in the late game had a 31-14 win over Scotland. In the women's section, the team defeated Spain 33-0 and Ireland 34-0. And in Super Rugby, the Sunwolves have won this afternoon's game against the Melbourne Rebels 36-27. And in the late game in Nelson, the Crusaders 36 lead the Waratahs 18 with around 12 minutes to play. There's a total fire ban for the ACT and surrounding surrounding New South Wales. The forecast is for a warm, humid night with smoke, haze and dust. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds at up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25 and a top of 34. And a reminder, the total fire ban continues tomorrow in the ACT. For Monday, sunny and 30, and for Tuesday, sunny and 26. Topping Canberra today was a record-breaking 42.7 degrees. At the moment, it's still on 40 degrees. And I'll have more ABC News at 6 o'clock.
Thanks so much, Andy.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
It is Anna Vito and Georgia Stones with you this evening on ABC Radio Canberra, and I have an update to the emergency warning for the Clear Range Fire. This is an emergency warning, but the information in this warning is still the same messages that you've been hearing. So the emergency warning for the Clear Range Fire is still that fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Breadbow, and the immediate threat to properties and lives remains in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Breadbow. Conditions still are deteriorating, the RFS says. And what that means for people in that immediate area, again, of Colinton, Mickalego and Breadbow, is that you are still at risk. It is still too late for you to leave, and you need to be sheltering in place as the fire approaches, protecting yourself from the heat of that fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. Associated with this, the Monero Highway is closed. And not only is the Monero Highway closed from Royalla to just north of Cooma, but Durangle Road is closed from Captain's Flat to Breadbow, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you're in those surrounding areas like Tindri, like Anembo, Durangle and Chacola even, you need to remain alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, because they may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan now if you're in those areas. And Georgia Steins has joined me, and she's going to be keeping an eye on the Orroral Valley fire for you this evening, Georgia.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, so this is still at a watch and act, which happened earlier this afternoon. The latest, it actually was released about an hour ago. That was the last update. So it was released at about 4:45. So the situation is still the same, which is the Orroral Valley fire downgraded to a watch and act bushfire warning, which, as we know, still means to be alert, particularly if you're in this area, but obviously one step down from the emergency warning. Now, the fire activity has eased. The ACT Emergency Agency advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road need to remain vigilant. Conditions can still change and get worse. Call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat. People in the area may be affected by smoke, which could reduce visibility and air quality. If you have left the area, please do not return for your own safety. Make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of a fire to act. What you should do, you should activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you don't have one, you need to identify where you will go if you need to leave. You can go to the esa.act.gov.au for regular bushfire updates and listen to your local radio station with Anna and I on ABC Local Radio Canberra. Also, make sure you've got all your important documents, have everything ready to go in case you do in fact need to leave quickly. And moving your car outside if you have an electric garage door, arranging alternative transport in case of evacuation if you don't have access to a car, good time to chat to friends and see if there's anyone that can give you a lift, and taking any additional action to protect your livestock and property. So the current situation, just to reiterate, so this is for the Orroral fire. The fire is out of control. It's travelling in a southeasterly direction. It's around 44,000 hectares in size, and the properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire causing the spot fire. Now, the fire is expected to cross the border into New South Wales in the next 24 hours. Once this happens, the eastern flank will be known as the Clear Range fire, which has indeed happened.
Indeed, and they're burning simultaneously at the moment. Looks like they have merged, but at this stage, within the ACT, we're still looking at a watch and act over across the New South Wales border, an emergency warning level. We'll continue to bring you updates on all of those things. Susan, on our text line, Georgia, is listening to us from Hampshire in England. She says, our home is in Conda, my mother is in Gordon, and keeping herself informed, listening to us is helping to stop her worrying out of her mind. She sends a big thank you to everyone fighting fires. Stay safe, Canberra, says Susan. And speaking of Gordon, that is where the 7pm news will be broadcast from tonight. The 7pm news host, Dan Borsha, is there getting ready for a special television broadcast this evening. G'day, Dan.
Good evening. It's great to be with you both, and I suspect we'll be coming from not far away from Susan's mother here in Gordon. In not too long, under half an hour now, we're looking out towards what is a very grey and moody sky. You can see smoke as far as the eye can see, some of the mountains in the background completely obscured. And just before we arrived, the crew here told me that there was one of the planes that flew overhead dropping some of that retardant. So we are going to have that special bulletin here in about 20 minutes or so, and we're going to be looking at this from a number of angles with our reporters across the ACT, across the border, and also that fire and the situation down on the south coast as well, of course, with some analysis and the very latest details from the Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, as well.
What's the mood in Gordon this evening, Dan?
Well, I haven't had a chance to speak to...
No, fair enough. You've been too busy.
Because we've been here preparing. However, those that have been here have been having a chat with some of those. And there seems to be a sense of apprehension. At least that's what I'm being told.
Very understandably too. We will let you go and get organised, Dan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dan Borsha on your television from 7 o'clock tonight with a special focus on what's happening with the fires, not only in the ACT, but around our region, of course. And a couple more PSAs on our text line, Georgia. 0467 922 666 is the number to text if you'd like to, but 0467 922 666. You can call as well on 1300 681 666. Barry from Charnwood says, last night I drove up to the heights of Charnwood and could view the fire. I didn't have to go to the south side. To all Belconnen residents, there are plenty of hills over this side. And isn't that the benefit of living in Canberra, is there's pretty much plenty of hills wherever you are. Someone else has texted, I won't go through the whole thing, but it's sounding like there's a bit of aggro though in some of those southern areas. People assuming that everyone there taking a picture is not from the area. And our text is saying, well, part of our plan is actually to go and look. We are from one of these suburbs, but we can't see the fire where we are. So part of our plan is to go and look, and that decides when we're going to evacuate or not. Taking pictures of people who are doing that and assuming they're not from there is kind of distressing. I think it's understandable that everyone's kind of, tensions are high, but it's probably a good reminder just to also take a deep breath. We're all in this together. Let's just try and get along.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? People are under a lot of stress at the moment. So I think probably seeing someone at the end of your driveway that you don't know is causing a lot of stress for people. But I guess it's also a time, and we've heard from Lisa in Banks, but also other people as well. It's also a time that neighbours are getting together. It's also a time that people are actually talking to that person they haven't talked to that for a while, and actually having and saying, this is what I'm doing, are you doing that? So I guess it's time for both, but I can understand how frustrating that will be.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. And I think, look, we all need to be a little bit kind to each other, I think. However, a lot of you not feeling very kind and well disposed towards people flicking cigarettes out of windows, and that is pretty understandable. Someone else says they saw a van going south on the Monero Highway near the jail with a driver flicking her cigarette ash out the window. Again, just reminding people it's never a good idea at any time. It's certainly a bad idea at a time of total fire ban with a couple of active fire situations. Georgia.
It's not really behaviour you'd condone at any time of the year anyway, isn't it?
It's not, no. If you would like to let us know what's happening where you are, or just how you're holding up if you're somewhere that just has been on alert for the last few days, 1300 681 666 is the number to call. 1300 681 666. Joining us now, actually, from Tindri to help us learn exactly that is Alan. Alan is a resident at Tindri. What's it looking like over there at the moment, Alan?
G'day, Anna and Georgia. pretty smoky, basically, for us, because we're fires to the west of us, and we're getting everything from far down south, so it's all just blowing in our face. So not a big view at the moment.
Deeply unpleasant. We've been hearing, particularly for people around Tindri, to be on the lookout for spot fires. Have you been seeing any embers or worse spot fires around where you are?
No, that's a bit of a problem, that there's so much smoke about that we just can't see what's happening. Like the highway's about 12 kilometres from our house. So.
Alan, who are you there with tonight as you're waiting it out?
Oh, with my wife, and we have neighbours up here as well. So it's a sort of biggish farm and biggish rural residential area up here. So there's a few of us up here. We poke around, get together, make certain everybody's right and happy.
And what is your plan over the next few hours?
Well, basically just stay here. If it arrives, and we'll deal with it then.
Is this the sort of thing you have been talking about with your neighbours when you're all around checking everyone's okay? You're sort of checking in with what everyone's planning to do?
Yes, well, we're all members of the RFS up and the captain has decided that this time we wouldn't send tankers away from the area, because in 2009 we lost a number of houses up here, including ours. So, we're not... You get a bit doughy when you have to get asked to move, go away again.
Understandably so. That's a tough thing to live through once, Alan, and then face, sit with the prospect of another fire arriving. How you doing?
I'm actually more nervous talking to you. But,
I'm sorry to do that to you. That's terrible.
You never forget it. You just deal with it better. But it took us 3 years, 3 months from the loss of the house to, moving into the new house. So it's all built to the current standard, the AS 3959. So, and of course, we're on acres, so we can clear the 30 metres away from the house, 70 metres beyond that, we can thin out the bush. So, we can utilise space for that asset protection zone.
Have you got animals, stock?
No, too much hard work. I just use kangaroos
to get the grass down for you.
Yeah.
You mentioned before that obviously your house has been rebuilt to a standard, but what about your other preparation? Did you do different things this time round that you hadn't done previously?
Well, we rebuilt in a different location, so we're further away from a slope. So that was the main structural change. But just keeping the bush thin around the house. Got the new standard requires that you have, I think, 110,000 litres of water, of which 20,000 is for firefighting. That's the new standard. So in effect, I've got about 60,000 litres of water. Got a firefighting pump, hose that can reach everywhere.
Sounds like you're all set. That was going to be my next question, Alan, if you had any water, given how dry it's been, but it sounds like you're all set.
Oh, well, there's only two of us, and there's...
Oh, and there we go with that mobile coverage. We've been hearing that from people around a number of places. It looks like we've just lost Alan, actually, in Tindri. Mobile coverage in rural areas we know is a real challenge, but it sounds like they're equipped, pretty tense, but well equipped. Georgia.
Yeah, but also, Anna, very knowing what he's in for. Didn't he? He sounded quite resigned that he knew, what might happen, but very well prepared. And no stock to move. None of that sort of the stress of animals, but still a very stressful situation. But more scared about talking to you and I, apparently.
I'm sorry to do that to people. The last thing we want to do is make people feel more tense. And that's a terrible thing to do to someone, Georgia. Someone who I suspect is going to be less frightened about talking to us, or not frightened, I don't want to say anxious about talking to us, though, is Neil Fraser. He's with the Bureau of Meteorology, duty forecaster there, they've been doing a sterling effort keeping us all up to date and informed. G'day, Neil. Welcome back. Record temperatures officially today in Canberra now, or not quite?
Yes, a record for February, 42.7. So you certainly copped a bad one today. And also, it's still sitting on 39 out at the airport. Tuggeranong's slightly cooler I'll use that term loosely, 38 degrees at Tuggeranong. And the good news is currently the wind's about 25 k's an hour. Will continue to drop away overnight as the temperatures cool off and we get an inversion forming. So by late tonight should be down around 10 k's an hour, and it'll remain there all through the night and then pick up again by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, back up to about 20 k's an hour, and then during the day, late morning into the early afternoon, getting back up to 35 to 40 k's an hour. Not quite as hot tomorrow, expecting a top of about 34 for Canberra, and on the fire ground at Orroral Valley should be a top of about 32. So the fire danger dropping away tomorrow, only high fire danger tomorrow, but it picks up again on Monday back to very high. So certainly still some fairly bad conditions for the next couple of days before we see some moister easterly winds coming in later on Monday.
Yeah, pretty brief respite by the sounds of things. On that wind note, when you talk about them sort of slackening off a little bit tonight, how late tonight, and what about the direction of those? Are they going to keep swirling around as we've seen?
Be basically northwesterly, but you do get some swirling around overnight when the winds drop away and you get local effects coming in with valleys and so forth. But generally, it's going to remain in the west and northwest quarter right through the night and into tomorrow. As I said, winds dropping out overnight but picking up again. Similar speeds that we got today for tomorrow.
And speaking of tomorrow, I note the Bureau is still predicting a possible storm, but not a lot of rain. Is it really more relief in the form of humidity than rainfall that we can expect tomorrow?
Yes. Well, it's going to be continuing to be fairly humid, not quite as humid today, but increasing humidity levels for tomorrow. And the other danger tomorrow is with the thunderstorms. Some of them could be severe. So today we escaped any thunderstorms, but tomorrow it's a stronger chance. And some of those could be severe with gusty winds and so forth. So that's the bad news as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, not a lot of good news on the horizon for the region weather-wise. I'm looking at dry, hot days comparatively hot. 26 degrees feels positively cool compared with what we're currently experiencing, but it doesn't look like it's improving much.
No, it's a gradual cooling off during the week, back to the high 20s or low 30s at the most. But potentially, it's not until the end of next week there's a good chance of some showers coming in affecting the ACT, which they're going to miss out. Much of the state's going to see a lot of drenching in the coming days next week, especially the northeast of the state, right down the coast. But Canberra's going to miss out on the better rainfall that other areas are going to get.
Neil, anything else we need to know about the weather just at the moment?
No, I think as things will just taper off overnight and then pick up again tomorrow. So that's the main thing to take out of what's happening at the moment.
You're great. Thank you so much, Neil. Neil Fraser, Bureau of Meteorology Duty Forecaster. He and his colleagues have been doing a wonderful job keeping all of us informed over recent very dramatic weather days, Georgia Steins, I have to say. It's probably worth reiterating some of the warnings, and we'll get to that in a moment. But to hear what's happening on the ground, first of all, Craig is in the Mikalego village, another area that has been right in amongst it all day today. How are you doing, Craig?
Hello, how are you?
Much better off than you, I suspect. What's it like on the ground then?
No, it's pretty good here. We're still in the village area, and in fact, we're sitting under a pine tree having a beer, to be honest.
Well earned.
But no, things are still wind's still certainly around, but it's not as strong as what it has been. But quite erratic wind still. But we, in the village here, certainly we still haven't had any real sort of ember attack or any major ash or anything falling. So it's, from our perspective here, I think we're still quite comfortable. There is I think as I said earlier today when I was talking to you, there is a huge amount of resources here in the village. I'm assuming it's a staging area, and so there is a lot of resources out here, but certainly been a lot of activity this afternoon with the fire is coming and going, and obviously there's spot fires in the region. So looking at the fire maps, it is sort of slowly all encroaching on us, even though the winds are probably still sort of heading a little south and from the again to the west from us. So coming at us, but still looking pretty good, I think, at this point. Where I think hopefully have a fairly comfortable night and see how we look tomorrow morning or tomorrow through the day.
So, Craig, where will you stay tonight?
I'll stay at home here in Mikalego in the village. My son's here with me, and my wife's in town looking after grandkids, and we'll stay put here tonight and just vigilant and keep an eye on things. But yeah, we're feeling quite comfortable at the moment. So,
what are you washing that beer down with? I hope there's something else happening.
I'm going to go and cook some sausages, sure.
Good plan.
My wife's not here to do the catering, so it's a simple meal for my son tonight.
I think it's a simple meal for most people tonight, isn't it? You've got enough going on. Goodness, Craig.
Yeah, that's it.
So obviously the roads closed around there. I mean, it was pretty clear that was probably going to happen with the Monero and some of the associated roads. Was it always your plan, though, to stay in town at Michelego, Craig?
Yeah, look, our plan was to stay unless it got to, we certainly had, just to give you an idea, we had vehicles ready to go with a few things loaded, and we certainly, one of the issues for some of the people out here is obviously water and in some cases power as well. So most of us are probably running tanks or in some cases bores. We've certainly got a bore here with ample water, but we need power to run that pump. So we've got a generator here. So if we lose power, we can still run our pump. So these are the sort of things that people have obviously got to be aware of, and obviously they are in these sort of regions. So as I said, we're feeling pretty comfortable. And but if things got to a situation where we weren't comfortable, we certainly would leave. Alternatively, I'm in a solid brick home. We would feel fairly protected in the home for a period of time as well. But we're not, as I said, we're not in a bush sort of area. So we don't have. Whilst we've got trees on our property, we don't have, we're not up against, a bush or sort of heavily forested sort of park or anything like that. So hence why we're sort of still feeling quite comfortable.
I'm very glad that is the case, at least for you, Craig, and our very best wishes to you and everyone else in the village.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, and thanks for taking care. And again, I'd just like to reiterate the wonderful job everybody's doing out there in terms of supporting everybody. So thanks very much.
Great job, crews. Thank you so much, Craig. Craig is in Michelego Village. Some good news there, at least. No embers so far that they're seeing, no spot fires they're seeing in the village there at Michelego, where they've been pretty much under a shelter in place, too late to leave for most of the evening, Georgia. And on the subject of which, we should probably remind you what all of those warnings are.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And just with the rest of the details on that Clear Range fire, the latest update that we still have from the New South Wales RFS is clear as of half an hour ago, and it's the same information you've been hearing this evening, that the fires that started as spot fires out of the Orroral Valley fire are still burning in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. The immediate threat remains to properties' lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, although as you've heard, it's a little bit patchy through those districts, a lot of those spot fires still being the issue. No doubt it is having an effect though, and the advice for people in Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo areas is still that you are at risk. It is too late to leave, and you need to be sheltering in place, protecting yourself from the heat of the fire in a solid structure as that fire approaches. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is still closed from Royalla almost all the way down to Cooma. Durangle Road is closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo. Burra Road is closed from Googong to Michelego. If you're in areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chikola, you still need to be on alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which of course could start their own spot fires and threaten properties. If you're in those areas, you need to be following your bushfire survival plan now. The other fire we're keeping an eye on is still at watch and act status. That's the Orroral Valley fire, and Georgia Steins has been keeping up with the details on that one.
Yes, indeed, and we do just have a new one that's just been released, but the same information. So this fire remains at a watch and act level bushfire warning. The fire activity has eased across the fire ground. The ESA is advising people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nass Road and Top Nass Road that you need to still remain vigilant because conditions can change and they can get worse. You need to call 000 immediately if you or your property come under threat. If you have left the area, do not return for your own safety. Make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. Now, the things you need to do is obviously to activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you don't have one, you need to think about where you'll go if you need to leave. And keep monitoring the ESA website. You can do that on their website, their Facebook, their Twitter, and keep listening to ABC. We're also here, Anna and I are on air for as long as you need us. And then also we've got the Facebook page and also ABC Twitter as well and our website. For people in Tharwa, you need to monitor conditions and review your bushfire survival plan. Now, for people in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you need to stay up to date. I'm going to come back to Gordon in just a moment. So the current situation is the fire is out of control. The fire is travelling in a southeasterly direction, and the size of the fire is currently approximately 52 hectares in size. Now, we have had, Anna, a couple of text messages from people in those southern Canberra suburbs, particularly one of them, Taylor, saying, I live in Gordon. After the fire was downgraded to Watch and Act, no one has said, should we be alert? I'm wondering if anyone knows if we're out of trouble or if we still go by the same warnings. So you're still included in this Watch and Act warning in Gordon, which basically means that you do need to keep aware of what's happening. So it means just to keep an eye on it. But obviously, as the warning just read, there are other areas obviously ahead of you, or other ones that are subject to slightly more serious conditions at the moment, if that makes sense. So the advice from the emergency services is, of course, to keep aware, just to keep monitoring. And in terms of, I think your question was, are we out of trouble? I don't think anyone could ever say that at the moment with the weather conditions and what the Bureau of Meteorology has said over the next few days. But the Canberra suburbs are not under threat. Yeah, southern suburbs. So there's no talk of that at the moment. It's just basically, it's a good thing to be prepared and to listen and to know, that the fire situation is fluid and moving and not a great one.
That's right. And keep doing exactly what you're doing, Taylor, which is staying up to date, listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. You're doing all the right things. Someone else has also said it on our text line, and they sign off as anonymous, saying some people are not comfortable to stay in Gordon with visible fires, but accommodation costs are stacking up. Will the fires be visible throughout next week? Anonymous, unfortunately, probably, because we have been told that these fires are not going to be out for weeks yet. And if we've learned anything, it is that we know that these fires are volatile, conditions are changeable, and they do change quickly and often without warning. So unfortunately, yes, they probably will be visible through next week as well. Keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. We'll be back on the other side of the 7 o'clock news with Andrew Messenger.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. The Clear Range fire near Mickalego, south of Canberra, is still burning at emergency alert level tonight, while the Orroral Valley fire is at Watch and Act alert. Michael Inman reports.
Fire authorities expect the 5,000 hectare Clear Range fire to eventually merge with the much larger Orroral Valley fire that has burnt through about 45,000 hectares of the Namadgi National Park. Both fires have been creating their own weather systems today. Rural Fire Service Chief Officer Joe Murphy says firefighters are working to suppress the Orroral Valley fire as it moves into grasslands.
Anybody who's living in South Tuggeranong now would see a lot of aircraft moving through the area, and the helicopters are now very active on this fire because the fire's coming down some grasslands, and we're preparing now to take the fight back to the fire.
There is no current threat to Canberra's southern suburbs.
Earlier today, ABC reporter Philip Williams was south of Mickalego, where spotting from the Clear Range fire was causing havoc on rural properties.
It has been, unfortunately, the sort of day that we were warned about, and now here it's in open terrain. It's come across paddocks that you'd think almost wouldn't burn because they've been eaten down. They've been so affected by the drought, but yes, still they burn. Then those particular fires can then link through to other areas of bush, create more spotting and so on and so on. So it is that chain effect that can be so devastating. We are hopeful, of course, that these spot fires can be contained, but it's a very big ask because there are so many of them.
And there is continuous rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial, and online at news.abc.net.au. Britain is entering a new era, having exited the European Union after 3.5 years of political wrangling after the 2016 referendum vote to leave. More from the BBC's Nick Eardley.
As clocks around the UK struck 11, a moment of history was marked in different ways. Outside Parliament, thousands of Brexit supporters were jubilant. In other places, pro-EU rallies were held in a moment of mourning. And in Downing Street, while senior ministers celebrated inside, a light show of Parliament was beamed onto the bricks of Number 10. The Prime Minister said he understood that while for some this would be an astonishing moment of hope, others would feel a sense of anxiety. My job, he said, is to bring the country together.
The federal government has raised the travel advice for the whole of mainland China to level 4, the highest level, which urges Australians not to travel to mainland China due to the threat of the coronavirus. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says as of today, all travellers arriving out of mainland China, not just Hubei province, will be required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days. In the United States, Donald Trump's impeachment trial will end without new witnesses being called after a historic vote in Washington. North American correspondent James Glenday reports.
As expected, 2 Republicans decided to vote with the Democrats on a motion to allow new witnesses to appear and new documents to be introduced. It would have allowed former National Security Advisor John Bolton to appear and potentially deliver damning testimony about President Trump's actions. But enough Republicans held the party line and the move was defeated.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
It means that Mr. Trump's trial is now heading swiftly towards a conclusion and the president's acquittal, though the precise timing is still unclear. James Glenday, ABC News, Washington.
Sport now, and in basketball, the Canberra Capitals have defeated the Adelaide Lightning in a tight game at the National Convention Centre by 73 points to 71. In cricket, England defeated Australia in today's women's one-day international at Manuka Oval after a super over. The scores were locked at 156 before the super over, which England won 10 runs to 8. In tennis, Australia's Dylan Alcott has taken out the Australian Open quad wheelchair final in straight sets, defeating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. Tonight, Spain's Garbina Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin will go head-to-head in the women's final. Australia's off to a good start in the Rugby World Sevens in Sydney. The men defeated Japan 33-7 and in the late game had a 31-14 win over Scotland. In the women's section, the team defeated Spain 33-0 and Ireland 34-0. To the weather now. Total fire ban for the ACT continues tomorrow. For Canberra, a warm and humid night. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterlies up to 40 kilometres an hour. 25 for a low, 34 for a top. Today's top was 43.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito and Georgia Steins with you this evening, taking you through the latest information that we have on the 2 fires that we are paying very close attention to this evening. The first of those, still burning at emergency level, is the Clear Range fire. And the latest information we have for this, the latest update we have for this fire, we got about half an hour ago now. So it's the same information you have been hearing for a little while. This is that a number of spot fires have started as a result of that Orroral Valley bushfire in the ACT, and that those fires have been spreading quickly and are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. The immediate threat remains to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo, and conditions are still deteriorating as far as the latest information that we have is. If you are in those immediate areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo, if you're in those areas, you remain at risk this evening. You can't leave. It's too late to leave. You need to be seeking shelter as the fire approaches and protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from those areas, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed from Royalla through to just north of Cooma. And associated with that closure, the Durangle Road is also closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. In a little bit further afield, if you're in surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chacola, you need to remain alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. If you're in those areas, you need to follow your bushfire survival plan. And if you don't have one, you need to know now what you will do if fire threatens. The other fire, of course, is burning in the Orroral Valley in the ACT. In a moment, we will hear from the ACT Rural Fire Service, but just to get a quick update on the current status, we'll hear from Georgia Steins, who's been keeping an eye on it.
Oh, thanks, Anna. So, yeah, this is still remains at a watch and act level. People will know that earlier this afternoon it was at emergency level earlier today. Now, the fire activity has eased across the fire ground. The ESA advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Beaubien Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road need to remain vigilant. Now, conditions can still change and these conditions can get worse. You need to call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat. If you have left the area, do not return. This is for your safety. Make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. You need to activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you do not have one, identify where will you go if you need to leave. And you can also keep up to date by listening to ABC Radio Canberra and, of course, go monitor the ESA via their website, also Twitter and their social media handles. Just a reminder for people in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you need to stay up to date. People in Tharwa need to monitor conditions and review their bushfire survival plan. But to find out what the latest situation is in regards to this fire, we do have the ACT RFS Chief Officer Joe Murphy on the phone. Hello, Joe.
We do have him on the phone from Corwell, this staging area at Corwell for the firefighters. G'day, Joe Murphy. First, before we get into what you're doing there and what's happening there, what's the latest you can tell us on the status of this fire, or just the latest information you have?
So the latest information is, yes, the two fires have now absolutely joined. That is the Orroral Valley fire and the Clear Range fire have now become one fire, although they'll still be continued to be called two different names as they've crossed borders there, two jurisdictions. So the fires are obviously well beyond 44 or 45,000 hectares now. You asked me a question earlier on about some of the properties that might have been damaged due to the fire.
Yeah, this is the Namadgi Visitor Centre and a couple of those Orroral heritage sites.
Yes, look, I went and asked about some of those, the Orroral heritage sites. We have not got crews back in there at this stage. It's still too hot and too dangerous. So we are unable to give any update on those at this stage. And my apologies, I forgot to ask about the Namadgi Visitor Centre.
That's all right. We'll check in with you next time.
I think they would have mentioned that when I was talking to them anyway. So look, the fire continues. There's still an enormous amount of air activity around the area, which people can see. But look, I did want to mention though, I'm out here at the Corwell SES shed here. Now this is our southern staging site, and what we've got out here is this fantastic team that have managed all the ins and outs of the crews. And look, I've even better than that. I've got Matt Butters here, who's from SES. He's the staging area manager. I think this is a great opportunity for people to understand this is not just a firefighting effort. This is an effort of firefighters being supported from behind the scenes by this massive contingent of SES and support people. So I'm going to hand you
Joe, just before you hand him over, can I ask you one more quick question, just because we're being asked? In terms of these two fires merging, a lot of people are saying, what does that actually mean in terms of for people in the southern suburbs? Or it's just, I mean, this is what you expected, but what does that actually mean for people who are monitoring the situation closely?
Okay, so this means that the Clear Range fire was started by a spot fire from the Orroral Valley fire. Our fire, the Orroral Valley fire, has now burnt its way to the Clear Range. So it's just joined up these two fires now. So in terms of the southern parts of, say, Tuggeranong, it's not coming their way this time, although we still have that wind change coming a bit later on to see what that does. But no, so it's all about the southeast down there. It's just about our fire is now merged with the Clear Range fire.
That's great. Thanks for clearing that up.
So, Matt Butters from the SES, the staging area manager at Corwell, is also with you, Joe.
Here he is. I'll hand over.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
G'day, Matt. You're talking to Anna and Georgia on ABC Radio Canberra. Can you tell us what's happening at the staging area and just what there is at the staging area?
So the staging area is effectively where we do crew changeovers between the fire trucks who come off shift. So at the moment we're managing the day shift who are coming off the fire grounds and the night shifts going on. So down here we have an ambulance support vehicle, we have workshops, we have a team of about 10 or so SES members who are managing the ins and outs of the shift change.
About how many people have you got going through the staging area at Corwell, Matt?
So tonight we're expecting probably in excess of 90 odd people to come through. with the shift change that we've been told is coming through. So most of the appliances will come through. Crews will step off, new crews will go on, they'll be fed and then sent on their way to either home or to the firegrounds to continue their work.
It's a huge operation. How do you go about feeding everybody, and who's helping you feed everyone?
Well, luckily, because the ADF have been deployed, they're actually managing our food deliveries and our food supplies. So the ADF crews at ADFA are actually doing most of our catering for us at this point.
Good on them. That's fantastic.
And what are they getting, just as a matter of interest?
ADF hot boxes, so defence hot boxes. So for meals previously, we've had beef stroganoff that's been heated up. This morning for breakfast, they had bacon, eggs, hash browns, all heated up and delivered in beautiful hot boxes that are, still good.
So no squishy sandwiches. This is very impressive.
Rightly so. If you're going to work that hard, you deserve a good meal.
That certainly is correct, and these boys and ladies are working extremely hard on the fireground. It's the least we can do is give them a hot meal when they come off.
Absolutely right. How are they going, Matt? Because, of course, we've seen fires spark up here, and it's obviously been a very tense few days for our immediate region. But a lot of these fireys have either been locals who've been sent elsewhere around Australia to fight fires this summer, or indeed people who've come in from interstate to help us out in this moment of crisis. How are people managing fatigue, and how can they be helped in managing fatigue as they move through your staging area?
So in terms of fatigue, we've got a strict rostering system in place that we manage and we make sure that the crews are getting their rest. The crews coming on, they're still in good spirits. The crews coming off, they look fatigued, they look tired, they look exhausted. It's hard conditions out there. They're in hard terrain, but they're still coming off. They're looking good. They're not looking too bad when they're coming off. So we're managing it effectively.
Well done you, Matt. We're speaking with Matt Butters, by the way, who is the staging area manager at Corwell, where all of these people are coming through. Any other message you'd like to send the community, or anything else the community should know about you, Matt, and the people coming through there?
Probably the important thing for the community to know is that these guys and girls are coming off the fireground, and the disaster tourists, we just need them off the roads. We don't need them down here. They're just causing problems for us with traffic on the road. So, it's a long shift for these guys and girls, and, driving home, we want clear roads. So the best support they can give us is just give us space to do the work that we need to do.
Very good advice and well reiterated, Matt. Do you want to just check with Joe Murphy if there's anything else he feels like he needs to tell us at this juncture about the fire, or if we can let him go?
I'll just put him back on and you can have that chat with him.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Matt.
That's
Matt Butters. He's the staging area manager at Corwell. He's handing the phone back to the ACT Rural Fire Service Chief Officer, Joe Murphy. I think Georgia has one last question for you, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Joe, as you can imagine, we're getting quite a number of people on the text line, particularly people around Gordon, that the fire is quite visible for them. Can you just maybe reiterate what those people should be doing tonight? That's the question we're being asked by them.
Yeah, so what they're saying is, as the sky starts to darken now, the fire on the northern slope of Mount Tennant will become more and more visible tonight. And this is the same as what occurred last night. There'll be a bit more of it tonight. So to all those people in Gordon, Banks and Condra and these southern suburbs of Tuggeranong, be vigilant, be alert. But the fire is down on Mount Tennant at this stage. We just ask people to be really aware of what's going on, stay connected to the ESA website, listen to the alerts, and just make sure they stay prepared and just make sure they stay ready. At this stage, there's no threat at this exact time. They just need to stay on top of what we're trying to tell them.
And what can they expect to see in terms of activity from you?
Oh, look, it's the same as what we've had every night right now. So they will see a large number of fire trucks moving through the southern parts of Tuggeranong. They will continue to hear aircraft overnight, because we'll have ADF aircraft in the air overnight. They'll still see a lot of flashing lights down south towards Farwa. So there's still going to be an enormous amount of activity. And around here at Corwell SES, the centre's not stopping. It's 24/7. So they can expect to see a lot of vehicles around the Corwell SES centre as well. We've got a 40 km/h restricted speed zone out the front of the centre right now, because there's just so many fire trucks and so many vehicles moving around the area as well. So to all those people out there, just stay connected to the website, keep yourself informed, and we'll get through the night.
Joe Murphy, thank you so much, and very best of luck and best wishes to everyone at the staging post down at Corwell with you right now.
I hope you're getting a hot box too, Joe.
We'll see how we go.
Thanks very much, Joe Murphy. He's the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. He's down at Corwell, where the staging area has been set up for these crews coming on and off shift as they head down and tackle that Orroral Valley fire. Huge job in incredibly difficult terrain. That's one of the messages we have really just kept hearing too from the Commissioner about just how difficult it is to fight fire in such rough and rugged terrain as well. And you're going to be seeing it on some of that rugged terrain, the northern side of the Mount Tennant this evening if you're in those southern suburbs.
And isn't that interesting what Matt was saying? Matt Butters, the staging area manager, was saying that it's the same term they keep on using it, which I hadn't heard prior to this, which is the disaster tourists. And they're saying that it's making things difficult for them in terms of staging, so that the crew's coming, back and forwards. And I'd like to think that people wouldn't want to make that any more difficult for those people. So if you are someone that is thinking of going and seeing, a view tonight of the fire, that they're just asking you not to, because we're still in a situation where it is potentially dangerous.
Exactly right. And as Barry from Charnwood said, there are hills all over Canberra that are not in any kind of danger. So maybe head up one of those instead and you can get a view from further away. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra. Of course, the other fire we've been keeping an eye on is the Clear Range fire, which remains at emergency level this evening. Aaron Howard is back with us from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. And unfortunately, Aaron, it sounds like you've got some news for us about property losses. It sounds like there have been some now associated with this fire.
Reports from the fireground have indicated there have been some properties impacted west of Colinton. We have no exact count on the amount of properties in there. Crews will continue work in that area tonight, undertaking property reflection to continue fire movement around those properties. But it is quite likely that we have lost a few properties in that area. That won't be confirmed until later this evening, tomorrow morning, when we have crews on the ground to inspect that.
And what about injuries? Have there been reports of any injuries?
Good news from our perspective. We haven't heard of any reported injuries to any members of the public or any of our firefighting crews. So that is a good positive point. Given the conditions that we've seen today, it's very good news.
It certainly is, especially if there are the chances that people have lost homes. It's great to hear that everyone is okay. What is the latest on this Clear Range fire, Aaron, and just those messages for people in those broader areas at the moment?
So as per the previous update, we've still got active fire around west of Colinton, downstream road. We continue to have crews in that area working on property protection. But also we're seeing fire activity further south, so just north of Bredbro. Fingers that fire continued across Monero Highway into the grasslands, and crews are actively attacking that as it comes out.
Well, how, does that improve their capacity to actually fight the fire as it comes out? Then they can sort of attack it front on?
Yeah, we have more of an opportunity to slow the fire spread in the grasslands, particularly as the weather conditions ease off into the evening. In the forested areas, it's quite difficult with increased fire intensities in there. So crews are really taking the opportunities once it does come out to try and get around that and get some form of containment. We still have the spots east of Colinton at the base of the ranges, which at this stage are posing some difficulties because they are hard to access. We're likely still to see those spots sort of merge together and move up in a further easterly direction of no direct threat at this stage, but we need to monitor that into the evening.
In addition to those spot fires that have already started and that you're tackling, so around that Colinton area in particular, this is a fire that has been spotting very vigorously. Is it still spotting at that same rate this evening?
The spotting has eased as the weather conditions has eased into this evening. The winds, from information from the ground, the winds are slowly starting to ease up. So the spotting is reducing in line with that wind. But the biggest thing with this, it is a very volatile fire ground. We're seeing local conditions change realistically quite frequently, and we don't want people at this stage to become complacent. We still realistically, we are still going to see some spots there. As recent in the last hour, we're still seeing some spotting in the grasslands there. So it will still occur at a reduced rate, and this is realistically going to occur well into the evening.
So who should be on alert tonight, but also perhaps going into tomorrow, which could be another difficult day?
It's still the same communities around the Bredbo and Colleton. Again, we're going to see this fire continue to come up out of the Murrumbidgee area and impact on the western side of Monaro Highway. As I mentioned, already some areas have crossed that. Same communities, Bredbo, Micalago, but even further east in the Jarradale area that we've spoken about earlier today, those fires and those spots there will continue to cause some problems going into tomorrow. So we really want people to continue to monitor conditions east of that. We'll look into this evening about the overall threats in those Bredbo areas, Micalago areas, and we'll try and see if we can get some containment in those areas.
What are the main issues? Is it the terrain mixed with the weather, or what are the biggest worries over the next little while?
There's a combination of factors. You're spot on there. The weather today has made it extremely difficult. We did expect under the severe fire danger that fires would be unpredictable and uncontrollable and run hard. And that's exactly what's played out during the day. You're right in the topography. West of the Monaro Road there, it is quite dense. We've also seen a lot of low-level smoke, which has made it difficult for aviation to be able to get into that area, get intel, but also bucket in those areas additionally.
Aaron, we really appreciate the update, even though it's grim news. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Aaron Howard there from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, confirming that there are confirmed reports of some properties lost. The details of where and how many we don't have, and that will take a little bit of time to assess all of that. The good news, though, along with that, there are no reports of people who have been injured in those property losses. So that is some good news, at least. Callie is on the line with us from Bumbalong. This is a rural community between Micalago and Bredbo, and you will have been hearing, and if you've been on social media, seeing some pretty grim and confronting images coming out of the Bumbalong area. How are you doing, Callie? Are you okay?
Yeah. Pretty exhausted.
Yeah.
Very relieved.
So what's the story at your place?
So we've got a property, it's 500 acres, and it's mostly native bush. It looks as though most of it's burnt with the exception of our house and the building. So we're incredibly lucky.
Your house is okay?
Yeah, that's right. So the landscape's very charred. There are a lot of trees still burning, and we've heard some really big trees falling and dropping branches. And there's a lot of timber still alight. So it's going to be a pretty long process to tidy all of that up. But hopefully the wind is light and doesn't reignite any of those, the coals or fires, and we'll be able to get on top of it. And
Here's hoping, Callie.
Yeah.
It's wonderful to hear that your place is safe, but I understand you've had a chat with a friend who hasn't been quite so lucky.
Yeah, that's right. So there are a couple of places that we know about that have been lost. So we've had the RFS here sort of in and out during the day. They've been pretty under demand. Our local brigade has about 160 properties and there's 4 trucks. So there have been additional RFS resources brought in for the fire. But they helped us with the spot fire, but they weren't able to come out when things were really raging at our place. Luckily, we had some really good friends, Charlie and Stan, who came out from Canberra, and I'm pretty sure we would have lost a lot more if it wasn't for them. So we're really grateful to them and for their families for letting them come.
What was that like, Callie? And was this the first fire that you fought at your place, or was this something you were... Yeah, right. So what was it? Yeah. What was it like?
It was, so we could see it because our property is quite steep. We could see the fire over the back, and it was sort of trickling along the back range, and it was taking a really long time to get to us, and then it was here all of a sudden. So pretty instantly there were multiple fires in multiple locations. So it was like a lot of burning, embers. It was really acrid smoke. It was pretty intense. But once the heat of the fire passed through, once all of the fine fuels around the trees had sort of burnt, there was still a lot to tidy up. But we were kind of, and things would reignite and kick off again when the wind would change. So it was a bit of a process, but we're really lucky, and I think things look to have calmed down for the moment. So,
Callie, where are you right now? Are you in the home?
I'm actually out just under one of the beautiful yellow box trees that we've been able to save. And we've got some friends on the veranda who are, just about to have some sausages on the barbie.
What can you see? So you're outside. You said you've lost a lot of the vegetation, which was native vegetation. What can you see as you look out tonight?
So the smoke isn't terribly thick. I can see things burning off in the distance on the hills around us. It's not really raging. It's sort of trickling up the hills. There are a lot of trees that are fire affected, so charred branches, burning leaves, a lot of things on the fire, on the ground that are sort of quite heavy coals kind of burning around. So I think we've lost some of the really beautiful big trees on our place, and we'll probably have more come down as the fire, as things kind of go on, I think. So.
What about wildlife on your property? You mentioned it was mostly natives. Did you?
Yeah. We had some kangaroos in a real fright, jumping around when when there were bits burning and other vegetation that weren't. So that was pretty awful. Probably the worst thing was hearing the distress calls of the birds when there were trees burning. It was sort of after the main fire front had gone through. Maybe they were just frightened or whatever. But yeah, hearing birds in distress was pretty heartbreaking because this place normally sounds really beautiful. So yeah.
And just awful to hear that your friend has lost their place. Callie, are they all safe? Are they okay?
They are okay. They put out a radio call to let us know that they really needed some help, that their property was on fire. And there were some RFX trucks just down the road, so we ran out to them, sent them down the road. Unfortunately, they weren't there in time to save his place. Unfortunately, the reason he wasn't there at his property defending it was he was helping fill RFX trucks at the river. He was helping out his RFS colleagues, and unfortunately the fire just moved really erratically in a lot of different directions, and it's really devastating. So
it's really, really rough indeed. Our thoughts go out to them and to all of you in the community there, Callie. He's hoping that the worst is over, but yes, you're doing well to stay alert this evening. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. And enjoy your dinner on the veranda if that's possible.
We will.
I hope you cracked open something. Have you cracked open something?
We kind of struggled our way through a bit, but we've sort of been really hooking into the water and hydrolyte.
Yeah, that's that's a much more sensible option, Callie. Well done, you.
You could put the hydrolyte in a champagne glass or something.
That's a terrible idea, Georgia. You take care, Callie. Thank you so much for letting us know. You take care. So some awful news from around Bumbalong, and this is a story that we often hear with volunteer firefighters. Unfortunately, people off trying to fight a fire somewhere, only to lose their own home. That's just devastating. Very good to hear that everybody is okay. That's certainly the good news.
The thing that struck me too about that story, Anna, is it's also a reminder, isn't it, how she said how erratic it can be.
Yeah.
So he obviously went to do something because didn't think his property was in the path of it, I'm assuming by what the information she gave us. But and then lost his property. So our thoughts go out to him and all the people that we did have confirmation about a number of properties being lost. We don't know the numbers from this fire, but for those people, incredibly difficult night and weeks ahead.
That's right. And look, we wish you all the very, very best. If you need to check in, if you want to share what things have been like at your place, we're all ears. 1300 681 666 is the number to call. You can text us if you like on 0467 922 666. If you just need some company, keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. We're not going anywhere tonight. It's 7:30, and that means it's time to check in once again with Andy Messenger, who's got some news for us. Hi, Andy.
Thanks, Anna. The Rural Fire Service has confirmed that there have been property losses this afternoon in the emergency alert clear range fire near Michelego. The property losses were on the western side of the Monero Highway at Bumbalong between Bredbo and Michelego. That fire, which has burnt out 5,000 hectares, is still posing a threat to Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The Orroral Valley fire has been downgraded to watch and act alert. It's burnt out more than 50,000 hectares. The federal government has raised the travel advice for the whole of mainland China to level 4, the highest level, which urges Australians not to travel to mainland China due to the threat of the coronavirus outbreak. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says as of today, all travellers arriving from mainland China, not just Hubei province, will be required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days. The death toll from the outbreak in China continues to rise. The official number is now 259. There are now more than 11,000 confirmed cases. The Weather Bureau says thunderstorms and heavy rainfall could lead to potential flash flooding in Melbourne this evening. The severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds and heavy rainfall is in place for Melbourne as well as parts of the Mallee and Northern Country. Forecasters say it's unclear which areas will receive the most intensive rainfall. To sport now, and in tennis, Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin are on the centre court for the women's final of the Australian Open. Earlier today, Australia's Dylan Alcott won the quad wheelchair final in straight sets, defeating Britain's Andy Lapthorne 6-love, 6-4. In Super Rugby, 2 games today. The Sunwolves defeated the Melbourne Rebels 36-27, and in Nelson, New Zealand, the Crusaders overpowered the Waratahs 43-25. In basketball, the Canberra Capitals defeated the Adelaide Lightning in a tight game at the National Convention Centre by 73 points to 71. And in baseball, the Canberra Cavalry is in Adelaide at the moment, playing the Giants in Game 2 of their 3-game series. The Cavalry won last night's game in Canberra. To Canberra's weather now. Total fire ban for the ACT continues tomorrow. A warm, humid night with smoke, haze and dust. For tomorrow, mostly sunny with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds at up to 40 kilometres an hour, 25 to 34 the temperature range. For Monday, sunny and 30. Our top today of 43, a record for February, and 15 degrees above average. At the moment, it's 38 degrees. There'll be more ABC News at 8 o'clock.
Thanks so much, Andy. It's Anna Vito and Georgia Steins with you on ABC Radio Canberra this evening.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
And we do have an updated emergency warning, although the information it contains is the same. And this emergency warning is for the Clear Range Fire. Still, what you're being what they want to make you aware of is the fact that a number of spot fires have started as a result of that Orroral Valley bushfire, and these fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. The immediate threat to properties and lives are in the areas of Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. We have confirmed that a number of properties have been lost in those areas. The number of them is unclear. We just heard earlier from Callie at Bumbalong, whose friend unfortunately lost his home while he was off helping the RFS fight by the river, just underlining how volatile and how quickly this situation is changing. If you are in the Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo areas tonight, you remain at risk. It's still too late for you to leave. You still need to be seeking shelter as the fire approaches and protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is still closed virtually from Canberra to Cooma, and Durangle Road is also closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo. Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you're in surrounding areas, places like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chikola, you need to remain on alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which could start their own spot fires and threaten properties before the main front arrives. If you're in those areas, you need to follow your bushfire survival plan now. The other fire, of course, that we're keeping an eye on is the Orroral Valley fire, and Georgia Steins has the latest on that one.
Thanks, Anna. This fire remains at a Watch and Act level bushfire warning. That's because the fire activity has eased somewhat across the fire ground. Now, the ESA is advising people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road that they need to remain vigilant because conditions can still change and get worse. You need to remember that if you or your property are under threat, to call 000 immediately. If you have left the area, do not return. This is for your safety. Make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of a fire to act. The things you need to do if you're in those areas: activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you do not have one, you need to identify clearly where you will go if you need to leave. Monitor the ESA website, esa.gov.au, also their social media channels. Listen to your local ABC radio station. Bring your pets inside, close your windows and doors. That's to minimise smoke exposure. Make sure you've got all those important things, those documents, your emergency kit, your medication, in case you do need to leave quickly. Also, a really good thing to remember is to make sure your family, your friends and your neighbours know of your plans and see if they need help preparing. Move your car outside if you have an electric garage door. Arrange alternative transport if you do not have access to a car, and take any additional action to protect your livestock or your property. Now, the current situation at the moment is the fire is out of control. It is travelling in a southeasterly direction. The size of the fire is currently 52,234 hectares in size. Now, properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire, causing spot fires, and drones are not permitted to operate anywhere near a fire ground. We did have reports, I think, a couple of days ago too, of there being drones up, people taking photos with drones. Just a reminder, they're not permitted. Now, in terms of who should be sort of keeping an eye on this fire, obviously also people in Tharwa, you need to monitor conditions and review your bushfire survival plan. Now, for people in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you need to stay up to date. We have had a number of people in our text message, haven't we, Anna, asking that very question.
And another person said their radio cut out last time we were asking someone about this. Okay. So can we repeat it?
So yeah, let's talk about that. So we did just have Joe Murphy on from the fire service, ACT Fire and Rescue, and we were talking to Joe about the southern suburbs in terms of what those people should be aware of. So at the moment, you just need to keep aware of what's happening. You just need to have your radio on. You just need to have things ready to go in case you may need to move, or you want to move, or part of your bushfire plan is to leave well ahead. So just to reiterate for those people who are sort of coming in and out, or their radios playing up, is that there is no current threat to any of the Canberra suburbs, but those suburbs that we just mentioned there before, including Gordon, which is where people are asking, is that you're going to see some fire tonight. When the sun goes down and it's dark, you're going to see it, but there's no current threat to you. But you just need to stay informed. And I feel for those people living in those suburbs, Anna, because they've been on alert now for a few days, and I can imagine how completely exhausting that will be. But if that situation changes, if this warning goes from a watch and act, or if the situation changes in terms of areas that could potentially be impacted, we're going to let you know. The ESA is giving plenty of warning. I mean, even several days ago, warning was given to Tharwa well ahead of time, and they're still, the subject of being asked to be vigilant.
And we've seen Georgina,
warning.
And we've seen the Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, be very clear about this too. She says she's basically, I'm paraphrasing, not going to be backwards in coming forwards if on ordering evacuations, should those be required. They're going to make those decisions early. I wish I could tell you can switch off the radio and go to sleep and not worry about it. I can't tell you that. All we can tell you is what the latest advice is from the ESA, from the emergency services. And that advice for people in those southern suburbs of Canberra is that they are not under any threat at this time, but you do need to stay up to date. And so you're listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. You're doing exactly the right thing.
And the other thing too is obviously, Anna, you and I aren't the experts in this, and we're going to let you know exactly what you need to know. But also, obviously, the weather is not great, and there is a fire burning, and fires are erratic. So the advice is just keep listening. And if there are specific questions for those people who are texting, in particularly from Gordon, if there is a specific question you want us to put to the authorities, please just let us know. If there's something specific to you, wherever you're living, actually, just ask us. Put it through on the text message, 0467 922 666, and we will put that question.
The other fire, of course, as I mentioned, that we've been keeping a very close eye on is that Clear Range fire, which remains at emergency level this evening. ABC correspondent Phil Williams is currently near Williamsdale, from where he joins us on the line now. G'day, Phil. What's happening where you are?
Well, it's thankfully very clear at this end of the Clear Range, and there's no apparent threat at this end of it, at the northern end. But it's a very different story down south, probably about 20 k's. We've just come from a place called Collinton, which is in between Mickleago and Bredbow, and certainly we saw a lot of spot fires there, some of which had clearly got away, and the fire crews were now in this more benign conditions, really getting onto them and absolutely hammering those fires and getting them out. But we don't know is what we can't see, and what we couldn't see, of course, are all the other fires that may still be running and heading particularly east with the current wind shifting from the north to the west. The conditions right at the moment are more conducive to controlling those fires. Certainly weren't a couple of hours ago, and they'll be making the most of this time.
Give us a sense of that, Phil Williams, those conditions you have been seeing, those spot fires as they've popped up. Can you give us a sense of this erratic fire that we keep hearing about, what that actually looked like on the ground?
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, particularly from the spot fire point of view, it's really been quite disturbing at times, where we were visiting a family that were ready to protect their house. They lived on the escarpment looking over the Murrumbidgee River and had the mountain on fire just opposite them. And it was a very sort of angry fire. And just as we arrived at this place, we saw them suddenly running, and they were running to put out a spot fire that a neighbour had actually noticed was only about 100 metres from their house. And so that's how quickly it can evolve. And even the spot fires can then create further spot fires ahead of itself, and they can spread exponentially. And we saw fires that were at least a couple of kilometres long in the front, and they were travelling unimpeded through country because there simply aren't enough people to put those sort of fires out on a day like today. But of course, the RFS and all the other emergency services people did a fantastic job trying to contain it, did their very, very best, and continues to do that. And something we sometimes forget, it doesn't shut down at night. We go home, but they don't. So they'll have shifts all through the night, and it's pretty back-breaking work.
Phil, it's Georgia here. What are you seeing on the roads as you travel about?
Well, we've just gone through Williamsdale, and there was the police roadblock, and that is preventing people going any further south. And that's still in place from what we can see. We've been in the zone all day, so we didn't encounter any roadblock coming down early this morning, but we knew it was in place. And that meant that there were very few vehicles on the road, apart from the emergency services vehicles, and there were a lot of them, and also some media people like us. So there were some local people that had decided earlier to leave. Not many people coming back. Not many would have been allowed back because of those conditions. But right at the moment, as I say, the conditions are looking a lot more benign.
Phil Williams, it's good to hear that at least. We know it's been a pretty damaging fire already, but hopefully if things manage to slack off just even a little bit, it might help people get a bit of a handle on things.
Absolutely, because it's not looking great for tomorrow. It's still going to be hot. It's still going to be very windy, 40 km/h winds in the morning. Those are not good conditions.
No, as Georgina Whelan said today, we were in for a long night. I think we're in for a long week, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, thank you so much, Phil. You stay safe with all your crew around there too. That's ABC correspondent Phil Williams down at Williamsdale currently, where conditions are a bit more benign. We're hearing that across the fireground. The winds are dropping a little bit, which is great. But this fire is still at emergency warning level, this clear range fire. It is still behaving erratically, as you've seen through the day. And we have confirmed that there have been property losses. How many and exactly where they all are, we don't know yet. We have heard, certainly around the Bumbalong area, at least one home has been lost in this fire, which has moved quickly and erratically through the afternoon and into the evening. And this fire does remain, I want to stress that, even though these conditions are a bit more benign, this fire does remain at emergency warning level tonight. And that means if you are in those immediate areas, so places like Colinton, Mickalego, Bredbo, you are still at risk. You do still need to be being very careful and seeking shelter from a fire as it approaches you in a solid structure. If you're in surrounding areas, you do still need to be on alert for embers. So places like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chacola, embers that may be blown ahead of the fire front. And there is still a chance, unfortunately, that those will threaten you. You do need to continue to follow your bushfire survival plan. There are, and we've been talking about these this evening, roads closed associated with this clear range fire. For another update on those, John Pearson is back with us from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. G'day, John.
Yes, good evening. Good to be with you again.
Let's start with the Monero, which is the sort of main spine which has been cut off today.
Sure, yep. Yeah, as it's been since just after midday today, the Monero Highway does remain closed between Royalla and just north of Cooma at Bunyan, specifically between Old Cooma Road in Royalla and Rose Valley Road in Bunyan. So still no forecast of when the Monero Highway will open there between Royalla and Cooma, but that may, I'd say, it will remain closed overnight, you would imagine, and be reassessed in the morning. But crews are certainly there, and it's certainly not safe to travel on that section of the Monero Highway between Royalla and Bunyan, just north of Cooma.
And I see you're reporting associated with that closure on live traffic, closures of Durangle Road, Captain's Flat to Breadboat, and Burra Road, Googong to Mikalego. I imagine it would be a very similar story with those. You'd expect if something is closed in that immediate area tonight, it's probably going to stay that way for a bit.
Highly unlikely that they'll reopen overnight. So yes, you're right. Durangle Road and Burra Road also closed. And it's, we shouldn't forecast these things, but it's highly likely that they will remain closed overnight. Yeah, that's correct.
A bit further afield?
Yeah, further afield, if you are travelling closer to the coast, the good news is that the Princes Highway now open in both directions between the Victorian border and Eden. It had been closed southbound, but certainly now the Princes Highway along that far south coast area is open in both directions, both north and southbound, certainly from the Victoria border. So basically all lanes open of the Princes Highway throughout New South Wales. However, having said that, if you are heading south towards Victoria, there are sections of the highway, the Princes Highway, closed in Victoria. Being Transport New South Wales, we don't look after Victoria, but do refer to Vic roads if you are heading south into Victoria via that coastal route for any road closures on the Princes Highway in Victoria.
Thanks very much, John.
But having said that, can I just...
oh, yes, please. Don't let me cut you off before you've got more information.
Remind all your New South Wales listeners, wherever they are, as we've just heard, things do change quickly, and depending on what the wind does overnight, do check www.livetraffic.com for all bushfire-related road closures, particularly over this busy period this weekend. So it's livetraffic.com.
Absolutely, and an excellent resource it is too. Thank you so much, John Pearson at the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. You can follow the Live Traffic guys on their social feeds too, social media feeds. They do an excellent job. But of course, the Live Traffic website or app for that matter, which you can download for free on your various smart device. And you have that with you. Obviously, you need power and internet, but theoretically, it's a fantastic resource. And if you are at any stage missing power and internet, we will continue to bring you some of those updates as well. Speaking of updates, and speaking of Royalla, where the King's Highway actually is closed from, joining us from Royalla is Rick Sullivan, who's manager at the Royalla Community Hall. How are things looking around your neck of the woods, Rick?
Pretty good. I'm not a manager. I'm just a helper.
No.
Just one of the crew.
Fair enough.
But we all get along pretty well. Royalla's looking pretty good at the moment. We've had fantastic support from the fires, the local council, the Defence Force, everybody around, even the community coming out and helping prep meals so these guys have decent, and girls have decent meals for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Tell us what people, because we were hearing about people getting army hot boxes down here at the staging centre in Canberra, and fair enough too. I mean, if you're going to do all that hard work, you need some good meals. What are you being able to dish up for all of the helpers and volunteers?
Oh, for breakfast it's just a basic egg and bacon rolls, some juice and that, just to get them going.
You can't go past that.
Yeah. They can't go past it. I love it. And for lunchtime, minute steak, roast vegetables, some salad, and cold drinks again. And for dinner tonight, we did roast chicken, roast vegetables, peas, beans, 2 fruit salads. Everything.
So good, Rick Sullivan. That sounds absolutely delicious.
It's not just me; it's the whole community.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. What is it like in Royalla tonight, Rick?
Tonight, a bit mixed emotions. Really, we've seen the people down at Bumbalong losing property, and the people that have already lost their lives fighting these fires. and we're pretty safe at the moment. Unless something changes dramatically, we should be okay. We're looking at being aware for ember attack, so everybody's alert but not alarmed.
Is there a lot of smoke around?
Oh, yeah. There is a lot of smoke around. And at night we get most of the smoke, but in the mornings it's usually clear, which is a bit eerie to see. But like at the moment, we can see 500 metres, no problems at all, which is good. Yesterday you could only see 200 metres.
Hey Rick, it's Georgia here. You mentioned there it's a team effort or a town effort. How many people are there helping?
Well, there's about 60 people from Royalla have come through in the 3 shifts today, and we've got another 60 volunteers coming through tomorrow to help breakfast, lunch and dinner again tomorrow for these people.
Isn't that amazing? And do you? Yeah. I imagine you all knew each other, but we
are now.
that was kind of my question. Was I wonder if you're meeting people or getting to know people in the town that perhaps you didn't really know before.
Yeah, well, it's more of an estate, but it's a very close-knit estate. We've got just about every walk of life on the planet living there, and just about everybody gets along. People have come down. That makes it really interesting for the meals, the Serbian content and Asian content, Greek content, Aussie content, and the food is just absolutely fantastic.
I have to say, I think your food sounding, you could be rivaling what the Defence is putting on it at the staging area.
I reckon. I was about to say earlier, I think, sausage in bread seems to be the meal of the evening right across the region tonight. But you guys are beating that and then some at Royalla.
Yeah, well, we walked in on Thursday night and said to the guys, how's the sausages? And I thought, they're nice. They're nice. You see the look on their faces, like a poor pup that's been waiting to eat dry food for a year.
Oh dear. Well, I'm sure they couldn't I'm sure that the expressions on the faces are quite different now. I tell you what, Rick.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They're walking out rubbing their bellies and saying, we're full. I said, come on, more sweets than that.
What's the Serbian food that's on offer as a matter of interest?
Oh, it's just a different context and the way people cook it.
Yeah.
Everybody adds a little bit to it. Like if you're cooking a sausage, they'll change the sauces and the marinades and how you do it. And it's really, really interesting because every second Friday night of the month we have a common sausage sizzle in Royalla, and people come down, sausages, and people swap ideas.
Do you think this effort, what you're all doing, all these teams, do you think it's helping the morale while you're sort of waiting this out? Do you think it's having that sort of...
You can see them come in after their shift and they walk out and they're laughing and joking, and I'm walking past looking like a Harry Bin Laden and saying, come on, have some more sweets, and they go, no, we're full, we're full.
It sounds like a great atmosphere for people under some very tense times, Rick, too. So well done to you and all the volunteers, all the helpers at Royalla Community Hall tonight.
Okay. And it's every two, like IGA at Googong, they've helped us with supply of food. Now, we've walked down and said, can we have 17 roast chooks, please? And it's no problems.
That's so great. And it's just, it's wonderful to hear those stories of people really coming together in adversity too, Rick.
The community keeps coming through, dropping off boxes of water and stuff like that. And one of the ladies rang up and says, is anybody gluten-free there? Yep, so she made some special gluten-free cupcakes.
That's
well
wonderful.
As normal cupcakes. I mean, like 6 huge Tupperware containers full.
And baking in this heat too, that's above and beyond.
Oh, yes, you're not wrong. Yeah.
That's wonderful, Rick. Thank you so much. Very best wishes to all of you. You take care. Thank you. Rick Sullivan there, one of the people helping out at the Royalla Community Hall, where they're feeding a lot of very hungry people and feeding them in style, by the sounds of it. Hopefully the weather is starting to turn a little bit friendlier. To give us a bit of an update, Neil Fraser is back with us from the Bureau of Meteorology now. Neil Fraser, we keep hearing that maybe conditions are just slightly easing off a little bit. What are the winds doing?
Yes, the winds continue to drop. It's down below 20 k's an hour now at Tuggeranong and at Canberra Airport. So that's a trend that will continue through the night. Dropping down, probably reaching a low of about 10 k's an hour, and then it'll pick up again during tomorrow morning, and probably back up to about 35, 40 k's an hour during the day tomorrow. But certainly the trend at the moment overnight which is quite normal. The winds drop away. And since we last spoke, the temperature's dropped a whole degree. So it's
a whole degree.
Yeah, that's right.
You're spoiling us, Neil.
Yeah.
What's it doing around the region now?
Yes, 37 both at Tuggeranong and Canberra Airport. And it's just going to be a slow, probably a degree an hour or so will be the case. And then by just before sunrise tomorrow, it might get down to as low as 25. So a very sultry night, so very difficult sleeping weather. Unfortunately, that's going to be the case all night. So and with the wind dropping, it'll feel, luckily it's not terribly humid. The humidity levels are relatively low, so that's one saving grace. Because up in Sydney, it's very humid, so it's different. Yeah,
it's tricky though, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you don't want the humidity because it's oppressive. On the other hand, some moisture in the air would be helpful on the fire grounds. So we might have to take one for the team if it decides to come back.
That's right. And the difference tomorrow will be there's a much stronger chance of thunderstorms, and some of those could be severe. So with potential damaging winds and heavy rain. So the heavy rain will be welcome, I guess, but we don't want damaging winds with those thunderstorms, but that's a factor tomorrow as well. Not quite as hot as today. Today was a record for February for Canberra, 42.7, and tomorrow expecting a little cooler, only a top of 34. So still quite hot, but certainly not like it was today.
Just a quick question on those thunderstorms. I'm assuming that we don't know exactly where they may go in the region. They could be quite, I guess.
Yeah, that's the nature of thunderstorms.
Yes.
It's a bit hit and miss. So you might, some places will get them and others will miss out. But depending where they decide to pop up, they'll be moving fairly quickly as well. So
we'll keep an eye out for any warnings as and if they are issued. Neil, thank you so much.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you. Neil Fraser, Senior Forecaster with the Bureau of Meteorology, with us on ABC Radio Canberra. Hey, Georgia, Mark has got in touch to let us know that the power has gone out in Franklin as of 5 minutes ago.
Yes.
You've been investigating.
Yeah, there are actually a number of places that are having power outages, unplanned ones, parts of Casey, Franklin, Gungahlin and Mitchell. And also, not far from where I live, hopefully not my place, but they're around and quite a number of places in Mitchell actually, according to that. So crews are on their way to investigate. So those suburbs that may be affected if you are out and you're heading home might be Mitchell, Gungahlin, Casey and Franklin. It's not all of those suburbs though, it's part thereof. But there are crews on the way. Evo Energy is heading out there to have a look.
We might see if we can get onto Evo and get to the bottom of what's causing all of that.
Not really a night you don't want your aircon.
Not really. Not ideal. No. And it does sound like, as you just heard from Neil Fraser, we're probably in for another oppressive night. Tonight, the delightful low temperature of 25 degrees, mind you, after a top of 42-ish. It's cooler. We definitely have to give it that. And the good news, at least, that those winds are starting to drop and they are easing across the fire ground. Stay with us. We're still with you after the 8 o'clock news on ABC Radio Canberra this evening.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. A number of properties have been lost in a big bushfire burning along the Monero Highway between Canberra and Cooma. Michael Inman reports the properties have been lost in the town of Bumbalong.
The Clear Range fire was sparked by embers from the Orroral Valley fire burning in the Namadgi National Park. The fire has jumped the Monero Highway and is threatening properties near Collinton, Mickalego and Bredbo. Aaron Howard from the New South Wales Fire Service says a number of homes had been claimed by the blaze, but there were no reports of injury to the public or firefighters.
It is quite likely that we have lost a few properties in that area. That won't be confirmed until later this evening, tomorrow morning, when we have crews on the ground.
The fire has burnt out more than 5,000 hectares.
Callie from Bumbalong told ABC Radio Canberra one of the lost properties belonged to a friend of hers who was helping the Rural Fire Service.
Unfortunately, the reason he wasn't there at his property defending it was he was helping fill RFS trucks at the river. He was helping out his RFS colleagues.
ABC reporter Phil Williams filed this report from Michelego during the fire outbreak.
Well, right here at the moment, we've got a big effort trying to get one of the spot fires out. There have been a number of units on this particular fire, but there have been so many spot fires up and down this road. We're near Collinton, just south of Michelego, all the way to Bredbo. You've got these fires breaking out, spot fires, which are ahead of the main fire itself, but very destructive in their own right. There have been some pretty hairy stories come out of the day, and it's been going like this for some hours.
The Orroral Valley fire in the Madgy National Park has been downgraded to watch and act alert. It's burnt up more than 50,000 hectares. Warnings were made for Top Naas Road, Nace Road, Bobian Road and Apollo Road. People in Tharwa should monitor conditions, but there is no immediate threat for the South Tuggeranong area. Tom Lowry spent the day in Tharwa, where residents were preparing for the fire.
It's been an anxious day for the community here in Tharwa, watching and waiting to see what this fire that's still burning just to the south of this village will do as it slowly crawls down Mount Tennant. Now, it did reach an emergency level earlier this afternoon for an hour or so, and what was extraordinary to see was how the fire crews responded to that situation. But it seemed like the primary attack was coming from above. The very large air tanker just did run after run, eventually laying down a 2.5 kilometre long strip of pink fire retardant around the base of Mount Tennant to try and protect this Tharwa community.
And there's rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. The federal government has raised the travel advice for the whole of mainland China to level 4, the highest level. The level 4 warning urges Australians not to travel to mainland China due to the threat of the coronavirus outbreak. The Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, says as of today, all travellers arriving out of mainland China, not just Hubei province, are required to self-isolate for a period of 14 days. Qantas, meanwhile, has announced the suspension of mainland China services from February the 9th until March the 29th because of the coronavirus. It says that it will affect the Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai services. The death toll now stands at 259. There are now more than 11,000 confirmed cases of coronavirus in China. To sport now in tennis, and Spain's Garbine Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin are on centre court for the women's final at the Australian Open. In the first set, Muguruza is up a break, leading 2-1. In cricket, England defeated Australia in today's women's one-day international at Manuka Oval after a super over. The scores were locked at 156 before the super over, which England won 10 runs to 8. Australia's off to a good start in the Rugby World Sevens in Sydney. The men defeated Japan 33-7 and in the late game had a 31-14 win over Scotland. In the women's section, the team defeated Spain 33-0 and Ireland 34-0. In Super Rugby, the Sunwolves defeated the Melbourne Rebels 36-27, and in Nelson, the Crusaders overpowered the Waratahs. The score there was 43-25. And in basketball, the Canberra Cannons had a big win tonight over the Adelaide Lightning. To Canberra's weather now, and a total fire ban is in place for the ACT tonight and into tomorrow. A warm and humid night. Then tomorrow, mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds up to 40 kilometres an hour. An overnight low of 25 and a top tomorrow of 34. Today's top was 43. At the moment in Canberra, 37.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito with you. Also, Georgia Steins with you on ABC Radio Canberra this evening, continuing to bring you the latest information as we get it on a couple of fires in our region. The first of those, still at emergency warning level, is the Clear Range fire. The latest information we have for this is still from about 22 past 7, and it's the same information you have been hearing through the afternoon and evening. That is that a number of spot fires have started as a result of the Orroral Valley bushfire, and these fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There is still an immediate threat into properties and lives in the areas of Collinton, Michelego and Bredbo. We have confirmed that some properties have been lost. The exact number and location of all of those is still unknown at this stage. If you're in those immediate areas, Colinton, Mickalego and Bredbo, you are still at risk tonight and you need to seek shelter where you are as the fire approaches, protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you are away from the area, you will not be able to return. And to do with that, the Monero Highway is closed tonight, virtually from Canberra to Cooma, from Royalla to Bunyan. The Monero Highway is closed this evening. Durangle Road is also closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo. And Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you're in the surrounding areas, including places like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you need to remain alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which could start spot fires themselves and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. If you're in those areas, you need to follow your bushfire survival plan now. And if you don't have a plan, you need to know now what you will do if fire threatens. The other fire that we're keeping an eye on is within the borders of the ACT, still at watch and act level this evening, Georgia Steins.
Thank you, Anna. Ooh. Thanks, Anna. That's, the Orroral Valley fire. Now, that remains at a watch and act level bushfire warning. This is because the fire activity has eased across the fire ground. Now, the ACT Emergency Services Agency is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Burboyan Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road need to remain vigilant. Conditions can still change and get worse. You need to call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat. If you have left the area, do not return for your safety. Make sure you are well prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. Activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you do not have a bushfire survival plan, identify where you will go if you need to leave. Please monitor the ESA. You can do that via their website, esa.act.gov.au, or via SMS, or also, or via their social media channels. Listen to your local radio station, ABC Radio Canberra, and also make sure you've located all your important documents, your emergency kit, your medication, your animals, everything that you might need to take with you. Inform your family, friends and neighbours of your plans and see if they need help preparing. One thing we keep on hearing tonight, Anna, is this community network of people ringing each other and talking and telling each other what they're doing, or neighbours helping with water.
Street parties, in inverted commas, everyone kind of meeting out, talking, working out what everyone's plans are, making plans together. It's great.
It's fabulous, isn't it? That whole sort of knowing what each other's doing too, and then you can check on people who are a bit more vulnerable, or maybe people where there's just one person in the family. So in terms of this warning and who needs to be on alert, as well as the places we've already mentioned, there's also people in Tharwa need to monitor conditions and review their bushfire plan. People in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you just need to stay up to date and keep listening to ABC Radio. But I think we got Joe Murphy back.
We have got Joe Murphy back to give us an update on this Orroral Valley fire. Joe Murphy, the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. G'day, Joe. Slightly more benign conditions across the fire ground is the kind of theme that we've been hearing. Is that also the case for the Orroral Valley?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening almost for everybody. That is the case. I've actually made my way to the Tharwa village now. So saying g'day to a few people. I've taken the opportunity this afternoon to come out and meet the crews, say g'day, thank them for their efforts. So I've made my way up to Tharwa. Here there's a fire and rescue strike team outside as I speak. They're here and supporting the Tharwa village and the residents here. Oh, sorry, that's a bit of a loud radio in the background.
It's all right, we can still hear you.
Sure. Look, I have to admit, here right now, it is quite calm. But that's not the case with all the fires all around us. There's other areas of the fire which are much more elevated than where I am right now. And certainly that southeast corner is still quite problematic.
Let's talk about these in turn then. So maybe let's start with the most worrying area of this fire, that southeast corner. What can you tell us about where and what's happening?
Oh, look, all I can see right now is that we're still seeing a little bit of spotting. It's still the most active part of the fire down the southeast edge. I mean, we're still under that northwesterly, that wind coming from the northwest pushing southeast. It will remain the most active for quite a while, I would suspect, at this stage. But look, as I was driving out here today, you can certainly see the fire coming down the slopes. There's still a lot of smoke in the air. This is still a very large active fire that's out in the landscape.
How about closer to where you are at the northern end in Tharwa? What's the go there tonight?
Yeah, so it is still very smoky here. You can see the fire trickling down the edge of the hill here. I just got the opportunity then to see one of the very large air tankers drop a retardant line as well down at the back of Tharwa here. We are preparing for some activity, some burning activity tonight if the conditions do present themselves the right way. So, so there's a serious amount of activity not happening just during the day today, but tonight as well if the conditions do come around to the right way for us. So there's just lots happening everywhere. But I must admit, I'm in Tharwa here. It's quite calm and serene. People are getting on with it.
People also sounded very prepared in Tharwa. The conversations we've been having with locals who chose to stay were experienced at fighting fires. Many had been there in 2003. They sort of knew what they were in for. Tense, but they sounded prepared. It sounds like you're getting more of that.
Yeah, look, I think that'd be a good way to sum it up. So I've had a chat to a few of the locals. They're chatting amongst themselves. There's obviously a heightened sense of awareness about what's going on, but I'd say there's probably no tension or agitation. They've been through fires before. They live in a rural community. They are really well connected to the landholders out here. So fires are not an everyday thing here, but fires something they prepare for every single year. And you can see now that that's what's happening here.
Joe, we have been talking about the dangers of spotting ahead of this fire. Is that still the case around Tharwa, or where is it that the case tonight?
No, so that'll be down at the southeast edge at this stage. If we get a wind change, though, then that'll be wherever the wind is pushing to. So whichever way the wind is pushing from, at the other end of the fire, that's where we will see the spotting.
Are you still expecting that wind change tonight, or...?
So I just checked out an email from our risk analyst. So there's a bit of activity coming up the coast as we speak. So they've seen a bit of fire weather up the coast there. So this change is still approaching the ACT as we speak. So it still hasn't arrived at this time. It may not get here. It may. So things are still very changeable at this time.
Joe, we've had a message on the text message from Unsigned Texas saying, where are the helicopters getting water from?
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So,
and specifically wondering if they're dipping into Lake Tuggeranong.
Because we don't know the answer, but we thought you might know the answer.
No, they're not. As far as where they're not dipping Lake Tuggeranong. No, they're taking water from local water sources out here. So dams where they're available, the Murrumbidgee River where they can get in deep enough. The aeroplanes are refilling back at the Canberra Airport, so that's where they refill. But the helicopters will be taken from local water sources in the area, and that might include the Corrin Dam, which is over on our west. They may be coming back over there as well. It feels like a long way, but when you're in the air, it's just over there. Like it's really just over there for the helicopters.
I know we touched on this before, but we are still getting lots of messages from people in the southern suburbs. Could you just reassure those people this evening what they need to know?
Yeah, look, so tonight they are, and that was one of the things I really did notice on the way here. Tonight there will be a serious glow on that Mount Tennant, the face of Mount Tennant that faces towards Mount Tuggeranong, towards Mount Tennant that faces towards Tuggeranong. There will be quite a red glow there tonight. If we get some burning underway, there'll be more smoke, there'll be more flame, but that is our crews doing that tonight. So people can expect to see a lot, they're going to see quite a lit up edge of Mount Tennant tonight. Regardless of what happens tonight, that's what it's going to look like tonight. A red glow over Mount Tennant tonight.
Joe Murphy, I know it's not been sort of the super focus because it's not necessarily where as many of those inhabited areas are, but that western flank of the fire as well, given that it broke containment lines earlier today, has there been any update as to what the fire's been doing on its western flank through the evening?
No, look, so I did see a map earlier on, and there's been a little break. There was a little breakout on the western edge there. I do know there are a few aircraft working very intensively on that up to just a bit after midday. I haven't had a chance to review the maps and the traffic for that one at this stage, but I will try and get that for the next update. But look, so we're not forgetting that this fire's all over the place. We're not forgetting to look outside our borders either to make sure the other fires around the ACT aren't proving a threat to the ACT. So there's not just one fire we're looking at. We're looking at all the fires around the ACT all the time.
Indeed. Joe Murphy, as always, we appreciate the update. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Joe Murphy, Chief Officer of the ACT RFS down in Tharwa. now. He's been visiting crews at the staging area in Corwell last hour, and he's now down in Tharwa. Speaking of parts of our region, we did hear from one of you, I'm trying to remember who it was, Mark, who gave us the heads up that the power had gone out in Franklin. And Georgia Steins, you looked into this. There were a few places. We now have Alison Davis on the line with us, Group Manager of Customer Delivery for Evo Energy. G'day, Alison.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, it's Georgia here too.
Sorry.
No, all good. There's
two of us. It's very confusing.
Can you just give us an idea? We had about 4 suburbs around the sort of Gungahlin area. Do we know how many customers don't have power tonight?
Yeah, so there's about 2,400 customers around parts of Gungahlin, Franklin, Ngunnawal and Mitchell this evening who are impacted by a fault. We've got crews on site at the moment and they're investigating what's happened up there so that they can try and get that power back on as quickly and as safely as possible.
Obviously, a night that you don't want to not be without power, particularly given the heat.
Absolutely.
For a number of people. So do we have an estimated time that you think you might be able to resolve the issues?
We're expecting that to have power restored to that area within the next 2 hours. So crews are actively working on that at the moment, so they'll work to get that back on for everybody as quickly and as safely as they can.
Next couple of hours is certainly good news. Alison, just given the heat that we've been seeing across the ACT in New South Wales, can I just confirm with you, is there any load shedding that's been happening in New South Wales or the ACT today?
Definitely no load shedding in the ACT and none in New South Wales that I'm aware of. The issue that we've got this evening impacting those 2,400 customers in Gungahlin, Franklin, Ngunnawal and Mitchell, that is a fault. So our crews are working to get that sorted.
Is that, also that it says parts of the suburbs, so it's parts of all the suburbs, is that the case, or are some suburbs completely out?
No, so it'll be parts of the suburbs. So it just depends how the customers receive their electricity from the network. So obviously the network runs right through the suburbs and there's different parts. The suburbs will be powered by different parts of the network. So it's just the part of the network that's impacting parts of Gungahlin, Franklin, Ngunnawal and Mitchell this evening. And we'll get those customers back on as quickly and safely as we can.
I imagine there's a number of commercial businesses in those places.
To be honest, I can't give you the answer to that right now. I would assume so.
Yeah.
But I don't have that information in front of me at the moment.
No, that's okay. Thanks so much for your time.
Not a problem. Thank you.
That's Alison Davis, Group Manager for Customer Delivery with Evo Energy. You're listening to Georgia Steins and Anna Vito. So, yes, those people, I hope you've got your radio charged up with some batteries in it.
Yeah, this is the battery-operated radio, obviously, an important part of your fire go bag, but also, unfortunately, if you lose power in the city on a very hot and steamy night. 2,400 customers by the sounds of things. That's a lot of people, Gungahlin, Ngunnawal, Mitchell, but hopefully 2 hours. I mean, I say hopefully, it's going to be unpleasant for a couple of hours, but hopefully after a couple of hours you will get power back this evening. And hopefully you can keep listening to us.
I was reminiscing with a friend about those days where you used to get the nice sea breeze at night, like when I lived in other places. Yeah. You'd have the hottest of days and then you'd get that nice little rush in the evening.
Canberra is usually pretty good. In Canberra's defence, it's usually pretty good.
Just not this summer, it hasn't been.
Just not so much this summer. Well, there's been the smoke issue with the cool change, of course, that we've had this summer. Someone on the text line is, I think, telling us to harden up a little bit. They say the overnight temperature could be worse. When I lived in Adelaide, one night the minimum was 34.1 degrees. No one does a heat wave quite like Adelaide. I will absolutely give them that.
It was interesting today because I came out of the house and I got that real, and I thought I was living back in Alice Springs. It was that real. I just got this dry heat, that sort of like my skin was burning just as I walked from, as I chased chooks around the chook pen trying to hose them down. So they,
It's been an unpleasant day for many reasons, for many people around the place. Obviously, we're the lucky ones here in Canberra that we've just had the heat. Not so lucky if you're in the south because you've also got the tension of seeing that glow, and you'll be well and truly seeing that glow on the northern face of Mount Tennant this evening.
And very good for those people to know too, as Joe Murphy just said then, that you might think that there's increased fire activity, but it could well be them. So they said that they are planning, if the weather conditions are good, to do a bit of burning. So you may see what might look like a bit of added activity. So we're going to keep you up to date. Anna and I will be here for as long as you need us. And then when we're not here, some of our colleagues will also take over a little bit later on. So we'll keep you up to date. So please know that if the situation changes, we will tell you as soon as we know.
As long as there are emergency warnings and watch and act warnings to give, you'll be getting them here on ABC Radio Canberra. So don't go anywhere. If you just need a bit of company this evening, hopefully we can give you that too. Joining us now on 1300 681 666, by the way, if you want to call in and have a chat this evening, 1300 681 666. Joining us is Barbara, who is a truffle farmer near Breadbow. You have been having a bit of a day of it, I imagine. Barbara, how are you going?
Oh, it's been a fun day for all. I say that definitely with tongue in cheek.
I can hear the tongue in. I think I can see your tongue in your cheek from here. I think, Barbara. What has today been for you at Breadbow?
It's been fairly disappointing because we've had friends that have lost property and things like that in the Collington region, and we've had not so much embers here, but they are starting now. And about the space of, I suppose, 5 minutes ago, my husband just rang 000 to make sure that they had the fire that was on the ridge line covered.
What are you being told about where the fire is in relation to you, or are you just going from what you can see?
It was put up on the Breadbow Community Notice Board, and then we've had sort of locals that are energetic and a lot younger than me climb various hills to see how far it was, and it's sort of like about 2 kilometres away.
Are you seeing resources? Do you have resources in the area, Barbara?
But apparently there's been a strike team sent out to the area. I haven't seen anything yet because, from what I can understand, they're actually based a bit further down Durangle Road at Casey's Road, because probably that's where it will come over the hill.
Are you okay where you are, Barbara?
We're quite lucky where we are because we've got relatively clear pastures and things like that, and we don't have a lot of bushland. Before the drought, we'd planted oats and everything like that. Needless to say, they don't grow. But because the area was ploughed, it's relatively clear. Our truffle shed is one of the refuge centres for the valley because it does have, obviously, hygiene facilities and things like that. And our water is gravity fed, which does help a lot because we have metal tanks as opposed to plastic ones.
Yeah, and not having to rely on that power to pump it, I guess.
Exactly, because we had a friend of ours was fighting a fire in Collington and the fire pump caught fire.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very, very long night.
It sounds like it. If you're the sort of one of the points for the community there, Barbara, have you had a lot of people showing up?
No, they're all brave. They're farmers, for God's sake, and Australian to boot.
Are you prepared though if you do get inundated?
We've got 2 firefighting pumps hitched up to huge water capacity tanks. I think there's about 2,000 litres, 1,000 in each. Plus, we've got sprinklers on all the roofs of the truffle shed and the house. So, God willing, we won't have to turn them on.
Barbara, have you got dogs or you've got other animals?
Yes, I've got dogs and I've got crates inside, truffle dogs inside, and an ancient border collie who is sort of not coping terribly well with the heat.
No. Just to take you back to, so you were saying you've just started seeing embers around where you are, Barbara?
Not the embers. We can actually see there was actually a fire on the ridge line. I haven't got a photograph or anything.
No, that's totally fine. You've got other things to worry about.
That was taken from the pub looking up to the little church on the hill and that hill sort of, it was running along the crest of the hill. And it's not on the Fires Near Me website or anything like that as a spot over yet.
So are you thinking that's one of these fingers of the fire? Is that what?
Oh, it's definitely a spot over from the fire. Definitely. So they're all around the area.
Barbara, what's your plan for the next little while, for the next hour or so? It's just you and your husband there?
Dinner's on the cook. Guess we'll eat dinner. The dogs have been fed. The chickens and that are away. The cattle are as safe as can be. When I say as safe as can be, I mean, again, there's not a lot we can do with them.
Yeah.
We'll have some dinner, keep an eye out, and if we have to go out there and put out spot fires, so be it. I'm all dressed up in overalls, look like, I suppose, a tramp is a good word.
Well, it sounds like you're probably in the right gear to spend your evening.
Firefighting chic, Barbara. It sounds like you're very well prepared there.
Well, we hope so.
Yeah.
We couldn't be any more prepared. I mean, the truffle shed's got fire extinguishers and things like that as well. So what more can you do?
We'll be thinking of you. Anna and I will be here.
We certainly will be. We'll see if we can check back in with you later, Barbara, and see how you're doing. You take care.
Thank you. Bye.
You take very good care. That's Barbara. She's a truffle farmer from near Breadbow. There's just seen that fire running just in the last few minutes even. And I think that really underscores, Georgia, the warnings that we are still giving out, even though conditions are becoming a bit more benign across some parts of this fire ground. And we have heard people reporting that where they are, winds are starting to drop. That's certainly the sort of overall picture. But that emergency warning is still current for the Clear Range fire because it is, as it has been all afternoon, all evening, it is erratic, it is moving quickly, and it is spotting and running in different places, plus the landscape is just so dry.
It is still travelling, so I think although the warning may not have changed, that's not to say that the fire has stopped or is staying still, but they're prepared, so they've got their plan. They might have trouble getting those dogs back out. I think those dogs are probably quite happy inside by the sounds of it. I reckon. She's got all those truffle dogs in there, and she's mentioned chickens and also cows as well, but she also did confirm some news that we had already heard previously, which is that some properties have been lost, which is really sad news for people tonight. And as we often know in these situations, it's really unpredictable. You know, one property might be okay, and they might keep their house, and the one next door, you know, might not. Yeah. But yeah, just a reminder that obviously the fire, the Orroral fire, is at watch and act, but the Clear Range one is at emergency,
still an emergency level.
And as Barbara, who's a truffle farmer, she's just near Breadbow, and as she said, is they rang 000 because they could spot the fire.
They've started to see some flames. And those reports of properties lost too up around the Colinton, which is what Barbara was talking about there, and Bumbalong areas, which, if you know, we have certainly seen some pretty harrowing images from on social media feeds today. So it certainly looks like it's been running. It's been very challenging for people. It has been erratic. It's been moving unpredictably, and that emergency warning for the Clear Range fire remains in place tonight. And the information remains the same for people in those areas. If you're in the Colinton area, if you're in Mickalego and Breadbow areas tonight, you are still at risk, as you've heard Barbara just outline for us there. And you do need to seek shelter as those fires approach if they do. You need to protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. Surrounding areas, places like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you still need to be on alert for embers, which may still be blown ahead of the main fire front and could start spot fires or threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. You need to be following your bushfire survival plan if you are in those areas. Ian from Conda, I think, sums up the views of a lot of people when he says fireys, ESA, AFP all have to be thanked profusely. And I think you're absolutely right. Ian, they're doing a tremendous job, and I'm glad that you're finding the ABC useful for you as well. We will be here for as long as you need us to be here. Georgia Stones and Anna Vito are with you right now.
We should also say too, obviously, if people have just tuned in, they've heard that sad news about some properties lost. This was also confirmed by the RFS. So, as always with the ABC, we don't rely on one source necessarily. We do try and, check that out. And the RFS has confirmed that some properties have been lost. They weren't able to give figures, but we've also had now, I think, 2 or 3 callers that have also confirmed that they know people who have lost properties.
The good news that we can give, I don't want to underestimate or sell how awful that is, because it is absolutely devastating for the people who have lost homes tonight. But at this stage, there are no reports of injuries, and the people who have lost homes have told friends, so they themselves are okay. So the good news that we do have this evening, while it's tragic that people have lost homes, is that at this stage we don't have any reports of people being injured or worse this evening.
We were also talking earlier just to Evo Energy about power, and we have had news that Gungahlin Town Centre, their power's back, but there are other areas that are still out.
Yeah, 2,400 customers without power. Evo Energy reckons it's going to take them a couple of hours to get through everybody.
But if you were going to dinner or at something in Town Centre, it looks like Gungahlin Town Centre's back up.
That's good to know. That is certainly good to know. It is 28 minutes thereabouts to 9 o'clock here on ABC Radio Canberra this evening, and the indefatigable Andrew Messenger is back with us with some more news. Hi, Andy.
He is too. Thank you. Property losses have been reported from the Clear Range fire burning in the Michelego area south of the ACT. The properties are in the town of Bumbalong, where locals say a home was lost belonging to a man who was helping RFS staff. The Clear Range fire was started by spotting from the Orroral Valley fire, which itself was started by the landing lights of an army helicopter. Tonight, the Clear Range fire is burning at emergency level. The Orroral Valley fire is at watch and act alert. The federal government is warning Australians against travelling to any part of mainland China due to the escalating threat from the coronavirus. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has announced that foreign travellers who have left or transited through China from today will be denied entry to Australia. Mr Morrison says Australian citizens, Australian residents, dependents, legal guardians and spouses will be exempt. China says the total number of deaths from the coronavirus epidemic in the country has now reached 259. State TV, citing numbers from the National Health Commission, says there were 45 new deaths in Hubei province and 1 in the municipality of Chongqing. It says there were 2,102 new confirmed infections in China in the past day, bringing the total number to 11,791. US President Donald Trump is set to be acquitted in his impeachment trial after senators voted against calling witnesses or admitting new evidence. Democrats had hoped 4 swing Republicans would vote for witnesses, which would have extended the trial, but in the end only 2 did. The move ends attempts to get Mr Trump's former National Security Advisor John Bolton to give evidence. To sport now. In cricket, in the Big Bash League tonight, after being sent in by the Adelaide Strikers, the Sydney Thunder is currently 2 for 89 after 11 overs. Earlier today, England defeated Australia in today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval after a super over. In baseball, the Canberra Cavalry is in Adelaide playing the Giants in Game 2 of their 3-game series. The Cavalry won last night in Canberra. In tonight's game, it's 0-0 at the top of the second. And in tennis, Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin are on centre court for the women's final of the Australian Open. In the first set, Muguruza was up 4-2. It's now changed quite a lot, and it's now 5-4 to Muguruza in that first set. To Canberra's weather now, total fire ban for the ACT for tomorrow. A warm night with fairly humid conditions, smoke, haze and dust. For tomorrow, a mostly sunny day. A morning shower or afternoon shower expected, and also storms likely. Northwesterly winds up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25 and a top of 34. Today's top was 43, at the moment 36. More ABC News at 9 o'clock.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Anna Vito and Georgia Steins bringing you your fire updates this evening. And the Clear Range fire is still at emergency warning level tonight. The emergency warning information is pretty much what you've been hearing for a little while, but it's still very current information, as we just learned even in just the last few minutes. This fire is still active and the clear range fire is still at emergency warning level tonight. This, of course, originated out of the Orroral Valley bushfire as spot fires, and those fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There remains an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Collinton, Mickalego and Bredbo tonight. If you are in those areas, you are at risk and you need to seek shelter as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed and likely to stay that way at least through tonight. And it's closed from Royalla all the way to Cooma. Durangle Road is closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo. Burra Road is also closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you're in surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you need to be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. If you're in these areas, you need to stay alert and follow your bushfire survival plan now. If you don't have a plan, you need to know what you will do if fire threatens, and keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. Georgia Steins has also been keeping an eye on the other fire we're keeping a very close eye on this evening, the Orroral Valley fire burning within the ACT borders. Georgia, I believe we may have just got an update on this one, but it's still at Watch and Act level, so I suspect the information is probably much the same for people this evening.
Yes, Anna. Anna, that is the case. It is still at a Watch and Act. Of course, people would know that it was earlier at emergency level. Now, the latest one I've got is actually at 10 to 7, unless you've got a later one.
I just put a biscuit in my mouth as you started talking. But yes, I can tell you. Give me 1 second. There we go. The Orroral Valley fire does remain, as of just a moment ago, at Watch and Act level. You're going to make me laugh. This is very serious, Georgia.
It is live radio. You're listening to ABC Radio Canberra with Georgia Steins and Anna Vito, and we are obviously eating at the same time.
As I'm sure you are while you're listening to us this evening. All right. I'm sorry. I've recovered myself. So the latest information as of literally just a few minutes ago on the Orroral Valley bushfire is that it does remain at Watch and Act level this evening. Fire activity has eased across the fire ground, but for people who are in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Bobian Road, Nace Road, Top Nace Road, you need to remain vigilant because conditions can change and get worse, and we have seen that happen through the course of today. You need to call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat, and if you've left the area, do not return because it's not safe. Make sure you are prepared and don't wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. For people who are in Tharwa, you need to monitor bushfire conditions. You need to review your bushfire survival plan. If you're in those southern suburbs of Canberra, like Banks, Conda, Gordon, you need to stay up to date. And we've had a lot of people talking to us about that this evening, Paula. Georgia.
We have indeed. You're with Georgia Steins and Anna Vito. Yes, my computer has now refreshed. That is the latest one, but it is similar to what you had heard earlier. And as Anna just mentioned there, look, I know a number of you, particularly in those southern suburbs of Canberra, are concerned about what the situation is tonight. If you are dipping in and out and you didn't hear our last chat with Joe Murphy, he did say that as the sun goes down now and it gets dark, you will see a red glow and it might seem like the fire is closer. And he also said that they're going to be doing some operations around those southern suburbs if they can, if weather permitting. So it might look like there's more fire activity, but if the situation does change in terms of the fire activity, if it gets closer to where you are, they will give us some more information. So we will keep you updated. So please know, if you're looking out of some of those suburbs at the moment, like Banks, and you're thinking, oh, I can see a little bit more, that is just possibly because of the nighttime. The red does look more prominent, and also because they are doing some activity around that area.
So unfortunately, you have to stay alert.
Yes.
You have to stay up to date.
And just keep listening to Anna and I. But just a reminder too that obviously a number of road closures. We have been keeping up to date with live traffic in terms of the road closures, but also in terms of the ones around the ACT, those roads all still remain closed.
Speaking of action out on the fire ground, our ABC reporter Elizabeth Byrne has been out and about around the Clear Range fire ground today. She has been at Breadbow. She's heading towards Cooma tonight. Elizabeth Byrne, where do we find you tonight?
Well, I have to admit I'm outside the pub in Breadbow, and as are quite a lot of local people, everybody's taking pictures of what I'm looking at myself at the moment. The fire had been on the western side of the Monero Highway for a long time today. But this evening, as I think I discussed with you earlier, there have been some spot fires to the other side of the road, and now we can see that that's actually gotten away from the firefighters, and we can see a red line of flames along the ridge opposite on the other side of the highway and opposite the pub here. The flames are quite a long way away from us, but it's sort of spectacular in the night sky. I'm just watching actually a farmer bringing cows out of some paddocks on that side of the road. So Breadbow itself doesn't seem to be directly threatened just at the moment, but the fire is now visible from the town.
What are the reactions to people who are with you outside the pub as you watch that?
Well, they're all taking pictures with their mobile phones, but everybody's, of course, worried and concerned, and probably concerned also about neighbours down the road who we now know that some properties have been lost, but we're yet to hear details about that. So that is not all that far from Breadbow, and in fact I was on the highway in that area for part of today. That was one of the areas where we saw the RFS putting out spot fires that had gone to the other side of the road. So everybody's sort of looking anxiously across. It's not a particularly comfortable thing to be looking at, but I guess this fire has been out of control for some time, and it's not been stopped in its tracks this evening so far.
No, unfortunately, and that's the problem, I guess, isn't it? That even though conditions have eased, that's more of a reflection of how serious conditions were rather than the safety of conditions now, with that fire still at emergency level. And as you've just demonstrated for us, Elizabeth, the fire clearly still burning.
Yes, that's right. And, of course, the road to Canberra is cut. And one of the reasons for that is that the power poles have burnt and there's live wires and all sorts of hazards along the way. So I won't be going home tonight.
No.
I'll have to travel further south. But it is... people are out looking at this now. People have come out to see what's going on.
Liz, what are people saying in terms of what they're going to do tonight? Are people going to stay where you are now, or are they going to go back to properties or go further south? What's the...
I think most people had, if they were going to go, had left and have gone to Cooma or gone to Canberra through the earlier, much earlier in the day. The people that are around me now are people who live very close to town. It's not looking like there's much of a threat to the town. It's just that it's visible. But people do have plans for what they'll do if things get really bad. And there's a little hall here next to the fire station where there are arrangements for people to stay if they're concerned about their safety. So I did talk to a couple of people who said that was their plan, that they'd go and stay there.
It's nice when they have somewhere that they can go and feel a bit more safe. Liz Byrne, and we hope that you also, please, stay safe. Thank you so much for the update.
That's all right. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. ABC reporter Elizabeth Byrne, who's been at Bredbo currently, with a lot of the town, watching that fire take a bit of a run in the distance, as you heard her describing there. This emergency is not over, unfortunately, for the Clear Range fire, and people in those areas like Bredbo and Michelego and Collington still at risk tonight from this fire activity. So you do need to remain very aware and very alert. Also with us on that subject, actually, not all that far from where Liz was speaking with us tonight, Kim from Bumbalong, an area which we know has been certainly hit by these fires through the day. G'day, Kim. How are you doing?
I'm going quite well, thank you, at the moment. So it's cooling off.
Where's the fire in relation to you now, Kim?
It's basically, we live on a north-south road that runs parallel to the Murrumbidgee River, and we also run parallel to the ACT border, which is about 3k away. And as I look off to the west towards the ACT border, it's a bit like those old photographs of Dresden after they were fired during the war. It's horrible.
That certainly conjures an image, Kim. That absolutely does. How are you feeling where you are? How safe are you feeling where you are tonight?
Well, we were well prepared, although we were still a bit shocked by what happened. But we're in the RFS, so we're trained. We've got all the fire gear. We knew all the theory. We've been to a lot of fires, but today was horrific. But now I'm quite relaxed.
I'm very glad to hear that, Kim. What did happen today as it came through?
Well, about 5 o'clock, my wife woke up and said there's a glow coming from a strange direction, which was slightly south of west, and we were expecting the fire to come from the northwest. And about 2 minutes later, we got a fire call from our fire brigade captain saying, it's on. So we got organised. And then we saw the fire come up to the top of the ACT border, which is sort of the third ridge away from our house. And then we saw the fire jump from ridge to ridge to ridge until it got to our place.
Gosh, have you seen that? I mean, you're an experienced firefighter, clearly, Kim. You're in your RFS. Have you seen it do that around your place before?
No. Our side of the river and that, it hasn't been burned out for about 100 years.
Oh, gosh.
So it was ready for it, tinder dry, a lot of trees losing their leaves, no hazard reduction burns because of the access difficulties. No, it went up. And the winds were just, I'd never experienced the change in the wind direction like today. We thought we were going to fight the fire on our western flank, which is where the fire came from. But then all of a sudden it headed dead south and ignored us. And we thought, oh, well, that was easy. But 10 minutes later, it had dropped down to the river and was coming back to us from the south. And then when it got parallel to us, we got an almighty wind from the east. So we had westerlies, northerlies, southerlies, and then this easterly hit us.
There's that word erratic again, Kim.
And the whole place just exploded in a matter of seconds.
What has been the damage, Kim? What's your place looking like now?
Well, because we were well prepared and my wife and I, both in the RFS, etc., we got through by ourselves.
That's a huge job, just the two of you.
Oh, we were for 5 hours there. Yeah, we were exhausted. In fact, she's now retired for the evening.
Fair enough.
And and we're just getting too old for this. And yeah, we won't put ourselves through this again. In 5 or 10 years, we'll definitely be too old for this sort of a gig. But,
Kim, that's rough.
It was pretty horrific. There's no doubt about it.
Have you lost?
It's your own place. You want to save it.
Absolutely. Have you lost paddocks?
Quite good. No, got no feed left. We don't know where our cows have gone. We don't have a lot, but we pushed them down into what we call the river paddock. And those fences all got burned rather rapidly. and we thought, oh, well, we're going to have braised steak for the next 3 weeks. But no carcasses down there, which is excellent. So they've gone somewhere, probably across the river to our neighbour's place. And he won't mind because quite often his cows come across the river to our place.
Do you know, Kim, how your neighbours have fared? Like, do you know what it did? You said it was erratic on your property. Do you know what it did around you?
Well, on our side of the river is the only where I've driven and talked to people. We've got about 18 families. 9 of those are in the RFS, and all of their homes have been saved except one. But we've lost 5 at least, which is, pretty devastating because a lot of these are weekenders and people have put in a lot of effort to build them over the years. So I suppose when they've gone through the period of grieving, they'll make a decision on whether or not they come back. Well, we hope they do because they're important to us. But it's pretty hard. Like one of the fellas is 62 and he was actually down at the river with a water pump filling the fire trucks while his house burnt down because he couldn't get back to his house because the fire had cut the road. So you go, oh, poor bugger.
Just cruel, just really cruel.
It is devastating.
It sounds like you're a close-knit community, though, that you'll all be in there with each other.
Yeah, most of us. We've got a wonderful little community. We had a meeting this morning at about 9 o'clock about the fire, just so people could get the latest update and then decide whether they're going to stay or go. And a couple went, which I think was a good idea on their part. And a couple who stayed have now gone, oh, that was horrific, never again. And then the rest of us just had no choice because we decided to stay, so we had to stay. And put up with it, get into it.
A huge effort, Kim, but for you and your wife to have saved your home, well done you, but I'm sorry you had to go through it. My goodness.
Well, we've been waiting for almost 3 months for this to happen. So we knew it was going to happen. If it wasn't today, it would have been tomorrow. If it wasn't tomorrow, it would be the day after. So we're a bit fatalistic about it. But if you're going to live in a little piece of heaven, you've got to experience a little bit of hell, haven't you, to appreciate it.
Oh, Kim, that's very, very philosophical of you after such a day.
A bit unusual. I haven't even had a drink yet.
And my goodness, you've earned one if you're in the mood for one, I reckon, Kim.
No, I'm down at the neighbours, and we've got a bit of a situation here. So
oh, really?
A few more hours yet. Yeah.
So a bit of a fire still around.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's going to take a long time to black this out.
Yeah.
Hope a lot of those RFS volunteers that have not been affected get out of bed early tomorrow and come and help us. Because our brigade, I think, is exhausted.
Yeah, I can hear that in your voice, Kim.
Fires basically every second day for the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And I think our captain's done about 45 days already in the last 3 months.
Yeah, it's an unimaginable, inhuman effort, Kim.
But you've got to live, haven't you?
It's true.
Get on with it.
It's true. I am deeply impressed, and I wish you our very, very best wishes to you and everyone at Bumbalong. Take care, Kim. He's hoping it's a better day ahead.
Oh, I hope it's cooler.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt, would it?
Look after yourself, Kim.
Cooler and no wind. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim. That's Kim in Bumbalong. 5 hours he and his wife spent fighting fires, erratic fires all over the place on his property. They have lost pastures, but we have got, I believe, New South Wales Rural Fire Service with us. We do, for a bit of a sort of official picture of things too. Aaron Howard is back with us from the RFS. Aaron, we've just heard there locals reckon they have lost a handful of properties around Bumbalong. At least five is what the word is around the Bumbalong community. Is there any more information on that officially?
There's no more official information. We're hearing similar reports in that manner. Until we get building impact assessment crews in there tomorrow morning, we won't have a confirmed number, but it is likely that's around that 4, 5, 6 is what we're hearing at the moment. But like I said, confirmation might be made to tomorrow morning. It is still an active fire ground. As you heard by Kim, there is still significant fire in and around that area. So it is still posing to be a long evening.
Yeah, we've definitely heard from a few people. There's still plenty of it around. What is the latest information for people in that area, Aaron?
So fire activity is looking a little bit further south now, so north of Bradbow. We're seeing the fire still progress. The northwesterly winds are still persisting, albeit not as strong. So fire at this point is still pushing a few kilometres north of Bradbow to an easterly direction. So again, spotting has reduced. However, we are seeing some minor spot fires in that area, which crews are actively fighting to try and minimise. If we do get to a point where we are seeing that reduced spotting significantly, we can hopefully look at later tonight reducing that warning.
Still a bit of a if things happen though, people shouldn't bank on that happening.
That's correct. We're certainly not looking at complacency at this stage. I just reaffirm Kim's comments there. There's a lot of fire activity around there. The vegetation there is, again, significantly dry and sustaining fire quite well. So with this sort of conditions and vegetation and the weather tonight, again, our temperatures aren't dropping too low. Relatively humidity staying low, so it is still going to sustain fire activity into the evening. So again, for those residents that are still in there, we are still urging them to keep an eye around their property, keep an eye out for any spot fires, most importantly, stay safe within their properties.
Aaron, it's Georgia here. We've had a number of questions too from people asking about the fire prediction maps and what they mean. So people are looking ahead for tomorrow and for whatever. Are you able just to explain briefly what people can take from looking at those maps?
So the fire prediction maps are basically set by one of our fire behaviour analysis. They have a look at a range of factors. So what we call fuel loading, so the amount of leaf litter and material on the ground that can help us to sustain fire. That's mixed with the weather conditions that are predicted for that day that we get information from the Bureau of Meteorology. And using sort of complex algorithms and statistical computer modelling, it basically can spit out predicted spread for the fire. And again, there is a lot of assumptions with this as well. We've got to stress that some assumptions that it doesn't include fire suppression by firefighters on the ground. As we've heard today, they've done fantastic work in minimising that. So really the fire spread prediction maps are basically we're looking at greatest concern and projected fire spread. And to be honest with this, the map modelling that we saw last night and today, fire activity has been quite similar to that. It has progressed into these areas. We did predict it across the eastern side of Monaro. So again, we'll continue to use that sort of tool to warn communities ahead of the fire front coming through.
Because Aaron, the question was, is it likely or is it worst case scenario? But you're saying it's sort of an algorithm.
It's a combination of two factors. I mean, we do look at worst case scenario, but we also look at likelihood. I mean, we get predicted weather, but we don't always see that weather on the fire ground. Particularly, the fire grounds can generate their own weather activity too. So as much as predictions, they can be largely unpredictable. Again, which can then affect the modelling and basically what it actually happens on the ground.
Yeah, thank you for that. It was a question that we've had a couple of times, and I wasn't precisely sure how that was calculated.
Anything else that people need to know on the fire ground before we let you go, Aaron?
Look, we really don't want people entering, I guess, the fire ground in terms of burnt areas. There's obviously a lot of trees, particularly in the evening, again, that are going to continue to burn internally and may pose a risk around the area. So really stress people don't enter those fire grounds. Again, trees pose a significant danger, particularly with the winds. But also heading into tomorrow, we are still seeing likely northwesterly winds, albeit lower temperatures, still in the low 30s. So there is still going to be some risk tomorrow with this fire, still progressing to the southeast. So by no means are we out of the woods yet.
Thanks for the update, Aaron.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Aaron Howard there from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Just reiterating that message that the clear range fire is still at emergency level tonight. That may change tonight, but that's by no means a given. So the emergency warning for the clear range fire does remain current tonight. These are these spot fires which have been spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bradbow. But this fire, as we've heard from a couple of people tonight, has been very erratic. You're expecting it to come from one direction. All of a sudden it's coming from a completely opposite direction. And that challenge in trying to work out what's exactly happening and where there is part of the reason why you do need to stay on alert tonight. If you're in those Colinton, Mickalego, Breadbow areas, you are still at risk and you need to be sheltering as the fire approaches. If you're in surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you need to be alert to embers that may blow ahead of the fire front and start spot fires. You need to be following your bushfire survival plan and keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. We're not going anywhere. We'll continue to bring you fire updates and information after the 9 o'clock news.
ABC News with Andrew Messenger. Property losses have been reported tonight from the Clear Range fire burning in the Mickalego area south of the ACT. The properties are in the town of Bumbalong, where locals say a home was lost belonging to a man who was helping rural fire service staff. Barbara from a farm near Breadbow told ABC Radio Canberra she has friends who've lost their home in today's fire.
It's been fairly disappointing because we've had friends that have lost property and things like that in the Collington region.
The Clear Range fire was started by spotting from the Orroral Valley fire, which was started by the landing lights of an Army helicopter. Tonight, the Clear Range fire is burning at emergency level. The Rural Fire Service says the Orroral Valley fire in the Namadgi National Park is still very active on its southeastern edge. The fire remains at watch and act level and has grown to 44,000 hectares. RFS Commissioner Joe Murphy says spotting will occur in whichever direction the wind blows.
It's still the most active part of the fire down the southeast edge. I mean, we're still under that northwesterly, that wind coming from the northwest pushing southeast. It will remain the most active for quite a while, I would suspect, at this stage.
ABC reporter Tom Lowry filed this report from Tharwa, where the residents have stayed and are preparing for whatever the fire has to offer.
The Orroral Valley fire is continuing to burn in the hills immediately behind the small rural village just to the south of Canberra. If that fire does grow north and threaten the southern suburbs of Canberra this afternoon, it'll hit Tharwa first. And the town is acutely aware of that risk. They've spent days preparing for it. There's a real confidence that the fire does come this afternoon. They're ready to defend against it.
The hot weather hasn't helped the bushfire situation. Today's maximum in Canberra of 42.7 degrees was a new record for February. Neil Fraser from the Weather Bureau says the ACT is facing a few more warm days before a change midweek.
Not quite as hot tomorrow, expecting a top of about 34 for Canberra. And on the fire ground, Orroral Valley should be a top of about 32. The fire danger dropping away tomorrow, only high fire danger tomorrow. But it picks up again on Monday, back to very high.
The rolling coverage on the bushfires on ABC Radio Canberra continues, 666 on the AM dial and online at news.abc.net.au. Senior US Democrat Nancy Pelosi has accused Republican senators of being accomplices to a cover-up by President Donald Trump. It comes after all but 2 Republican senators voted against allowing witnesses to testify at Mr. Trump's impeachment trial. Ms. Pelosi says there can't be an acquittal without a proper trial, which involves witnesses, documents and evidence. Her comments were backed by Democrat Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
America will remember this day, unfortunately, where the Senate did not live up to its responsibilities, where the Senate turned away from truth and went along with a sham trial. If the president is acquitted with no witnesses, no documents, the acquittal will have no value.
Qantas has announced flights to mainland China will be suspended from next weekend in response to the ongoing coronavirus emergency. Noor Haydar reports.
Qantas will suspend direct flights to mainland China from the 9th of February. In a statement, the airline said its 2 direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, would temporarily cease until the 29th of March. Qantas says the decision was made due to restrictions imposed by other countries, including Singapore and the United States, in response to the growing coronavirus outbreak. It says the suspension may be brought forward if passenger demand levels or other factors change. The airline says flights to Hong Kong are not affected.
To sport now in tennis. In the women's final at the Australian Open, Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza has won the first set 6-4 against America's Sophia Kenin. In the second set, Kenin leads 4-2. In cricket, in the Big Bash League, after being sent in by the Adelaide Sixers, the Sydney Thunders are 6-4 140 in the 19th over. Earlier today, England defeated Australia in today's Women's One-Day International at Manuka Oval after a super oval. In baseball, the Canberra Cavalry is in Adelaide playing the Giants in Game 2 of their 3-game series. The Cavalry won last night in Canberra. In tonight's game in Adelaide and the Cavalry are 2-2 in the top of the fourth. And in basketball, the Canberra Capitals have defeated the Adelaide Lightning in a tight game at the National Convention Centre. That's the latest ABC News.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
It's Anna Vito and Georgia Steins on ABC Radio Canberra tonight. And the clear range fire this evening is still at emergency warning level. We have heard, we've confirmed that some properties have been lost in this fire. Exactly how many and precisely where, we don't have confirmed yet. But the community around Bumbalong reckon they've lost at least 5 in their area. And they've been fighting fires for an extended period today. Those fires are still active, and you still need to take a lot of precaution to make sure that you stay up to date and stay safe. These spot fires, of course, started out of the Orroral Valley. They're still spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo, but they have been moving erratically. There is still an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. If you are in those areas, you are still at risk tonight. You need to be seeking shelter where you are as the fire approaches, protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're away from the area, you will not be able to return. The Monero Highway is closed and is very likely to remain closed tonight. It's closed almost the entire distance from Canberra to Cooma from Royalla southwards. Associated with that, Durangle Road is also closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Michelego. Again, very unlikely that that situation is going to improve tonight. If you're in surrounding areas, including places like Tindri, Anembo, Janangle and Chacola, you need to remain on alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front. These may start a spot fire and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan now, and if you don't have one, you need to know what you will do if fire threatens. For more information, of course, keep listening to us here on ABC Radio Canberra. You can check the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website and its social media feeds. We're also keeping an eye on the ACT side of the border, where Georgia Steins has the information about the Orroral Valley fire.
That's right, and that fire still remains at a watch and act. So if you are someone who's following that fire, it does still remain at a watch and act. So that's some good news there. Now, the ACT Emergency Agency, the ESA, is advising that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road need to remain vigilant. Now, conditions can still change and they can get worse. You need to call 000 immediately if your property or yourself are under threat. If you have left the area, do not return. This is for your safety. Make sure you are well prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of fire to act. What should you do? Activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you don't have one, know where you will go if you need to leave your property. Remember to monitor the ESA. You can do that in a number of ways. You can do that by following them on Facebook or on Twitter or on their website, esa.act.gov.au. Listen to us on ABC Radio, because as soon as they put out a new warning, we're going to let you know what's in it. So listen to your local radio station. We're also putting those warnings up, of course, on our Facebook page as well, and bringing you all the latest in our news with you as well. There's a big team here working at the ABC to keep you up to date with everything you need to know. Now, if you're in Tharwa, you need to monitor conditions and review your bushfire survival plan. Now, for people in the southern suburbs of Canberra, those people in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you just need to stay up to date. So just keep listening to ABC Radio, follow the ESA website or on their social media channels. Now, the current situation remains the same, that the fire, it's still out of control. It's still travelling in a southeasterly direction. Now, the last measurement of the size of that was 55,234 hectares in size. Now, properties may be impacted by embers well ahead of the fire causing spot fires, and drones are not permitted to operate anywhere near the fire ground. If conditions change, the firefighters may not be able to protect every property, and you should never expect a firefighter at your door in your street. Keep up to date by listening to us on ABC Local Radio, and if you've got a question or you need something answered, like many people have, we've been putting those questions to the RFS and also to the ESA for you tonight. Please let us know what you need to know. 1300 681 666 or 0467 922 666.
For people in Canberra proper, in fact, the other end of Canberra, the other issue that has been affecting people tonight is very calm in the scheme of things, I want to stress, but power outages. There have been up to 2,400 people without power in Gungahlin, Ngunnawal and Mitchell tonight. Evo Energy is aware of the issue. It is going to take a little bit of time for them to restore power to everybody. We've had a couple of reports of it flickering in places, of it coming back on in some places. Evo Energy is actually very good at updating their social media feeds with information about when power comes back on. And they've been speaking to some of their customers saying that at this stage, the idea for, or the estimated restoration time is still looking a little while away, about 10:45. And part of the reason why there is a delay to restoring power is because it is a day of total fire ban today in the ACT and surrounding regions, and it will be again, by the way. The total fire ban continues into tomorrow. So because of that, the crews need to do extra patrols to make sure it's safe to restore power, make sure there's nothing going on that's going to spark a fire, basically. And I think we can all agree that we think that is an excellent thing for them to be checking. So unfortunately, if you're in those parts of Gungahlin, Ngunnawal, Mitchell, where you don't have power right now, it could still be a little while, another sort of hour and a half before you can expect that power to come back. If we get any updates to that, we will let you know, but you can also stay in touch on the Evo Energy website or via their social media channels. The other thing you need to know about, of course, are road closures, because there are a number of those around our region associated with all of this fire activity. John Pearson is back with us once again from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. G'day, John.
Hi, Paula. Good to be with you again.
Good to be with you as well. The Monero Highway, let's start there as we always do.
Yes, that's been the major road closure for the past several hours now, and things really haven't changed. It is still closed, the Monero between Royalla and Bunyan. Royalla in the north, Old Cooma Road is the closure point there, right through to basically North Cooma, Rose Valley Road at Bunyan. So do avoid that area, and it's likely to remain that way overnight. It's hard to say, hard to see anything changing, although things do change quickly. But if anything, the length of the closure may change overnight. But hard to see the Monero Highway itself in that area reopening any time soon. As we heard earlier, Durangle Road also closed from Captain's Flat to Breadbow. Burra Road also closed from Gujong to Mikalago. So, but the main one there is Monero Highway closed between Royalla and Bunyan. Google Maps has been showing that the Monero also closed between Bombala to the Victoria border, but it is open. That part of the Monero Highway is open south of Bombala. So
more reason why you need to not rely on Google Maps in an emergency, but always go straight to live traffic.
Don't like to speak ill of anyone, but sometimes these things do happen. But Bombala through to the Victoria border, the Monero Highway is open in that area. And probably the only other change over the past few hours is So closer to the coast, in fact, on the far south coast, if you're in that coastal area, good news is the Princes Highway at the moment is open in both directions. On the far south coast, it was closed southbound, just near the Victorian border from Narrababa. However, it is now open in both directions. That's the Princes Highway, open in both directions, virtually right throughout New South Wales. So that's good news there. If you are on the Kings Highway, however, there's quite a bit of smoke in the area, just near Clyde Mountain, so do exercise caution. The Kings Highway at the moment is open in both directions near Braidwood, but quite a bit of smoke through that Clyde Mountain area. So by all means, exercise caution, reduce your speed, and please, before you travel, do check www.livetraffic.com for all the latest road closures.
It's great to hear. Thank you so much, John.
Thanks, Paula. Thank you. Bye-bye.
John Pearson there from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre with us again on ABC Radio Canberra. And I think that's actually worth reiterating. Google Maps is great. It's great. I use it all the time, but in an emergency, you do not want to be relying on Google Maps for accurate and timely information, because often it will be accurate, but there's a bit of a lag with Google updating because it's not getting real-time information from crews on the ground. But Live Traffic New South Wales is. And sometimes you're getting information as well on Google that, as you will know, no doubt, if you've tried to use it to get somewhere, that sometimes doesn't include the kind of local expertise. So I remember during the big evacuation of tourists from the South Coast a few weeks ago, not only was Google Maps trying to send people up Araluen Road, which was closed, but any local in the area between Araluen and Maria will tell you that that's a road you probably want to know about a bit before you decide to take it just randomly. So always you want to go to the Live Traffic website for the most accurate and timely information about road closures. That's the best place to go. For a quick update as well on weather conditions, also with us now is Rose Barr, Senior Forecaster for the Bureau of Meteorology. G'day, Rose. What can you tell us, especially about those all-important winds?
Look, we are continuing to see an easing trend in the winds across the ACT. We're not seeing anything more than about 10 kilometres per hour now. So we're looking at much lighter winds than we're seeing during the earlier parts of the evening, and continuing generally from that west to northwesterly direction. We're still very, very warm, sitting at around 35 or 36 degrees, so fairly unpleasant conditions, but as I say, the winds are easing off, and that can only be good news.
Certainly better than the opposite direction. How about tomorrow? What are we looking at wind-wise?
Well, we're looking at a continued west to northwesterly stream across the ACT during Sunday, but we may end up seeing some fairly gusty and possibly fairly erratic winds with thunderstorms, particularly during the later parts of the morning and the early afternoon. So important to keep a pretty close eye on the radar and any warnings pages during tomorrow, and check to see how those thunderstorms may behave.
Yeah, the word erratic seems to be the word of the day, really, Rose.
That's absolutely right. Well, it's not unreasonable. So fires and thunderstorms both can cause some fairly strange wind patterns, because it's not just the horizontal pressure patterns, it's also vertical patterns. So it all combines to give some very tricky winds that will often be much stronger than the average wind speed, and also can come in from any direction. So that's one of the reasons that we do use this word around both phenomena, because they actually have quite a lot in common.
Absolutely. We're hearing it from people on the ground who've been fighting this stuff too. So you're all singing from the same song sheet. Rose Barr, thank you so much.
Not a worry, Anna.
Thank you. Rose Barr, Senior Forecaster for the Bureau of Meteorology on ABC Radio Canberra. Anna Vito and Georgia Steins with you tonight. How are you going, Georgia?
That's some good news in terms of the wind settling a bit tonight.
This is the tricky thing,
I'm going to take the tiny bit of positivity in every weather report.
I understand the impulse, and I'm guilty of doing exactly the same thing. But I think that's the real challenge, isn't it? Because we've been hearing from parts of the fireground, particularly the clear range fireground. We've been hearing that message, winds starting to abate, starting to settle down a little bit. You know, certainly these are all positive things. But at the same time, we know that the fire is still moving. It is still burning. It is still moving into places where it hasn't necessarily been burning through the afternoon or tonight, and that emergency warning does remain in place. So while it's so difficult after such a long day, and I know there's a lot of exhausted people who, if they've managed to get through it and managed to stay awake at this point, are listening to us for those updates as they come through. But you can't afford to switch off, particularly if you're in that clear range fireground area, especially around those areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where you are still at risk tonight from this emergency level fire.
The conversation we had earlier this evening with Kim is still staying with me. A lot of the conversations we've had tonight, but one of the comments he made when he talked about friends of theirs, and a lot of them are in the rural fire, so volunteers, but he mentioned the fact that he'd spoken to people. Well, first off, he said that he and his wife wouldn't do it again. They've fought the fires before. This isn't their first time, but he said they wouldn't do it again. They're getting too old, were his words. But he also said a number of other people that he knows in the community said the same thing. Now they've gone through it, they wouldn't do it again, which I think is really interesting, because when you're sitting down and making your fire plan, I guess that's the thing you need to think about. It's even if you've done it before or you've been trained, like, can I emotionally deal with this? Because I think having that feeling, like he said, but you just see it coming, changing direction on you, and that an incredibly stressful and harrowing situation.
And as Kim said, you know, once we were here, we decided to fight it, so we had no choice but to fight it. And that is the thing, isn't it? Once it arrives, you're in it and it's happening and you have to. The other really interesting thing that we've heard from a number of people a bit further north around Burra, just in the last few days, was a couple of people who'd had to rethink their fire plan, which was to stay and defend, and they've got the gear, you know, they've got the pumps, they've got the generators, they've got the stuff. But what they haven't had is the water, because it has been just so dry. And so a couple of people who had a plan to stay but didn't have the water to fight, so actually had to make the very difficult choice to decide that they would leave if it came to that instead. And all of this, I think, just really underscores how important it is to make these decisions clear-eyed, you know, to be really honest with yourself about what you are emotionally within yourself up for, whether you do have the gear, you have all the resources that you need to be able to fight a fire properly, to be able to throw yourself at it, you know, and keep yourself as safe as you can be in these circumstances. You do have to be very honest with yourself about that, and then trust the decisions that you make when you're feeling calm.
And the other thing too is that you can't rely on necessarily that your neighbour or the local fire brigade will necessarily be able to help, even though they might want to, but you just don't know what the situation's going to be when it happens. And that idea of being there and being able to spot embers and putting them out and save your property, that's obviously what motivates a lot of people. But I guess just hearing that, how difficult it is, even when you've got loads of experience and you're completely prepared and you've got the water and you've got everything there, and still how hard that is. You know, I think if you are someone new to a rural area or someone, you know, new to being in this sort of fire situation, you'd want to be talking to everyone around you who's been through something and just finding out exactly what it's like, and then maybe doing your bushfire survival plan or working out whether you'll stay and defend or go. And as a number of our callers have said, when it got to the point that it was really hairy, there was no way out. That, you know, the roads were cut at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough series of decisions that you're going to have to make when this sort of stuff happens. The best thing you can do is make them well in advance, put a plan together that you know you can stick with, because you've made good decisions for yourself.
Do you know what else has struck me tonight when you and I, and thank you to everyone who's been on the text line and also given up time to call us and have a chat. But
some very exhausted people making some time to talk to us.
And emotional. But I was thinking food. Did you notice how food kept on coming up the way? We've just saved our property. We're sitting down and we're having, you know, this.
Quite a few barbecued sausages in celebration for saving homes. And electrolytes, exactly. But I've been delighted to hear that communities and the Defence Force are feeding our fireys so well, because I tell you what, if anyone deserves a good feed just at the moment, it is those guys and gals who have been not only out today, but all this summer working so hard to defend all kinds of stuff, properties, landscapes, and the rest of it. We've been, as I say, keeping our eyes on two fires tonight. One of them, the Clear Range fire, which is again, still at emergency level. You still need to be very vigilant about this one. The other fire is burning within the ACT borders, the Orroral Valley bushfire. Earlier this evening, ACT ESA Commissioner Georgina Whelan gave a Facebook briefing with some of the latest information about the Orroral Valley bushfire in the south of the ACT. Here's a little bit of what she had to say.
The Orroral Valley fire is currently at Watch and Act, and the fire is now 52,000 hectares in size. The fire is still more than 2 kilometres from the Tharwa village and 7 kilometres from Banks. The fire is still burning within containment lines on the north and northeast flank, which is actually very good news. As conditions moderate, we are witnessing a reduction in fire behaviour across the fire ground. On the Tharwa side of Mount Tennant, the fire is backing down the hill with flame height between 1 and 2 metres. Our intent tonight is to undertake backburning operations to consolidate those containment lines. As I briefed you earlier today, we've been waiting for that fire to come out into open ground so we can actually take some very decisive action against that fire activity. On the northeastern side of Mount Tennant, the fire intensity has diminished around the area of the Namadgi Visitor Centre, and again, that is very good news for the community. We have a strike team that was deployed to Williamsdale to protect critical infrastructure, and this has been stood down for the night as the fire activity has diminished. Now, numerous firefighting resources are established around Tharwa and South Tuggeranong as we broadcast this evening. The fire is currently less than 200 metres from grassland on the northern side of Mount Tennant. We're expecting it to reach the grassland this evening, and at this time, the active suppression activity I spoke about earlier today will commence. There are multiple containment strategies that exist to the north of Mount Tennant. These include new and improved fire trails, retardant lines. You would have seen the aircraft this afternoon dropping retardant between Mount Tennant, Tharwa, and our southern suburbs. And we have increased the cleared areas between those retardant lines. So we have multiple backdrops to support you and support my firefighters in firefighting activity this evening. Now, the fire that previously jumped containment lines near Mount Franklin Road has also significantly dropped in intensity, and active containment options on that area will also be implemented this evening. The preparation work around the communication tower on Mount Clear appears to have been successful, and this has allowed us to keep the fire out of that area. This has been a very important win for us today in order to maintain our trunk network communication systems. Initial field investigations indicate that fire crews have been able to save all structures located in the ACT, including our precious alpine huts and our historic homesteads. I know I might sound very buoyed tonight. I hope you are too, because this has been a good firefighting day for us in terms of protecting our cultural assets and our critical infrastructure. Now, our containment lines. 3 retardant drops by aircraft have created a defensive around Mount Tennant. As flames travel down Mount Tennant, as I've mentioned earlier, a drop of retardant now forms a defensive perimeter to slow that fire down. Again, this will support our firefighting activities this evening. Now, you will see some flames out there this evening. That is because that is the constructive backburn we are putting in place to reduce fire activity on the fire ground tomorrow, to slow the progression of that fire down towards Tharwa, and to work towards more permanent containment, suppression, and hopefully extinguishing that fire as it works towards Tharwa in the coming days. Planning is now in place to lay more retardant suppression lines between Tharwa and Gordon tomorrow. Over the next 6 hours, the fire intensity is expected to be moderate. Occurrences of spot fires will decrease. However, there is still the potential for those spot fires. The weather. Overnight, we're expecting an increase in humidity and a decrease in temperatures to the highs of 20s, as opposed to the low 40s we've been experiencing for most of the day. Now, we have got the possibility of storms early Sunday morning with strong winds and heavy rain. I'm really liking the sound of the rain, but we're going to have to be very focused on the winds, which is why we've stood up the State Emergency Service for rapid response as required. Our total fire ban will remain in place until Sunday evening at this stage. I'll extend that if necessary.
That is the ACT ESA Commissioner, Georgina Whelan, speaking a little bit earlier via Facebook. And if you are on the ESA, or if you're on the Facebook page, I suppose, if you're on the Facebook, listen to me, Georgia. If you're on the Facebook, if you have a Facebook account.
If you're on that book face.
Oh, no, it's terrible. I've turned into my mother in 5 minutes. If you love you, Mum. If you are on Facebook, it's actually an excellent resource because they do provide these briefings where you can hear, direct. Obviously, we try and get you to be able to hear them as much as possible here on your radio, but it is a great resource to make sure that you're availing yourself of all the pieces of information that are available to you. So you can find them, unsurprisingly, at ACT ESA on Facebook as well as on Twitter and on their website. And here on ABC Radio Canberra, where, of course, we continue to bring you those updates too. It is 9:30 tonight on ABC Radio Canberra. More from me and Georgia Steins in just a moment. But Andrew Messenger is back with some more local news with us now. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Anna. The Rural Fire Service says there have been property losses this afternoon in the emergency alert clear range fire near Michelego. The property losses, estimated between 4 and 6, were on the western side of the Monero Highway at Bumbalong between Bredbo and Michelego. That fire, which has burnt out 5,000 hectares, is still posing a threat to Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, where residents have been told it's too late to leave. The Orroral Valley fire, which has burnt out 50,000 hectares, has been downgraded to watch and act alert. The Victorian community of Bonang in East Gippsland is being warned to act immediately to survive an out-of-control bushfire. An emergency warning has been issued there and residents have been urged to take shelter indoors immediately because it's too late to leave. Qantas has announced the suspension of mainland China services from February 9th in response to the ongoing coronavirus emergency. In a statement, the airline says it will suspend its 2 direct services, Sydney to Beijing and Sydney to Shanghai, until May the 29th. The US tech giant Apple says it's closing its Apple stores in mainland China because of the coronavirus outbreak. It says the stores will remain closed until February 9. Chinese officials say 259 people have so far died from the respiratory illness, with more than 11,000 confirmed cases. To sport now, and in tennis at the Australian Open, it's women's final night and it's 1-set-all between Spain's Garbiñe Muguruza and America's Sophia Kenin in the third and final set. It's 3-2 to Kenin. In cricket, Big Bash League is underway, and after being sent in by the Strikers, the Sydney Thunder made 151. In reply, the Strikers are 1 for 7 after the first over. And in baseball, the Canberra Cavalry is in Adelaide playing the Giants in Game 2 of their 3-game series. The Cavalry won last night here in Canberra. In tonight's game, it's 2-2 at the bottom of the 4th. Canberra's weather, a total fire ban for the ACT tonight and into tomorrow as well. A warm, humid night with smoke, haze and dust. For tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with the chance of morning and afternoon showers or storms. Northwesterly winds at up to 40 kilometres an hour, a low of 25 and a top of 34. And for Monday, a sunny day with a top of 30. Our top today was 43 degrees. At the moment, still on 35, and I'll have more ABC News at 10 o'clock.
Thank you so much, Andy. Andrew Messenger giving us some local news. I've got a little bit of news too on the power outage situation in Canberra via our listener, and thank you for following up with us. They say that power has just come back on in Franklin, but it looks like other parts of Franklin are still out. Thank goodness for battery-powered radios, so they have been able to listen to us. Thank you, Texter, for tuning in. I'm glad we've been able to keep you company. The latest we have from Evo Energy, well, the initial issue here, 2,400 customers across Gungahlin, Ngunnawal and Mitchell without power. That is, by the sounds of things, starting to be restored, but it is going to take a while. It might be sort of 10:45 tonight before power is back on everywhere. Part of that is because of the fire conditions and the total fire ban, which means that Evo crews need to be very careful. They're required to do extra checks to make sure that restoring the power isn't going to spark any fires. So while it must be awful if you're listening to me right now in a place where you are feeling very, very hot, the power is going to take a little longer to restore than normal for a very good reason. So try to bear with it.
ABC Radio, emergency information.
In the meantime, Georgia and I are going to continue bringing you some fire updates. We have an update of about 15 minutes ago, a new one for the Clear Range fire. It's the same information you have been hearing. This Clear Range fire is still at emergency level tonight. These spot fires that originally started out of the Orroral Valley fire are still spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. There remains an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Collinton, Mickalego and Bredbo tonight. The Monero Highway is closed, and that's not likely to change tonight. It is closed from Canberra, Royalla specifically, all the way to Cooma. Durangle Road is also closed from Captain's Flat to Bredbo, and Burra Road is closed from Googong to Mickalego. If you are in the areas of Collinton, Mickalego and Bredbo, you are still at risk tonight. You do need to be seeking shelter where you are as the fire approaches. Protect yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. It's not safe to leave. If you're away from the area, you are not able to return. If you're in surrounding areas, places like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chacola, you need to be on alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which could in turn start spot fires and threaten properties before the main fire front arrives. You need to follow your bushfire survival plan, and if you don't have one, you need to know now what you will do if fire threatens. Unfortunately, we have tonight confirmed a number of properties, homes have been lost in this Clear Range fire. The exact number of those is not confirmed. We've heard from a couple of people in the community around Bumbalong that around 5 houses may have been lost. The good news in that is that we haven't had any reports of people being injured in those losses, but nonetheless a very, very difficult day and a very difficult night still for many people around the Clear Range fireground. Georgia Steins is also with me in the studio. She's been keeping a close eye on the fires within the ACT borders. Georgia, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so the Orroral Valley fire remains a watch and act. Now, the fire activity has eased across the fireground. We heard from the Commissioner there that it's been a good firefighting day from their perspective. The ACT Emergency Services advises that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road need to still remain vigilant because these conditions can change and they can get worse. Now, you can call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat. If you have left the area, do not return for your own safety. Make sure you are prepared. Do not wait to see firefighters or signs of a fire in order to act. What you should do is activate your bushfire survival plan if you have one. If you don't have one, identify where you will go if you need to leave. Keep in touch by listening to ABC Local Radio. As we've heard tonight, very good to have batteries and backup batteries, particularly if things like power is cut. You can also monitor the ESA website, esa.act.gov.au, and their social media channels. Also here at the ABCs, we're putting all those warnings and other information up as well on our Facebook page, ABC Canberra Facebook. If you haven't friended us, you should do so. You should also bring your pets inside, close windows and doors to minimise smoke exposure. Now, people in Thawa, you just need to monitor conditions and also just review your bushfire survival plan. Also people in Banks, Conda and Gordon. Now, the message tonight for you that's come very clearly from our emergency services is just stay up to date. There's no need to enact anything at the moment for you, but you need to know what you will do if the situation changes. And please keep up to date on ABC Radio Canberra. Anna, I'm still recovering from Andrew Messenger of the News. Warm, humid night with smoke, haze and dust. It doesn't sound nice, does it?
It's sort of all of our region's summer in one night.
I mean,
really?
Obviously
Mercifully not with the thunderstorm.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Obviously some of the people who spoke to us tonight have a worse situation, which is they're looking out on burnt paddocks and smoke.
Or indeed fire.
But either way, I don't think anyone's necessarily going to enjoy tonight's weather conditions.
No, pretty crummy night all round.
Crummy's a great word.
However, though, here I am blithely telling you that the Monero Highway is likely to remain closed all night.
Huh.
But John Pearson from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre is back on the line with us with some better news. John Pearson, what's the go on the Monero?
Hi, Georgia and Anna. Yes, we have some good news. I know a lot of people are doing it tough tonight, but the good news is on the transport front, at least the Monero is open again between Old Cooma Road and Rose Valley Road. So basically Royalla to Bunyan, the closure point has been lifted right through, and the Monero Highway is open in both directions. So anyone looking to check up on their loved ones or what have you, they can now do so, albeit there is quite a bit of smoke in the area. So our advice for motorists using the Monero Highway, which is now open, certainly drive to the conditions, do reduce your speed. There is quite a bit of smoke, as you'd expect, in the area. All lanes are open, but do be aware of emergency services which may be in the area, making the highway safe. But the good news is, at least for now, the Monero Highway is open between Cooma and the southern ACT there, Royalla.
It is great news indeed for people who might need to get through there. I'm assuming, though, especially because of that still very high traffic of emergency vehicles possibly needing to travel at speed, if you don't have to be on the Monero, probably a good idea not to be, given all that smoke.
Well, yes, I mean, we don't go as far as giving that advice, but our main modus operandi is to open all roads for all road users. So I guess the message needs to be there that do exercise caution. There is smoke in the area. Emergency services are in the area too. So by all means, there may be reduced speed limits. I can't speculate on that, but judging on what happened on the Princess Highway a few weeks ago, reduced speed limits all over the place. So do reduce your speed, and you'll stay safe with the Monero Highway reopened tonight. So.
And just while I have you, just to confirm the other two road closures we've been talking about associated with this fire, Durangle Road, Burra Road, no change, or at least no update on those?
No change there. No, they're still both closed, yeah. Durangle Road and Burra Road, both still closed. Yeah, they're more minor roads, I guess. But I guess the good news is Monero Highway open again between Cooma and Royalla.
That's great.
It's also open further south from Bombala through to the Victorian border, should you need to go that far south. But,
that is great news indeed.
But for all updates, whether they be tonight or into tomorrow, by all means, see livetraffic.com. That's www.livetraffic.com.
John, thank you. It's nice to be the bearer of good news. Thank you so much.
Absolute pleasure. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too. John Pearson there from the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. So there you go. Some good news, at least. If you were sweating on the Monero Highway to reopen, it has now reopened from Canberra to the Victorian border, actually, through Cooma, all the way through to the Victorian border. However, of course, as you'd expect, a lot of smoke in the area, and also emergency vehicles are travelling along there, sometimes at speed. So do bear that in mind, obey any directions and reduce speed limits that you may come up across on the Monero Highway as well. Joining us now for an update on the, first of all, the fire within the ACT borders, the Orroral Valley fire. Joe Murphy is back with us once again, Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. Where do we find you now, Joe? You've been driving all over the place tonight.
I have. So I just spent a little bit of time out of Tharwa, which is where my Southern Brigade is. And then, look, I had a chance to head out to the Namadgi Visitor Centre to see the crew staging up for tonight's activities. So it's a an all-action tonight, I believe, if we can get all the conditions right. So, look, a very, very activated, very, very enthused crew tonight who are out there to work through the night and get some real good work done.
Speaking of the Namadgi Visitors Centre, were you able now to confirm with your own eyes that it is in fact still standing?
And that's why I thought I'd do it. So I actually went there, yes, there's a great big pink line all the way around it.
Tremendous.
Yeah, so it's there's no problems at all. There's still our forward staging area. It's fine. There's pink retardant everywhere out there right now. So yeah, there's just plenty happening out there, that's for sure. So, and there's a great big long line of fire trucks out there as well.
Good on you and good on all of them. What is the latest that you can tell us tonight, Joe Murphy, about this Orroral Valley fire?
So look, I mean, one of the things I had the opportunity on the way back out of Namadgi there just to see just how red the glow is tonight, that you can see burning that the Tuggeranong will be able to see tonight. And if we do get some burning done tonight, they will see some more activity, more flame in the area tonight.
Are conditions looking like they're going to be conducive to that at this stage, Joe?
Oh, look, I actually don't have that level of detail in front of me because it comes down to wind speed, humidity, temperature, a whole range of factors which the planning team will be working on. But the crews that are out there are well experienced. They know what they're doing, got good leaders. There's plenty of them, which is always a good thing. We'll just see how we come out at the end of tomorrow, or the end of tonight, I should say. But look, the fire does continue to burn. There's obviously no threats to the ACT community at this time, and that includes southern Tuggeranong. So not saying relax, I'm saying still remain your vigilance, but just keep listening to local media, keep following the ESA website, and just stay connected to what's going on.
And that message just, I guess, to avoid complacency, because I think it's easy. Well, it's not easy. Nothing about this is easy, but it is possible to become complacent when we're hearing the same kind of message, even though it is still watch and act. I guess just the importance of still treating each time you hear that information like it's new.
Look, exactly right. So, look, and that's, I know people seem to think, oh, it's just going really slow. Nothing's, like you said, nothing's really changing. It is changing, folks. I mean, it's what it is, though. It takes a while for our intelligence to come back in and gather all that together to find out what the next update is. But look, people, that is a massive amount of burnt area out there. There's still almost every edge is still active with fire. There is still an enormous amount of smoke being pumped to the air. It is still extraordinarily hot out there right now. It's still over 30 degrees. You know, what are we now? 9:45 in the evening, and still over 30 degrees in the ACT. So it's still very hot, which leads to increased fire activity as well. So everybody, let's be vigilant, but let's enjoy ourselves. Have a cup of tea. Keep attached to our website. Listen to local media, and we'll all get through the evening and tomorrow. All right.
Joe Murphy, this is the last time Georgia and I are going to speak with you tonight. Our emergency broadcast team is still going to be on the air giving updates after 9 o'clock. But just because it is the last time, after 10 o'clock, I should say, but just because it is the last time I will be speaking with you, any last or just current messages, information that people should know right now or be thinking about tonight?
Oh, look, all I'd really say is my thanks to the community in general for being so patient with us, but for listening to what we're saying. For those people who came down to those community meetings we've had at Lanyon, at Sawa and Yarra Yarra, thanks for coming along and listening to what we have to say and asking those really good questions. Look, to the community, just tonight, be safe. Just keep yourself alert out there. Have some faith and some trust in the ESA, which I know you've already got, but I'm just reminding people that actually, you've given us your faith and your trust, and keep it going. The crews that are out there, the crews that are behind the scene, the crews that are back at the ESA working hard, all the people who are supporting us are doing a fantastic job. And look, I need to put a big shout out to the RFS and SES volunteers. These are the unpaid professionals out there. Look, without them, more importantly, without their families, their friends and their employees supporting them to let them do what we do, they can't be part of this, and then we wouldn't have the force of effort that we have in place. So, so I'm so proud of my RFS volunteers. Jeff Butler is so proud of his SES volunteers. We can't do without them, and my eternal thanks to what they do.
I think each and every person listening to you right now shares that you're certainly our gratitude with all of your crews. Joe Murphy, thank you so much, and best wishes to you and the crews tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Murphy is the Chief Officer of the ACT Rural Fire Service. And if you might God forbid, but if you are a fiery who's actually got 5 seconds to be listening to the radio, we do salute you and we thank you very much for what you're doing. Also, all of you who've been out defending your own places today, an exhausting day. Unfortunately, not over yet in many parts of the region who are listening to us right now, with that emergency warning still current for Clear Range, the Watch and Act still current for the Orroral Valley fire within the ACT. It's not over yet, Georgia.
No, and I think when we're thanking the volunteers, I think we need to thank the people who are left at home, you know, their partners, wives, husbands, children, grandparents. I know a couple of people who are volunteer firefighters and the grandmas have stepped in, and grandparents. So I think, you know, those people are amazing, those volunteers, but also they do it often with the support of a lot of other people. And sometimes I think I forget that, but, you know, it is that whole community thing. And those people, like we heard from before in Orroral, who are going along and cooking meals for the fireys, all those people, the army people that have come in, and those hot boxes still making me hungry. Beef stroganoff. Right. Someone got beef stroganoff.
I mean, for breakfast, which is what you'd want, actually, if you're out fighting fires all night, I reckon. Meanwhile, Matt on 0467 922 666 says, is there a new fire prediction map for tomorrow somewhere online? Not that I can find, Matt. I've had a look on the New South Wales Rural Fire Service website, but Georgia looks like she's got a different idea.
What I was about to say was, when you do look at that, it does say the 1st and the 2nd.
Well, there's a couple around. So, yeah, there's one that the ESA put out, and that's on their websites. The ESA, which was sort of a 72-hour prediction. It was only a 72-hour prediction map for within ACT borders, though. So if you're listening to us from New South Wales, Matt, it's probably limited use for you. The RFS, as best as I can tell, I've checked all the usual places they put them. They haven't issued one. They have not issued one for tomorrow at this stage. That may change. You can stay tuned to, obviously, their website, but also their social media channels. The RFS will usually throw them up there, actually, sometimes before they're even on the website. So just keep an eye on those. Meanwhile, speaking about people helping out fireys, someone's sent us pictures of her self-described crazy cat lady uniform should she need to evacuate her 6 cats, because they were created as a fundraising activity with RSPCA, and lets us know that one of the local takeaway, like fast food places at Conda, at Lanyon Shops, are giving free meals for emergency service personnel. So it's nice to see the community kicking in behind people as well. We've also, of course, through the evening been keeping a very close eye on what's happening with the weather. Rose Barr from the Bureau of Meteorology gave us a good update of what to expect just a short time ago.
Look, we are continuing to see an easing trend in the winds across the ACT. We're not seeing anything more than about 10 kilometres per hour now. So we're looking at much lighter winds than we're seeing during the earlier parts of the evening, and continuing generally from that west to northwesterly direction. We're still very, very warm, sitting at around 35 or 36 degrees, so fairly unpleasant conditions, but as I say, the winds are easing off, and that can only be good news.
Certainly better than the opposite direction. How about tomorrow? What are we looking at wind-wise?
Well, we're looking at a continued west to northwesterly stream across the ACT during Sunday, but we may end up seeing some fairly gusty and possibly fairly erratic winds with thunderstorms, particularly during the later parts of the morning and the early afternoon. So important to keep a pretty close eye on the radar and any warnings pages during tomorrow, and check to see how those thunderstorms may behave.
Yeah, the word erratic seems to be the word of the day, really, Rose.
That's absolutely right. Well, it's not unreasonable. So fires and thunderstorms both can cause some fairly strange wind patterns, because it's not just the horizontal pressure patterns, it's also vertical patterns. So it all combines to give some very tricky winds that will often be much stronger than the average wind speed, and also can come in from any direction. So that's one of the reasons that we do use this word around both phenomena, because they actually have quite a lot in common.
That's Rose Barr from the Bureau of Meteorology speaking with us a little bit earlier. So while we have seen some easing of winds over parts of the fire ground, unfortunately, that doesn't mean that the fire threat has eased, has gone away altogether. So some good news for some people in some places, but unfortunately those warnings do remain in place.
ABC Radio. Emergency information.
Just running you through once again the latest information that we have on the two fires we've been bringing you information and updates about tonight. Starting with the emergency warning that is still current for the Clear Range fire tonight. This is a series of spot fires spreading out of the Orroral Valley today, and these fires are spreading quickly in a southeasterly direction towards Bredbo. Still tonight, there is an immediate threat to properties and lives in the areas of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo. The Monero Highway, though, is now open, albeit with a lot of smoke around. But if you have been sweating on trying to be able to use the Monero Highway, that is once again open to you. Nonetheless, the current information that we have for people in that immediately affected area is still that it is too late to leave. That is to say, you shouldn't leave. And that if you're in that Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo area, you are still at risk. You need to be taking shelter as the fire approaches and protecting yourself from the heat of the fire by sheltering in a solid structure. If you're in those surrounding areas like Tindri, Anembo, Durangle and Chocola, you do need to still be alert for embers being blown ahead of the main fire front, which could start their own spot fires. Joining us on the line with more on this fire is James Morris from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. James, what is the latest on this Clear Range fire?
Oh, look, good evening, Anna and Georgia. Look, obviously we're still seeing very active fire there. Still a number of threats to homes and properties to the east of this fire. That fire does remain at the emergency warning alert level. We are still getting a number of spot fires very much to the east of where the main fire front is currently burning. We are hoping over coming hours, especially in the next 1 to 2 hours, that we'll see that southerly impact start to come, reducing temperatures and increasing humidity, which will hopefully ease that fire activity and that spotting, which will see that fire brought back down to a watch and act alert level. But we'll continue to monitor that very closely. And as soon as we start to see those easing conditions, we'll certainly bring that fire back down to the appropriate alert level.
What is your message in the meantime while you wait for hopefully some more favourable weather conditions? What is your message to people on the ground tonight, James?
Oh, certainly for those people in the area of Colinton, Michelego and Bredbo, it is still too late to leave. We are asking people to seek shelter as that fire approaches and protect yourself from the heat of the fire. You can do that by sheltering yourself in places like solid structures within the home, making sure that the home is locked up. Once that fire front passes, I should say, going back outside, and it's important that you do go back outside and make sure you check for burning and smouldering materials in and around the home. We lose homes mostly in bushfires due to embers. That's both before, during and after a fire front goes through. So it's important that you do continue to monitor for some hours those embers, because it's those little embers that gather in places where leaves gather, in places like eaves and in your gutters, which get up into the attics, which can smoulder for some time before actually taking hold, and that could be the difference between saving your home or your home burning down.
James Morris, thank you very much for the update this evening.
You're welcome. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. James Morris from the New South Wales RFS there with the very latest, but it is the same emergency messages that you've been hearing through the afternoon and the evening. That threat is not past. Hopefully some favourable weather will be on the way, which might change things, but for now you do need to stay really vigilant. Georgia Steins has also been having a look at the Orroral Valley fire.
That's correct, Anna, and that's the same situation it has been for the last few hours. It remains a watch and act. The fire activity, it's eased across the fireground. It's remained like that. The ACT Emergency Services still advises, though, that people in the vicinity of Apollo Road, Baboyan Road, Nace Road and Top Nace Road, you should still remain vigilant though, because conditions can change and they can get worse, and you need to call 000 immediately if you or your property are under threat. And if you have left the area, it's not safe for you to return. Make sure you're prepared and do not wait to see firefighters or signs of a fire in order for you to act. People in Tharwa, you need to keep monitoring conditions and review your bushfire survival plan. And for those people listening to us right now in Banks, Conda and Gordon, you just need to stay up to date. Just keep listening to ABC Radio, keep following the emergency services on their website, or if you like social media, you can do it there. And also ABC will be keeping you up to date as well. Throughout the evening, Anna and I, you and I are about to say goodbye.
That's right.
you'll still be getting our regular updates. One of our colleagues, Philip Brandel, will give you updates every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes. So while we are disappearing soon, but keep listening to ABC Radio Canberra. The updates are not going anywhere. You will continue to hear those on your radio. Thank you for giving us updates too about what's been happening around your way, particularly around that Collindon area, Bumbalong area. Unfortunately, confirmation that a number of homes have been lost. The exact number and location of those is still unconfirmed, but locals reckon they've lost around 5 in the Bumbalong area. It's after a long day of firefighting and a tricky one too. The good news there, at least, no reports of anyone being injured in that area. Wherever you're listening to us tonight, do continue to take care, keep across the warnings. You can find them on the social media sites, as Georgia said, or just keep listening here at ABC Radio Canberra. Philip Brandel will be back with updates every 15 minutes on your radio from here. But of course, it's time for the news first on ABC Radio Canberra.